Vanessa Marcotte. A young woman went to spend the weekend with her parents, but vanished without a trace. Police and numerous local volunteers quickly joined forces to search for her, eventually uncovering something completely unexpected. When the full truth emerged, it ignited public outrage that lingered for years. Vanessa Marcotte was born on June 17, 1989, in the small town of Leominster, Massachusetts. Her parents separated shortly after she was born, but her father stayed actively involved in her life. Remaining in the same town, he spent as much time with her as possible. From an early age, Vanessa developed a deep appreciation for the outdoors and sports, a passion encouraged by her father. Together, they went hiking, skied in nearby mountains, and made trips to the ocean to enjoy the beach. In time, Vanessa developed a love for yoga and running, even participating in 2 major charity marathons. She was equally committed to her education and determined to build a successful career. After graduating from high school, she attended Boston University, earning a degree in communications. She worked at several local businesses before securing her dream position at Google, which prompted her move to New York City. Thrilled about the opportunity, Vanessa poured herself into her work and focused on advancing in her field. Despite her demanding career, she always made room for charitable work, finding ways to help others. Vanessa also prioritized visiting her family whenever possible. They lived in the small town of Princeton, not far from her hometown, and about 180 miles from New York. In early August 2016, at the age of 27, she traveled to see them for the weekend, staying at her mother's home. She spent time with relatives, reconnected with friends, and planned to return to New York on Sunday, August 7th. That morning, Vanessa spent some quiet time at home with her mother before deciding to head out for an afternoon jog. With a few hours left before her bus, she had more than enough time to enjoy the run. She chose a route along the road near her mother's house, a stretch where a few homes dotted the area but were largely concealed by thick trees. She planned to be back in about 30 minutes, but she never returned. Her mother quickly became concerned, knowing Vanessa still needed to pack and make her bus. She tried calling, but Vanessa didn't answer. About an hour after Vanessa left, her phone began going directly to voicemail, which heightened her mother's worry. She continued calling repeatedly, but there was still no reply. Her last hope was that Vanessa might have decided to meet some friends or visit other family members before heading back to New York. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Her mom contacted all their relatives, but none of them had seen Vanessa. Fearing something bad had happened to her daughter, she decided to call the police. Officers spoke with her mom and began searching along the route Vanessa was supposed to jog. Her relatives and friends quickly joined the search, hoping to find her safe and well. Vanessa's bus to New York was scheduled to leave at 5:30 p.m., and everyone hoped she would show up by then. But when the bus left without her, it became clear that something serious had happened. Vanessa was very responsible about her work and would never miss the last bus. The search went on for several hours. The local police department requested assistance from the state police, who sent several officers with search dogs. Vanessa's father actively participated in the search and was extremely distressed. At one point, the police even had to ask him to go home because his anxiety was disrupting the process. Around 8:20 p.m., one of the search teams headed deeper into the woods, less than a mile from Vanessa's mother's house. The dogs led the officers in a specific direction, and soon they discovered a human body on the ground. Despite numerous bruises, the police immediately realized it was Vanessa Marcotte. Her clothes were missing except for one sneaker lying near the crime scene. In addition to the bruises, there were clear signs of burns on her body, and the sneaker was also partially burned. The police thought that the perpetrator might have attempted to dispose of the body and evidence using fire, but failed. They also suspected that Vanessa had been assaulted, which could have been the motive for the unknown killer. Detectives noted that along with the victim's clothes, her headphones and smartphone were also missing. Since these items were not found anywhere near the body, the perpetrator might have taken them. The body was handed over to medical examiners while the police began searching for suspects. Residents of Princeton, who quickly learned about what had happened, were shocked and scared. Their small town was considered very safe, and the last murder had occurred over 30 years ago. Now, with the news of Vanessa's murder and the horrific details, the town plunged into panic. People feared that the killer might be one of their own and worried that he could strike again. Medical examiners determined that the cause of death was strangulation. Vanessa had also sustained numerous injuries, some indicating that she had tried to fight off her attacker. Skin particles were found under her nails, and DNA analysis revealed that they belonged to an unknown man. Investigators immediately entered his DNA profile into the FBI database, but no matches were found. Despite this, the DNA profile became their only major piece of evidence. Now, the police could compare DNA samples from suspects with this profile. They also knew that the attacker likely had fresh scratches on his body, which could help identify him more quickly. Regarding the burns on Vanessa's body, experts found traces of an accelerant and determined it was gasoline. It seemed like the perpetrator had tried to use it to destroy evidence and the body right after the murder. The medical examiners couldn't conclusively determine if Vanessa had been sexually assaulted, but detectives continued to consider it a primary motive. They also didn't rule out the possibility that the attacker might have known the victim and had personal motives. Detectives put all their efforts into finding the perpetrator and turned to the local community for help. With Princeton's population of just 3,000, many residents knew each other, so the police hoped someone might have crucial information. They also asked people to be on the lookout for a man with fresh scratches, and soon their efforts paid off. A witness came forward, saying he had been driving along the road on the day of the murder around 12:45 p.m. He saw a dark SUV with the hood up on the roadside and a Latino man standing next to it. The man was of medium height and solid build, appearing to be between 20 and 30 years old. The witness didn't recall any other details since he had driven by at high speed. The only detail he could provide was that the man had short hair or a completely shaved head. An hour and a half later, the witness drove back along the same road and noticed the SUV was still there. This time, the hood was down, all the windows were closed, and the man was nowhere to be seen. The witness added that he hadn't thought much of it at the time, but after hearing about Vanessa's murder, he realized he might have seen the perpetrator. Another witness reported seeing Vanessa that day as she headed toward the road. According to him, a car was following her. The driver first passed by, then turned around and started following her again. Unfortunately, the witness couldn't see the license plate or remember any other details about the car. Soon, detectives received another lead. A witness working at a ski resort 10 minutes drive from Princeton noticed a suspicious man with a scratched face. This man was caught on surveillance camera, and the witness provided the footage to the police. Thanks to the footage, they quickly identified the man and began investigating his possible involvement, but soon concluded that he was likely not the killer. A DNA analysis later confirmed this, and the man was cleared of suspicion. Over the next few weeks, police received more than 1,000 tips, some of which seemed very promising. They diligently checked each one, but repeatedly hit dead ends, failing to get any closer to catching the culprit. Detectives investigated local residents, as well as people from other towns. They also looked into owners of dark SUVs, but none of these efforts yielded results. Vanessa's family couldn't sit still and wanted to contribute to the investigation. They put up flyers with information about the case in nearby towns and launched a website with all the details about the case. Despite the large number of tips and the community's involvement, with each passing week, investigators grew more and more discouraged. They had checked hundreds of men in the area and looked into Vanessa's acquaintances, but each lead ended up going nowhere. Several FBI profilers studied the case and concluded that the person who killed Vanessa most likely didn't know her and committed the crime spontaneously. They suggested that he might have driven by, seen Vanessa, and decided to assault her. They also noted that the perpetrator was likely living in Princeton or nearby towns or regularly visiting Princeton, possibly to see relatives or for work. Given the brutality of the attack, the profilers speculated that the killer might be a sociopath, making him harder to identify. Sociopaths not only lack guilt, but are also skilled liars. The murderer could have acted completely normal after the crime, as if nothing had happened, and avoided drawing attention to himself. In the following months, the case made little progress, even though the local police department continued to work diligently on it. However, the more leads they followed, the less likely it seemed that they would be able to identify the perpetrator. But everything suddenly changed 9 months after the murder in a quite unexpected way. In April 2017, a state patrol officer was driving through the town of Worcester, about 18 miles from Princeton. At one point, he spotted a black SUV with a Latino man with short hair behind the wheel. Vanessa's case was well known among the police in the area, so the officer immediately recalled that the driver's appearance and vehicle matched witness descriptions. The patrol officer quickly grabbed a pen and wrote down the license plate number on his hand while the vehicle was still in view. Upon returning to the station, he checked the plate and found that the SUV was registered to a 31-year-old Angelo Ortiz, and he passed this information along to the detectives. Ortiz had no criminal record and had been living in Worcester with his girlfriend and 3 children for less than a year. Officers went to his house to request a DNA sample, but there was a problem. When Ortiz opened the door, they realized he barely spoke English. Fortunately, one of the officers knew Spanish, and Ortiz's girlfriend, who was also home, helped translate for him. During the conversation, Ortiz provided a DNA sample, which was immediately sent to the lab. While waiting for the results, detectives decided to dig deeper into Ortiz's background. They discovered that he worked as a delivery driver, transporting packages from a warehouse to various post offices in the area. This indicated that he knew the area well and frequently visited nearby towns like Princeton. Detectives also requested GPS data from Ortiz's smartphone, and the results were quite intriguing. Although the carrier could only provide approximate data based on cell towers, it showed that Ortiz was in Princeton at the time of Vanessa's attack, specifically in the area where her body was found. Digging deeper, police learned that after the murder, Ortiz made a purchase at a gas station in a neighboring town, just a few miles away. He bought only $5 worth of gasoline, as shown by his bank records. He had filled a small gas can and, as we recall, traces of gasoline were found on the victim's body. All of this strongly suggested to the detectives that Ortiz was likely involved in the crime. Soon, they received the lab results. His DNA matched the skin particles found under Vanessa's nails. With confirmation of his involvement, the police finally arrested Ortiz. He denied any involvement in the murder, so the case went to court. With the evidence they had, including DNA results and GPS data from the day of the murder, the prosecution was confident they could secure a conviction. However, an unexpected problem arose. When Ortiz hired lawyers, they claimed that the police had obtained his DNA sample illegally, meaning it should be excluded from the evidence. They argued that the language barrier prevented Ortiz from understanding what was happening and from giving consent to the DNA collection. Ortiz insisted that he had signed a document he didn't understand and only provided the DNA sample because his girlfriend told him to do so. This situation posed a major challenge for the prosecution. Even with the undeniable DNA match, the defense's request could have jeopardized the case and led to Ortiz being released. The matter was deliberated for quite some time, but ultimately, the judge decided to uphold the DNA test results. Despite this, Ortiz still refused to confess, and the preparations for the trial dragged on for several years. Throughout this period, Ortiz remained in jail as he was unable to pay the $10 million bail. In total, the wait for the trial lasted over 6 years from the time of the murder, with multiple delays for various reasons. For Vanessa's family, who had already suffered an immense loss, the waiting was extremely painful. During this time, investigators gathered more information that cast Ortiz in an unfavorable light. Though he had lived in the city for less than a year, Ortiz had earned a bad reputation. Several women in his neighborhood told police that they found Ortiz extremely unpleasant. He often made rude, intimate comments about them, and they were afraid to be near him. A former employee of the Princeton post office shared some interesting details. She frequently encountered Ortiz at work because he had been delivering packages. Almost every day, he made inappropriate comments in Spanish about her and another employee, seemingly unaware that she understood the language. She felt very uncomfortable every time he came by and was genuinely afraid of him. Moreover, this woman often walked to work along the same road where Vanessa had jogged. After hearing about Vanessa's death, she could no longer bear to live in the town and moved out. Eventually, the prosecution decided to offer Ortiz a deal, giving him a chance to be released, at least in old age. Without the deal, he would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. So after some consideration, Ortiz agreed, and in October 2022, he pled guilty before the judge. As is often the case, the terms of the deal did not require Ortiz to provide any details of his crime. He only needed to admit his guilt, which he did. While the deal might seem unfair, the prosecution secured pretty strict terms. Ortiz was sentenced to 20 years for robbery as he had taken Vanessa's phone and headphones and received a sentence of 25 years to life with the possibility of parole only after 45 years. This means Ortiz can seek release only after he turns 81. Tragically, Vanessa's father, who had been awaiting justice for his daughter's murder, passed away just 10 days before the sentencing due to health problems. During the trial, Ortiz's ex-wife testified that he had died emotionally long before sentencing, consumed by a broken heart and unbearable grief over what the killer had done. Ortiz, however, displayed no remorse during his sentencing. Instead, he had his attorney read a prepared statement. In it, Ortiz acknowledged that Vanessa's family viewed him as a monster, but urged them to remember that he, too, was a human being with a family who had stood by him throughout the proceedings. He expressed regret only to his own relatives for the pain he had caused, offering no apology to Vanessa's loved ones. Ortiz was then returned to prison, where he remains today. In the wake of Vanessa's death, her family and friends created an organization in her name. While it began with a mission to provide women with self-defense training, its scope has since grown, addressing a broad range of women's safety issues and working to prevent violence in all its forms. Moving on to the next case. Taylor Pomaski, a 29-year-old woman whose sudden disappearance in 2021 sent shockwaves through Texas. What began as a missing person case quickly unfolded into a chilling mystery involving a former NFL player, unsettling relationship dynamics, and a tragic outcome no one anticipated. She never screamed. No neighbors reported anything unusual. There were no alarms, no sirens, only a brief backyard fire that flared up and died out before dawn. Taylor Pomaski was last seen at her home in Spring, Texas, during a small, private gathering. The night seemed uneventful, but what followed would fracture a family, weigh heavily on a community, and quietly set in motion one of the most methodical homicide investigations Harris County had seen in years. Taylor had been dating Kevin Ware Jr., a former NFL player, for several months. Neighbors recalled that the two mostly kept to themselves, but friends and family could sense the tension in their relationship. Still, no one realized just how bad things had become. It was Sunday, April 25, 2021, when guests arrived that evening for what was supposed to be a relaxed night of music and drinks. Those who attended remembered moments of laughter, but also raised voices, and at one point, a heated argument between Taylor and Ware. She appeared visibly upset. One guest said she seemed like she wanted to leave, but never did, while another claimed she had been locked in a room for a period of time. By midnight, some guests had already gone home. After that, Taylor was never seen again. Her car remained parked in the driveway. Inside the house, Taylor's purse, phone, and dog were still there. Yet no one called 911, and no missing person report was filed for weeks. It wasn't a loud cry for help that alarmed people. It was her sudden absence. Texts to Taylor went unanswered. Calls to her mother, which she made daily without fail, stopped. Days passed, then weeks. By May, her parents, who lived out of state, had already contacted police after not hearing from her for a week. The first report laid it out clearly. A 29-year-old woman had not been seen since April 25th. The last known location was a house on Stallion Brook Lane. What happened there was unclear. Officers arrived to check on the residence, finding no immediate signs of foul play, no blood, no forced entry, no evidence that Taylor had packed up and left voluntarily. But in a quiet Texas suburb, people don't just vanish into thin air. Just north of Houston lies a sprawling suburb of small brick houses and neatly kept lawns. It's calm and quiet during the week, but that calm can be misleading. In places like this, people notice when someone goes missing, though it often isn't reported until someone speaks up. Initially, police believed Taylor had left voluntarily. They had no confirmed health concerns for her, but multiple people mentioned that her relationship was unstable. Investigators began reviewing her past calls to law enforcement. One incident stood out, a call made only a few weeks before the party, reportedly over a family dispute. Taylor had confided in a friend that she was frightened, yet she never filed an official report. Then came an early and troubling clue. There was no trace of her digitally. No bank activity, no cell tower pings, no social media logins, nothing at all. It was as if she had vanished from the digital world entirely. And in today's age, that kind of silence is rarely accidental. The initial timeline was murky. Between 10:30 p.m. and midnight was the last confirmed sighting of Taylor. No one recalled seeing her leave the house. There were no rideshare records, no outgoing calls. Whether it was simply a dark night or the neighborhood surveillance cameras weren't functioning, nothing was captured on video. Officers canvassed the block for answers. Most neighbors reported hearing nothing beyond shouting and loud music. Then, one neighbor mentioned something unexpected. That night, she saw smoke rising from the backyard. It looked like a small fire, and she assumed they were just burning trash. She never thought much of it and didn't mention it until later. The statement was short and simple, but police made sure to note it down. When investigators returned to the property for a second walkthrough, they used luminol in key areas: the kitchen, hallway, and backyard entrance. Nothing obvious appeared. There were no signs of high-velocity blood spatter, pooling, or drag marks. Still, something felt off. The bathroom looked freshly cleaned, and the grout on the floor appeared to have been recently bleached. There was no record of any cleaning service visiting. The absence of evidence didn't reassure detectives. It made them more suspicious. Who was the last person Taylor spoke to? Who stayed after the party? And why would someone scrub the bathroom floor so thoroughly the day after a guest disappeared? Investigators examined her social circle, focusing on who had been at the house that night, who had left early, and who had a criminal history. One name emerged as the common link between them all. But legally, at that point, Taylor's case was still classified as a missing person investigation. There was no body, no clear crime scene, and no eyewitness to explain what happened. Only the haunting fact that a young woman had vanished into the night. While Taylor Pomaski was alive, the patterns in her life could be seen clearly, but in death, the picture was harder to piece together. In the 6 weeks leading up to her disappearance, several friends, former coworkers, and even distant relatives noticed subtle, yet consistent changes in her behavior. She stopped replying to texts promptly and began canceling lunch plans without explanation. When she did respond, her tone was different, short, neutral, and noncommittal. Detectives reviewing her messages discovered several deleted threads. What remained, however, revealed an underlying tension. Taylor hinted at stress at home, using vague phrases like, "It's just been intense," or "Maybe we're figuring things out." On at least 2 occasions, she admitted she was scared, though she never shared the details. Notably, she never filed any formal complaint. There was no protective filing, no restraining order. But on March 28th, just 4 weeks before she vanished, Taylor called a friend in the middle of the night. The call lasted just under 5 minutes. That friend later recalled that Taylor's voice was low, almost a whisper, and she sounded disoriented. She reportedly said, "If something happens to me, please remember this." She offered no further explanation. The call ended abruptly. At the time, Taylor's name was already in a police database from a prior matter. On April 7th, the Harris County Sheriff's Office received a report of a domestic dispute. Records show officers were dispatched to the same Stallion Brook Lane address. When they arrived, they witnessed a verbal altercation but found no injuries or signs of physical violence. Taylor declined to press charges and refused to provide a written statement. Following protocol, the officers left without taking further action. The report was filed away and remained in the records. In the days after that incident, Taylor's presence in public noticeably declined. She had once posted to Instagram about once a week, but now her account was silent. Her attendance at work became inconsistent, and she even missed an important civil case appointment. Unusual behavior for someone her coworkers described as punctual and dependable. There was no single glaring red flag, but rather a series of small, troubling signs. Later, when investigators reviewed her emails and phone records, they discovered a draft message that repeatedly appeared in her Gmail account. In late April, the draft had been opened and edited several times. The subject line read, "In case you need to know." In the body of the email, one line stood out, "I didn't fall off the radar." The rest of the email was empty. Investigators pressed forward, But digital forensic experts couldn't recover earlier versions of the draft or verify whether it had ever been sent. It remained in her account when she disappeared, never deleted, never sent. Police brought in behavioral analysts to assess Taylor's risk factors. From the available records, her sudden social withdrawal, vague references to fear, increasing isolation, and unfulfilled follow-ups placed her in a high-risk category for domestic violence. This evaluation only came after she was already gone. When investigators interviewed her friends, a troubling pattern emerged. Nearly all, even those who didn't know each other, shared the same account. Taylor would mention something unsettling, then immediately downplay it. She reframed her concerns, normalized them, and brushed them aside. One report noted that she admitted he scared her at times, but would laugh it off, insisting she was just being dramatic. About a week before the party, Taylor spoke with her former roommate in what turned out to be a more candid conversation. The transcript revealed that she was considering leaving but needed time to make a plan. She didn't want to escalate the situation. Then came the party. Investigators would later emphasize a troubling fact. Multiple people had heard warning signs, yet none ever became decisive action. Apart from Taylor, no one fully understood how dangerous things had become. By the time police conducted the welfare check, she had already been missing for nearly 2 weeks. The deeper authorities dug into her personal connections and digital activity, the more certain they became. Taylor Pomaski hadn't simply vanished. Only after her disappearance did people realize she had been fading for weeks. It wasn't until more than 10 days after she was last seen that her loved ones formally reported her missing. That date, May 9, 2021, was Mother's Day. After days of unanswered calls and texts, Taylor's parents finally contacted Harris County authorities. More than a week had passed without a word from her, an unusual silence for someone who was normally in regular contact, especially with her mother. On Mother's Day, there was no message, no call, not even a social media post. That silence prompted the first welfare check. According to the official report, 2 patrol officers went to her listed address in Spring, Texas. The house was locked, her car still in the driveway, and there were no signs of forced entry. When police reached the homeowner, they were told Taylor had left on foot days earlier and never returned. But when pressed for details, her clothing, the time she left, her intended destination, the answers were vague and inconsistent. Police logged the call as a non-criminal welfare check and left. It would be another 5 days before the Harris County Sheriff's Office added Taylor's name to the National Missing Persons Database. While the delay wasn't against the law, it seriously hurt the investigation. By the time officers began canvassing the neighborhood, key evidence, like security footage from nearby homes, businesses, and street cameras, had already been overwritten or erased. By midday, the Missing Persons Unit had elevated the case's priority, yet still treated it as a routine adult disappearance. That classification restricted their available resources. No Amber Alert, no organized search grid, and no in-depth interviews beyond immediate family and close friends. Internally, some detectives expressed unease. Taylor had no prior history of vanishing, no pending legal troubles, and her bank account showed 0 new activity. Her cell phone hadn't been used since April 25th, and it wasn't pinging from any tower, which meant it was either turned off, broken, or put somewhere where it couldn't get a signal. This silence wasn't just strange. It was a dead silence. But procedural limits hadn't been crossed yet. She was an adult. And like most states, Texas lets adults disappear without being caught unless there's strong evidence of foul play. Police changed that when they watched the body cam footage from the domestic call on April 7th again, 18 days before the party. Taylor shows up for a short time in that video. Her voice is low and her posture is straight. She tries not to look at the responding deputies. When asked directly if she felt safe, she hesitated and then nodded without saying anything else. She didn't want to file a report. The male subject of the argument didn't show up on camera for most of the conversation. That same night, the report was closed. When I looked at that video again, after learning that she had disappeared, it seemed less important. What looked like a small fight between family members before now looked like a missed warning shot. Investigators got a warrant to search Taylor's phone and Google history in the 3rd week of May. It was found that her last known search took place on April 24th, just 1 day before she disappeared. What to pack if you have to leave quickly? The search was still not over. It was typed up, but never sent. That little thing had weight, even though it was small. It meant she planned to leave quickly, or at least thought she might have to. The fact that there were no digital clues after the person went missing made the case even more difficult. Investigators knew that most adults leave tracks of their transactions even when they're not connected to the internet. These include purchases, requests for rides, and GPS drift on their phones. Taylor left no trace. Her email was still not opened. There were no attempts to reset the password. Her name wasn't put on any new SIM cards. The whole room was silent. A person canvassing said that in the days after the party, they saw Taylor's dog outside for longer than usual. The neighbor lived on the west side of Stallion Brook Lane. The animal, which is usually kept inside, had been free roaming in the backyard without being watched. The neighbor thought it was odd, but thought the owners were just away for the weekend. On their own, those kinds of small details don't cause alarms, but when put together in one timeline, they change the story. The problem was that important clues had already been lost by the time detectives started putting together that timeline. Trash had been picked up twice. Footage from the only petrol station nearby had already looped and been erased. Taylor's recent call log showed that several phone numbers had either been disconnected or changed hands. Investigators served subpoenas for all cell phone traffic within 500 meters of where she was last seen between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. on April 25th and 26th. It would take weeks to work with that much data. In a later internal memo, one detective said, "We didn't miss the window. We didn't know there was a window." By the beginning of June, the case had officially changed from a voluntary disappearance to one with suspicious circumstances. With this change came more resources, homicide liaisons, forensic consultants, and a wider range of digital surveillance pools. But at that point, they still didn't have a crime scene, blood, a weapon, or a confession. All they had was a missing woman, a statement that didn't make sense, and a growing feeling that something bad had already happened. The language in the internal memo changed by June 2021. The case of Taylor Pomaski was no longer called a missing person file. Even though there was no body, it had turned into a suspected murder. This change wasn't caused by a confession or an eyewitness account. It was a problem with the evidence. The first step was a second, more thorough look around the house where Taylor was last seen alive. In early May, the house on Stallion Brook Lane had already been checked. That first sweep was normal. Visual inspection, permission to enter, and general notes. There had been no obvious evidence of crime found. But new digital records showed Taylor hadn't used her phone or logged into any accounts since April 25th. This, along with more behavioral evidence, led the sheriff's office to allow a forensic team to do a targeted analysis of the site. The scope was clear. Check for chemical signs, speeding agents, biological signs, or changes in the structure that don't fit with normal wear. They weren't looking for shocking proof. It was something that had been erased too well. The detectives started in the master bathroom. The grout between the tiles and the shower had been scrubbed very hard. Chemical reagent testing showed small amounts of oxidizing agents that are similar to those found in strong bleach or cleaners with ammonia. Just that wasn't strange. Even though people clean their homes, samples of the environment taken along the lower tile seemed showed tiny bits of living things that had been there before. Later, tests in the lab confirmed that human blood protein was present. Taylor was found in the DNA, not a lot of it, and you can't see any stains, just tiny marks on porous surfaces that bleach couldn't fully reach. It wasn't enough to prove that someone had been killed there, but it was enough to change the classification of the scene. Based on a neighbor's report of a small fire the night of April 25th, a similar investigation was carried out in the backyard. At first, investigators didn't think much of it. Texas backyards are full of fire pits, and it's common to burn things outside. But this time it was important. The soil was taken from a burned area near the property line by investigators. Even though it had rained recently, the surface plants had not yet fully grown back. The forensic team took cores of the ground and sent them for testing for trace residues. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, or PAHs, are a byproduct of burning organic matter that were found in the lab. More importantly, chemical compounds in the soil matrix were consistent with the burning of synthetic fibers, which are often found in clothing and home goods. High levels of calcium phosphate were also found, which forensic chemists said was a sign that bone or tissue had been burned. These results didn't prove that a body had been burned, but they ruled out the possibility that trash had been burned. It looked like something living had been set on fire. The material was not collected in large enough amounts to be able to pinpoint its source. Even though there were no whole pieces of bone, tissue, or tooth, the timing and the fact that the homeowner hadn't reported any public burn permits or backyard activity made it clear that the scene was a crime scene. Analysts looked at the carpet fibers they had collected from the hallway that led from the bathroom to the back door in a different lab. The carpet was made of 2 layers. One looked like it was just put in, and the other one was put under it. Aged fibers with a blood marker that matched Taylor's DNA profile were stuck in the foam pad below. To say it again, it's not visible to the naked eye and isn't volumetric. It's just enough to be sure. No signs of struggle, no weapon, no pooling, one investigator wrote in an addendum. But it's clean in a way people don't clean. When the homeowner was asked again, they told the same story. After a fight, Taylor left the house. There was no talk of cleaning or a fire, and there was no good reason given for why a shower had been bleached and residue had been burned in the backyard. Detectives asked for mobile forensic imaging to be used in the bathroom and backyard. UV scanning and infrared photography both showed that there were no large blood patterns or drag marks. The idea wasn't too much. Containment was the word. If something did happen, it was carefully planned and handled. In this case, the fact that there was no evidence had become evidence. At the same time, analysts looked through nearby security footage from streets and other properties. Most of it was gone because of time lapse. But a private camera 3 houses down caught a short burst of light coming from the backyard in the early hours of April 26th. This time, stamp matched the burn pattern found in the soil. The only thing that could be seen was the ignition. At this point, the investigation had 3 main pieces of evidence: a bathroom with clean but trace-confirmed blood, a backyard with signs of burning synthetic and organic materials, and a hallway with blood markers connecting the 2 areas. It wasn't enough to bring charges yet, but it was plenty to make things more clear. The case was now officially moved to the division that deals with murders. With each new piece of evidence, the timeline and the amount of doubt got smaller. The Harris County Sheriff's Office got a call on December 10, 2021 from a field technician with a private land management crew. Along a drainage ditch just outside the city limits in North Harris County, the man had been cutting down brush. He saw pieces of melted fabric and wire mixed in with what he thought were charred animal bones that were partially buried. He stopped and called his boss. Within an hour, the boss called the police. By late afternoon, crime scene units had arrived. The ditch was out in the middle of nowhere, overgrown and hard to see from the main road. It was about 25 miles from the address on Stallion Brook Lane. The first visual inspection supported what the caller thought. The remains looked like they were made of human bones. The recovery was done by a forensic anthropologist hired by the county. The site looked like it had been burned, and the remains were broken up and brittle, with some pieces partially calcined. There were no complete pieces of bone left. There were melted zippers, broken grommets from what might have been athletic wear, and blackened shoelace eyelets next to the bone fragments. Plastic parts had changed shape when they were heated. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The substances were sent to the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences. Forensic dentists looked at the maxillary structure and dental remains that were still there. The lab found a good match after 12 days of comparing the 2. Dental records showed that the body was that of Taylor Pomaski. It had been almost 8 months since she was last seen. The finding changed the investigation's operational scope right away. Detectives investigating a murder went over all the evidence they already had, including scene samples, old lab reports, and digital data. They now knew where to throw it all away. Even though the recovery site was rough, it was good for strategy because it was hard to see from the roads. There was no surveillance, and the ground was soft, perfect for hiding. It wasn't deep, though. The person who dumped the body either didn't or couldn't dig very deep. The burning looked hurried and unfinished. Because the body was in such bad shape, pathologists couldn't say for sure what caused the death. No signs of a ligature, bullet fragments, or a blow to the head. The skull was broken, but it wasn't clear if that happened before or after the death. In the autopsy summary, the only conclusion that was given was homicidal violence cannot be excluded. The burn pattern analysis from the backyard of the house was put on top of the combustion data from the ditch by detectives. They couldn't connect the 2 places chemically because too much time had passed, but they used software for geographic profiling to look at cell tower activity from April and compare the two places. After 12 hours had passed since the last confirmed sighting, tower pings from a device connected to Taylor's boyfriend put him close to the dump site. Even though there were no direct GPS coordinates, tower triangulation helped narrow it down to about 2 miles, which was close enough to include the ditch. It wasn't just the body that made a difference. That's what it was. There are 2 points: a residential site that cleans with chemicals and an off-site dump that stores cremated remains. Both were connected by moving phones, no alibi, and interviews that gave different versions of what happened. To sum it up, one detective said, and no eyewitness, but there was a body, behavior patterns that couldn't be explained away, and forensic evidence that fit together. There was more and more pressure. After being confirmed, Taylor Pomaski's body parts were given to her family. Her mom asked for a ceremony that was kept secret. The public was only told about the case through a short press release that confirmed its identification and reclassification. A quiet field that hadn't been touched in months had finally spoken. Finding Taylor Pomaski's body changed the case in a big way. Investigators could no longer just rely on behavioral profiles or other signs that pointed to a death. They now had physical proof that someone had died. The next challenge was to show who was at fault and how. Homicide investigators widened the scope of the Digital Forensics Review in June 2022. A subpoena was sent out for historical location data from all of Kevin Ware Jr.'s mobile devices. He is Taylor's boyfriend and the last person known to have seen her alive. When they got it back, it was a very detailed timeline, with hundreds of geolocation points from the day Taylor went missing to the days after. The pattern was easy to see. From late afternoon on April 25th until early morning on April 26th, Ware's phone kept ringing at the address on Stallion Brook Lane without any gaps or strange travel. But around 6:13 a.m. on April 26th, the phone picked up movement away from the property. First it went west, then north, stopping for a short time near a rural area off of a service road in Harris County that is not yet an official city. That stop was about 0.7 miles from the ditch where Taylor's body was found. The phone stayed in that area for 22 minutes before going back the same way it came. It was the only trip to that spot that was known about in the months before or after. That piece of information by itself wasn't enough to file charges, but because there was no other explanation and burn residue was found at both the house and the ditch, it became an important part of the prosecution's timeline. Investigators talked to witnesses again who had been at the meeting on April 25th. Some people didn't want to talk again. Others repeated claims made before. There had been stress. Taylor looked like she was upset. Behind a closed door, an argument got worse. Someone there noticed something new. The next morning, around sunrise, the homeowner looked like they were power washing the back patio. It didn't seem strange at the time. It was now marked as part of a planned cleanup. At the same time, jailhouse informants came forward. Kevin Ware is said to have said something about getting rid of a problem and cleaning it up well while he was in pretrial detention for drug and weapons charges that were not related to the charges. The language was general and lacking in specifics, but more than one prisoner spoke of similar phrases. Even though they weren't allowed by themselves, they added to the story of planning and hiding. The DA's office started writing up an indictment strategy around the middle of 2022. Even though there wasn't a weapon, a confession, or an eyewitness to the crime, the digital, forensic, and behavioral evidence had come together to form a case that could be prosecuted. The grand jury met for the first time on July 26th. Prosecutors showed cell tower data that put the suspect at the disposal site, burn residue and chemical matches between the backyard and the ditch, trace blood evidence found in the home, inconsistent witness statements, and cleanup behavior, and inmate testimony that suggested implied guilt. One count of murder and one count of tampering with a human corpse were brought back by the grand jury on July 28th. The indictment made it possible for Ware to be moved right away from federal prison to state prison. In a short statement, his lawyers denied all the accusations, saying that there was no direct evidence and that the case was being driven by the media. The court put out a no-bond hold. An encrypted messaging app that was installed on the suspect's second phone stood out as a very telling piece of the puzzle. Before the police got it, the factory reset it. Forensic analysts were able to get back pieces of deleted text from memory that had been cached. Something in the message said, "It's done just like we planned." There is no timestamp or recipient metadata, but because it happened so close to when Taylor went missing, it was closely looked at. Even though police couldn't prove that message was connected to the crime, it was included in the evidence that was sent to the court. Still unanswered were the exact cause of death, how long the body stayed at the house before it was moved, and if there was a second person involved. But the structure of the case was now strong enough to stand. One prosecutor called it the convergence of independent anomalies. Since the suspect was charged and is now waiting to be tried, police stopped working in the field and started preparing the case. Taylor's family was told privately. The district attorney called her mother herself. This was the only thing they said in public. We believe Taylor's voice is being heard even now. Once the main suspect was arrested and an indictment was made, investigators turned their attention to one of the few tasks that could bring the case to a legal and narrative end: figuring out what happened. Between the last time Taylor Pomaski was seen alive and her body being found partially burned in a rural ditch months later, that needed more than just proof. It needed a chain of events. There was a window of less than 12 hours in the timeline. Based on witness statements, phone records, and forensic evidence, police found that Taylor was last seen at her home during a party on April 25, 2021 around 11:45 p.m. Several important things happened between that time and about 6:15 a.m. the next morning. Her death, cleaning up, an attempt to burn her body, and getting rid of it. From the last known location of the suspect's phone, investigators worked their way backwards. The data showed a short stop in a remote part of North Harris County, which is where the bodies were found. Just over 20 minutes at the scene suggested that it was an unplanned dump and not a planned burial or systematic disposal. Back at the house on Stallion Brook Lane, forensic scientists had already found tiny bits of blood in the shower grout. There was no pool or waste pattern to be found, but blood proteins in several recessed areas suggested that the bathroom had been used to get rid of biological waste. After 24 to 48 hours of her disappearance, a high-strength oxidizing agent, most likely bleach, was used, as shown by chemical evidence. Pipe residue showed problems when the home's plumbing system was looked at in more detail. When sludge samples were taken from the P-trap under the wash basin and shower, they showed pieces of tissue that were too broken down for DNA testing, but were consistent with some organic breakdown. Investigators said this looked like it might have been cleaning up and handling bodies after the event. Along the hallway to the back exit, no blood or drag marks were found, but there was a faint hemoglobin signature on the carpet pad below. The DA's office talked to a forensic pathologist who said that if the victim had been dead or unable to speak in the bathroom, the quickest way to get to the backyard would have been to go through the hall and out the back door. Soil tests in the backyard showed that the fire exposure was still there, with Pa-80S and calcium phosphate from burned organic matter being found. Even though these chemicals were also found in the ditch where the bones were found, they did not directly match the bones. Instead, investigators thought that the first attempt to damage the house started but was stopped, probably because of smell, difficulty seeing, or a lack of time. This caused a more focused look at the digital records. Metadata logs from the suspect's second mobile device were found in deleted files that showed activity on April 26 from 3:15 a.m. to 5 a.m. Analysts were able to figure out that the suspect was talking to an encrypted contact who was a known peer of his. The timestamps on the messages showed that they were coordinated. After 5:04 a.m., there were no follow-up texts. After that, the phone lost service. A forensic anthropologist looked at the condition of Taylor's body parts to help with the reconstruction. Some of the bones were calcined, but not all of them were burned. There was no heat cracking along some joint surfaces, which pointed to an uneven burn pattern that was probably caused by an open-air fire and not a crematorium-level fire. This proved that the attempt to get rid of the trash was basic, which fits with other things found at the house. Prosecutors used behavioral analysis to finish the timeline. Investigators noticed that the suspect didn't call 911 or say that Taylor had left, and he or she didn't answer the phone when friends and family called the house over the next few days. The sound of a car door closing in a vehicle leaving the neighborhood was caught on a neighbor's security footage with the timestamp 6:05 a.m. Just sound, no video. That departure happened at the same time as the suspect's first ping at the ditch site a few minutes later. The final reconstruction was made by putting together elements, spatial data, chemical sequencing, biological matter that had been broken down, and digital metadata. Even though it didn't have a clear moment, it set up a clear sequence of events. confrontation, harm, attempts to clean up, failure to hide, and relocation. The theory could stand on its own without a reason. It only needed proof of chance. Access, hiding, and control. All of them were there. Within the investigation team, people who were working on the case agreed that it was hard on them emotionally because the body wasn't reported missing until weeks after it happened. The burden of delay limited what could be proven, but the facts that were still available, even though they were spread out, fit together well enough to suggest that planning, carrying out, and getting rid of the evidence all happened in the same operational cycle. The field fire wasn't the start. It was the last part of a scene that started in a bathroom with a door closed. The case officially ended on April 28, 2023, almost 2 years after Taylor Pomaski disappeared from her home in Spring, Texas. There was no verdict from the jury. Instead, there was a plea deal. Kevin Ware Jr., a former NFL tight end who was the last person known to have seen her alive, pleaded guilty in Harris County Court to murder and tampering with a dead body. The judge gave him 30 years in state prison. There was no trial or testimony. There was only paperwork and then silence. The prosecution didn't decide not to go to trial on the spur of the moment. Even though there were a lot of strong signs, the case did not have a direct cause of death. There was no weapon found, no recorded confession, and no one who saw the murder happen. But the digital evidence, forensic residue, and behavior after the crime gave a full picture. The prosecutor's office had to decide whether to go to trial and risk a mistrial or an appeal, or go with a plea deal that would guarantee conviction. As part of the deal, Ware's lawyers gave up their right to appeal and negotiated for a concurrent sentence structure. In the court record, the prosecutors got a full admission of guilt. Getting a sentence was a short process. Taylor's family remained silent, declining to give a victim impact statement. After the hearing, the Harris County Sheriff's Office officially closed the case. That afternoon, a press release confirmed the plea and sentence but provided no additional details. For investigators who had spent 18 months on the case, the resolution rested on evidence, not emotion. Still, larger questions lingered. Weeks before her death, Taylor had called the police and confided in friends that she was afraid. She was in a relationship flagged as high risk due to instability and controlling behavior, yet none of it triggered immediate legal intervention. In hindsight, many overlooked details might have prompted earlier action. The 911 call on April 7th, the missed appointments, and the sudden silence all stood out, but Taylor's case wasn't unique. Across the U.S., the law often fails to protect women in abusive relationships when there are no visible injuries, charges, or physical evidence. What remains is a downward pattern that's only clear in hindsight. Hers became one of many cases where warning signs were present but insufficient for legal action. In the weeks following the sentencing, local domestic violence prevention groups highlighted her story in community awareness efforts. Red flags from her timeline, such as digital silence, abrupt social withdrawal, and undocumented fear, were woven into educational seminars. Flyers, resource sheets, and quiet presentations in high school gyms all carried Taylor's name. Her family and friends held a private memorial at home, offering no speeches or written tributes. In an unplanned moment, Taylor's mother told a reporter, she kept trying to leave. She didn't get very far. The court formally closed the murder case, entering the plea deal into the public docket. Kevin Ware would face at least 25 years in prison before being eligible for parole, well into his 70s. In the days before her disappearance, Taylor had drafted an email titled "In Case You Need to Know." It was never sent. The only line that remained read, "I didn't fall off the radar. They pushed me." The system had finally taken notice, but far too late. Moving on to the next case. Morgan McCaffrey. It was a case that stunned the public and left a mark that would not fade. She had dreams, hope, and a bright future ahead of her. But what she endured was something no one should ever have to experience. This wasn't just a crime. It was a betrayal from someone she once trusted deeply. Let's delve into what truly happened. I believed I was in love, just like many young people in a new relationship. Each morning, I would wake up to sweet good morning texts. My favorite meals would be delivered to me, and I would cheer for my boyfriend at his games. His family welcomed me warmly, and mine did the same for him. Everything seemed perfect until it wasn't. After a few months, I began to notice changes. Was the romance fading? My boyfriend started showing more anger. At first, It was over small things, like me not replying to his texts right away or not answering my phone when he called. I excused his behavior, convincing myself he was simply having a bad day. I always defended him when he was unkind to me, telling my friends, "We all say hurtful things when we're angry. He doesn't really mean it." When we were around my family or friends, he showed little interest in engaging. Instead, he would spend long stretches talking on his phone without speaking to anyone else. I told myself maybe he was just tired or wanted time alone with me so we could watch Netflix together. Still, it bothered me. I tried to push aside the feeling that I wished he would make an effort with the people I cared about. He often behaved in ways that upset me, and when I tried to express my feelings, he never seemed to understand. He would dismiss me, saying I was being silly and needed to relax. Months passed, and nothing improved. In fact, things only got worse. Then came the first time he became so angry that he threatened to hit me. I was scared, but I convinced myself he wouldn't actually follow through. Unfortunately, it wasn't the first or the last time he let his anger show in ways that frightened me. The people around me told me it wasn't right. They urged me to walk away because he wasn't good for me, but I couldn't bring myself to hurt him. I had experienced heartbreak before, something most people go through, and I never wanted to put someone else through that pain. I believed that anyone my age would at least try to fix things, so that's what I did. For a little while, it seemed to work. We would laugh together, enjoy each other's company, and have fun like nothing was wrong. But then something would trigger his anger again. Eventually, the empty threats became reality. I was hit, pushed, and even bitten. I couldn't understand how someone could do that to a person they claimed to love. That's when I knew it was time to walk away. In this video, we'll discuss the tragic events that followed. Events that unfolded in 2020 in Abington, Pennsylvania. McCaffrey was only 18 years old, with her whole life ahead of her. As a child, Morgan had been adopted from Guatemala by her mother, Kathleen McCaffrey, who wanted to give her a better life. Morgan was deeply connected to her family, and many of her friends considered her their closest companion. She graduated from Nazareth Academy High School and was preparing to begin dental school at Manor College. Morgan was excited about her future, but what made her happiest was sharing it with her boyfriend, Gilbert Newton III. By the time she started college, the two had been together for about a year. However, Morgan never got the chance to tell Gilbert about the good experiences she was having in college because tragedy struck almost immediately. At that point, their relationship was still filled with love. Each morning, Morgan would wake up to affectionate good morning texts, often reminding her how beautiful she was. Whenever they were together, Gilbert went out of his way to show how much he cared. Morgan loved him deeply and was willing to do anything to make him happy. But after a few months, Gilbert's true nature began to reveal itself. The story quickly turned from a sweet love story to something much darker. Gilbert was still doing his best to plan a great night for Morgan, but now mean comments and even insults were made about him. It all started when Gilbert got mad at Morgan when she didn't answer his texts right away. This video starts with a story about a love story that turned into a real-life story. The choice was made by Morgan to end her relationship with Gilbert. The trouble was that the insults and threats didn't stop when the relationship did. In fact, they got worse. Gilbert was the type of person who would not accept no. He just couldn't accept that Morgan had started a new life without him. He begged Morgan for anything that would make things right between them so they could move on. He asked Morgan if she would be willing to meet him somewhere public so that they could talk things over, make up, and end the story. Morgan agreed after some thought, and they agreed to get together to talk things over. Morgan didn't know how the meeting would end, though. The date was July 27, 2020. Gilbert and Morgan chose to meet at the Meadowbrook train stop. It had been about a month since Morgan broke up with him when they met. In order to get to the meeting, Gilbert took 2 knives from his mom's kitchen. The news quickly spread about what happened at the train stop. I've had my heart broken before, and I think everyone has at some point. I never wanted to do that to someone else. I thought that any kid would try to make things right with him, so that's what I did. At least for a little while things would be better. We'd be laughing, enjoying each other's company, and just having fun. After that, something would happen that would make him mad again. The empty threats turned out to be true in the end. I had been hit, pushed, and even bit. He did that to someone he loved, and I didn't understand why. I knew it was time to end things. Even after they broke up, the threats kept coming. I got messages telling me to keep my head on a swivel and to kill me. I agreed to meet him to make things right. Even though I was scared, I didn't think he would kill me until he did. The mental abuse, threats, and physical abuse were all so clear to me that I couldn't see them. I missed seeing everything until it was too late. The police say that Morgan and Gilbert talked for 45 minutes at the train stop. Around that time, Morgan was looking for a way to leave. In fact, the fact that her car engine was running while they talked shows this. She probably thought that this would be their last meeting and that they would just talk for a short time. After that, Gilbert would understand that they couldn't be together. He called her names when she told him she was seeing someone else, which made her hit and spit on him. His evidence says that he then took out the knife and started stabbing her. He said he couldn't remember what happened next. Someone walking by saw the attack and called 911 right away. It's too bad that Morgan could not be saved by the time the cops and paramedics got there. She had been stabbed more than 40 times by Gilbert. Someone who saw Gilbert commit the crime says that he quickly got into his Jeep and drove away. About 2 hours later, Gilbert Newton's mother called the cops to say that her son had told her he had hurt Morgan. Gilbert said he didn't mean to hurt Morgan. He was just caught up in a fit of rage that he couldn't control. Gilbert was waiting in the house for the cops to arrive when they did. It wasn't a lie that he was to blame for what happened to Morgan. We learned a lot of new things about Morgan and Gilbert's connection during the trial. Assistant DA Kathleen McLaughlin told the jury that Newton saw a post on social media the day before the stabbing that showed Morgan with another guy. He then made his plan to kill her. If he couldn't have her, nobody could, she stated. He told the jury that he met Morgan at 7:30 a.m. that day to talk about their relationship and that she owed him some things. Newton said they met in the parking lot of a church, but they moved to the train lot because Morgan saw a creepy guy close. He told the judge that he got 2 knives from his kitchen before meeting her because he planned to stab himself in front of her, to see if she would stop him and show that she still cared about him. He had also seen on social media not long ago that she had a new boyfriend. Newton said he talked to her in her car after meeting her. He asked her in the car if it was true that she was seeing someone else. Newton said in court that he and Morgan McCaffrey felt like they were meant to be together. The judge heard that she told him she was with someone else, which made him insult her. Jones said she hit him and spat on him. He started stabbing right away. He said he told the jury that after that he doesn't remember much. His next thought was that he had driven to a friend's house, but not gone inside. Newton said in court that he had no plans to kill Morgan McCaffrey. William Mitchell, an officer for the county, showed the jury a bunch of Newton's text messages with Morgan McCaffrey and other people, like family and friends. Newton and Morgan McCaffrey had broken up about a month before the murder, which is when the messages were sent. During that roughly month-long period, he tried to get back together with her, many times through text messages sent over several days. When it didn't seem to be working, he would often insult her. His words in court showed that he would also text her about how upset he was about the breakup. One of the texts to Morgan said, "I just want to stab you in the neck over and over again." Assistant District Attorney Kathleen McLaughlin asked Newton about the text messages. Newton admitted to sending some bad ones, but he couldn't remember everything he said to Morgan McCaffrey. He also said it made him mad that Morgan had blocked his cell phone number and social media accounts, so she couldn't call or text him. Mitchell also showed the jury text messages that Newton had sent to his family and friends soon after Morgan's death. His family told him to go home, and he did in the end. Texting his mother, "I killed Morgan about an hour ago." One of the texts to his mother said, "You had no influence over my actions," which was supported by evidence. He kept his head down for most of Mitchell's statement and said, "I'm really sick in the head." In no way did he say that he did not commit the crime. All he said was that it was not planned. Newton's lawyer, Charles Peruto, asked the jury to find Newton guilty of third-degree murder instead of first-degree murder. If someone is found guilty of first-degree murder, they will spend the rest of their life in jail. Brazil's Peruto said, "No one is going home after this trial. We're just going to determine whether or not someday he gets out." Peruto told the jury that Newton was upset during the event. He said that many Newton's friends and family members had said that he had a great image before the incident. The lawyer for the defense said, "He's acting out of emotion and because of his own mental problems." Newton had said in court that he was angry that they broke up. That wasn't true, according to Assistant District Attorney Kathleen McLaughlin, who said Newton was just trying to look like a victim in the case. In her closing statement, she told the jury, in the month or so before she was killed, "He says he will stab Morgan 57 times in one of the texts. Newton admitted in court that he sent those messages and said that when he's angry, he sometimes says strange things that don't make sense. He's a kid. He's an idiot kid, an immature kid, Peruto said, but a good kid with good character. Counting to 45, which is how many stab and slash wounds Morgan McCaffrey received before she died. The girl's mother faced convicted killer Gilbert Newton III in court in a dramatic way. Darling Gilbert Newton, you are a monster because you took my daughter away from me. How dare you? During the heartbreaking statement, Kathleen McCaffrey yelled at Newton as she stopped the count. Newton was found guilty of first-degree murder, and she told him, "You didn't just stab her, you killed her. Every day I go through hell." Newton, who was at the defense table, just stared blankly and didn't show any reaction as the grieving mother spoke to him in the Montgomery County courtroom. Kathleen McCaffrey made Newton look at a picture of Morgan taken a few days before she was killed. "The pain of missing her is indescribable," she said. "This isn't just a life sentence for you, Gil. This is a life sentence that you imposed on all of us," Kathleen said. "She took Morgan in from Guatemala and worked hard to make her life better. You have no idea what you did to me." Kathy McCaffrey added, "You're not caring because you wouldn't have done that to Morgan if you were. You're an evil killer. I don't like you. I'll always hate you, and I'll never call you by your name again." Newton Gilbert III was found guilty of first-degree murder after the jury thought about it for about 2 hours. In September 2021, he was given a sentence of life in jail without the chance of parole. Since Morgan's death a year ago, her family and friends have started a charity called Morgan's Light to bring attention to unhealthy teen relationships. Even after they broke up, the threats kept coming. "I got messages telling me to keep my head on a swivel and to kill me. I agreed to meet him in hopes of making things right. Even though I was afraid, I never believed he would actually kill me, until he did. The mental abuse, the threats, and the physical harm had been right in front of me, yet I couldn't fully see them. I failed to recognize the truth until it was far too late." Now, this story serves as a warning, helping other teens, young adults, and parents recognize the signs of unhealthy and unsafe relationships. It encourages those in relationships to reflect on whether theirs is truly healthy or if there are serious problems beneath the surface. This is a topic that isn't discussed enough, despite its importance to our communities. My story helps bring it into the open. With greater awareness, we can prevent teen dating violence and break the silence surrounding these issues. Morgan McCaffrey's story stands as a heartbreaking reminder of how quickly love can become dangerous and how vital it is to recognize the warning signs before tragedy strikes. Moving on to the next case. Maya Millett. In January 2021, the city of Chula Vista, California, had been buzzing with unease for several days. At lunchtime, office workers exchanged updates about a troubling local story, and by dinner time, families pieced together the rumors they'd heard. "Did you hear? A young mother of 3 has vanished without a trace," they whispered, each sharing their own theory, though none could imagine being in her place. The woman in question was 40-year-old Maya Millett, a Filipino-American mother, who disappeared from her home on January 7, 2021. Outdoor surveillance cameras captured Maya arriving home around 5 p.m., but after that, she was never seen again. Her devastated family, overwhelmed with worry and heartbreak, distributed flyers with her photo and posted missing person signs throughout the city. Their fear was more than justified. January 10th marked her eldest daughter's birthday, a day Maya would have never willingly missed under any circumstances. They all said it together. According to Maya Millett's family, the last contact they had with her was on January 7th at 8:15 p.m. In the days that followed, dozens of volunteers and police officers joined the search effort, combing through wooded areas, nearby neighborhoods, creeks, and even an abandoned golf course, but no trace of Maya was found. Her husband, Larry Millett, notably never participated in the search. In fact, he eventually cut off all communication with her family entirely. For a time, authorities believed Maya may have simply left after another argument with Larry. If she had exited the house, however, she likely would have appeared on a neighbor's security footage. But there was no sign of her. This left only a few possibilities. Either she never left the house, slipped out through a window, or exited in some other unseen way. Why would her husband act so strangely? Maya, known for her striking beauty, likely had many admirers, and perhaps even a secret affair or two. It's possible she quietly ended things with Larry and chose to leave with someone else, telling no one. Perhaps that's why he seemed detached and took no action. Larry explained, I believe she was still alive because in 2020, she left our home without saying a word, twice. Not to me or to our 3 children. We prayed for her safety and well-being. Maya was one of 6 children born to Pablito and Noma Tabalanza. She was their 5th child. Since she was born in May, her parents decided to name her May. From a young age, she stood out for her ambition and determination, which helped her excel in many areas. Even in elementary school, Maya consistently ranked among the top 5 students in her class. When the family immigrated to the United States in March 1995, they settled in Honolulu, Hawaii. There, Maya enrolled at Radford High School, where her talents truly began to shine. She actively engaged in both academic and extracurricular activities, with a strong focus on the drama club and dance classes. After graduating with honors at just 17, she started working at McDonald's, where she would meet her future husband, Larry Millett. Their relationship soon blossomed into something more. When Maya turned 19, she and Larry got married. Around the same time, she enrolled at the University of Hawaii at NOAA, a public research institution. Life was full of energy and promise for the young couple. While Maya focused on her education, Larry was undergoing Navy training in Virginia. Eventually, they made the decision to relocate to Chula Vista, California. Determined not to let the move interrupt her academic journey, Maya transferred to the University of San Diego to continue her studies. After graduating with honors, she secured a position as a civilian contract specialist with the U.S. Navy. But something in the home wasn't right. Where are those strange noises coming from? Maya would wonder, am I losing my mind? Are they even real? Soft whispers echoed through the rooms. Faint phrases like, I love you, and love me, seemed to follow her, day and night. These voices haunted her, disrupting her peace and leaving her on edge wherever she went inside the house. Maya's family never gave up hope. They quickly hired a private investigator and made repeated public appeals, urging anyone with information to come forward. Their dedication was unwavering. They were determined to bring her home. On February 5, 2021, the Chula Vista Police Department and the Millett family held a public briefing, urging the community to help in the search for Maya. Not long after, skeletal remains were discovered in Orange County and were initially suspected to be hers. However, that lead quickly unraveled. First, it was believed the bones belonged to a man, and later, it was confirmed they were actually animal remains. Then, on April 6, 2021, Maya's case was featured on Good Morning America, further amplifying public awareness. The case drew national attention that same month when Maya's sister appeared on Dr. Phil to share details and plead for help. Maya had always approached life with seriousness and purpose. Although she came from a large family and adored children, she was careful about starting a family of her own. She and Larry agreed that they wouldn't have kids until they had a secure and steady income. That was their version of the American dream, ensuring their children would have every opportunity for a bright future. And to achieve that dream, both of them worked incredibly hard. Finally, in 2010, they felt ready. Maya and Larry eventually welcomed their first child, a daughter named Laura. A year later, they had another daughter, Melanie, and in 2016, their son, Lazarus Tristan, was born. Maya embraced motherhood wholeheartedly. She dedicated all of her free time to her children, attending school events, taking them on trips in her SUV, and being fully present in their lives. For some women, their children become the center of everything, and Maya was undoubtedly one of them. Wise, nurturing, and deeply caring. By the end of 2020, however, the marriage had begun to unravel. Larry became increasingly suspicious, convinced that Maya was involved with someone else. His jealousy spiraled out of control. While Maya had once tolerated his outbursts, she was now running out of patience. According to the district attorney's office, Maya had expressed concerns about Larry's explosive temper. Just 2 days before she disappeared, she texted a friend saying she planned to end the marriage. I told him I'm filing for divorce whether he likes it or not, she wrote. I'm no longer trying to make peace for the kids. Larry had begun obsessively monitoring her every move. At a frantic pace, The jealousy was escalating into sheer paranoia. Larry could go to her workplace at any time to make sure that Maya was not alone with another man. Larry was also pissed off by the fact that there were plenty of men on his wife's team. Larry once had the audacity to send an email to Maya's former boss, Derek Sopp, requesting that a male colleague be transferred to another division. He followed her practically around the clock, even got the kids involved in their squabbles. Larry once hid a child's cell phone in his spouse's car to track her movements. It got to the point where Larry was getting violent. He almost strangled Maya once. The couple separated, but not for long. In early 2020, Maya moved in with her brother, but rekindled her relationship with Larry after about 6 weeks. On August 12, 2020, Maya texted her brother, JR. He never lets me be alone. He checks all my emails, messages, messengers, Facebook posts. He even checks my app on Venmo. And then what happens? He just tightens the reins harder. Although Larry wasn't initially a suspect, police have taken a keen interest in his identity. Investigators contacted Maya's relatives, who said that shortly before the disappearance, the couple had gone camping and spent the entire time they were there fighting. Maya returned from the camping trip and told her family that if anything happened to her, Larry would be involved. According to the case file, Maya's friend told police that Maya made a different statement in December 2020. Don't think he would hurt me, but I think he would hurt the kids to get back at me. Prosecutors say the mother of 3 did not explain further what she meant at the time. When we fall in love, for better or worse, we see the object of our adoration exclusively in a rosy light. Often we project our character traits and attitude to life onto our partner without noticing the red flags. So-called in psychology behavior that may indicate the presence of an underlying problem or a potential threat to the well-being of the partner relationship. Abusers, manipulators, narcissists, aggressors, we justify them with deficiencies of upbringing, stress, but we should look deeper. Apparently, the nature is so laid down that families were created mostly in youth when the whole world is presented in rose-colored glasses, so to speak, for a great, sometimes blind love, so that the human race did not stop. And after a while, having gained the necessary life experience, we see in a partner what was so carefully hidden from us at first glance. We think about re-educating, smoothing out all the sharp edges to reconcile finally. But no, you can't change a grown man. It remains only not to give an outlet for his negative traits. This is the case with jealousy. If a person has certain traumatic events, paranoia is not far away. Returning to the sounds that Maya heard, one might guess that the woman had developed hallucinations amidst the stress of her family's troubles, but that was not the case. The situation took an unexpected turn. Maya remained sane, which is not the case with Larry. A police detective named Lorenzo Ruiz told the public the story of Larry's internet search, releasing screenshots of queries that included subconscious wife training and subconsciously training your wife to give pleasure. Unable to reach an amicable agreement, Larry began to influence Maya's subconscious mind by installing certain devices around the house that made this sound. Larry's cunning ruse was discovered by Maya. According to Matthew Grinley, an investigator with the San Diego County District Attorney's Office, late 2020, Maya sent messages to Larry demanding that he stop playing such audio messages that negatively affect a person's mental health. This is a kind of influence that programs a person to perform certain actions. Maya heard these sounds every day. Maya's sister-in-law named Genesis Tabalanza later told investigators that Larry himself had independently recorded all these words and even confessed to Genesis about it. Who could have inspired Larry to do such a thing? Maybe the specifics of the job and the training he received during his service gave him the idea? The answer will shock many. The investigation found that between September 2020 and the time of Maya's disappearance, Larry sent more than 1,000 messages to various spellcasters and psychics. He purchased about 70 spell charms from them, spending more than $1,000. During a search of the home, police officers found a book titled Magical Love Spells. Larry was sending messages to similar witches and warlocks one time a day for sure. He asked for a spell to make Maya suffer some kind of physical injury that would make her unable to move around on her own, maybe become disabled in general, to be completely dependent on her husband. Larry thought that seeing his concern at such a time and the fact that he had not abandoned her in her hour of need, Maya would appreciate his feelings for her. After all, he is such a good man. Here's what he wrote in his messages. I would like a strong spell to bind my wife, Maya Millet, to me forever, to make her love me unconditionally as I love her. I hope you are able to cast a spell to cause bodily harm or maim, but not to kill. Looking at everything that was happening, at how Larry was gradually losing his mind, Maya was finally convinced of her intentions. In December 2020, Maya decided to divorce her husband. Every event in life, like actions, has an initial mechanism, a so-called trigger. Police believe that Larry's desperation to lose his beloved continued to grow by the day. On January 7th, the day authorities believe Maya contacted a divorce attorney. He was frantically trying to overturn my spouse's decision to file for divorce. I'm shaking inside, ready to snap, he wrote to one of the spellers. Earlier in the day, Maya called a divorce lawyer. By the way, attorneys also reported that Maya strategized how she would serve Larry with divorce papers because she was concerned about his reaction. She considered going somewhere else and then suing him, and even made a contingency plan to stay in a friend's vacant apartment. But Maya didn't want to leave her children behind, prosecutors reported. She did not want the children to be with the defendant when he found out she was seeking a divorce. Perhaps Larry's extreme behavior, triggered by jealousy of his spouse, can also be blamed on mental health issues the man had, but had been dormant for a long time. Or maybe he always behaved differently than other people. Just Maya and Larry did not put out of the trash. Larry's behavior was becoming more and more like that of a psychopath. Larry has a truly horrible temper. Maya wrote in a text message in June, according to the case file. In his own home, he created a small altar in the center of which he placed a joint photo with his spouse. Larry smeared the photo with his own blood and placed 4 candles around the edges. On January 23rd, police officers obtained a search warrant for the Millet family home. They found 16 firearms in the home that belonged to Larry. It was determined that 2 of the guns were in his possession illegally. 4 of the guns for which Larry had a license were missing. When asked by police officers where the weapons had disappeared to, the man explained that he had loaned them to his friend and uncle. In May 2021, Larry received a restraining order for the weapons, after which he had to surrender them to the authorities. This was justified by the fact that police found pictures of Larry's young son surrounded by guns in the house. It was possible that the children had access to it. So, fearing for the possibility of them hurting themselves, the court ordered the day after Maya's disappearance at approximately 6:45 a.m. A neighbor's surveillance camera captured the Millet family's black SUV, a Lexus GX 460, driven by Larry. The man returned home at approximately 6 p.m. Where he had been all this time is not known. Another suspicious moment. The car was originally parked in such a way that the back of it was not in view of the neighbor's security cameras. As we remember from the beginning of this story, Maya's family was planning a birthday party for her oldest daughter on January 10, 2021. So when Maya stopped answering calls and texts, one of her siblings traveled to Chula Vista to make sure everything was okay. When Maya's brother met with Larry, the latter told him that his wife had gone to one of her rooms the night before after their argument, locked herself in it, and was not talking to anyone. In the morning, Larry took his son to Solana Beach, a coastal town in San Diego County. And when he returned, Maya was still in the locked bedroom on the 2nd floor. On January 9th, Larry again told Maya's relatives the same story about the locked room, but no one believed him. The relatives demanded that Larry grant them access. When Maya's family entered the room, it was empty. Maya was nowhere to be found in the house. However, her car was parked outside the house. Only her credit card and driver's license were missing. After that, around midnight, Maya's older sister, Chris, filed a missing persons report with the police. It wasn't until January 15th, after his spouse missed his oldest daughter's 11th birthday, that Larry Millet said he was concerned about his wife's fate. In addition, on January 8th, the day after Maya disappeared, Larry did not text any of the psychics. And on January 9th, according to prosecutors, he asked a witch to lift all spells on Maya and cast spells on a man he believed Maya was having an affair with. It is clear that Maya was unlikely to have left her house. Otherwise, the security camera would have recorded it. On that unfortunate day, another strange thing happened. Larry and Maya's children were playing in the yard at about 10 p.m. This event did not go unnoticed by a neighbor of the Millet family. He was surprised by it since it was late and cold outside. At 9:57 p.m., The neighbor's surveillance camera captured the sound of 9 loud bangs. Police speculated that they may well have been gunshots. After audio analysis of the video, police were unable to understand the nature of the sounds. Another coincidence that casts doubt on the man. Larry owned a huge gun collection, including a .40 caliber Smith Wesson pistol, which police were unable to locate in the house, according to court documents. Billy Little, a junior attorney working with Maya's family to investigate the case, was able to uncover one incident that occurred 15 years ago, specifically on the evening of April 30th, 1997 in San Diego's Bay Terrace neighborhood. Maya met Larry Millett in high school after he moved to Hawaii from San Diego with his family. The move may have been prompted by Larry's arrest for a 1997 juvenile gang-related assault. I have reason to believe that Larry was in a gang, the attorney argued. As a juvenile, Larry was arrested for a stabbing. The victim of the attack suffered multiple stab wounds and was rushed to Mercy Hospital, where he eventually recovered. As a rule, criminal records often find their echoes in adulthood. In an interview in January 2021, Larry admitted that he did have an argument with Maya in 2020. As of February 3, 2021, Larry stopped cooperating with the police. On July 22, Larry was officially named a suspect. Investigators assumed that the 41-year-old man killed his wife on the night of January 7, 8, and then disposed of her body. In interviews, Larry told the same story that Maya's relatives had heard about the argument and the room his wife had locked herself in. By a strange coincidence, his phone was turned off for about 11 hours on January 8. Larry didn't show up for work that same day, and no one reliably knew exactly what he was doing. It was impossible to track his whereabouts. Too bad the neighbor's video surveillance camera is a mute witness to the events that unfolded and can't talk. The camera shows Larry driving his car up to the garage in such a way that the rear of the car is not in the frame. Larry may well have known which part the camera was capturing and positioned the car in a convenient manner. During this time, he could safely carry Maya's body through the garage and then loading it into the trunk, drive away to dispose of it. Following his arrest, the man remained in custody and was held without bail. On October 19, 2021, Larry Millett was arrested for the murder of his wife, Maya, based on circumstantial evidence, and the children were given legal custody to his parents. To prevent further emotional trauma, the court barred Larry from having contact with his children. But the man violated that injunction more than once. He called his relatives, who gave him the opportunity to talk on the phone with his children. In total, he made more than 100 phone calls and talked to his children for more than 9 hours. According to prosecutors, during some of the calls, Larry made disparaging comments about Maya's family or asked for news headlines to be read to him. He asked an 11-year-old girl to have her and her 10-year-old sister watch a movie called Shot Caller, an R-rated movie that contains a warning, said Deputy District Attorney Christy Bowles. Essentially, it's a story about a businessman who goes to jail. Larry suggested that children watch it to see what kind of environment he was in. As a result of the court, Larry was stripped of all phone calls except for calling his attorney. However, as early as October 2022, Larry was granted permission to communicate with his children in writing. He was still prohibited from speaking with them through personal visits and the telephone. In order for the children to continue attending their current schools in Chula Vista, they were awarded custody to their paternal grandparents on October 19, 2021. Maya's sister also wanted custody of her nephews, but was denied. Maya's family was allowed to visit the children, but they still wanted to seek full custody of them through the court. The judge ordered Larry Millett's parents to facilitate maternal visitation with the family and work to obtain mental health services for the minors. When visiting the children, relatives are prohibited from discussing any details about ongoing criminal or probate cases with the children. Fairness. The children were left in the care of the parents of their mother's alleged killer in a town where everything reminds them of the tragedy. Maybe the court should have sided with Maya's sister after all, giving custody to her. In June 2022, Larry's lawyer filed an appeal claiming the man was incompetent to stand trial. But after a psychiatric evaluation, Larry Millett was found competent. It is unlikely that an insane man could have been aware of his actions in cleaning up his tracks. When examining Larry's seized cell phone, it was found that all the text messages he wrote to his wife had been deleted. When asked where the correspondence had gone, Larry explained that he simply wanted to free up space on his phone. That's a strange answer because the messages don't take up that much space on the device. During the trial, it turned out that Larry had withdrawn a large amount of money from his bank account. With the money possibly at his disposal, Larry might have been planning to flee, or perhaps he simply intended to relocate and begin a new chapter of life with his children. He now faces serious charges: the murder of his wife and illegal possession of firearms. His trial was initially set for 2024. However, the proceedings have already been delayed and rescheduled multiple times. One possible reason for the postponements could be the reliance on circumstantial evidence. This type of evidence requires inference to link it to a fact, such as finding fingerprints at a crime scene. In contrast, direct evidence straightforwardly supports the truth of a claim without needing interpretation. In other words, without proper legal knowledge or experience, it's easy to become confused by the complexities of such a case, especially when it hinges on circumstantial rather than direct evidence. Regardless, the situation continues to unfold rapidly. What remains painfully clear is the devastation left behind. A family that once appeared successful and stable has been shattered. The mother has vanished, presumed dead. The father sits in jail, seemingly responsible for the unthinkable. And at the heart of it all, 3 innocent children are left behind, deprived of both parents' love. Their young lives, marked forever by trauma, will carry the weight of this tragedy through a world that may remind them time and again, whether through pity or judgment, of the sorrow that began it all. Moving on to the next case. Julie and Tim. In November 1997, the Nist family from Trenton, New Jersey, was preparing for their yearly cruise, a tradition they had enjoyed since tying the knot 6 years earlier. Julie, 29, and her husband Tim, 40, decided to make this trip extra special by celebrating Christmas during the voyage. Wanting to focus on their relationship, they left their 1-year-old daughter, Katie, with her grandparents and traveled to San Juan, Puerto Rico, on November 1st to board the cruise ship. George Skiatopoulos, a crew member on the ship, was instantly captivated by Julie's lively and attractive demeanor. When a fellow crew member joked that Julie was out of his league, George confidently bet that he could win her over. Though only 22 and fresh out of college, the junior engineer carried himself with enough charm to catch Julie's attention. George falsely claimed to be the ship's captain, inflating his age to 28 and inventing impressive accomplishments to win Julie over. The two quickly formed a close connection, meeting daily on the deck and engaging in deep, engaging conversations. Julie, caught up in the romance of the cruise and enchanted by George's stories, remained unaware of his true identity. Tim, familiar with his wife's outgoing personality, noticed their interactions but didn't feel threatened. One evening, during a festive party on board, George asked Julie if she'd like a private tour of the ship. Though hesitant at first, she eventually agreed. In the empty engine room, the tension between them came to a head, leading to a kiss. Still, their relationship remained limited to that single moment of intimacy throughout the rest of the trip. Back home, Julie opened up to a family friend named Tony about her feelings, assuming her attraction to George would fade since they were unlikely to cross paths again. To her surprise, George, still pretending to be the captain, reached out to her. Their connection quickly resumed through daily phone calls, during which George hinted that Tim didn't deserve her. Though Tim occasionally overheard their conversations, he trusted Julie and chose not to question her. Conflicted between the comfort of her family life and the excitement George awakened in her, Julie began to emotionally withdraw. She grew distant from her friends and even seemed cold toward her daughter. Tim, sensing something was off, grew concerned. In an effort to bring back their closeness, he organized a grand surprise party for Julie's 30th birthday on January 3, 1998, inviting many of their friends. Julie's request to go on another cruise, on a specific ship and date, was a calculated move to see George again. Though hesitant, Tim eventually agreed to the trip, and the couple set sail on February 13th. During one of the cruise's dark, quiet nights, George fulfilled the bet he had once made with his fellow crew members. Julie gave in to her feelings, and their intimate encounter left her completely infatuated. Upon returning home, she eagerly shared the experience with Tony, the trusted family friend and godfather to her daughter, Katie. The weight of her confession troubled Tony, and he later admitted to Julie how difficult it was to keep her secret. Nevertheless, Julie remained determined to see George again, despite the risks. To cover her tracks, she planned a family vacation, bringing along her mother and daughter. Julie was eventually forced to reveal her affair to her mother, who strongly disapproved. Still, Julie was undeterred. The trip began in Florida, but on March 26, 1998, she left her mother and daughter behind and traveled alone to Puerto Rico to continue her romance with George. After returning home, Julie's contact with George became barely discreet. They spoke constantly over the phone and exchanged daring love letters through email. Julie even created personal videos to share her daily life with him, all while continuing to live with Tim and use his financial resources. She also returned to her old habits of partying and drinking. Tim, increasingly aware of the shift in their household, suggested they see a marriage counselor after 7 years together. During their very first counseling session, Julie declared that she wanted a divorce, a decision Tim resisted, largely due to the successful business they co-owned, which was bringing in substantial income. Julie, however, had her own plans. She intended to move to Greece with her daughter and begin a new life with George, who was soon due to begin a mandatory 20-month military service there. Hoping to keep him in the U.S., Julie tried to help him avoid conscription by securing a visa, but she didn't have the funds needed to make it happen. To impress her new boyfriend, Julie adopted a strict fitness routine, but the emotional strain began to take a toll. She struggled with sleep and turned to strong sleeping pills for relief. As her mental health declined, she also started taking antidepressants. When George found out, he was enraged and strictly forbade her from using them. Julie ended up losing around 10 kilograms in an effort to return to modeling and earn money. However, unlike Tim, George was possessive and jealous. He strongly opposed the idea and pressured her to give up on it. Nearly everyone in Julie's life, including Cheryl, the woman who had once helped her break into the modeling world, disapproved of her relationship with the Greek man. They had seen Julie and Tim's journey unfold since the day they met at an exclusive yacht club party in July 1989. Tim, who was 11 years older than Julie, was already a successful entrepreneur with his own company and a brand new yacht at the time. Tim had launched his landscape design company in the early 1980s, and it flourished alongside the booming U.S. real estate market. In the beginning, their relationship was strong, though Julie's jealousy quickly became apparent. On one occasion, Tim was waiting at a bar with a woman when Julie showed up unexpectedly. In a fit of rage, she struck Tim, leaving a visible bruise, and also physically attacked the woman, who, it turned out, was merely the secretary of a longtime business associate, helping with work-related matters. The misunderstanding was eventually cleared up and resolved. Tim was caught off guard another time when he arrived at his office and found Julie sitting at his secretary's desk. Flashing a confident smile, she informed him that the former employee was no longer with the company, effectively replacing her and giving Tim little room to object. By stepping into the assistant role, Julie was able to work from home, which gave her more flexibility, both with her time and finances. Despite her involvement in the business, Julie had always held on to a dream of becoming a model. One day, Julie came across an ad for a beauty contest in a newspaper and, feeling confident in her chances, decided to enter. Tim, ever supportive, helped her put together a portfolio of her best photos, which they submitted to the magazine hosting the contest. Unfortunately, the contest turned out to be a scam, an excuse by the publishers to collect free photos for the men's section in the back of their magazine. Julie waited eagerly for a response that never came. Refusing to be ignored, she went directly to the magazine's office and confronted the editor about the promised prize. He accepted her photos and assured her they would be published in the next issue. Julie proudly shared her story with friends and family as she prepared for the upcoming contest. The event was held at an upscale hotel and featured 12 finalists, including Julie. Despite her enthusiasm and effort, only one judge voted in her favor. Still, the experience proved valuable. She formed a friendship with the magazine editor, Cheryl, which ultimately led to Julie becoming the face of the magazine. Her image soon appeared on billboards throughout the city, and she began receiving modeling offers, achieving local celebrity status by the fall of 1990. Julie continued working for Tim while also participating in smaller beauty contests, where she found some success, though she struggled to make a mark on larger platforms. On November 16, 1991, at the age of 23, she and Tim decided to get married. They led an active, unrestricted lifestyle, embracing both work and leisure. By 1997, Julie's modeling career had gained momentum, boosting her income and leading to television appearances. However, with that success came the downside. She began to struggle with alcohol abuse. Although their marriage faced challenges, they generally shared a foundation of mutual love and understanding. Tim was eager to start a family, and they were financially secure enough to support a child. Julie, however, was hesitant, fearing that motherhood might hinder her modeling ambitions. Despite her reservations, she became pregnant in February 1995. According to friends, she continued to drink and smoke during the pregnancy. On November 26, 1996, Julie gave birth to their daughter, Katie Scarlett. The experience of becoming a mother had a deep and transformative impact on her. She embraced her new role. During this time, her mother, Julia, actively helped with Katie's upbringing, though they often disagreed on parenting approaches. Julie soon experienced postpartum depression, partly due to the significant changes in her figure after pregnancy. She withdrew into herself, not attempting to return to her previous condition. Around this time, her relationship with Tim began to deteriorate. By April 1997, they sought family therapy. Julie felt the therapist sided with Tim, but the specialist genuinely tried to address her issues and complexes, uncovering unpleasant aspects of her past. Eventually, the therapist stated that Tim wasn't giving his wife enough attention, leading their marriage to the brink of collapse. Feeling lonely, Julie started socializing with friends more and often came home intoxicated. During this tumultuous time, Tim, following the family therapist's advice, decided to take Julie on a cruise, hoping it would rekindle the warmth and passion in their relationship. However, his hopes were dashed as Julie's newfound passion for another man continued to erode their family life and her own well-being. Due to her secret affair, Julie's mental state worsened. One day, Tim was unable to access important business documents because Julie wouldn't let him into her room. The situation escalated to the point where he had to call the police. And despite Julie's active resistance, Tim retrieved what he needed. Julie developed paranoid thoughts, believing Tim had hired a private detective to follow her. The household atmosphere grew tense, and it became clear that divorce was inevitable. In midsummer, George and Julie met in the States and secretly got engaged. Julie didn't hide her plans to move to Greece, but intended to do so the following year. Around this time, Tim discovered international phone bills totaling $7,000 per month. He finally realized his wife was having an affair with the cruise ship engineer and had been communicating with him behind his back. Furious, Tim decided to divorce Julie, eager to sever all ties with her. In response, Julie tried to restrict Tim's access to their daughter, aiming for full custody to freely move to another country. But Tim resisted. As the couple tried to sort out their issues, Julie's new lover, George, announced he had quit his job and was coming to visit her in New Jersey. The continuous arguments and conflicts with Tim stressed Julie to the point of hair loss, but she believed it was due to being apart from George. She also became jealous of George's interactions with other women and demanded constant contact with him. When George arrived in New Jersey, their relationship spiraled into chaos. He constantly inquired about money and persuaded her to spend more, forcing Julie to ask Tim for funds, further limiting her interaction with her daughter, which greatly irritated Tim. George frequently lied about his financial status, and it was surprising how unremarkable he appeared, making Julie's infatuation with him even more bizarre. Friends and family strongly advised Julie against the relationship, unable to comprehend how she fell for a balding, unemployed, hopeless man with bad teeth who was also manipulative and extremely jealous. Nonetheless, Julie was smitten. She even planned to use her divorce settlement to finance George's hair transplant and dental work. When Tim learned of all this, he was furious that Julie was involving their daughter in the situation. He threatened that if she tried to leave, he would take Katie and Julie would never see her daughter again. This threat seemed to somewhat cool Julie's ardor. She even told friends that her relationship with George had ended, but it didn't last long. Within weeks, she went to Greece with George to test their relationship. They met his parents, and Julie was thrilled with the weekend. Hiding her marital status, daughter's existence, and modeling career due to George's parents' religious beliefs. Back home, Julie dreamed of finalizing her divorce and starting a new life with George. On December 6th, she received the divorce decree and was ready to leave the home she shared with Tim. She left Katie and checked into a hotel where she used large amounts of drugs. On December 8th, Julie traveled to Greece to get married and start a new life with George. George quickly convinced her to open a joint bank account, citing his lack of knowledge of the Greek language. Blinded by love, Julie deposited $80,000 into the account, giving George another $18,000 in cash for additional expenses. All her money. After that, she disappeared without a trace. On January 8th, George called a friend of Julie's to inform him that Julie had disappeared. He said they were supposed to meet outside of McDonald's for a meal. Julie never showed up, and he waited for hours. With no cell phones, he was unable to contact her and reported her missing to police. A short time later, Julie called the same friend and told him about her longing for Kathy and problems with her fiancé. The friend assumed that Julie was planning to leave George and return soon, but Julie never returned to the U.S., and George's call raised serious concerns. He claimed that Julie had disappeared without her passport, allegedly left in her car, and then taken away by the police. However, he could find no witnesses to confirm that the police had taken the passport. It all sounded very dubious, so the friend turned to Tim, the only one who could help. Tim immediately realized that his ex-wife was in serious trouble. She had last contacted relatives in the U.S. on January 7th. There had been no word from her since then, adding to the fears. The police began combing the neighborhood, interviewing possible witnesses, but Julie had no acquaintances in the new place, so they questioned her relatives in New Jersey and looked into her background. Julie Scully, daughter of Julia and John Scully, was born on January 3, 1968. She developed a very close relationship with her father, willing to do anything for his approval. Father and daughter spent much time together, often going fishing. However, on November 10, 1969, Julie's younger brother, John Patrick Scully, was born, drawing all the parental affection, leaving Julie feeling neglected. Julie's mother hailed from a Native American reservation in New Mexico, one of the largest tribes in the United States. Life there was challenging with no electricity or running water, high unemployment, and rampant alcoholism and drug abuse. This led Julie's parents to send her to a boarding school at age 12, hoping to provide her with a better life through English education. Upon reaching adulthood, Julia moved to the city, attempting to adapt to mainstream American life. While working at a psychiatric facility, she became entangled in the world of drugs. During this time, she met a police officer named John in 1964. Their romance blossomed quickly, and they married on July 2, 1965, just 2 days before their anniversary. John later became a patrol officer in one of North Philadelphia's most dangerous neighborhoods. Julia fell pregnant and gave birth to a daughter. John lovingly cared for his daughter, often leaving Julia feeling isolated from the family life. She kept her drug addiction a secret, though her erratic and unpredictable behavior occasionally surfaced. Her situation worsened as she delved into more dangerous drugs. Meanwhile, feeling constantly tired and unable to quit without experiencing severe withdrawal symptoms, Julia soon fell pregnant again, and a younger son joined the family. Already depleted, Julia Scully found it challenging to care for him. In 1973, during a bout of depression, she overdosed on sleeping pills. John found her in time and called for medical help, saving her life. This incident brought her problem to light within the family, complicating matters further. Once a beautiful Native American woman, she now resembled a shadow of her former self. Another suicide attempt followed, but again she was saved. The turmoil within her parents' relationship didn't go unnoticed by the elder daughter, who was 9 years old at the time. On Julie's birthday, her father abruptly left, leaving behind his wife and guests. He was having an affair and sought escape from Julia's addiction, which repulsed him. He stayed only for the sake of their children. His mistress arrived to pick him up, and both Julia and their daughter saw them. They followed John out. John's blatant disregard for the secrecy of his affair deeply hurt both his daughter and wife. Julie blamed herself for her family's troubles, unable to understand the situation's true nature. Julie, who had always been an excellent student, started facing academic troubles. She became popular among her peers and fell into a bad crowd. Her attendance and performance at school declined. Seeing this, her father decided to transfer her to a new school in Kensington. At 12, Julie's attractiveness garnered a lot of attention from boys. The Scully family lived in a troubled neighborhood, heightening her parents' concerns about her future and the risk of falling into substance abuse like her mother. One evening, when Julie's friends were supposed to sleep over, she disappeared from her room with them. When her mother discovered their absence, she panicked and called the police, who found the children in downtown Philadelphia. Julie's relationship with her mother worsened, leading to regular conflicts and scandals. Her rebellious spirit also manifested towards her father, despite their close bond. As a police officer, he always knew where and with whom his daughter spent her time. Seeing his wife's failure in raising their children, he took custody of them while sending Julia to rehab for drug addiction. The family environment became calmer during her absence. Despite Julie's efforts to please her father, her rebellious spirit grew as she matured. She continued spending time with friends, leading to skipped classes and poor grades. Her father, infuriated upon learning this, was dismayed, especially since Julie was only 14. The close and warm relationship they once shared seemed to have vanished. Julie expressed her desire to drop out of school, possibly a cry for attention that she had started seeking on the streets. Her beauty made her the center of attention at every party. In 1982, Julie graduated from high school. Her parents hoped for her to pursue specialized education. So her father, a police officer, helped her get into an engineering college. He appealed to the college director for special admission conditions, emphasizing Julie's Native American heritage. His efforts paid off, and Julie was admitted to the college in the fall of 1983. She had already been leading sexual life in her 18. Julie's brother chose a different path. Despite similar upbringings, he enlisted in the Navy at 16. Around the same time, Julie decided to leave college to seek financial independence. She soon met Neil Ziegler, who was 6 years her senior. Their relationship quickly blossomed, and they secretly married in November 1985, just a few months before Julia's 18th birthday. Her father, initially unaware of her marriage, later supported it, believing it was better for her than staying with her dependent mother. However, the marriage ended in divorce in 1988. Returned to live with her mother, finding a new job but reluctant to contribute to living expenses. Her striking appearance drew attention everywhere, with many mistaking her for a model. Julie gradually began using her beauty to interact with affluent men. Despite outward confidence, she was fragile and desperately sought love, but only found fleeting relationships. It was during one such social gathering that she met her future husband, Tim Nist. After moving out, Julie's mother spent years in therapy and finally overcame her addictions. When Julie and Tim had a daughter, the grandmother eagerly assumed childcare responsibilities, remaining involved even when Julie ran off to Greece with a new lover. After Julie's disappearance became known, her mother described George as truly pitiful. He was unattractive and unpleasant to look at and seemed to have no control over his behavior. The missing woman's mother recounted an incident where she fell victim to George's aggression during an argument with Julie. George shouted and insulted the woman, grabbing her by the throat and pinning her against a wall, not releasing her until he heard threats of police involvement. Julie attempted to end their relationship and called the police after the attack, leading to George's expulsion from the country. Despite this, she soon went to join him in Greece. She actively defended her lover, even taking the blame for the assault. Julie's mother suspected George's involvement in her daughter's disappearance. Following Julie's disappearance, George continued to play the role of an active helper in the search. Julie's close relatives tried to contact the American embassy in Athens, but faced a language barrier as the Greek police stations handling the investigation had no English-speaking staff. The FBI from the USA joined the investigation at this time. It was revealed that George had Julie's passport the entire time. Initially, he claimed to have found it, but changed his story to theft when he learned of the FBI's involvement. His behavior became increasingly suspicious. He attempted to withdraw money from their joint account, but was unable to do so. On January 23, 1999, the the couple was supposed to get married. During this time, news about the missing American woman was broadcast on news channels and radio stations. George angrily called Julie's friend, who had approached the media about the case. He claimed his innocence and even made a public statement in the press, actively giving interviews in an attempt to justify himself. However, 16 days after Julie's disappearance, George was brought in for questioning as the main suspect. George recounted that after moving to Greece, when Julie quickly became disillusioned with both the country and him, she increasingly missed her homeland and daughter and wanted to return. George tried to support her, but the situation worsened, deeply troubling him. In her final days, she cried constantly. At one point, George's mother found out about Julie's former husband and daughter in America. She began to despise Julie and openly expressed her dislike to George, urging him to leave the woman with a troubled past. Conflicts between the lovers became more frequent and severe, leading to their eviction from a hotel. Julie wanted to contact her family, but her lover prevented her from calling relatives and even physically abused her. The police learned that George's mother suffered from schizophrenia and often stayed in a hospital due to her issues. George inherited some of these problems. He had an inflated self-esteem and always behaved arrogantly. He could manipulate others, which was noticed by the missing woman's relatives and friends. At the slightest disagreement, he aggressively attacked his lover. Besides Julie's mother, who had suffered from his violence, Julie herself sustained serious hand injuries, but claimed they were accidental, continuing to live with her tyrant. After 4 hours of conversation with the police, George could not stick to the story he had spread in the media and confessed to killing his lover. He claimed it was an accident. Apparently, the lover genuinely regretted what had happened. He even cried during the interrogation. However, his confessions were confusing and full of contradictions. Initially, he claimed Julie had never disappeared, then again admitted his guilt, and then denied his involvement in the incident. On January 8, 1999, the couple set off on their long-awaited trip to Athens. They were driving along a deserted two-lane highway, enjoying the tranquility and scenery. Calm conversation gradually escalated into a serious conflict. Finally, George decided to stop on a stretch of road where there was no one around. In a fit of rage, he jumped out of the car and attacked his beloved, choking her as tightly as he could. He wanted her to be silent and stop screaming. George told the police that it seemed as if he was watching all this from the outside and lost control of himself. He couldn't stop himself until Julie stopped showing signs of life. The lover claimed that these horrific moments lasted only a few seconds, but investigators knew that strangulation takes at least 3 minutes. Afterwards, George was in a state of shock. He came up with the idea of burning his beloved's body, scattering her ashes in the sea from a cliff, and then jumping after her to reunite with her. George recounted that he attempted suicide by shooting himself with a pneumatic gun, jumping under a truck, and taking an overdose of medication. But all his attempts were unsuccessful. However, he was now at the police station for questioning, indicating that all his thoughts were mere fantasy. In reality, he handled his beloved's body differently. After the murder, George simply threw it in the trunk of his car and drove to the nearest gas station. There he bought gasoline and returned to the crime scene. George dragged the body away from the road near 2 small lakes, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. Due to the rain, the body did not burn completely. At some point, he decided to throw it into the lake, but instead he stuffed the charred corpse back into the trunk and drove to his grandmother's house. There he found a large travel bag and decided to pack Julie's body in it, but by this time it had begun to stiffen and he could not bend it. Moreover, the head did not fit in the bag, so George decided to simply cut it off. He described how he held her head by the hair and lifted it to his face. He remembered seeing terror in her eyes, but she still remained beautiful. So he kissed her on the lips before packing the body in the bag. Then he burned the bag and threw it into a swamp, leaving the head behind. Later, George drove to Kavala, where he threw Julie Scully's head into the Aegean Sea. 19 days after Julie's disappearance, her ex-lover and would-be husband helped detectives find the murder site and the remains. Tim and the victim's family were informed by the police that George had confessed to the crime. The victim's ex-husband went to Greece to bring Julie's body back to her homeland. Meanwhile, the criminal recounted what he had done to the woman in a live broadcast. Learning of his misdeed, The murderer's mother suffered a stroke, and his grandmother was shocked. The Greek authorities stated it was one of the most horrific murders they had known at the time. Tim's father declared that the lover should have died along with his beloved. Despite this, numerous articles emerged blaming the victim herself for what happened. The victim's family believed her lover initially used Julie for money as soon as he heard about her wealthy husband. He persuaded her to divorce and win a large settlement in court, which she was supposed to invest in his business. However, before her death, Julie finally realized his true intentions and refused to fund his projects, leading to her becoming a victim. The trial of George Skiatopoulos began on November 27, 1999. In the Greek justice system, trials are conducted by 3 judges simultaneously instead of a jury, significantly speeding up the process. Additionally, there were no defense witnesses present at the hearings. George gave horrific confessions that lasted about 5 hours. His lawyers tried to argue insanity, citing that the criminal's mother suffered from schizophrenia and he might have inherited mental problems. Meanwhile, the accused himself requested the death penalty, although capital punishment was prohibited in Greece. Eventually, on December 6, the court unanimously sentenced George Skiatopoulos to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole on all charges. However, the Greek justice system had its flaws. In 2002, George filed an appeal, claiming he had been insane at the time of the murder. As a result, his sentence was reduced to 23 years, with the possibility of further appeals. By 2007, he was released and now lives with a new family in the city of Kavala. Meanwhile, in the United States, Julie's ex-husband, Tim Nist, became a steady source of support for her grieving family and friends. Despite the betrayal he had endured, Tim showed immense dignity, taking full responsibility for organizing Julie's funeral. After the service, he received a memory journal compiled by Julie's friends for their daughter, Katie. The entries aimed to capture Julie's life in a warm and compassionate light. When Katie grows up, she deserves to know that her mother loved her deeply and was a cherished, kind-hearted woman. Love is a powerful emotion, capable of bringing joy and fulfillment, but when mixed with impulsiveness, it can sometimes blur judgment and lead to harmful consequences. In many situations, people are able to recognize the risks in time and take steps to protect themselves. Sadly, Julie's situation took a different path. Her story stands as a cautionary tale, underscoring the importance of prioritizing safety and well-being, even when emotions like love are involved. Moving on to the next case. Karolin Wasilewski. On the evening of November 8, 1954, 14-year-old Karolin Wasilewski was last seen around 6:15 p.m. as she left her home on Marldale Avenue in Baltimore, Maryland. A student at Southern High School, Karolin was the eldest of 7 siblings. She was known by the nickname Peaches and was said to associate with a group of teenagers often referred to as drapes, a subculture that would later be more commonly recognized as greasers. That night, Karolin told her parents she was going to meet a friend to register for a winter dance program at Morrill Park Elementary School. The friend, 16-year-old Peggy Lamanna, lived in a nearby trailer park off Washington Boulevard and was expected to meet her there. But Karolin never made it back home. As the night wore on and she still hadn't returned, her parents became increasingly worried and desperate for answers. Karolin's parents searched the streets in a desperate attempt to find their missing daughter, but when their efforts turned up nothing, they contacted the police to report her disappearance. The next morning, around 7 a.m., a train engineer en route to Baltimore spotted a body lying on the tracks beneath the Belvedere Avenue Bridge. Authorities were called to the scene, and the remains were soon identified as Karolin's. Her body showed signs of trauma. She had cuts, bruises, a broken finger, a fractured jaw, and broken ribs. Notably, her skirt and shoes were missing, and the name Paul had been written in lipstick on her right thigh. The medical examiner later determined that Karolin had died from a skull fracture. Although her injuries were severe, there was no evidence of a violent sexual assault. It's believed she died around 11 p.m., shortly after the last train had passed through the area at 10:30. On Gable Avenue, not far from her residence, law enforcement discovered several blood stains and a few personal items belonging to Karolin. At the time, the Baltimore Sun reported that long before she was identified, police had concluded that the murder had occurred elsewhere and she had been thrown from the bridge or dragged down a bank to the tracks. They theorized that she had been thrown from the bridge above as some blood was found on the railing. They also had witnesses who'd seen a 2-ton car on the bridge which sped away, running a red light when another vehicle approached. They believed she had been attacked in a vacant lot near the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad's Mount Winans yard. Her shoes were found here, but her skirt was never recovered. Over the course of the investigation, around 300 people were questioned by the police. Many of those investigated were part of the Drape crowd, including a 22-year-old known as Rocky, who'd allegedly had a date with Carolyn on the night of her death. He was difficult to track down, but was never considered a serious suspect by investigators. The connection Carolyn had to the Drapes made for a media circus at the time, with much of the attention being on these young people whom both the public and the police disliked, with some suggesting that the 14-year-old was culpable for her own murder for running with such a rough crowd. Interestingly, a 45-year-old man named Ralph Garrett was found dead just days after the crime. Garrett lived near the crime scene and was reportedly seen talking with Carolyn on several occasions before her death. Furthermore, a man matching his description was seen loitering around Belvedere Avenue Bridge on the night of the murder, and he was out for most of that evening, not coming home until the following morning. Days after Carolyn was killed, Garrett's body was found hanging by a belt from the brake wheel of a gondola, sitting on a siding in the rail yard, opposite the vacant lot where Carolyn had been attacked. His wife maintained that his suicide was not connected to Carolyn's death, and the police agreed with her conclusion. Garrett had been questioned in relation to the teenager's death, but was quickly dismissed as a possible suspect. Reportedly, police felt he was not the culprit, as his tires did not match those found at the scene, which were believed to be from the perpetrator's vehicle. Furthermore, no blood was found in his car. Notably, on November 1st, just a week before her death, Carolyn testified in what is described as a carnal knowledge case involving one of her female friends. According to some sources, the case involved Ralph Garrett, who allegedly assaulted one of Carolyn's friends, and the 14-year-old had been warned against testifying, although it's unclear who threatened her. As for the name Paul, police believe that it may have referred to a 20-year-old man in prison whom Carolyn was obsessed with. Carolyn was said to have kept a photo of Paul and wrote to him every day. Paul told investigators that the person responsible for her death likely knew her and even gave them a list of possible suspects. However, none of those leads led to a breakthrough. Carolyn's funeral took place on November 12, 1954, and she was laid to rest in Holy Redeemer Cemetery, near her grandfather's grave. To this day, her murder remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Holly Williams. With the rise of information technology, online comments have become a regular part of daily life. Every minute, people across the globe share their thoughts in various ways. Some leave remarks on photos or posts, while others review books or movies. Feedback on services has become especially widespread, particularly in fields like cosmetology, hairdressing, construction, retail, and healthcare. You've likely read or written such comments yourself. These reviews often reveal the nature and quality of a service. But the criminal case you're about to read defies expectations in startling ways. In this story, irrationality meets madness. And the most shocking detail is that the person who ordered the crime actually left a glowing review online after the deed was done. That careless move proved to be his undoing, ultimately helping investigators crack the case. It all began on March 12, 2020, on the outskirts of Nashville, Tennessee. That day, a construction worker stumbled upon a chilling scene. The bodies of 33-year-old Holly Williams and her ex-boyfriend, 36-year-old William Lanway, inside a white 2005 Acura sedan. The man immediately alerted emergency services and reported what he had found. When first responders arrived, they confirmed that the couple had been shot. No one could have anticipated that the investigation, which would stretch over 3 years, would uncover a web of secrets and expose numerous dark truths. But in the end, justice would be served. The perpetrators would be caught and held accountable, and their downfall would stand as a cautionary tale. Holly Williams was born on January 14, 1987, in Nashville. Friends described her in different ways. Some saw her as gentle and reserved, while others noted her as independent and strong-willed. From a young age, Holly was drawn to beauty, whether in people or the world around her. She had a natural appreciation for aesthetics and aspired to work in the beauty industry. Her dreams became reality. In mid-2017, she graduated from the Georgia Career Institute in Murfreesboro, and by September, she had officially earned her cosmetologist license. Holly eventually launched her own business, Shine Aesthetics, which focused on makeup services, grooming treatments, and eyelash extensions. She was not only the owner but also the face of the salon, always polished, attractive, and approachable. According to a friend, Holly was exceptionally talented at her craft. She attracted many admirers, but her heart belonged to an eccentric man named William Lanway. Their relationship was tumultuous and unpredictable. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. William was infatuated with Holly, often wooing her with charm and grand romantic gestures. However, his expressions of love frequently gave way to jealousy and heated arguments. Over time, it became clear that William was a manipulative person who knew exactly how to apologize and keep the cycle of emotional highs and lows going. He relied on typical tactics, apologizing, offering flowers and gifts, making promises to change. Despite everything, Holly kept returning to the toxic relationship. William's unstable behavior was later attributed to a troubled childhood and unresolved trauma from his first marriage. However, this does not justify his actions in later life. Bill Lanway. William Lanway, better known as Bill, was born on March 17, 1983 in Clarksville, Montgomery County, Tennessee. The boy spent his first years in the love of his mother and the rest of his relatives. Later, however, a terrible tragedy occurred. At the age of 26, Candy Kay, William's mother, died. At that time, he was 3.5 years old. It is known that her husband, who stabbed his wife almost in front of his son, was responsible for the young woman's untimely departure. Before that, Lanway threatened to shoot himself and William if his mother did not return on time from the store. Perhaps the man had mental problems or was violently jealous of his wife and lost control of himself. Either way, this event left an indelible mark on Bill. Subsequently, his upbringing was taken up by the closest relatives. He grew up with proper care and protection. In 20 years, the young man married Dana Rucker. 3 years later, the spouses had a long-awaited daughter. Madison Kay did not know the misfortune that her father experienced. The couple adored their daughter, showering her with love and affection. But once again, fate dealt a cruel blow. Their little girl was diagnosed with brain cancer, a devastating illness. Despite every effort, the treatments failed, and on September 21, 2011, Madison passed away, becoming, in her parents' words, an angel. Chada Lanway was shattered by the loss, and the emotional toll on both parents was immense. Over time, the marriage unraveled under the weight of grief, and the couple eventually divorced. Billy sank into a deep depression, becoming withdrawn and emotionally distant. Though he tried to maintain a calm exterior, he occasionally suffered from emotional breakdowns and bouts of anger. He eventually found solace in his work as a mechanic, which friends said helped lift him from his lowest point. But the person who finally pulled him out of that darkness was a new woman who entered his life. For a time, it seemed like life had taken a turn for the better for Bill when he met Holly Williams. His outgoing personality helped him make connections easily, especially in social settings like parties or bars, where he came across as lively and engaging. The two were instantly drawn to each other and soon began dating. In the beginning, their relationship was joyful and full of shared moments. But over time, the harmony faded. Bill began initiating arguments and eventually became physically abusive toward Holly. When she started to see the danger and considered leaving, Bill used emotional manipulation, especially by invoking memories of his late daughter, to guilt her into staying. Holly, out of empathy, continued trying to support him, but everyone's patience has limits. Her growing resolve to escape the toxic relationship only enraged Bill further. He responded to conflict with violence, escalating each situation with aggression. Holly, now genuinely fearful for her life, reached her breaking point after one particularly violent altercation, one that would ultimately become the turning point. When Williams returned from work, she found her favorite dog without signs of life. Until that moment, the health of the pet was not in doubt. Therefore, despite the fact that the boyfriend denied his involvement, she decided that it was his doing. Thus, he took revenge on her and threatened her for the future. After that, the young people finally parted. Nevertheless, Bill did not leave her alone, calling and stalking her. On one such day between them, there was another altercation which ended in a showdown in the police. Bill was arrested for aggravated assault as well as kidnapping. Holly got a restraining order against him. However, just a week later, the two were found dead. An accident or a double murder? To a random eyewitness who called the emergency services, it seemed that the car found was involved in a traffic accident. The vehicle was at a construction site in the southwest part of the city. It had apparently rolled onto the curb and hit a tree. The reporting party believed that the people inside were injured in the accident. However, that was not what actually happened. Police noted that the man and woman were in the back seat in an unnatural position. In addition, the couple had gunshot wounds. The marks that were found in the passenger compartment were uncharacteristic of a typical impact in a collision. Also, the victims had no identification or personal belongings on them. When the victims were identified, it came as a surprise to law enforcement officers that they were dealing with a couple that had recently been in police reports. Versions. The first theory put forward by detectives was a crime of passion. It was assumed that Bill killed Holly and then ended his life. However, soon this version was excluded. When communicating with the close entourage of the couple confirmed that in recent months, the relationship between them was really heated. Holly even installed reinforced locks and CCTV cameras in the house. When reviewing the footage, it was found that Bill had come to her house more than once, wandering around looking for something. But what he was doing it for was unclear. However, such behavior spoke of the man's fixation and unwillingness to let go of the past. Later found witnesses who claimed that they saw the couple in the evening of March 11th calmly talking to each other. No aggression at the same time. Bill was not noted. Perhaps their relationship was experiencing a new round, or they decided to keep friendly communication. In any case, the initial assumption of the investigators was dispelled. No murder weapon was found during the examination of the vehicle. If the man killed the woman and then committed suicide, where did the gun go? At the same time, the forensic results established that Bill could not have inflicted such wounds on himself, and every bullet fired was fatal. It looked like someone who knew how to handle firearms was at work. Things like cell phone, documents, and money were found in everyone's house, which means their trip wasn't a long or planned one. Holly and Bill may have been victims of kidnapping and murder. One thing is clear: they were murdered, then stuffed inside the car, and then pushed off the side of the road. A third person wanted to stage the accident to cover up another crime, but he didn't do it properly, maybe in a hurry. At the same time, no evidence or fingerprints were found in the car. The investigation suggested another version of what happened was revenge. After the detectives talked to the relatives of the victims, it turned out that because of the fiery temper, Bill has not once got into trouble. It's possible that he had ill-wishers and enemies, and his behavior could have provoked someone to retaliate. But even that hardly explained the death of his ex-girlfriend. She was the complete opposite, calm and peaceful, but at the same time could have been an unwanted witness to something. Investigation. In search of the perpetrator, recent contacts of the victims were studied. The contents of mobile devices and laptops were analyzed. Curious information came to light. The same number was listed in the messengers of both. However, it was not possible to check it at once, which only heightened suspicions. Such numbers are usually used to conceal identity and are often associated with bad purposes. However, this method is not 100% secret because it leaves a trace that can be detected by an experienced programmer. To identify the owner of the number, the authorities had to turn to the specialists of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. In parallel, there was a study of CCTV footage from Holly's house. It turned out that shortly before the tragic events, 3 unknown men broke into her home. All were thoroughly prepared, dressed in black clothes, faces hidden under a mask. It was unclear what they were looking for, as they did not take anything with them. It is worth noting that there were many valuable things in the woman's house. The intruders carefully examined the house, studied it. When they found one of the cameras, they tried to disconnect it. However, apparently they were not afraid of being caught and were confident in their impunity. After they left, returned from work, she noticed the stranger's presence and became very frightened. She barricaded the doors overnight and changed the lock the next day. Poor thing was trying to protect herself. But from whom and for what reason? Detectives had doubts about the woman's identity. Perhaps her fears were unfounded and she was being threatened. However, what could Holly be involved in? Detectives decided to delve into her line of work and discovered the following. Layla Love. The beauty parlor wasn't Holly's only source of income. No, she was not engaged in substance trafficking or smuggling. From the age of 18, the girl worked part-time as an escort. It was there that she earned a lot of money as she served VIP clients and personal business was used as a hobby, as well as a cover and concealment of income. In the intimate sphere, Holly was known as Layla Love and dealt only with wealthy men. Others couldn't afford her. Holly's duties included different services: escorting to events, massage, striptease, or passionate night. It must be said that she had quite a large client base. Her bright appearance attracted men, and they were ready to do anything for the time spent with her next to her. During this period, she earned a large sum and ensured a trouble-free life. At the same time, gained a lot of envious people, persecutors, and enemies. The fact is that the woman did not particularly hide her second profession. Of course, she did not shout about it at every turn, but her close friends as well as Bill knew about it. It turned out that at the beginning of the relationship, she honestly confessed everything to Lonaway. Because of her large income, she did not want to stop working and considered it a mere formality. However, it wasn't. Her occupation could turn against her and attract dangerous clients. It was quite possible that the men who broke into her house were related to this. The CCTV images of the men were later released to the public, but due to the poor quality of the images, their release was not positive. First suspect. Clarification in the investigation came after the wanted subscriber was identified. He turned out to be a 30-year-old resident of North Carolina named Adam Carey. It turned out that the man is a former military man with special training, was convicted, currently working in a private security organization. In fact, he was a real mercenary and a killing machine. Remarkably, Adam's photo matched the man's face that Holly's camera captured. Detectives got into his background and found out that he's a pretty nasty character. He had previously served a 4-month sentence for impersonating a police officer. During the search in his apartment were found weapons, silencers, and telescopic sights, components of explosives, flashbang grenades. Curiously, he got off with a laughable sentence for possession of such a large amount of dangerous weapons, which means he had strong support and protection. It took investigators a lot of work to figure out the connection between Holly, her ex-boyfriend, and the mercenary. Since Adam was proficient in all kinds of weapons and fighting techniques, his job was to carry out serious assignments and guard dignitaries. After he came to the attention of the police, it was decided to bring the man in for questioning. For a long time, they could not get anything substantial out of him. Eventually, he was detained and given time to think about the situation. In the meantime, the investigators turned their attention to another figure who had surfaced as a result of examining the victim's contacts. There was someone else of interest among them. Lovers. Holly's hot fan turned out to be Eric Charles Mon, owner of Mon Toyota car dealership out of Austin, Texas. All in all, quite a famous person. For everyone around him, Mr. Mond was a model family man and father. In fact, he had weaknesses peculiar to many men, extramarital affairs on the side. The businessman often came to Nashville to visit his son, studying at a local college. At the same time, he was satisfying his secret desires. One day he met Holly, who impressed him with her appearance. They began to see each other periodically. On February 3, 2020, Eric, using an alias, contacted Holly by email. He said that he would soon be in town and hoped to meet him. A few days later, he again reminded me of himself. The next letter said, "Good morning, beautiful. I'm looking forward to today. I'm in Nashville. I'll meet you at the bar like last time. Text me when you get there." Apparently, the date went as arranged. However, on March 1st, he received several threatening messages. The unknown person blackmailed him that if he did not receive $25,000 for his silence, he would tell his wife about the secret connection, ruin his reputation and family. Naturally, this state of affairs did not suit the man, except he didn't realize who was really behind the correspondence. A private security agency. It is known that after that, Eric Charles Mon turned to his 47-year-old acquaintance whose name was Gilad Peled. Gilad was consulting for a dealership to solve the parking lot homelessness problem and had a private security agency where, by a strange coincidence, the arrested Adam Carey worked. All that is known about the owner of the firm is that he organized his business after returning to Texas from Israel, where he had been living for some time. However, his company was not going through the best of times. The reason for this was the fact that the citizens of Texas have the ability to defend themselves independently and carry weapons. Despite this, there were still orders, but the security services were not very popular. Therefore, when Gilead was approached by Eric, the owner of the company was happy to get such a well-known and profitable client. A few weeks later, just after the murder of Holly and Bill, Eric left a positive comment on the site where private security companies are registered. At first glance, his comment contained nothing unusual. Eric praised the work done by Gilead's staff and was pleased with the result. There seemed to be a real breakthrough in the investigation. There was a connection between the murdered men, the suspect, and the wealthy businessman. The only thing left to do was to get Adam to talk and unravel this tangle of secrets. Mercenaries. The detectives warned Adam Carey that keeping quiet was useless. It would only get worse. Slowly, he began to talk and explain that Eric Mond had been outed to his boss. Eric complained of harassment and extortion, suspected his mistress, and asked him to look into it. For these purposes, Gilad Peld turned to Adam and his 46-year-old partner, Brian Brockway, from Austin. The latter also happened to be an ex-military infantryman capable of performing combat missions. Initially, they were required to find out the sender of the messages and intimidate him. Adam reported everything to Gilad, as evidenced by the Discovered Progress report, which resembled mostly military reports. The surveillance revealed that the man who had threatened the customer was Bill Lonaway. Holly had no idea what was going on behind her back. After the breakup, the former boyfriend was very angry and decided to set her up, and at the same time to get rich. He found out about the relationship between Holly and Eric Mond and started texting him under an assumed name. When the truth came out, the monitors reported everything to the management. However, their mission was soon adjusted. Among the instructions was to silence unwanted witnesses to the affair by any means necessary. Eric Mond was terrified because after it became clear that the extortionist is Bill Lonaway, Bill again claimed to be the one. On March 11th, Eric's house received a phone call. If his wife picked up the phone, his secret would be revealed and the most famous family in Austin would be ruined. Gilad proposed to the customer of his services to deal with the stalker and at the same time to deal with the girl according to the laws of Hollywood action movies. He agreed and offered $750,000 for the job. Holly and Bill's days were numbered. Order. On March 12, 2020, Holly and her ex-boyfriend were seen leaving the house together. The couple then proceeded to the parking lot and got into a car. Apparently, they decided to drive somewhere for a while as they did not bring any belongings with them. Since the young people were being followed, they were quickly intercepted by an armed Adam and Brian. Bill and Holly were kidnapped. Their vehicle was then moved to a construction site on Old Hickory Boulevard. They were shot at the site, after which they left their bodies in the car and dumped down an embankment. In the hours that followed, the mercenaries worked to remove evidence and connections to the crime. They also recovered the car they had rented for the monstrous mission. After the deed was done, the trio dispersed in different directions. The order was fulfilled. However, the mercenaries left a legacy. Eric Mond had set himself up and clearly rushed to a positive review. Arrests. After Adam Carey, Brian Brockway, and Gilad Peld were arrested, the detectives went on the sly. They wanted to catch the customer red-handed, so they asked one of them to contact him and make up a story. Gilad called Eric and said that one of his partners learned about what had happened and demanded to enter the share. The head of the security agency offered to get rid of him, the same way he had done with Holly and Bill. Despite the fact that Eric Mond was very angry, he agreed to commit another massacre. He didn't care how many people died. The main thing for him was to keep the secret and feel safe. On December 10, 2021, the famous businessman was detained. All four were charged with contract murder. Of all the accused, only Eric repented of what he had done. The rest of the mercenaries did not express the slightest regret. Before Gilad and Brian were arrested, they had been bugged. The men joked that the couple killed got off easy. During the interrogations, the customer tried to turn the tables on the perpetrators. Allegedly, they misunderstood the task, and he only wanted to get the extortionist out and scare. However, When the detectives presented evidence of his involvement in the crime, he confessed to everything and confirmed the criminal conspiracy. Justice. In November 2023, court hearings began and lasted 2 weeks. It was established that the black plot took place in early March 2020. Transactions between the defendants proved the withdrawals and transfers of money. On March 5th, Eric paid Gilad $15,000 as an advance payment. The manager of the security company was responsible for each employee's bank account. On March 9th, Holly and Bill were placed under surveillance. 3 days later, Mond wired another $150,000. This became a kind of signal to start the operation. After the order was completed, the participants in the crime received the balance. Cumulatively, in March 2023, $750,000 came from the famous car dealer. It took the jury 7 hours to reach a verdict. On November 17th, Brian and Adam were found guilty of contract murder resulting in death, as well as conspiracy to commit kidnapping and kidnapping resulting in death. Held was also found guilty of the charges. Prior to trial, he entered into a plea agreement against his co-defendants. On November 30th of the same year, justice also caught up with Eric Mond. He was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder for hire, but not guilty of kidnapping resulting in death. All the defendants were sentenced to life in prison without parole. The businessman's legal team announced plans to appeal the sole conviction that remained following the trial. After the verdict, the prosecution expressed satisfaction with the sentence handed down by the court. The lead detective in the case shared a sense of closure, stating that justice had been served now that the perpetrators were identified, brought to trial, and appropriately punished. Still, he acknowledged that no verdict could ever truly mend the loss suffered by the victims' loved ones. Their families never deserved such heartbreak, and neither Holly nor Bill deserved to die, he stated. Sadly, this case stands as a stark reminder of how life can turn both unpredictable and tragic. Holly, caught in a web spun by her ex-boyfriend and his dangerous associates, was an unwitting victim. Illicit passion carries consequences, and dirty money always comes at a cost. As for Bill, despite his faults, he, too, didn't deserve the fate he met. Ironically, through his own choices, he sealed not only Holly's fate, but his own as well. Moving on to the next case. Jana Murray. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple robbery, but as investigators looked further, a far more chilling reality emerged. This is the harrowing case known as the Lululemon murder. We're often taught to help those in distress, yet our actions don't always align with that principle. Employees at the Apple store, located next to a Lululemon Athletica outlet, heard a woman screaming in panic but chose not to intervene. Unbeknownst to them, those desperate cries were coming from a woman being assaulted by a violent criminal. The following day, news of Jana Murray's brutal and tragic death spread quickly. But this case was far from straightforward. What motivated the attack? Why was Jana targeted? Had she done something to provoke such a cruel act? Her story is unsettling, mysterious, and difficult to comprehend. Born on November 22, 1980, in Wichita, Kansas, Jana was the daughter of David Murray and Phyllis Roslian. As she grew older, she developed a deep thirst for adventure. Throughout her life, she volunteered regularly and had a strong passion for both animals and dance. Jana's family and friends described her as someone with a radiant smile and a vibrant spirit. She had a deep love for travel and adventure. Of all the places she dreamed of visiting, Antarctica was the only one left on her list. Her adventurous nature was clear even in her youth. On her 30th birthday, she recorded herself bungee jumping. Alongside her thrill-seeking side, Jana was also dedicated to her studies, excelling academically and earning a scholarship to study in Madrid, Spain. Jana spent 2 years studying at St. Louis University before earning her Bachelor of Science degree from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. However, her academic journey didn't end there. Driven to achieve more, she went on to pursue a double master's degree in communication and business administration at Johns Hopkins University, also in D.C. During her studies, she wrote her master's thesis on Lululemon Athletica, a premium yoga and athletic wear brand, making it fitting that she eventually secured a job with the company. Lululemon was impressed by Jana's strong business skills and prior work experience, leading to her being hired immediately. In 2011, she took on the role of sales team leader at the Lululemon store in Bethesda, Maryland. At the same time, she was nearing completion of her second master's degree. Jana was also in a steady relationship with her longtime boyfriend, Fraser Bosell, who was secretly shopping for engagement rings, preparing to propose. Life seemed to be falling perfectly into place for Jana. She had a fulfilling career, academic success, and was on the brink of starting a new chapter with the man she loved. Tragically, Jana would never get the chance to say yes to Fraser. On March 11, 2011, events took a horrifying turn. The next morning, on March 12th, Rachel, the manager of the Lululemon store, arrived just before 8 a.m. to open up and prepare for the day. Bethesda, Maryland, was considered a safe community, but when she reached the store, she was stunned to find the front door already open. The moment Rachel stepped inside, it was clear that something was terribly wrong. The store was in complete disarray. The scene inside the store was even more horrifying. Mannequins and clothing were scattered everywhere, and blood covered the floors, walls, and even the ceiling. As Rachel tried to make sense of the chaos, she suddenly heard a faint moaning sound, as if someone was injured. Overwhelmed by fear, shock, and disbelief, she ran out of the store in a panic. A man named Ryan, who was waiting nearby, noticed how distressed she looked and offered to go inside with her to see what was going on. Together, they re-entered the store, and Ryan made his way to the back area, where the office, fitting rooms, restrooms, and emergency exit were located. The floor was marked with bloody footprints, but nothing could have prepared Ryan for what he was about to find next. In the office, Ryan discovered a woman with long blonde hair lying face down. It was a disturbing sight that left him momentarily stunned. Then he heard another moan coming from the bathroom. Inside, he found a second woman, injured, with her hands and feet bound by zip ties, but she was still alive. Thankfully, he acted quickly and instructed Rachel, who was still near the entrance, to call 911. Emergency responders arrived shortly after and were met with the horrifying scene inside the store. Their immediate priority was to identify the two women involved. Tragically, the woman found dead was identified as 30-year-old Jana Murray. The survivor was 28-year-old Brittany Norwood, a fellow sales associate who had transferred to the Bethesda location from a Georgetown store just 6 weeks earlier. Brittany was injured, with wounds on her legs, arms, abdomen, and face, and her hands and feet were restrained with zip ties. Investigators initially believed that both women had been assaulted, as their pants appeared to have been deliberately slashed. Brittany was rushed to a nearby hospital in Bethesda, physically alive but emotionally shattered by the ordeal. To protect the store while Brittany was being treated at the hospital, police taped it off and took a better look at Jana. It would be too mild to say that it was a violent scene. Jana had almost 331 cuts, and more than half of them were on her face and chest. There were 6 different guns lying around the store that did the harm. There was a hammer, a box cutter, a wrench, and a knife in the group of tools that looked like they came from a Lululemon toolbox. A ligature was tied around Jana's neck. It wasn't so tight that it looked like it had been used against her, but it was still strange. An autopsy was done on Jana's body to find out how she died, and her parents and boyfriend were told about her sudden and sad death. It's not even close to enough to say how deeply moved this made them. The man who was going to marry Jana was more than just heartbroken. There were over 100 different defensive cuts on Jana's body, which showed that she had fought for her life. It was the wound on the back of her neck that killed her. Since the trail she left went to the back door of the store, it looked like she had tried to get away from the attack and was still alive for most of it. There was even blood on the handle of the emergency door, and a key that only Jana had was stuck in the door. Additionally, the attack lasted around 20 minutes. It is so upsetting to think that this young woman lived through the whole thing. It doesn't make sense. The cops had to act quickly because they wanted to catch the person who had attacked Jana and Brittany so badly. But there were some problems that got in the way. It was impossible to tell who got into Lululemon because they didn't have any security cams outside. It seems like the brand isn't being very careful with this. If someone stole something from the store, wouldn't you want to try to catch their license plate as they drove off? Police looked at video from the night before because that was the only camera nearby, and it was in front of the Apple store. At the time that Brittany and Jana were supposedly attacked, police did see 2 men in dark clothes, walking on the sidewalk, probably heading towards Lululemon. However, Because the camera was far from the store, they weren't sure if those men had anything to do with Jana's death or Brittany's injuries. The cops took note of this fact, but they had to ask Brittany, who was the only person who had survived, what had happened the night before. Detective Deanna Mackey from the Montgomery County Police Department went to see Brittany the same day. She was healing well, because most of her injuries were on the surface. Brittany finally told Detective Mackey what was going on, even though she had been clearly uncomfortable with being touched. Brittany said that she and Jana worked the closing shift on March 11, 2011, around 9 p.m. In general, Brittany took the train to and from work, while Jana drove her car. The women shut down the store and went their separate ways. Brittany found out that she had left her Metro card at the store when she got to the train stop. She called another worker in the store right away to try to get Jane's number since that worker had the store's keys. Brittany called Jane and told her what was going on as soon as she got it. Jane turned around and went back to the shop to help Brittany get her Metro card back, even though she was almost home. When the two women got to Lululemon, Jane parked her car right outside the store, because she thought she would only be there for a short time. At 10:05 p.m., Jana unlocked the door with Brittany following behind. Two men in ski masks, gloves, and all black clothes pushed them in. Detective Mackey thought that the men who attacked were the same ones who could be seen walking on CTV around the time of the attack. Brittany thought they were thieves who would leave them alone after they emptied the cash machines. But things went very badly wrong. Brittany went on to describe the people who attacked. The two guys, one taller than the other, were probably in their mid-20s, and she thought they were white. The shorter guy hit Brittany, and the bigger guy grabbed Jana. After putting the women down, they told Brittany that they knew where she lived. Brittany had utility bills in her purse that had her address on them, so it's clear where the thieves got the information. She also had her ID with her, which would have also shown her home. When Brittany heard this, she looked really scared. She then said that their trousers were torn and that they had been raped while being attacked and called racist slurs. She heard Jana scream and cry too, but she couldn't do anything about it. Jana finally stopped talking and Brittany knew that she had died. Brittany was scared when she heard Jana's silence. She was sure that the same thing would happen to her again. It was just as she was getting ready for the worst that the attackers offered to spare her life. Why? She was said to be fun to take advantage of. The bad people who did this to Brittany tied her up, took the money, and then left her in one of the bathrooms where she was later found. Brittany was completely and utterly traumatized during her session with Detective Mackey. The conversation had to end so that the crime scene could be searched for forensic evidence that could help find the DNA of the two attackers. During this time, the police chose to follow Brittany's lead. They set up a watch in front of the Lululemon store and questioned the two mysterious men who were dressed in black. But soon after this meeting, the police ran into trouble. The two men worked as waiters at a nearby restaurant. Since they both lived in the same area, they took the same route home every day. What about their dark clothes, though? The two men were seen walking down the same pavement every day, as seen on a lot of CCTV video from nights before that, around the same time. They were dressed as waiters, so the black clothes were appropriate. Additionally, they had strong denials at the time of Jana's attack, and they were even ready to give their DNA and shoe prints to help with the investigation. This whole bunch of evidence was sent to be matched up with pictures of the crime scene. On March 16, 2011, Brittany was asked to come in for another interview to find out more. During the conversation, the police asked the people what kind of car Jana drove. Brittany gave a negative answer and was let go home after some simple questions. Brittany's brothers called the police the next day to say that Brittany had something to say about the car. People who knew Brittany said she was afraid to say more about the car because she thought the attacks would come after her again. The next day, on March 18th, Brittany was called in for another interview. This time she admitted that she knew what Jane's car looked like because the thieves made her move it. The attackers told Brittany to move Jane's car away from the store before they attacked her. She was told that she was being watched and that she would be killed if she didn't come back right away. Brittany was moving Jana's car by herself when she saw a police officer on watch. She didn't stop him because she was afraid of being caught because the thieves knew where she lived. The cops started to think that Brittany was telling them the truth, which was strange. Do you remember the claim of abuse and how both Jana and Brittany had their trousers slashed? Finally, after 6 days of investigations, the forensic reports came back. What they showed was amazing. The story said that neither of the women had been abused. As proof was being looked for at the crime scene, only DNA from Jana and Brittany was found all over the place. There was no male DNA at the crime scene, on Jana or on Brittany. The two workers' DNA wasn't found in the store or on the women, which took them off the list of possible suspects. What the tracks also said about Brittany's story was very interesting. To begin, the tracks were only found inside the store. If the thieves came from the outside, their tracks would have been seen outside the store as well. There was nothing though. There is only one possible way to explain this strange message. Either the attackers changed their shoes before leaving, which is very inconvenient and not required, or the person who did this horrible crime was inside the store the whole time. The interesting thing is that the smaller tracks found at the scene matched Brittany's shoes, while the bigger print belonged to a US size 14 shoe. This could have been one of the attackers' shoes. The cops were still looking though. They checked the bigger footprints against the ones the waiters said they saw on the CCTV video, but they didn't match. It turned out that the bigger footprint belonged to a store-owned size 14 shoe, which was found during the search. This little thing was strange. Even if Brittany was telling the truth and two men did attack them, why would they change their shoes and put on store-bought ones? It's just very strange. As if that wasn't bad enough, the Apple store next door heard noises coming from Lululemon around 10:30 p.m. on the night of the attack. The workers and the security guard, Ricardo, could clearly hear two women arguing. One of the women kept saying, "Oh my God, talk to me. Do not do this. What's going on? Talk to me, please." After that, they heard a fight, some banging and strange sounds like something was being pulled. They never heard a man's voice during that whole time. Not only was that scary, but after all that noise, a weak voice said, "God help me, please help me." What made it even worse was that the people who worked at the Apple store thought it was store drama and did nothing to stop it. Maybe Jana could have been saved if they had called the cops right away, but they didn't. And they didn't know that Jana was on the other side of the wall fighting for her life. Anyway, after all they found, the police knew Brittany wasn't giving them the whole story because her story didn't match what happened at the crime scene. When detectives looked into it, they couldn't help but wonder why Brittany would lie about being raped. What did she hide? Was there really a threat to Brittany? Or was it she who was dangerous? One strange thing about Brittany that keeps coming up when you look into her past is that she had sticky fingers. Brittany often stole from stores when she was in college. People who worked with Brittany, lived with her, and even became friends said that money, makeup, and clothes would disappear when she was around. Brittany lost her scholarship and was kicked out of school when her friends reported her for kleptomania. By 2007, Brittany had moved to Maryland. She worked at a hotel until she was promoted to manager. That didn't last long either though, because her boss found out she was stealing from them and fired her. Brittany wanted to teach people how to train people and open her own gym. In fact, her job at Lululemon was just a stopover on her way to starting or working at a gym, which was one of her dreams. It didn't look like Jana and Brittany were close or had any problems with each other. They got along and worked together, but that was about it. What had happened on the night of March 11th, 2011 that caused Jana's terrible death? Well, before the store closed, all of the workers had to go through a bag check. This was how Lululemon made sure their workers wouldn't steal. However, Jana was in charge of checking Brittany's bag, and she was shocked by what she found. It made Jana think that Brittany was stealing while she was on the clock because she found a pair of leggings with the tag still on them. Jana called her boss to tell her about what happened, but she didn't say anything to Brittany. The boss told Jana that Brittany would be taken care of tomorrow. Brittany must have heard about this and may have wanted Jana to keep quiet, even though the act had already been done. At 9 p.m., when the store closed for the night, Brittany called Jana back to say she needed to get her Metro card. The women may have talked for a while in the store, and Brittany may have begged Jana not to report her for theft. Brittany didn't want to lose another job, so when Jana stood her ground, it was the last blow. This probably led to a fight, and Brittany seemed to have no other choice but to kill Jana so she wouldn't get caught stealing and fired from her job. Brittany was thought to have struck Jana violently with the tools, while Jana did everything she could to talk Brittany out of it and get away. On the other hand, Brittany moved Jana's car out of sight after sadly killing her, leaving behind clues. A witness said that on March 11th, he saw Brittany sitting in the car. After going by the same spot again about an hour and a half later, she was still sitting there. Brittany is thought to have planned the whole robbery gone wrong story at this point. She then went back into the store wearing size 14 shoes and sacked it, leaving marks all over the place. After getting the cash, she and Jana hid in one of the back rooms with the money. In the end, she hurt herself by cutting her face and body slightly, and then tying her own hands and feet together with zip ties. She then waited until Rachel and Ryan found the brutal scene the next morning. Brittany made this whole plan, and it's so scary to think about someone who would kill someone violently to avoid getting caught stealing. There was a death in the family because Brittany was going to lose her job. That same March 18, 2011, just 7 days after the horrible attack on Jana, Brittany was caught. But there was something wrong. They had to show that Brittany planned the whole thing because they wanted to give her a life sentence. The defense, on the other hand, wanted second-degree charges and a much lighter term. The case was tried in October 2011 in front of a jury of 6 men and 6 women. John McCarthy, the top prosecutor in Montgomery County, said that Brittany was a smart woman who always lied. He also tried to get the jury to sentence Brittany to life in prison by showing them a lot of proof and showing holes in her story. He said she was a danger to society. The defense, on the other hand, said that Brittany did kill Jana, but it wasn't planned. Brittany apparently lost it and killed Jana at that time. However, Brittany could have stopped at any time after she snapped out of it, but she chose to attack Jana instead, who sadly was still alive at the very end. Jana had even tried to get away and call for help. The violence of the crime itself is proof that it was planned ahead of time. The jury was the center of attention. They met for only 1 hour and came back with the decision that Brittany was guilty in the first degree. Brittany's sentencing took place in January 2012, and she was given a life term without the chance of parole. When Judge Robert Greenberg delivered Brittany Norwood's sentence, he described her actions as cold-blooded, premeditated, calculated, and malicious. He addressed Brittany directly, calling her behavior truly terrifying. The judge also criticized the Apple Store employees for what he described as callous indifference, noting that they may have ignored Jana's desperate pleas for help. Brittany exhausted all her legal appeals by 2015 and remains incarcerated at the Maryland Correctional Institute for Women in Jessup. While her sentencing brought a measure of closure to Jana's parents, David and Phyllis, and her brother Hugh, the pain of their loss remains. To honor Jana's memory, the Murray family created a Facebook page where friends and loved ones can share stories celebrating her joyful, adventurous spirit. The purpose of the Facebook page is to inspire others to step outside their comfort zones and embrace life with the same joy and courage that Jana did. There's no question that this case took a dark and heartbreaking turn. Jana was a compassionate, generous woman who always went out of her way to support others. Tragically, it was someone she was trying to help who ultimately took her life. If Jana made any mistake at all, it was refusing to back down, standing firm against wrongdoing, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Moving on to the next case. Sophie Colomb, a university student, set out for class, but she never returned home. When police began their investigation, they quickly uncovered a series of chilling clues. Yet those early discoveries were just the beginning. By the time the case was finally solved, it had sent shockwaves not only across Australia but around the world, and its impact is still felt today. Sophie Colomb was born in 1993 in the quaint French village of Saint-Julien-Montigny, nestled in the Alps. She grew up surrounded by the mountains, alongside her parents and 2 older brothers. From a young age, Sophie had a deep love for music and played in the local village ensemble. She also harbored a strong desire to explore the world. After finishing school, she moved to Denmark to study international business, followed by an internship in Germany. Then, in 2013, she was accepted into a master's program at Griffith University in Brisbane, Australia. Sophie relocated to Australia with her boyfriend, and together they rented an apartment near Griffith University. But a year later, when his visa expired, he had to return to France. Sophie considered going back with him, but ultimately decided to stay and finish her final year of studies. To support herself, she juggled multiple part-time jobs, working as a waitress, doing cleaning gigs, and offering private French lessons. Despite her efforts, she couldn't afford to live alone, so she moved in with fellow students who were sharing a flat. On the morning of March 27, 2014, 21-year-old Sophie headed out for a full day of classes. Her schedule kept her on campus until late that evening. Throughout the day, she stayed in contact with her boyfriend, exchanging messages as usual. But later that evening, she suddenly stopped replying. By the following morning, when there was still no word from her, her boyfriend grew increasingly alarmed. After unsuccessfully trying to contact Sophie by phone, her boyfriend turned to the Brisbane Police Department's social media page, hoping for any information. That's when he came across a newly posted update. The police had shared photos of several pieces of women's jewelry, asking the public to help identify the owner. The moment he saw them, his heart dropped. He recognized the jewelry right away. They belonged to Sophie. He immediately called the Brisbane police and told them what he had seen. That's when authorities finally revealed what had happened. Earlier that morning, a homeless man who lived in a park near Sophie's apartment had contacted police. He reported seeing someone lying on a bench, covered in old newspapers as if trying to stay warm. At first, he thought it was just another person sleeping rough for the night, but when he got closer, saw it was a young woman. He tried to wake her, shook her shoulder, called out to her, but there was no response. That's when he noticed blood matted in her hair. He reached out to check for a pulse and felt nothing. Realizing she was dead, he immediately went to the police. Officers confirmed that the young woman had died and sent her body to medical examiners. The autopsy revealed a devastating head injury, the fatal blow with a heavy object. They also found numerous abrasions and confirmed that she'd been sexually assaulted. Investigators concluded she'd been attacked just a few yards from that bench and then dragged over and left there. Whoever did it had placed her on the bench and covered her with newspapers, likely hoping her body would go unnoticed. And in that park, it made sense. The area was a known hangout for the homeless, and seeing someone asleep on a bench was nothing unusual. If that's what the killer was counting on, it worked. According to medical experts, the attack happened the previous evening, but Sophie didn't die right away. She lived for several more hours. She remained on that bench until late into the night, slowly succumbing to her injuries. If someone had called for help, doctors might have been able to save her. But no one called. Most people, it seems, simply thought she was another homeless person asleep in the dark. Once police sent Sophie's boyfriend a photo of the victim, and he confirmed it was her, detectives threw everything they had into the investigation. One of their first priorities was to find her clothes and belongings, because when her body was discovered, she was wearing nothing but her jewelry. But after combing through the park and checking every nearby trash bin, they didn't find a single trace. Investigators then began piecing together Sophie's final day, step by step, to try and retrace her movements. Footage from a CCTV camera near her apartment showed her leaving that morning and boarding a bus to the university. She spent almost the entire day on campus, and at about 8:30 that evening, she headed home. By then, it had started raining. A classmate offered to give her a lift, but Sophie turned him down, saying she'd just take the bus. Cameras near the bus stops captured her getting on and later getting off at her usual stop. From there, she would have needed to walk across a bridge over the river to get home. But to reach that bridge, she first had to cut through the very same park where her body was later found. After that point, there was no more footage, nothing to show what happened next. Detectives turned to the public, hoping someone might have seen something that rainy night. But almost no one had been out in that weather, and that gave the killer the perfect chance to attack her in the middle of that tiny park without being seen. Police also asked the public to keep an eye out for any of Sophie's missing belongings. She'd been carrying a phone, a tablet, an umbrella, and her handbag. When none of those items turned up in the park, they brought in divers to search the river. Before long, the divers found an umbrella about a mile downstream. But even then, investigators couldn't say for sure if it belonged to Sophie. News of Sophie's murder immediately drew massive attention across the city, and for more than one reason. First, police openly admitted they couldn't rule out the possibility that the killer might strike again. And second, Sophie was the fourth international student murdered in Brisbane in just a few months. Even though those other cases were unrelated and the suspects in them had already been caught, people were starting to see a chilling pattern, and the sense of unease kept growing. Meanwhile, detectives kept digging through surveillance footage near the park, combing through hours upon hours of video. Then, finally, they spotted someone. A man walking past the park both before and after the estimated time of Sophie's death. That time window had been narrowed down almost to the minute, based on Sophie's movements captured by other cameras. What really made him stand out wasn't just how often he appeared near the park. It was the fact that he never came forward, despite repeated public appeals asking anyone who'd been in the area that night to contact police. Even with the heavy rain, dozens of people reached out saying they'd passed through or nearby at some point. But this man's name never came up. Investigators tried to follow his trail. Cameras showed him entering a subway station near the park and riding a few stops. After that, though, the trail went cold. They suspected he might have been heading toward the train station near the airport, possibly to catch a train out of the city. Detectives went back to the park to speak with people who'd spent most of their time there, hoping someone might recognize the man from the footage. Before long, they found a witness who said he'd actually been drinking with that man on the night of the murder. According to him, the man's name was Ben, and he'd been staying at a homeless hostel a few miles from the park, on the other side of the river. That hostel already had a bad reputation. Many of the residents were recently released prisoners with nowhere else to go. Police headed over there and showed staff a photo of the man from the surveillance footage. They recognized him immediately and confirmed that he was indeed one of their residents, 25-year-old Benjamin Millward. The staff also mentioned something unsettling. They hadn't seen Benjamin since the night Sophie was killed. He'd simply vanished, leaving behind almost all of his belongings, as if he'd left in a hurry. All of this gave police every reason to dig deeper, and finding Benjamin quickly became their top priority. 8 days after the murder, they went public with his name and photo, asking anyone with information on his whereabouts to come forward. As detectives looked into his background, they discovered that Benjamin had quite a record. Back in 2012, he'd been released from prison, where he was serving time for assault. But soon after, he was arrested again for violating parole and only gained full freedom in 2013. On top of that, his record included theft, charges, and a string of lesser offenses. Investigators also learned something else while speaking with other hostel residents. One of them said that just hours before Sophie's murder, Benjamin had been heavily drunk and under the influence of drugs. Benjamin even admitted to him that he hadn't used in a long time, and the last time he did, things went badly. Another resident reported seeing Benjamin in the park around 5 p.m., taking another dose. After that, they went their separate ways because the resident wanted to get back to the hostel before it locked up at 9 p.m. Benjamin, however, never returned that night. That same resident later recalled spotting him outside the building around 11 p.m. after Sophie's murder and said Benjamin looked deeply unsettled, nervous, and was acting strangely. While police waited for leads on his whereabouts, Benjamin's relatives and acquaintances began reaching out. Every single one of them insisted they didn't believe he could be involved in a murder. His family said they hadn't heard from him since the day Sophie was killed, and they even went on TV pleading with him to come forward and clear his name. But Benjamin stayed silent, and detectives grew more and more convinced that he'd already left the city. They circulated his photo and details to other towns and states, hoping someone would spot him. Before long, they got a promising lead. Staff at a small hotel in a town called Ballina, located in another state, reported that a man matching Benjamin's description had stayed with them for a few days, but he was already gone. Police immediately alerted officers in nearby towns, warning them that Benjamin might be moving through the area. And soon enough, 2 officers in a coastal city called Coffs Harbour, just a few dozen miles from that hotel, noticed a man on the street in the middle of the night who looked just like him. They approached and asked, "Are you Benjamin?" And the man calmly replied, Yeah, you got me. Is this because of the internet?" He was immediately arrested and extradited back to Brisbane. Detectives took his DNA and it matched the skin particles found under Sophie's fingernails, finally and undeniably tying him to her murder. After Benjamin was placed in custody to await trial, his lawyer spoke to the media. He said his client was feeling overwhelmed by all the pressure surrounding the case, but otherwise he was doing fine. Once in court, Benjamin didn't try to deny what he'd done. During the proceedings, he admitted to the murder in front of the judge and even asked Sophie's family for forgiveness. But then he revealed a detail that left everyone in the courtroom stunned. According to him, after attacking and assaulting Sophie, he told her he was going to get help. Yet instead, he simply walked away, leaving her to die alone on that park bench in the pouring rain. Before fleeing the city, he also threw all of her belongings into the river. As for his motive, Benjamin claimed that he hadn't been in control of himself. Blaming everything on the drugs he said he barely remembered the attack at all, recalling only fragments of what he'd done to her. However, experts cast serious doubt on Benjamin's claims. They explained that the substances he'd taken on the day of the murder typically don't drive someone to commit a crime this violent, and certainly not something so calculated. His condition, they said, couldn't be used as an excuse. On top of that, the drugs wouldn't normally cause such severe memory loss. Yet Benjamin insisted he could barely remember anything. And, as investigators pointed out, he'd been clear-headed enough to buy train tickets and leave the city without drawing attention to himself. In the end, the court sentenced Benjamin to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving at least 20 years. He was also sentenced to an additional 15 years for the sexual assault, to be served concurrently. This means that, due to his age, Benjamin could potentially be released before he turns 50. Following the trial, his mother spoke publicly, commending her son for owning up to his actions. She placed the blame on drug use, claiming he never would have committed such a crime if he had been sober. Although the investigation wrapped up relatively quickly, the impact of Sophie's murder continued to reverberate throughout Brisbane. In its aftermath, residents demanded improved safety measures in the park and criticized the hostel for allowing anyone to stay there, including individuals with violent criminal histories and recent prison releases. Many women came forward to share their experiences of being harassed in the same park, noting that they had never seen a police presence there. Vigils were held across the city in Sophie's memory. More than 2,000 people participated in a candlelight march, retracing the path Sophie was supposed to walk home that night. Her funeral was held in her hometown in France and was attended by nearly 1,200 people, an extraordinary turnout for a village of just 1,500 residents. It was the largest funeral the town had witnessed in decades, second only to the passing of a long-loved mayor. So many came to offer their sympathies that mourners filled 8 condolence books in total. Moving on to the next case. Susan Eads. Susan Eads was a 20-year-old aspiring model from Texas who worked as a waitress in 1983. She held jobs at the Prickly Pear Bar and part-time at Charlie's Bar. One night in August of that year, after finishing work early, she went to Jason's club, where she was last seen. During the evening, an unknown man asked her to dance, but she declined. The last confirmed sighting of Susan was when she left the club. The next day, her body was discovered in an empty lot on Nassau Road 1 in Seabrook, Texas. Investigators determined that she had been strangled with the bodysuit she had worn that night. Her 1976 Chevrolet Monte Carlo was found parked near the Gulf States Yachts Boat Store, not far from where her body was located. 2 items she had been wearing, a Clear Lake High School class ring and a gold necklace, were missing. Police launched an investigation, collecting DNA evidence from her jumpsuit and interviewing witnesses from Jason's club. Several people mentioned the unidentified man who had approached Susan. Based on their accounts, Seabrook police released a composite sketch of him. While they couldn't confirm his involvement, he remained their only potential lead. Then, unexpectedly, a strange man began calling Susan's mother. At first, he said nothing during the calls, but eventually, he started speaking. He claimed to have photographs of Susan, prompting the police to begin recording the calls in hopes of identifying him. He even offered to show them to her mother. He claimed his name was Paul, and he lived in Houston on Telephone Road. This man always hung up before police could trace the call. He also never followed through with his plans to show the photos. A language expert were used to see if he could find anything of interest. The language expert could determine that his accent is Southern, but that it not really narrowed down at all. It is not known if this man was actually involved or if he was just someone had read about the case in a local newspaper. After this, the police had nothing else to go on, and the case soon went cold. In 2017, investigators looked into the case once more. They came across a man by the name of Anthony Shore. He lived in the area where Susan was found back in 1983. In 2017, when investigators took a closer look, he was in prison. Anthony had a long list of victims, whose lives he took in a similar fashion to how Susan lost her life. Using the DNA samples they retrieved back in 1983, Anthony was ruled out. However, investigators were not able to match the DNA to anyone on their database. It did give the investigators an idea, though. They decided to contact the FBI and genealogists. The next few months were spent comparing the DNA sample to online ancestry profiles. Finally, a match came back to a distant relative of the suspect. The relative was a young child at the time of the crime. The relative was very helpful, and after some more testing, the investigators believed they had their man, Arthur Ray Davis. He was the 35-year-old Vietnam veteran and local boat captain. Davis matched the composite sketch almost perfectly. Both had a cowboy hat, hair that falls over the ears, a mustache that hangs past the sides of the lips, high cheekbones, and a pronounced chin. Investigators couldn't question Davis, as he had died in a car crash just 4 months after taking Susan's life. Strangely, the accident occurred less than a mile from where her body was found. While identifying Davis brought resolution, law enforcement is still searching for answers about his motive. They're urging anyone with relevant information to come forward. Texas Ranger Brandon Bess emphasized that someone out there must have known Davis, who he was, and what he was like, particularly in August 1983. Recently, Susan Eads' family and investigators gathered at her grave, placing roses in her memory. Although there was no trial or conviction, the family finds peace in knowing who was responsible. Still, they hope to one day understand why Davis did what he did. Moving on to the next case. Eve Carson. A student mysteriously disappeared from her own home in the middle of the night, leaving behind no trace. Police launched an immediate search, and it didn't take long for a disturbing story to unfold. Bit by bit, investigators uncovered the truth. What they discovered would send shockwaves across the nation. Eve Carson was born on November 19, 1985, in Athens, Georgia. From early on, Eve distinguished herself as exceptionally driven and focused. In high school, she served as vice president of the student council, volunteered at both a nursing home and a shelter for abused teens, and also worked as a congressional page. On top of that, she contributed to a stem cell research lab, all while still in school. After graduating with honors, Eve attended the University of North Carolina, where she pursued a double major in political science and biology. Her outstanding academic record earned her a prestigious scholarship, and she quickly emerged as a leader on campus, taking on prominent roles in various student organizations. But Eve didn't stop there. She continued her volunteer work, even taking time to teach science at a local elementary school. Her passion for helping others also took her abroad. She spent a summer in Ecuador assisting doctors, studied for a semester in Cuba, and joined a research team in Egypt. Eve was, without a doubt, one of the most remarkable students at her university. With ambitious goals and a promising future, she was already well on her way. Before even graduating, she had secured a job offer from a major company and was preparing to begin her professional journey right after earning her degree. By March 2008, Eve was 22 years old and in her final year of college. She was living just off campus in a house shared with close friends. On the night of March 5th, around 1:30 a.m., her roommates were heading to a party. They invited her to join them, but Eve declined. She had classwork to focus on and chose to stay in and study. Her friends left without her and didn't return until around 4:30 a.m. As soon as they got back, before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Something didn't feel right. The front door was wide open and the lights inside were still on, but Eve was nowhere to be found, and her car was gone too. Nothing about the scene made sense. Why would Eve leave in the middle of the night? And why would she leave the door open? Her friends tried calling her, but got no response. Still, they assumed something unexpected must have come up. Maybe she had to step out quickly, so they waited, hoping she'd return soon. But by the following day, there was still no word from Eve. That's when one of her friends decided it was time to go to the police and file a missing persons report. As soon as she explained the situation, investigators shared a chilling piece of information. Earlier that morning, they had discovered the body of a young woman but had not yet confirmed her identity. When they showed the friend a photo of the victim, she instantly recognized Eve. It was then revealed that around 5 a.m., shortly after Eve had disappeared, a woman living about a mile from her home had called the police. The woman told police she had been jolted awake by the sound of gunfire, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Frightened and unsure of what was happening, She immediately called 911. Officers responded to the scene and discovered the body of a young woman lying on the ground. She had no identification, no phone, nothing to help determine who she was. The only clear fact at that moment was that she had been shot multiple times. After Eve's friend identified the victim, detectives interviewed her roommates and began putting together a timeline. At 1:30 a.m., Eve had been at home, studying. By 5 a.m., she was found dead a mile from her house. The key question now was, how did she get there? And who was behind it? With Eve's car missing, detectives began to suspect a robbery. That theory gained traction when they searched her room and discovered her wallet and credit cards were also gone, and not found anywhere near her body. The medical examiner confirmed there were no signs of sexual assault, helping investigators eliminate one potential motive. When investigators reviewed Eve's phone records, they discovered that the last signal had pinged from a cell tower near a highway just outside of town. However, the phone itself was never recovered, suggesting the killer had likely discarded it in a remote area. Soon after, detectives caught their first real break. A vehicle matching the description of Eve's car had been found abandoned just a few miles from her home. The car was quickly secured and handed over to forensic experts for fingerprint and DNA testing. Meanwhile, another clue surfaced. Forensic analysts examined Eve's computer, the one she had been using to study, and found that it remained active until approximately 3:30 a.m. This revealed that she had still been at home for at least 2 hours after her roommates left for the party. Sometime after that, she ended up a mile away, where her body was later discovered. By this point, word of Eve's murder had spread throughout the city, leaving her college community in shock and mourning. Nearly everyone on campus knew Eve. She was deeply involved in almost every major student organization, and her sudden death stunned the entire community. Alongside the overwhelming grief, fear began to spread. Students grew anxious about their own safety, and the lack of concrete leads only heightened the unease. As a result, detectives were inundated with tips. Students called in with any information they thought might be relevant, no matter how minor. But despite the volume of leads, none brought police any closer to solving the case. Then, investigators finally uncovered a crucial piece of evidence. Since it appeared the killer had taken Eve's credit cards, detectives obtained her transaction history, and what they found was significant. Just 18 minutes after her computer was last used, someone withdrew $700 in 2 separate transactions from her account. A third attempt to withdraw more money was denied after hitting the daily limit. The ATM used for the withdrawal was located near a shopping center on the opposite side of town. Detectives quickly pulled the security footage, and it paid off. The video showed a man sitting in Eve's car, using her card at the machine. In the back seat, there appeared to be another person, possibly Eve, but the image was too blurry to confirm. Forensic experts tried enhancing the footage, but it didn't provide any clearer detail. Meanwhile, police learned the suspect had tried to use Eve's card at several other ATMs around the city, but none of those machines had surveillance cameras. That continued until March 7th, when police got yet another alert about an attempted withdrawal. This time, the suspect had shown up at a 24-hour convenience store around 12:30 a.m. and tried to use the ATM, but Eve's bank declined the transaction. Officers rushed to the store, which was located in a nearby town, and this one actually had a working security camera. When they pulled the footage from that night, they saw someone trying to use Eve's card. But here's the twist. It wasn't the same man from the earlier ATM footage. Investigators now had to consider the possibility that more than one person was involved in Eve's murder. Either that or the killer had given her card to someone else. They tried identifying this second suspect, but just like before, the image quality wasn't good enough to get a match. So, detectives turned to the public for help. They released both photos from the surveillance cameras to the media, hoping someone might recognize the suspects. And since almost everyone in the area had already heard about the case, the phones at the station lit up with tips. But once again, none of them brought police any closer to catching whoever had killed Eve Carson. That all changed on March 12th. When police finally got a lead that seemed promising, an anonymous caller reached out and said he recognized the man from the second surveillance video, the one from the convenience store. According to him, the guy's name was Demario Atwater. Detectives started digging into Atwater's background, and what they found was pretty alarming. At just 21 years old, he already had a long criminal record. He'd been arrested multiple times for robbery, assault, drug offenses, and more. He had done some time behind bars, but had also been released early on several occasions. They also learned that just 2 days after Eve's murder, DeMario was supposed to appear in court for getting caught with a handgun while on probation. Investigators pulled up old mugshots of Atwater and compared them to the footage from the convenience store. The resemblance was undeniable. They were clearly looking at the same person. They also found out that DeMario lived near that store. So detectives headed straight to his house. During questioning, DeMario insisted he had nothing to do with the murder, but the surveillance footage was enough to bring him in. As police kept digging, they found out he was regularly in touch with a 17-year-old named Lawrence Levet, who, despite his age, already had a rap sheet of his own. When detectives looked at Lawrence's mugshots, they instantly recognized him. He was definitely the one behind the wheel of Eve's car in the first ATM footage. But unlike DeMario, Lawrence wasn't going down without a fight. He barricaded himself inside his house, and things escalated so fast that SWAT had to be called in. When officers finally got him into custody, he also denied having anything to do with it. So both men were booked and held in jail while they waited for trial. Since neither of them was talking, investigators focused on building their case. They pulled cell phone data, and what they found was quite interesting. On the night Eve was killed, both suspects' phones pinged off a tower near her neighborhood, even though they both lived in another city. Detectives believe that DeMario and Lawrence chose Eve at random, that they were simply out looking for someone to rob, and noticed she was home alone in the middle of the night. Based on the pattern of ATM activity, it seemed they forced her to drive with them to several locations where she gave up her pen. Once they realized they couldn't get more than $700 because of the daily limit, they drove her out to a wooded area on the edge of town, and that's where they killed her. Given how brutal the crime was, prosecutors announced they'd be going after the death penalty for DeMario. Lawrence's case was more complicated. Since he was a minor, the harshest sentence he could get was life in prison. But prosecutors knew the evidence they had might not be enough for a conviction on its own, so they made a strategic move. They offered DeMario a deal, plead guilty in exchange for taking the death penalty off the table, and he agreed. DeMario admitted that he and Lawrence set out that night looking to commit a robbery and make some quick cash. According to him, Lawrence called and suggested they head over to the university campus to find a victim. While driving through a neighborhood, they spotted Eve through a window in her home, and that's when they made their move. Armed with their guns, they broke in and forced her into her own car. After that, they drove to several ATMs, trying to pull out as much money as they could. The whole time was begging them to let her go. She promised she wouldn't say a word. She just wanted to go home. But they had other plans. According to DeMario, they decided to kill her because she'd seen their faces, even though they never made the slightest effort to hide them. In the end, they drove her to that deserted street and shot her multiple times using 2 guns. DeMario also said something truly heartbreaking. Right before they killed her, asked them to pray with her. Instead, they coldly gunned her down. In April 2010, 2 years after the murder, DeMario was found guilty. Because of the plea deal, the judge gave him life in prison instead of the death penalty, plus another 30 years. After the verdict, DeMario turned to Eve's parents, apologized for what he'd done, and said he deserved whatever punishment he got. As for Lawrence, he refused to plead guilty, and his trial began in December 2011. Despite his lawyer's efforts to convince the jury of his innocence, DeMario's confession, combined with all the evidence, was more than enough. So Lawrence was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. But his story didn't end there. In 2013, the State Court of Appeals overturned his sentence, citing a separate precedent that ruled life without parole for juvenile offenders was too harsh and unnecessary. As a result, Lawrence was granted a new trial. This time, he was a bit more vocal than before. He told the court that everyone makes mistakes and insisted he wasn't the monster people believed him to be. Still, he showed no real remorse for what he'd done, and in the end, the judge once again sentenced him to life in prison. It's also worth noting that Lawrence was a suspect in another eerily similar case. Back in January 2008, just a few months before Eve's murder, someone broke into the apartment of a 29-year-old student and killed him. Afterward, money was withdrawn from the victim's account at several ATMs across the city. However, detectives were never able to gather enough solid evidence to tie Lawrence to that crime. As a result, the charges were ultimately dropped. But Eve's case didn't just dominate national headlines. It sparked real legislative change. In the summer of 2008, North Carolina lawmakers passed a new law aimed at combating gang-related crime. It introduced harsher penalties and stricter legal procedures for those involved in gang activity. The law went into effect on December 1st and applied to any offenses committed from that date forward. This legislation was enacted directly in response to Eve's tragic murder. At her university, a scholarship was created in her honor, and a memorial garden was established on campus as a lasting tribute to her life and legacy. In 2009, one of Eve's close friends became a finalist on American Idol. While performing, he shared how her death had inspired him to pursue his dreams, explaining that without Eve, he never would have found the courage or motivation to take that leap. Moving on to the next case. Anna Marie Lavka. Anna Marie Lavka was a 20-year-old living in Portland, Oregon, in 1979. She shared an apartment with her sister Rose and her boyfriend. Both sisters worked at a nearby McDonald's. On July 24, 1979, Anna returned home from work around 5 p.m. Later that evening, around 10 p.m., Rose came home and called out to her, but received no response. When she entered Anna's bedroom, she discovered her sister had been assaulted and strangled to death. Detectives gathered forensic evidence from the scene and began interviewing witnesses. A coworker had last seen Anna outside her apartment at 5 p.m., which narrowed down the window of the crime. Investigators also questioned known offenders in the area, but none led to a break in the case. By 2009, DNA technology had progressed enough to build a profile from the evidence collected at the scene. Unfortunately, when entered into CODIS, it didn't match anyone in the system. In April 2018, detectives turned to a newer technique, forensic genealogy. Parabon Nanolabs used public DNA databases to search for relatives of the unknown suspect. In October 2018, they identified a match, Jerry McFadden, born in Texas in 1948. McFadden had a violent past. On June 4, 1986, he kidnapped and killed 19-year-old Brian Boone, 20-year-old Gina Turner, and 18-year-old Suzanne Harrison. He was arrested a month later, but briefly escaped custody before being recaptured. In 1999, at the age of 51, McFadden was executed for his crimes. Authorities now believe he may have committed many more murders. At the time of Anna's death, McFadden was known to be cocky and dangerous. For Anna's family, finally learning who was responsible brings a sense of closure, but the news remains deeply bittersweet. Moving on to the next case. David Evans. In 1985, 57-year-old David Evans was living alone in Claremont, California, following his divorce. A Duke-educated former school superintendent, he had transitioned into banking and was serving as a vice president at a local bank. On October 13th of that year, Claremont police responding to a possible burglary discovered David's body in his home. He had been severely beaten and died from blunt force trauma to the head. David was widely respected in the community, known for his leadership in education and later in finance, and was well liked by those who knew him. Investigators at the time generated a few leads, but were unable to identify any viable suspects, and the case eventually went cold. Authorities took a new look at the case in 2006 after advances in forensic technology had been developed. Investigators found a small amount of DNA left behind at the crime scene and fingerprints belonging to the suspect. In 2020, investigators were able to confirm that the DNA and fingerprints were left at the crime scene belonged to Hilary Marcus Duplessis. Furthermore, investigators established that Duplessis had lived in the San Gabriel Valley area at the time the crime was committed. This is not far from where David lived. They were also able to link him to David's vehicle that had been stolen after his life was taken and abandoned in Corvina, California about 2 hours later. On May 2, 2022, Duplessis was charged with ending the life of David Evans. He is currently incarcerated in a New York State prison, serving an extensive sentence for a similar crime, and will be eligible for parole in that case in 2033. Duplessis will soon be taken to Los Angeles, where he will be arraigned on the new charges. Lieutenant Hugo Reynaga said they think they know why Duplessis did what he did, but they don't want to reveal too much information before the case goes to trial. Reynaga expressed his gratitude to the investigative team, which included members of the Sheriff's Office, Claremont Police Department, New York State Police, and the New York Department of Corrections, for their efforts in delivering long-overdue justice and closure to David Evans' family. Moving on to the next case. Hania Aguilar. It was a quiet November morning in a tight-knit North Carolina neighborhood when 13-year-old Hania Aguilar stepped outside to start the family car, something she had done many times before. But on this particular day, normalcy shattered in an instant. A man suddenly approached, grabbed Hania, and forced her into the family's SUV. Her terrified screams echoed through the air as the vehicle sped off, leaving behind a stunned community and a heartbroken family desperate for answers. What followed was a devastating mystery that rattled the town, with everyone asking the same haunting question: what happened to Hania? Hania Noelia Aguilar was born on March 21, 2005, in the United States to Celso Hernandez and No Aguilar, both immigrants from Guatemala who had come to America seeking a better future. However, not long after her birth, her parents separated. No returned to Guatemala, resulting in a distant and limited relationship with his daughter. In the beginning, Hania was raised by her mother alone, but life eventually took a new turn when Chelsea began a relationship with Miguel Barrera, with whom she had 2 more daughters. Hania quickly became a beloved big sister and remained the heart of the family. Known for her bright spirit, compassion, and joyful nature, she touched everyone she met. Her infectious laughter, kind soul, and animated conversations left a lasting impression. She adored the color purple and developed a love for music early on, often filling the home with the sweet sound of her violin. By 2018, the family was settled in the Rosewood Mobile Home Park in Robeson County, North Carolina, a community made up largely of Hispanic immigrants. At 13, Hania was thriving both at home and at school, earning praise as a standout 8th grader at Lumberton Middle School. But on the morning of November 5, 2018, what started as an ordinary day took a tragic turn. Around 7 a.m., as she stepped outside to warm up the family SUV, a stranger crept up behind her. Before Hania could react, the man forcefully grabbed her and pushed her into the SUV, which sped off within seconds. A neighbor who heard her screams witnessed a man dressed in black with long sleeves and a yellow bandana forcing Hania into the family's green SUV before it raced out of the mobile home park. Hania's younger sister, who was also outside, saw the horrifying scene unfold. Paralyzed by fear, she later recounted how the man appeared out of nowhere and took her sister in an instant. Authorities were alerted immediately, and by 10 a.m., an Amber Alert had been issued. Hania was identified as a 13-year-old Hispanic girl, weighing around 125 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. At the time of her abduction, she was wearing a blue floral shirt and blue jeans. The Lumberton Police Department, supported by both local and federal agencies, launched an intensive search. Helicopters circled overhead, while officers set up roadblocks and questioned drivers for any clues. During a press briefing, the police chief announced that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children had shared Hania's information with law enforcement agencies across Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, and South Carolina. Investigators confirmed that there was no evidence suggesting Hania knew her abductor, and her family was fully cooperating with authorities. The local community, along with friends and neighbors, rallied around law enforcement in a determined effort to find her. On November 6th, Hania's mother, Celsa, delivered an emotional plea through the FBI, expressing her overwhelming love for her daughter and her desperate wish for her safe return. In her heartfelt message, she even offered forgiveness to whoever had taken Hania, saying all she wanted was to hold her child again. The case quickly drew national attention, and in coordination with the governor's office, the FBI offered a $115,000 reward for any information leading to Hania's recovery. That same day, authorities released surveillance footage showing the stolen green 2002 Ford Expedition shortly after the abduction took place. Authorities called on residents to review any home surveillance footage that could assist in the investigation. They provided a detailed description of the stolen SUV, peeling paint on the hood, a sticker on the rear window, and North Carolina license plates. The very next day, the vehicle was found abandoned in a wooded area roughly 3 miles from Hania's home. Investigators sent the collected evidence to the FBI laboratory in Virginia for forensic testing. That same day, the FBI released a haunting surveillance video showing a man walking deliberately through the area, appearing to stalk his victim. The unsettling footage deeply disturbed the public and emphasized the calculated nature of the abduction. As the investigation intensified, the community held on to hope for Hania's safe return. Oddly enough, the man in the video was the only individual seen in the vicinity during the time of the kidnapping. The footage became a critical piece of evidence as authorities worked to identify him and determine his possible involvement. Investigators urged the public to come forward with any information that could help identify the suspect. Meanwhile, Celsa gave an emotional interview to a well-known news outlet overcome with grief over her daughter's disappearance. Though words could not fully capture her pain, she remained steadfast in her belief that Hania would be found alive. Relying on her faith, she expressed forgiveness toward the abductor and pleaded with the public for help. Her message was simple, yet heart-wrenching. Bring my daughter back to me. I need her. I am suffering for her, and so are her sisters. To increase pressure on the perpetrator, the state added $5,000 to the FBI's initial reward, raising the total to $20,000. Despite the video footage and multiple investigative leads, no person of interest had been identified. Just 3 days later, the FBI increased the reward again, ultimately offering $30,000 for any information leading to answers. As the search intensified, investigators turned their focus to a new lead, Hannah's distinctive white Adidas sneakers, which featured colorful stitching on the heel. Authorities suspected that the kidnapper may have discarded them and urged the public to report any sightings. The FBI stressed that even the smallest clue could be crucial, emphasizing the need for continued vigilance. The search for Hania remained a top priority, with her case featured as the most wanted case of the week on the FBI's website. A Spanish-language podcast was released to reach a broader audience, appealing for tips. Authorities also made a direct plea to hunters in Robeson County, asking them to check their surveillance footage for any trace of the stolen green SUV, hoping to determine when and how it was abandoned. By Thanksgiving, the investigation had generated more than 800 leads, led to interviews with over 400 individuals, and involved the review of countless hours of surveillance footage. The holiday season was a heartbreaking one for Hania's family, marked by an unbearable emptiness. Friends and neighbors described Thanksgiving as especially sorrowful, the absence of her laughter casting a heavy shadow. The community came together, offering prayers and holding on to hope that wherever she was, she could feel their love. Then, on November 27th, 13 days after she vanished, the investigation took a devastating turn. While following a lead on Wiregrass Road, authorities made a grim discovery at 4:45 p.m. In a shallow pond, about 10 miles from where Hania had been abducted, they found a body. It was face down, unclothed and partially covered by a folding table, with branches and leaves tangled in the hair. Due to the body's advanced decomposition, immediate identification was impossible, but dental records later confirmed the worst. The discovery shattered any lingering hope of finding Hania alive. Her family and the community were devastated, with neighbors gathering outside her home to offer support and prayers. Her stepfather clung to a faint hope that the remains might not be hers. The following day, November 28th, Lumberton's police chief, visibly shaken, confirmed what everyone had feared. He expressed deep sorrow, admitting that he had desperately wished for a different outcome. A medical examiner later ruled Hania's death a homicide, likely caused by asphyxiation due to pressure applied to her throat. Evidence of sexual violence was also found, though the state of decomposition made some details inconclusive. Authorities, working alongside the FBI, vowed to continue their relentless pursuit of justice, assuring the public that they would not rest until those responsible were held accountable. News of Hania's death sent shockwaves through the community, particularly among Hispanic residents, who rallied together to demand justice in her name. Then, about 10 days later, authorities made a breakthrough. Michael Ray McClellan, a 34-year-old man with a history of sex-shitting offenses and on parole at the time of the abduction, was arrested. Investigators revealed that DNA evidence from an unsolved 2016 sex-shooting assault case had linked McClellan to Hernia. His capture brought a measure of closure, but the pain of her loss remained deeply felt by everyone who had known and loved her. On December 8th, Michael Ray McClellan appeared before a state magistrate at the Robeson County Detention Center, where he was formally charged in connection with the crimes against the 13-year-old girl. He was denied bail. McClellan faced 10 charges, including first-degree murder, first-degree rape, sex offense against a minor under 15, first-degree sex assault, statutory sex offense with a minor, first-degree kidnapping, aggravated assault, felony restraint, child abduction, and concealing a body. Prosecutors indicated that additional charges might follow, pending the final results of the autopsy and toxicology reports. Investigators believed McClellan deliberately targeted Hispanic communities, acting on prejudice stereotypes that falsely assumed they were vulnerable and connected to drugs or money. Evidence suggested he sought victims in areas like the mobile home park where Hania lived, specifically preying on those he perceived as easy targets. As the legal process unfolded, Hania's funeral was held, drawing over 1,000 mourners. Most attendees wore her favorite color, purple, and the ceremony was filled with balloons, flowers, and emotional tributes from loved ones who spoke of her bright smile and kindness. However, the service was marked by a heartbreaking absence. Her biological father, Noel Aguilar, was unable to attend after his urgent request for a temporary visa was denied. Despite multiple appeals to the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala City, officials rejected his application, citing concerns that he might not return to his home country. An immigration attorney explained that authorities found his ties to Guatemala insufficient. When news of the denial spread, several high-ranking state officials, including the governor, intervened. The governor sent a letter to the State Department urging reconsideration, while a Republican congressman reached out to the U.S. ambassador in Guatemala, stressing the tragedy of the case and the father's right to mourn. Despite these efforts, the visa denial remained in place, preventing not only Noel, but also other family members, including Hania's grandfather and aunt, from traveling to the U.S. In a televised interview, they acknowledged having crossed into the U.S. illegally 3 times in the past, but insisted they had no intention of staying, only a deep desire to say goodbye. Unable to attend, Noel wrote an emotional letter that was read aloud during the service. In it, he called Hania his beautiful princess and greatest treasure, expressing his heartbreak that even a lifetime would not have been enough to share all he wanted with her. He imagined her in heaven, spreading joy just as she had in life. As he mourned her loss on earth, vowing to keep her memory alive in his heart forever, Chelsea shared her final conversations with her daughter during the funeral. She recalled holding Hania's hand and telling her that she wished to be eternal, so she could always protect her. Through tears, Selzer described her daughter as someone whose life was tragically taken, but whose joy would never be stolen. She promised to stay strong and support other families facing similar pain, expressing gratitude to the authorities who worked tirelessly to bring her daughter home. During the service, photos of Hania were displayed, and her friends read heartfelt letters and played her favorite song. 1,000 Years by Christina Perry. Her white coffin, with her name in gold letters, was carried by a horse-drawn carriage to a cemetery in Lumberton. In the days that followed the funeral, the case became embroiled in controversy after District Attorney Johnson Britt made a startling revelation. He claimed that a crucial piece of evidence might have saved Hernia's life if it had been properly acted upon. Britt explained that on the day of the abduction, Robeson County Sheriff's deputies had access to DNA evidence linking Michael McClellan to prior sex assault cases. However, the deputies failed to act on this evidence or follow up with the necessary investigations. The prosecutors supported his claim with a copy of an email sent to the sheriff's office in 2017, which should have given local authorities the probable cause to request a search warrant. It was unclear, however, what went wrong, whether the email was lost in the sheriff's department or simply forgotten. The case was further complicated by the revelation that 3 weeks before Hania's disappearance, the Fairmont Police Department had issued an arrest warrant for McClellan. The charges included theft and unlawful restraint, following a failed car robbery attempt. Yet that warrant wasn't executed until November 13th, 8 days after Hania's abduction. Additionally, the state's Parole and Post-Release Supervision Commission had issued yet another arrest warrant for him. On October 17th, Michael McClellan was cited for parole violations, yet no immediate action was taken. During a press conference, the prosecutor criticized the mishandling of evidence, arguing that the information sent to the sheriff's office in 2017 should have led to DNA samples being collected from Michael much sooner. After an internal investigation into these failures, Robeson County Sheriff's Office issued an apology to Hania's family on January 18, 2019. After an internal investigation into these failures, the Robeson County Sheriff's Office issued an apology to Hania's family on January 18, 2019. The press release also revealed the termination of investigator Darrell McFarn, while a senior officer with over 34 years of service who had been suspended chose to resign. Police department leadership expressed their outrage, stating that the improper handling of reports, lack of thorough investigations, and poorly conducted interviews reflected a systemic problem. They called these failures deeply troubling and demanded significant reforms. As the years passed, the family's hope for justice began to fade amid continuous legal delays. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic only complicated matters further. Hania's mother, Selka, expressed her frustration and a sense of abandonment by the justice system. During a pretrial hearing, she pleaded with the judge to move the case forward, saying the system had failed her family. However, Michael's defense team argued that the pandemic severely restricted their ability to meet with their client, and experts were hesitant to visit him. The defense was also managing 2 other unrelated felony cases involving Michael, which contributed to the delays. The Superior Court judge warned Selsa that the complexity of the case could mean it might take up to 5 more years post-pandemic for the trial to proceed. The judge emphasized that it was better to ensure thoroughness in the case than to risk errors that might require a retrial. Michael's trial faced numerous postponements and was repeatedly rescheduled, with the final date set for early 2024. Throughout this period, the community continued to honor Hania's memory. Hania's memory was honored by family and friends on every birthday, anniversary of her passing, and special occasion. Events were organized to remember the beautiful young girl whose life was tragically taken too soon, and those who knew her, including her neighbors and former classmates, reflected on how she should have been living a long, happy life. On the 2nd anniversary of her death, Selsa revealed that as a mother, she could no longer find joy in Thanksgiving or Christmas. The grief had consumed her entirely, turning once celebratory holidays into unbearable reminders of her loss, making them painful to endure. Michael was finally brought to trial at the Robeson County Courthouse in North Carolina, where the prosecution sought the death penalty, arguing that the brutality of his crimes justified the ultimate punishment. During his transfer to court, Michael attempted to escape custody using a makeshift handcuff key, but his attempt was quickly thwarted by officers. However, he tried again hours later, showing his desperation. To avoid justice, the Robeson County Sheriff speculated that Michael had hidden the key under his tongue, but it became lodged in the cuffs during his 2nd attempt. In response, security was increased for the rest of the proceedings. Once in court, Michael, now 40 years old, pleaded guilty to all charges. Facing Hania's grieving mother, he offered a chilling confession, admitting to abducting her from her driveway, sexually assaulting her, taking her life, and discarding her body. His confession also revealed details of prior attacks in 2016 and 2018, further exposing his violent history. These admissions contributed to his sentencing, and the court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After the sentencing, Selzer expressed a mix of relief and sorrow. She thanked the authorities and the community for their steadfast support throughout the long, painful journey. While no punishment could undo the tragedy, she said the sentence brought her a sense of justice and closure for her family. The FBI special agent who led the investigation also expressed satisfaction with the verdict, hoping it would offer some comfort to Hania's family and the other victims affected by Michael's crimes. However, what seemed like the end of a painful chapter took a shocking turn. While being transferred to North Carolina Central Prison in Raleigh, Michael made yet another escape attempt. During the transfer, he struck the latch of a guard's firearm holster, causing the weapon to loosen. Michael briefly seized the gun, But the driver of the transport vehicle reacted quickly, slamming on the brakes, which allowed another officer to wrestle the weapon from him. After a brief struggle, officers were forced to use pepper spray to subdue Michael. He ultimately surrendered and was placed in a high-security cell, as authorities weighed additional charges in light of his extensive criminal record. Despite his repeated attempts to evade justice, it became clear that Michael would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The case left a deep and painful scar on the Hispanic community in North Carolina. Many felt a profound sense of fear and mistrust toward law enforcement, especially in light of the delays and perceived missteps in the early stages of the investigation. Community leaders and residents alike voiced their frustration, demanding accountability and urgent reforms to ensure that no family would ever have to endure such pain and neglect again. Moving on to the next case. Mary Collins. This case takes place in the United States in 2020 and revolves around Mary Collins. Born on July 6, 2000, in North Carolina, Mary was the daughter of Cassie Del Pezzo. However, it was her grandmother, Mia Alderman, who stepped in to raise her, providing the care and stability Cassie couldn't offer at the time. Mia embraced the role of a mother, nurturing Mary as her own. At the age of 3, Mary was diagnosed with 22q syndrome, a rare genetic disorder caused by the deletion of a small portion of chromosome 22. This condition significantly impacted her life, contributing to developmental delays and learning challenges. People with 22q syndrome often need lifelong medical care and therapy, and Mary was no different. But this was only one aspect of her health challenges. Doctors also found that she was born with a submucous cleft palate, a condition where the roof of the mouth doesn't fully develop, leading to difficulties with speech and eating. Unlike a typical cleft palate, Mary's was concealed beneath the surface tissue, making it more difficult to detect. Her condition was serious enough to require surgery, and doctors initially feared she might never be able to speak. But Mary defied those expectations. Even before she could talk, she found alternative ways to communicate, using sign language, hand gestures, and writing in a notebook. The first sign she learned was friend. At the age of 6, Mary surprised everyone by starting to speak. 2 years later, her grandmother took her to a university to participate in a research study on 22q syndrome. For each session, Mary received $100, a significant amount for a child. But rather than spend it on herself, she chose to donate every dollar to help other children receive the same life-changing surgeries that had given her the ability to smile and speak. Mary was known for her sweet and affectionate personality. Her elementary school principal remembered how she would regularly ask for hugs in the hallways. Though she struggled academically due to learning delays, and her speech issues made her a target for bullying, she remained kind and resilient. In high school, she grew close to a boy named Lavi Pham. What began as a friendship eventually turned into a relationship, but it didn't last long. It was believed that Mary wasn't comfortable with the physical side of romantic relationships and likely felt it was better for her and Lavi to remain just friends. Surprisingly, this didn't seem to damage their connection at the time, but it would later hint at troubling behavior to come. After high school, as her peers moved on to college and new phases of life, Mary's mental development, limited by 22q syndrome, remained that of a 15-year-old. With her siblings and cousins no longer constantly around, she became increasingly isolated and vulnerable. She had difficulty telling the difference between true friends and those who sought to manipulate her. Mary's heart was kind and full of trust. She always assumed the best in people and failed to see the harm that some were capable of. Tragically, that same innocence would eventually place her in grave danger. Around the age of 18, Mary began receiving disturbing messages online from someone who appeared fixated on her. This person would leave rude, mocking comments on her photo shoots, only to later apologize and act overly friendly, creating a toxic cycle of harassment and emotional manipulation. But this wasn't just ordinary teenage cyberbullying. The person behind it was a 24-year-old woman named Kelly Lavery. Kelly had grown up in luxury, raised in a sprawling multi-million-dollar home in South Carolina. As the pampered daughter of a wealthy father, she was used to getting whatever she wanted, a classic silver spoon upbringing. But what drove her obsession with Mary? The answer was tied to Kelly's connection with Mary's boyfriend, Levy. Consumed by jealousy, Kelly seemed to thrive on demeaning Mary, using cruelty as a way to boost her own self-worth. In one disturbing exchange, Kelly even boasted that her wealth allowed her to be cruel, as if money excused her behavior. She was already known for targeting other girls online, and Mary became just another victim in her pattern of manipulation. Kelly's tactics were emotionally abusive, pretending to be Mary's friend one moment and turning on her the next. Levy joined in the harassment as well, posting hurtful comments about Mary. At times, Kelly would go as far as impersonating Levy, initiating friendly conversations with Mary online only to abruptly accuse her of trying to steal him away. It was a calculated and malicious trap that lasted for some time. Eventually, both Kelly and Levy managed to convince Mary that they were genuine friends. But to those who truly cared about her, it was obvious they were toxic and dangerous influences in her life. Mary's family had witnessed the ongoing harassment, vicious messages, and Kelly's alarming fixation, and repeatedly warned her that these people were not genuine friends. But Mary, ever trusting, saw their actions as misguided kindness and chose to forgive them. On March 28, 2020, Kelly and Levy invited her to their apartment to hang out. Given their troubled history, her family felt deeply uneasy. Her grandmother, Mia, begged her not to go, but Mary, wanting to assert her independence, insisted, and Mia reluctantly gave her permission. That afternoon, Kelly and Levy ordered an Uber to bring Mary to their luxury apartment at the Yard Complex in North Davidson, Charlotte. At 19 years old, Mary left home around 2:30 p.m. and was last seen walking along Burnley Road. After that, she disappeared without a trace. Once she entered the apartment, all activity on her phone and social media suddenly stopped, an alarming sign, as she was usually very active. Her family's worry quickly escalated into fear. By March 29th, more than 24 hours had passed, and Mary's grandmother was extremely worried. But before she could check on Mary herself, Larvae posted a video. It showed Mary, Kelly, and Larvae picking up takeout, laughing and seeming to enjoy themselves. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary, and for the moment, there was no immediate cause for alarm. Mary seemed safe. However, everything took a dark turn once they returned to the apartment. That night, Kelly and Levy invited more people over, including Levy's 21-year-old friend, James Salerno. James already had a criminal record dating back to 2017, with charges ranging from armed robbery to reckless driving and a hit-and-run. Not long after arriving, James invited his new 18-year-old Tinder date, America Deal, telling her there was a strange girl at the apartment, referring to Mary. Soon the group, including Kelly, Levy, James, and America, began drinking and consuming large amounts of illegal substances. Mary, however, was not known for engaging in such behavior, and it is believed she stayed away from the drugs. But Levy had other plans. He spiked her drink with Xanax and MDMA, a fact confirmed by his text message to Kelly at the time. Another bar down. A single Xanax bar is roughly 4 times the standard dose, enough to severely impair someone with no tolerance. Combined with the other substances, Mary would have quickly become disoriented, vulnerable, and overwhelmed by fluctuating emotions. As Mary's condition worsened, Levy messaged James, updating him on the effects of the drugging. It was a deeply sinister act, as substances like Xanax have a long history of being used for predatory purposes. Before long, Mary was slipping in and out of consciousness. That's when they made their move. They suggested a threesome, something evidence suggests was their plan all along. However, just as she had in the past, Mary had no interest in being intimate with Levy. According to court records, she had no desire to be involved with Kelly either, but the group had gone to great lengths to intoxicate her, and they weren't happy with her refusal. At that moment, Kelly revealed her true nature, shifting from a so-called friend to a cruel and sadistic abuser. It is believed that America went to bed at this point, though this remains uncertain. Following Kelly's orders, James allegedly placed a dog collar around Mary's neck, attaching a leash to it. They then forced her into the master bedroom's en-suite bathroom, binding her hands and feet with clothing. Mary, small and delicate, had no way to fight back, no way to escape, and with her cleft palate, she was even more vulnerable to what was about to happen. The group forced her into the bathtub, the setting they had chosen for their horrific plan. Mary couldn't even scream. Her drug state left her completely helpless. All she could do was lie there, trapped and defenseless. Kelly, Lavi, and James retrieved several knives from the kitchen, including one with a serrated blade. They then returned to the bathroom and began cutting her. At first, the slices weren't meant to kill, but to cause intense pain. They targeted her legs and torso, making sure the wounds were shallow, yet excruciating. It was calculated torture. They then escalated their attack, stabbing her repeatedly, but with careful precision. Each wound was inflicted to avoid major organs and blood vessels. Their intent wasn't immediate death, but prolonged agony. During the violent assault, Kelly's uncontrollable frenzy led her to accidentally cut larvae, demonstrating just how ruthless she had become. In total, Mary suffered 157 stab wounds. As if that weren't enough, they then struck her over the head with bottles, inflicting severe blunt force trauma to her skull and scalp. Mary's condition was beyond horrific. She was losing blood at an alarming rate, not from a single fatal wound, but from the sheer number of injuries inflicted upon her. Her body was failing simply due to the overwhelming volume of cuts. While she lay there in unbearable pain, the two men took advantage of the situation in the most depraved way. Eventually, they grew tired of tormenting her and simply left her there, alone, terrified, and fading. The people she had once considered friends had carried out a cruel and calculated attack, leaving her to die in the bathtub. But their dehumanization of Mary didn't end there. The following morning, America claimed she set her alarm for 7 a.m. as she had to take her mother to work, as if the brutal events of the night before were nothing more than an afterthought. America woke up, grabbed some cigarettes, and left. Later, James met her at her mother's workplace, picking her up after she had dropped off her car at home. The two then returned to the apartment together. When they arrived, Levy and Kelly were in the master bedroom. America stepped inside, with James following closely behind her. As soon as she entered, James shut the door behind her. Then one of them opened the bathroom door. Inside, blood was everywhere. The scene was horrific. Mary's lifeless body lay in the bathtub, covered in deep wounds. Her neck had been slit, and a chain leash was still wrapped around it. America later claimed she was horrified by what she saw. She insisted that she wanted to leave, allegedly begging them to take her home, but they had other plans. She wasn't going anywhere, not until she helped them clean up. According to America, she was threatened into compliance. She claimed that if she refused, they would turn on her next. She also stated that none of them, Kelly, Lavi, or James, showed any remorse for what they had done. Kelly, wielding a knife, allegedly pressed it to America's throat and ordered her to grab trash bags and plastic wrap to cover Mary's body. At that moment, America became part of the cover-up. However, her exact level of involvement remains unclear, as this account is based on her own statements. As America wrapped Mary's body, Levy made a chilling confession. He claimed that he and James had assaulted Mary while she lay bleeding out. In her final moments, as she drifted away, they slit her throat. If true, this was an act of pure, unimaginable depravity. The group then cut a large hole into the underside of the master bedroom mattress and placed Mary's body inside, along with clothing and cleaning supplies. They sealed it shut with duct tape, believing this would prevent any immediate discovery, buying them time to dispose of her later. Meanwhile, back at Mary's home, her grandmother Mia had been desperately trying to reach her. By March 30th, 2020, Mary's phone had been turned off. Growing more anxious by the hour, Mia decided she couldn't wait any longer. She went to Kelly and Lavi's apartment herself. When she arrived, she knocked on the door, but no one answered. She persisted, pounding on the door until Kelly finally opened it. Mia was convinced that Mary was inside, but Kelly insisted she had left earlier that day. Didn't believe her. She began shouting Mary's name, calling out throughout the apartment. Worried about drawing attention from neighbors, Kelly eventually relented and allowed Mia inside. She searched every room, except the master bedroom, where she was strictly forbidden from entering. This only raised Mia's suspicions further. Kelly claimed that Lavi was inside, using the room, but Mia wasn't convinced. She wanted to check, but with Kelly standing in her way, she knew she wouldn't get any further. Realizing something was very wrong, Mia left and immediately contacted the police. Mary was officially reported as a missing person. However, this wasn't just an ordinary case of a missing girl. Mia made it clear that Mary was vulnerable and could be in immediate danger. Her family pleaded with authorities to act urgently, but the police weren't in any hurry. On March 31st, the officer who responded to Mia's 911 call knocked on the apartment door, but no one answered. Instead of investigating further, the officer simply left. The police dismissed Mary's disappearance as a routine case of an adult, voluntarily going off the grid for a few days, classifying it as low risk. Despite the family's desperate pleas, authorities ignored their concerns. A false tip claimed that Mary Collins frequently ran away for extended periods, and unfortunately, the police believed it. As a result, minimal resources were allocated to the case. But Mary's family refused to give up. They took matters into their own hands, visiting the apartment complex's office manager in hopes of obtaining surveillance footage from March 28th. The last day, Mary was seen. They also continued pressing the police for action, though little was done. Eventually, under pressure, the police agreed to visit the apartment alongside Mary's mother. When they arrived, Larvae answered the door, but refused to let the officers inside, demanding a warrant. After some negotiation, he reluctantly allowed Mary's mother to enter. The apartment was in complete disarray. As Mary's mom looked around, she noticed that the en-suite bathroom door was shut. Then in the bedroom, she saw Kelly lying under the covers, pretending to be asleep. This was a deliberate attempt to mislead the family and divert attention from the bed, where Mary's body was concealed inside the mattress. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, no further action was taken, and law enforcement left without conducting a thorough search. The family was outraged. They were convinced something terrible had happened in that apartment, yet the police remained passive. What made things worse was what happened next. Before leaving, officers spoke with the apartment office manager and shockingly told them that reviewing the security footage was unnecessary. As a result, crucial surveillance footage from that month was later deleted, eliminating vital evidence for future trials. By April 1st, 5 days since Mary's disappearance, her family took matters into their own hands. They distributed flyers, posters, and even set up 24-hour surveillance outside the apartment to ensure no one left unnoticed. However, Lavi and Kelly quickly realized they were being watched. Instead of cooperating, they called 911 to report that they felt unsafe. In response, the lead detective handling Mary's case requested that the family cease their surveillance efforts. On April 2nd, still with no help from law enforcement, the family hired bloodhounds and drones to search the surrounding area. Meanwhile, the police had yet to conduct any meaningful inquiries or searches. Despite their relentless efforts, the family found nothing, and their hope began to fade. But that night, a breakthrough occurred. A witness came forward with disturbing information. This witness, a friend of James, revealed that James had admitted to attending a party where Mary was drugged, beaten, and ultimately murdered, her body hidden under a mattress. Armed with this testimony, the lead detective returned to the apartment the next day. However, instead of conducting a thorough search himself, the detective merely instructed Larvae and Kelly to lift the mattress. Any experienced investigator would have checked thoroughly, but he did not. If he had, he would have noticed something was off, felt the unnatural weight. But he failed to do so and left, missing the chance to find Mary. Then, on April 4th, the same key witness reached out again, this time making it clear. The police had missed Mary's body. He insisted she wasn't just under the mattress. She had been stuffed inside it. That afternoon, at 3:45 p.m., detectives received another piece of crucial evidence, a recorded conversation from yet another witness. The evidence against the suspects took a damning turn when investigators obtained a recorded conversation in which James disclosed that Lavi had offered someone $4,000 to remove an item from the apartment. However, this wasn't the only revelation. A witness who had met James in America at a park recalled James revealing even more details about what had happened inside the apartment. According to James, the group, Lavi, Kelly, America, and Mary had been hanging out when the situation suddenly turned extremely violent. At one point, James claimed he walked into the bedroom and saw Mary restrained while Lavi and Kelly repeatedly smashed a bottle over her head. The recording also contained graphic details about the horrific acts committed against Mary and how the group attempted to cover up the crime. He mentioned the use of plastic bags and plastic wrap, further confirming earlier witness accounts. With this crucial evidence, authorities secured a warrant. When officers arrived at the apartment, there was no response. Larvae was out, and Kelly was unreachable. However, Larvae soon returned, allowing the police to begin their search. Inside, they found Kelly unconscious on the floor of the guest room, either heavily intoxicated or drugged. Concerned for her condition, officers even called for an ambulance. The real horror awaited them in the master bedroom. Investigators discovered plastic bags and plastic wrap, confirming the witness testimonies. Their attention then shifted to the bed, where random items were piled haphazardly on top. After clearing the clutter, they lifted the mattress and immediately something fell off. The mattress had been flipped upside down and was tightly sealed with silver duct tape along the edges and corners. Upon cutting it open, officers found several flattened cardboard boxes with shipping labels, one addressed to Kelly and another to Larvae. Beneath these boxes, they uncovered Mary's body. She had been wrapped in saran wrap, duct tape, and black trash bags. In a futile attempt to mask the odor, her killers had poured shower gel and dish soap over her remains. As the search continued, more damning evidence surfaced. A bloody knife, along with Mary's ID and bank cards, was found on the bedroom floor. In the bathroom, investigators recovered a serrated knife from the sink, and a bath mat showed multiple blood stains. The shower curtain was covered in blood. Despite their attempts to clean up, Mary's DNA was everywhere. Meanwhile, Mary's family, unaware of the discovery, learned that an ambulance had been dispatched to the apartment. For a brief moment, they hoped Mary had been found alive. However, their world came crashing down when they learned the horrifying truth. Mary had been murdered. Her body was taken for an autopsy, where the sheer brutality of her torture was fully revealed. She had been placed inside 2 black trash bags taped together. Her entire body was wrapped in duct tape and plastic. Around her upper neck, a black t-shirt had been tied, later found to contain the DNA of her killers. The injuries inflicted on Mary were so severe that even seasoned officers were left speechless. When the 4 suspects were taken into custody, they immediately turned on each other, each giving conflicting accounts of the events. Kelly, Lavi, and James were all arrested and charged with kidnapping, murder, and concealing a death. Initially, America was not implicated, but on May 12th, she too was arrested and charged with felony accessory and concealing a death. The legal proceedings were lengthy and complex before the case finally made it to court. On June 3, 2022, 22-year-old Kelly accepted a plea deal, pleading guilty to second-degree murder, first-degree kidnapping, and concealment of a body. In exchange, she received a prison sentence of 25 to 32 years. Mary's family was devastated by the plea agreement, having hoped the severity of the crime would result in the death penalty. During her court appearance, Kelly made a brief statement, saying, "I want to pray for Mary, that she's at peace, and that she knows I'm so very sorry for what happened to her." To Mary's loved ones, the apology felt hollow and insincere, more of an affront than an expression of remorse. Her grandmother, heartbroken by the outcome, said there were no words to capture the depth of her pain. After Kelly's sentencing, Lavi, who faced charges of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and concealing or failing to report a death, also appeared before the court. Unlike Kelly, the others, Lavi, James, and America, pleaded not guilty. As of January 2025, their trials have yet to begin, with court officials citing a backlog of cases as the primary cause of delay. James and America have been released on bail, while Lavi remains in custody, awaiting his day in court. Amid this prolonged and painful legal journey, Mary's family has worked to keep her memory alive. They founded a nonprofit organization called Mary's Voice, which aims to raise awareness about her story and advocate for justice. As her family has expressed, no one wins in a murder, not the victim, not the offender. It's a senseless act. Now, all that remains is the hope that the upcoming trials will finally bring the justice they've long been fighting for. Moving on to the next case. Cesic Buinova. On April 7, 2024, the Mrs. Buryatia Beauty Contest took place in Ulan-Ude, Republic of Buryatia, Russia. Among the participants was 30-year-old Cesic Buinova, a mother of 2, who was awarded the title of Mrs. Top Model. Her rise to national fame was swift, and just as suddenly, she vanished. Merely 4 days after the event, Sesek disappeared without a trace, and for the next 4 months, there were no signs of her. Investigators, family members, and concerned members of the public have exhausted themselves trying to locate her. Yet the deeper the investigation delves, the more unsettling and puzzling it becomes. Her disappearance has sparked a host of theories and chilling speculation. Today, we'll attempt to unpack the mystery surrounding this case and explore what may have happened to the beauty queen from eastern Siberia. The enigma began on April 11th, when Sesek phoned her husband Boris, who was away on a work trip, to ask him to send money for groceries. After that call, she told her husband she would be spending the evening doing housework. He believed her, but she had other plans. That night, Sesek decided to make some extra money. She occasionally worked as a part-time taxi driver using her Mitsubishi Outlander. While this side job brought in additional income, it was never quite enough. Her husband disapproved of her driving strangers around, especially late at night. Still, Sesek reassured him that she was safe and there was nothing to worry about. At around 8 p.m., she left home, and by about 9:30 p.m., she had finished a fare. Around 10 p.m., she met up with some friends for a quick coffee. After a brief chat, everyone went their separate ways. Sesek told them she was heading home to her kids. She even called her sons to let them know she'd be back soon. But those would be her last words to them. She never made it home. Instead of heading home, Sesek drove to the Absolute Shopping Center, where a young man entered her vehicle. Surveillance footage shows the two remained in the car for about an hour. After some time, a third individual joined them. The car then left the parking lot and headed toward the area known as the 100th block. From that point on, Sesek never returned home. Later, it was revealed that a man named Stanislav Norboev had gone missing along with her. The beautiful Sesek, full name Darmieva Sesek Balzanimayevna, was born on July 8th. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. 1993, in the small village of Tasher, located in the Selenjinsky district of the Republic of Buryatia. Little is publicly known about her early years, but one thing is clear. She was an energetic and driven child. She loved dancing and was especially passionate about sports, with volleyball being her favorite. This sport helped instill in her a strong sense of discipline and a competitive spirit. After completing her secondary education, Sesek moved to the capital, where she enrolled at Buryat State University. In 2015, Sesek successfully graduated from university. Demonstrating a strong entrepreneurial spirit, she soon registered as a sole proprietor and began working as a lash extension specialist. Advertisements for her beauty services can still be found online, where she invited clients to book appointments. After researching profitable business avenues, Sesek took another step forward in December 2022 by opening a children's clothing store. In addition to running her business, she occasionally worked as a private taxi driver during her free time. Her personal life was equally open and well documented. Sesek frequently shared significant life moments on social media. During her university years, she married and took the surname Buinova. The couple had 2 sons, Kirill and Alexander, who turned 9 and 8 years old in 2024. Known for her warmth and devotion, Sesek was a loving and attentive mother. Her husband, Boris, appeared rarely in shared photos, possibly due to a preference for staying out of the spotlight. According to the most recent details, Boris worked for an organization tasked with capturing stray dogs and had previously served in law enforcement. He was generally well regarded, with many speaking positively about him. He appeared to be a supportive and loving partner, and it's said that the couple never argued, at least not publicly. In her social media posts, Sesek often shared her travels to places like Moscow, St. Petersburg, Turkey, Thailand, and Cuba, accompanied by vibrant photos. She enjoyed dressing fashionably, taking care of her appearance, going to the gym, and socializing. Sesek was frequently seen at local restaurants, clubs, and karaoke bars, though she always conducted herself with poise. She simply appreciated the glamour and style of an active social life. Always polished and camera-ready, she had a strong sense of personal presentation, favoring trendy outfits, flawless makeup, and frequent professional photo shoots. Eventually, she decided to compete in a national beauty pageant. After easily passing the preliminary round, she earned a spot among the official contestants. During the 2-month preparation, she shared everything in her account, covering, so to speak, behind-the-scenes secrets, masterclasses, trainings, and so on. Finally, on April 7th, the final of the contest took place. On the stage, the contestant tried to show herself and her talent as much as possible. She even fulfilled a childhood dream by singing in front of a large audience. "I am my family, my husband, and my children, my relatives who are always near and support me in all endeavors. I rejoice in life every new day and believe that each of us should be happy and fill this life with bright emotions. For me, happiness is my family. Every day they give me new emotions, smiles, their love and warmth," Cece confessed during her performance. According to the results of the contest, the jury unanimously awarded her the title Mrs. Top Model. Cece expected that participation in such an event would be the beginning of her path in the modeling business. However, a few days later, she disappeared without a trace. During this time, the flowers given at the event did not even have time to wilt. First clues: the news of the beauty queen's disappearance spread quickly. The first to sound the alarm was her husband, who at that time was in Khabarovsk. On April 12th, he threw Cece copyright G a few photos from the trip, but she did not respond. During the day, he did not hear from her. After that, he called his mother-in-law and asked her to go to their house. The village of Gorky was located on the outskirts of Ulan-Ude. As it turned out, the children were left alone, and Cece copyright G had not been there since yesterday evening. Having heard the bad news, Boris immediately flew to Irkutsk from where he left by car. On the morning of April 14th, he was already there. By that time, Cece's relatives reported to the police. Law enforcement officers did not hesitate and quickly organized a search operation. They were joined by volunteers from the specialized search and rescue team, Lizo Alert. On the evening of April 12th, Yanova was posted on social networks. While specialists were busy establishing the route of the missing woman, leaflets were distributed all over the city and information was collected. In total, more than 500 people were involved. Many places were combed: Vokmestrovo, Medvedchikov settlement, 100th micro-districts, forests, and riverbanks. However, the first clues were found on the territory of the industrial zone. Exploring the area around, volunteers noticed a mattress, and under it, men's and women's belongings. Blood stains were visible on the grass next to them. Specifically, they found a woman's black tights, a man's and woman's jacket, a t-shirt, men's underwear, and a gym bag. In the pocket of the man's jacket were keys to a Nissan car and keys to an apartment, as well as a driver's license in the name of 26-year-old Stanislav Norboev. It is noteworthy that at that time the people who found his personal belongings did not know that he had disappeared together with Cece. None of his relatives suspected it, so Nadezhda Boldanova, Stanislav's sister, learned the terrible news about her brother, Stanislav Norboev. When the name of the young man unexpectedly surfaced in the investigation, Stanislav's mother was shocked. She said that she saw her son on the evening of April 11th. He stopped by her house to have dinner. After that, he received a phone call and left. The guy did not say who called, but he was in an upbeat mood. He said that he would go to his apartment and get some sleep. Stas's mother noted that he initially came in work clothes. However, he soon changed his clothes and hurried away. He studied well, was cheerful. He graduated from the construction faculty of the East Siberian State University of Technology and Management. He was fond of soccer, served in the army, worked by profession in the road department. "My son has always been my support," Nina Norbieva said about him. People close to him characterized him as a calm and judicious person who led a healthy lifestyle and practiced sports. He had an extensive circle of friends. In early April of this year, Stanislav moved out from his mother to a rented apartment in the 100th block. The young man justified his decision by the fact that he wanted to build a new relationship and create a family. Otherwise, he did not tell anyone about his personal life. Points of contact. It soon became clear that Stanislav Norboev and Cece Buinova did not meet by chance. Something linked the young people, but what exactly it was is not known. Relatives of the missing decided to find out how they were connected to each other. There are two versions of the story. Ekaterina, a friend of Cece, said that they met about a week ago in a nightclub. Before the institution closed, the man invited Seseg, who liked him, to a slow dance. After he found Seseg Buinova in social networks and started flooding her with messages, Seseg confessed to her friend that she did not exchange contacts with him. However, Stanislav was stubborn and insisted on communication. In her interview, Catherine was perplexed. He knew that she was a married woman and had children. His behavior was alarming. Moreover, later it turned out that Seseg was not the only one to whom he wrote. Other women were also found. Relatives and acquaintances hastened to dispel all doubts about Stanislav. But they made an official statement that Norboev is a good man who is not capable of kidnapping, and even worse. At the same time, another close friend claimed that Seseg and Stanislav had met much earlier. Allegedly, they often crossed paths at training sessions as they both loved volleyball. From here comes another equally popular version that between them did arise romantic feelings, about which Boris soon learned. Allegedly, Seseg's husband could not survive the treason and decided to teach the unfaithful wife a lesson. Perhaps something did not go according to plan, so instead of scaring the lovers, he killed them. Either it was originally about ruthless revenge. This theory is explained by other facts, which you will learn later. However, perhaps this is why the investigation does not trust Boris and considers him the main suspect. In his interview, the man shared that the investigative committee does not want to work with him. They do not give me any information, not even regarding the conducted examinations. Nothing. For example, they found some earring, but at the same time did not notify me, did not invite me to the identification, complained Binoff. Also, the husband of the beauty queen reported that they seized the video from his phone. According to him, if he was really involved in the case, he was already definitely sitting behind bars. Who accuses me? It's their right, their understatement. He stated, the relatives of the missing woman say with one voice that they do not believe Boris is guilty. They rely on the fact that they had a lot of plans for the future. The couple was making repairs and dreamed of a third child, a girl. It must be said that as soon as Boris returned home, he immediately began an independent search. Familiar family members are sure that Boris is trying to vilify. Another find. Along with the things on the vacant lot in the grass were also found bloodstains. Later, it turned out that they belonged to Stanislav Norboev. A few days after the investigation began, Seseg's car was found. It was parked with twisted license plates in one of the yards. The resident of the apartment building number 60 on Stalbovaya Street reported about the strange car, similar in description to the one flashed on all news channels. It was not the first day that the woman had been watching him through the window. During all this time, the owner has not shown up. Boynov, who arrived on the spot, recognized his wife's car. However, it was empty. After inspection in the cabin were found sand, dust, and a small branch, as if the car had been in nature, for example, on a vacant lot. On the windows of the Mitsubishi and the driver's door from the inside, there were visible traces of blood, and in the trunk there were removed license plates. After conducting a genetic examination, experts stated that the blood found belonged to none other than Seseg. Unfortunately, it was not possible to establish when exactly the vehicle was there. Therefore, the testimony of an eyewitness was taken as a basis. A picture of what happened. After the specialists studied the recordings from the video surveillance cameras, the picture of what happened began to emerge. At 8:52 p.m., according to the cab service, Seseg finished the last order on the route Barnaul-Skarmaverskia. At 8:57 p.m., she called her friend and proposed to meet. The women agreed to see each other near the Krona Flower Salon on Baltikanova Street. There, they got in touch with another friend and stopped by the cafe. After a friendly conversation, everyone went away. However, instead of heading home at 10:41 p.m., Buinova drove up to a shopping center located at 158 Babushkina Street. 4 minutes later, Stanislav Norboev drove up to her. After that, the man moved into a black Mitsubishi in which the young people stayed for about an hour. Then another man appeared out of nowhere. He joined them, and they drove off in an unknown direction. At 12:19 at night, street cameras recorded the Mitsubishi at the intersection of Babushkina and Renchino streets. The vehicle was moving towards Doma Strodelnaya Street. Further, their trail disappeared. In addition, the investigators managed to establish something else. At 12:44 a.m., Seseg visited her telegram for the last time and an hour later, her car was speeding back at breakneck speed. On April 12th at 6:28 a.m., Buenova's cell phone was fixed at 5 Sakianova Street. This address is not far from where Seseg's Mitsubishi was later found. New information. As new leads emerged, the possibility of finding the missing alive was melting before our eyes. But the main mystery, perhaps, is the identity of the third person who got into the car. Investigators are in no hurry to name him, but there are reports that he previously worked in the police. This version arose after the guards of the industrial area where the things were found earlier shed light on the ill-fated night. The drivers of passing trains noticed that around 1 a.m., there was a car in the vacant lot, and they saw a man near the railroad tracks. For safety reasons, they reported the matter to their superiors. Several guards then went to the location to investigate the situation. A man wearing a cap was driving the car. The men arrived and asked him what he was doing here. The latter replied that the car had stalled. He then showed his police identification card. When the guards decided to check the surrounding area, the car suddenly started and drove away. They later identified the vehicle in which the unknown man was sitting. It was Buenova's car. Unfortunately, they could not remember the appearance and the data given in the ID card. Employees of the industrial zone referred to the dark time of day and poor visibility. The fact that the mystery passenger was not simple was indicated by many things, including the place where the car was located. It turns out that he was standing in the blind spot from the nearest CCTV cameras. After a while, the popular show Malakhov on the television channel took up the investigation of the case. In the course of it sounded different versions of what happened. In the studio were present relatives of the missing and experts. However, the most important were unique footage from CCTV cameras, which were shown for the first time. They show how a car similar to Seg's car drives into the vacant lot and stops. Then several people get out of it. Some movements resembling a fight begin. One of them falls down, the other pulls something large and long away from the car. Then the man who was pulling something gets back into the car and drives away. However, 45 minutes later, he returns again. As time passed, two unknown men approached him, and then the headlights went out and the picture disappeared. Perhaps the released video will give a new twist to the tangled case, and there will be positive developments in it. Among other things, there are plenty of oddities in the disappearance of Seseg and Stanislav. On the night of April 11th, 12, not far from where the evidence was found, outbuildings were burning. Some people believe it was not accidental. Someone intentionally committed arson to destroy all traces. In addition, the next day, unknown persons poured concrete on the place where Buenova's Mitsubishi with 3 passengers was supposedly located. One thing is clear. The case is covered with mystery, and someone deliberately prevents its disclosure. Why did the search stop? By April 17th, hundreds of volunteers combed Domo Strait, Illinois Nia Street, and the entire industrial zone, abandoned buildings, ravines and woodlands, hills and wastelands. Conducting searches in the water area of the river turned out to be problematic, as at that time the ice drift began. However, as much as possible, the search operation was carried out. At that moment, more than 2,000 leaflets were distributed all over Ulan-Ude. A huge number of people were questioned. However, as soon as concerned citizens from other regions started heading to the city, the search group Liza Alert announced the suspension of its activities. In their post on the social network, the leadership explained that their headquarters had done a tremendous amount of work in 5 days. "We do not finish our work," the text read. The search for Seseg and Stanislav continues. "We are waiting for new evidence, ready to process it and go on autonomous tasks." During this time, several other items have been found in the investigation area that could conceivably belong to Seseg. Among them, women's boots, an e-cigarette, and a hat. However, at the moment of the finds, only a man's jacket with documents and keys have been officially confirmed. Apparently, the other things have nothing to do with the case or information about them is not disclosed. Volunteers noted that there is a lot of garbage and miscellaneous junk on the vacant lot, which makes the inspection much more difficult. The search for Seseg Buenova and Stanislav Norboev continues to this day, but by relatives. The relatives of the missing have joined their efforts, despite the suspicions that have arisen about Stanislav. Families and their acquaintances take to the streets after working hours and on weekends. There are about 10 of us. Strangers are calling, interested in the results, worried, offering help. Now law enforcers, family and friends are doing it. Of course, we would like to once again gather volunteers and walk the place. The children are waiting for their mom. They don't know what happened. So far we have told them that mom has left, shared Svetlana Mitopova, Seseg's aunt. Nina Nerbieva said that she feels that her son is alive. The woman stated that she would believe it until she was convinced otherwise. The silence was interrupted. It is striking that after the public outcry, there is a sharp silence. People are perplexed and speculate why the Liza Alert Squad, after finding important leads, quickly called off the search. And afterward, they closed comments to posts about CSAG, explaining it with ethical considerations. In the first week, hundreds of people dropped what they were doing and took to the streets in search of the missing. Understandably, they were extremely outraged and waited for some kind of explanation. Finally, on May 29th, the authorities broke the silence and made an official statement. They reported that murder is being considered as the main version. The suspect is the person who got into Seseg's car near the shopping center. Work is underway to improve the quality of the video footage to identify the person. Otherwise, investigative, operative search and search activities continue in the criminal case. Evidence in the case. Thus, at this point in the case of Seseg and Stanislav's disappearance, there are the following official leads. First, the items found in the vacant lot, Norboev's jacket, keys, and driver's license. The second lead is other items, the identity of which is not known. The third clue is a large blood stain found there. The fourth lead is a woman's car left in the yard with no license plates and bloodstains. The fifth clue is the CCTV footage, which shows the route of the Mitsubishi on the night of April 11th, 12th. And finally, the sixth lead is the testimony of witnesses and eyewitnesses. Forensic and genomic tests are being conducted on the available evidence. No further information is available. Versions. The main theory is murder. The first person who comes to mind is Boris Binov. He may well have been involved in the massacre, and the infidelity of his wife could be the motive for the crime. But this is just speculation. Seseg's relatives reported that they did not find any compromising correspondence in Seseg's computer. Boris admitted that he had been questioned by investigators more than once and passed a polygraph. At the same time, many circumstances raised doubts. First of all, Boris's work in law enforcement agencies in the past. We remember that the unknown man showed his service ID and could well be a former colleague of the suspect. Secondly, Binov's strange business trip on the day of his wife's disappearance, 1,500 miles away. It is as if he took care of his alibi in advance. The second issue is the questionable nature of the trip itself regarding the capture of stray dogs, especially over such a long distance. Thirdly, Vujnova's expensive automobile was not destroyed, and after all, it is a jointly acquired property and in case of what it will always be able to dispose of the second spouse. The second version is kidnapping. Allegedly, Stanislav fell so much in love with a woman who did not reciprocate that he stole her. However, this raises many questions. Who was the third person in the car, and for what purpose? Is Seseg alive at this point? And if so, where is she? The next theory is a criminal showdown over debts. It is possible that at one time the woman sought financial help from people with a criminal lifestyle, perhaps to build a business or maybe in preparation for a beauty pageant. When the time came to pay off her debts, something went wrong. This might explain why Seseg chose to work part-time as a cab driver. On the day she went missing, she also requested money from her husband, likely a small amount, suggesting she may have been trying to gather funds for a particular need. This could clarify why Stanislav was with her. Perhaps she hadn't disclosed her situation to Boris and invited the athlete along for protection. If that were the case, harming them wouldn't make logical sense, especially since a creditor would typically prefer the debtor to repay the loan, even if late. The fourth theory is more straightforward, though still plausible. It's possible that Seseg and Stanislav picked up a dangerous passenger, particularly concerning given that Seseg gained widespread attention following the Mrs. Beryatia 2024 pageant. The perpetrator might have been an obsessed admirer who acted on a twisted fantasy. There's also yet another version of events to consider. Could it be that the two lovers simply chose to disappear and staged a crime to vanish without a trace? While intriguing, this theory seems improbable. Seseg had children she deeply loved and would likely never leave behind. Similarly, Stanislav had close family, his mother and sister, making it unlikely he would willingly put them through such pain. Few people are willing to build a new life at the cost of their loved one's suffering. Clearly, many theories surround this mysterious case. Perhaps, with time, more details will emerge in the disappearance of Buinova and Norboev. Yet there's also a chance the truth may remain forever hidden. Still, this investigation has brought us a step closer to understanding what might have happened. What do you believe led to the tragic events of that April night in Ulan-Ude? Moving on to the next case. Christine Johnson. Until investigators uncovered a hidden detail that changed everything. What really happened to Christine Johnson? Let's take a closer look. In surveillance footage recorded in Los Angeles on February 15, 2003, Christine, just 21 years old, can be seen wearing a black hat. It looks like an ordinary day of shopping at the mall, but what's captured in the video is far more unsettling. Just hours later, Christine vanished without a trace. What she purchased that day may hold clues to her disappearance. Police reviewed her phone records and discovered that she had called a helpline from Laurel Canyon in the Hollywood Hills shortly after 5 p.m. A witness claimed that a woman resembling Christine had pulled over to ask for directions to a home further up the hill. But beyond that, investigators found no additional leads. Then, on February 20th, 5 days after she disappeared, Christine's case was featured in a newspaper article. That same day, a woman contacted the police. The woman told police that a man had approached her at the same mall just a few weeks earlier. He claimed he was involved in casting for the next James Bond film and invited her to audition. This tip led detectives to uncover the disturbing pattern of a serial predator who had been targeting women in Hollywood for over a decade. Their investigation revealed multiple accounts from women with eerily similar experiences. In 2001, Christine Johnson was 20 years old when she left her small hometown of Saugatuck, Michigan, for Southern California, hoping to make it big in Hollywood. While pursuing her dream, she also worked hard to complete her education. Despite her efforts, breaking into the film industry proved difficult, and at one point, she even considered moving back home. Still, Christine didn't give up. She landed a job as a production assistant on a new movie, but consistent work in the industry remained elusive. Eventually, she took a job at a cell phone company to make ends meet, but her passion for a Hollywood career never faded. On Saturday, February 15, 2003, Christine spoke with her mother, Terry, over the phone. Christine mentioned she was heading to the mall that day, and her mom encouraged her to buy herself a Valentine's Day gift. After saying goodbye, Christine left to go shopping. By February 17th, Terry became increasingly worried. She was used to speaking with Christine daily, but hadn't heard from her in over 48 hours. When she couldn't reach her by phone, she called Christine's workplace, only to learn that her daughter hadn't shown up that morning. Christine was always punctual and dependable, so her parents feared something was seriously wrong. They immediately reported her missing and flew to Los Angeles to join the search. Police launched an investigation and established a tip line to gather leads. As the case gained public attention, detectives discovered through her credit card records that Christine had made several purchases at the Westfield Century City Mall on February 15th. Surveillance footage confirmed that Christine was at the mall around 1 p.m. on February 15th. However, the video offered no clear clues about what happened afterward. Investigators then turned their attention to Christine's roommate, hoping she might know more about Christine's movements that day. According to her roommate, Christine had returned home briefly after shopping and proudly showed off a new outfit she had purchased. She then left again, saying she had an important movie audition to attend. For the first time, police had a possible destination, but unfortunately, the roommate couldn't recall the name or location of the audition. Investigators reviewed Christine's phone records and discovered she had made a call to a helpline from the Laurel Canyon area of the Hollywood Hills shortly after 5 p.m. on the same day. A witness also came forward, reporting that a woman matching Christine's description, driving a white Miata, had stopped to ask for directions to a house up in the hills shortly before she disappeared. With new details emerging about the day Christine vanished, her parents began to fear that someone she knew may have been involved in harming her. Desperate for answers, they did everything in their power to aid the search for their daughter. Meanwhile, police brought in Christine's ex-boyfriend for questioning. He admitted there had been domestic abuse during their relationship, but insisted he had nothing to do with her disappearance. He also claimed he wasn't in town on the day she went missing, and several witnesses confirmed his alibi. After verifying his story, investigators determined it was yet another dead end. Then, on February 20th, 2003, 5 days after Christine went missing, a woman named Susan Murphy contacted police. She had read in the newspaper that Christine had disappeared after going to a movie audition. Hoping to help, Susan shared details about a man she had recently encountered. He, too, had invited her to an audition under suspicious circumstances. As she recounted her experience, Detective Virginia Obenchain realized this could be their first major break in the case. Interestingly, news reports hadn't mentioned what Christine had purchased at the mall, but when Susan read the article, she immediately suspected that the man she had met might be linked to Christine's disappearance. As soon as Susan tells the cops that she thinks she met the same man, they ask her to remember everything she could about him. She helps make a composite sketch of what he looks like, which is shown on TV all over the country. February 24th, 9 days after Christy went missing, her car was found in a hotel's valet parking lot. The police told Christy's parents right away, and they were scared. But the only thing they find in the car is Christy's cell phone. The valet told the cops that the car was brought in by a man on February 16th, the day after she died, February 27th, 12 days after Christy went missing. People haven't seen her since then, but her family won't give up. One vigil is held in Los Angeles in honor of Christy, and the other is held in Michigan. As word gets out, along with the picture that Susan Murphy helped make, other women come forward with similar stories in the hopes that they can help find Christy. Liz Bozzini met a man at a restaurant in 1991, 12 years before she went missing. He told her about a job opening in a new James Bond movie. While they were sitting at the bar together, Elizabeth saw right away that something wasn't right. She saw white powder on top of her drink when she looked at it. She quickly called the restaurant boss while she was in the bathroom. She came up with a plan and went back to the bar to try to hold him up until the cops arrived. She asked him what the white powder was as they talked some more. He said it was sugar. Elizabeth tried to trade drinks with him by telling him he could have hers instead. Before the police came, the man ran away. But when Elizabeth hears about what happened to Christy, more than 10 years later, she thinks it was the same man. Christine Klugian is one of the women who have told the police stories that sound a lot like hers. She says that in 1989, she met a man who said his name was John Maroney. After a few weeks of talking, he asked her to go on a date. The man told her that the party would be in a hotel room, and that he worked for Columbia Records. After dinner, they took a car back to the hotel. But when they got off the lift, Christine Klugian realized that the hall was empty. She was getting scared because she couldn't hear anything that sounded like a party nearby. Right then, the man led her to a hotel room that was empty, and she knew what he was up to the whole time. The man tied her up with ropes that he pulled out from behind the bed, but she got away and ran out of the hotel room to get help. A man named Victor Paleologos was caught trying to. He agreed to a plea deal and was given probation for 3 years. After 14 years, cops are still desperately looking for Christy Johnson. After seeing the sketch of the man they're looking for, a parole officer calls in. Victor Paleologos, one of her parolees, looks like it, she says. The police get a warrant to search his home. Men wearing the same kind of clothes that Christy bought the day she went missing are shown on his computer. The suspect also told Susan Murphy to wear the same outfit to an interview. The trend is becoming more clear now. When investigators go to find Paleologos, they find that he is already in jail on separate charges for trying to steal a car. Paleologos is still being questioned by detectives, but he won't say anything about Christy's departure. He also has an excuse for the day she disappeared. The friend he said he met confirmed that they did eat together. Even though Paleologos has a good excuse, he is still a major suspect in the case. Paleologos didn't go to IHOP until hours after Christy was last seen, around 5:30 p.m. on February 15th. He had a lot of time between those events to hurt her. Police asked Susan Murphy to name the guy who approached her in a lineup 16 days after Christy went missing. Susan figures out who Victor Paleologos is. There are still hopes that authorities will be able to find Christy, but Detective Obanchain gets a call that changes the whole case as she walks Susan out of the police station. Folks on a walk found a dead body in a gorge not far from Hollywood Hills. When the police get there, they find the body of a young woman. Everyone's worst fears have come true after weeks of looking for Christy. The cops now have to break the sad news to her family. Her family is very sad. The autopsy reports show that Christie died from being strangled. Investigators have decided that she was killed. Now the cops have to find and punish the person who killed her. No progress has been made in figuring out who killed her, even though her body has been found. Because Victor Paleologos has been linked to several crimes and has been identified in a picture, he can be charged with killing Christie. But since there is no DNA evidence, the prosecutors will have to make a case against him based on other information. The trial began on July 13, 2006. People who have been harmed by Paleologos in the past have told us about his history as a repeat predator. Their stories could help us catch him and punish him. She is called to the stand to tell her story. For years before Christie went missing, in 1999, a guy talked to Kathy at the same mall. He said his name was Brian and that he worked for Disney. He told her that she would be great in a new James Bond movie that he was making. Before she left, Kathy asked the man for a business card because she knew that Disney didn't make the James Bond films. Kathy got in touch with a New York police officer, her father. He also told her not to meet the man again. He hadn't done anything wrong yet, and the cops couldn't help Kathy. She knew the man might be dangerous, but she went anyway to try to stop him from hurting someone else. For safety's sake, she brought a stuntman friend with her, but the man who invited her never showed up. Even though Kathy didn't get to stop him herself in 1999, she knew it was the same man who talked to her when she saw Victor Paleologos' picture on TV 4 years later in connection with Christie's case. She could speak to fight for justice. Heather Marr, another victim, tells the court about the time in 1998 when Paleologos tried to. He was caught and said he was sorry. He was freed on parole on January 20th, 2003, less than a month before Christie went missing. He had been in prison for 3 years and 5 months. In the 4 days after he got out on parole, he went after Susan Murphy. She stands up to witness against Paleologos and faces him again to help Christie's family move on with their lives. January 24th, 2003. She says she was at the Century City Mall, which is also where Christie was a few hours before she disappeared. A man came up to Susan and said his name was Victor Thomas. The man asked Susan to come to a test the next day. He seemed to know a lot about the business, but she thought there was something off about his offer. Susan called the Screen Actors Guild after she left to find out if there was a new James Bond movie being made. They told her there wasn't. There was no way she could be sure the man wasn't telling the truth, and she had no idea what he planned to do if they met again. But she chose to go anyway, in the hopes of stopping him. Susan went to meet the man again the next day with mace and a camera. Her boyfriend Tony stayed in the car and watched from inside. As they talked, he asked her if she wanted to get a drink across the street before the interview. The building he pointed to looked like it was empty. Susan showed her man where the car was by pointing. When the man saw that she wasn't alone, he changed his behavior right away. While the man was running away, Susan tried to stop him so he wouldn't hurt anyone else. Tony and she got in the car and chased after him. He was quickly found hiding in the trees around the corner. Susan wasn't hurt, but she thought the man might try to trick another young woman. She had no idea what he could do. When he met her, he didn't do anything wrong, so the cops couldn't do anything. After less than a month, Christie was last seen. Right now, Susan's story helps make it clear how Victor Paleologos behaved. 7 women bravely testified against him, facing the man who had been after them and has gotten away with crimes many times. Paleologos kept coming up with the same ideas. He told the women to buy the same clothes and used the promise of an interview that would make their careers possible to get them to fall for him. He took advantage of their hopes for their big break in Hollywood. The stories of the women are very important for making a strong case when put together, but since they don't have any DNA proof, they're still not sure if it's enough to find him guilty. Victor Paleologos takes a plea deal to avoid the death sentence because there is more and more evidence against him. But after that, he makes a shocking choice. He asks the court in an 11-page letter to change his mind about pleading guilty. Victor Paleologos was given a 25-year to life term on September 15, 2006, for the murder of Christine Johnson. The women recognized how closely Christine's story mirrored their own and found the strength to come forward together. Their bravery played a key role in exposing and capturing a serial predator who had been targeting young women in Hollywood for over a decade. Though they never knew Christine personally, their efforts to bring her killer to justice speak volumes about the impact her story had on them. Thanks to their courage, Christine's family was finally given answers, and a measure of peace. These women continue to honor her memory, and today, they advocate for other survivors of assault. They speak out to remind the world that telling the truth can lead to real change, and that every survivor's voice matters in the ongoing fight for justice. Moving on to the next case. Joel Kirkpatrick. 10-year-old Joel was viciously attacked while sleeping in his bed, suffering 13 serious stab wounds, all while his mother was just in the next room. At first, she claimed she had no idea who could have done such a thing, or did she? As the investigation progressed, Julie Ray Harper emerged as the main suspect. There's a lot more to this case, so stay with us. Around 4:30 a.m., a panicked Julie rushed to her neighbors, saying a masked intruder had broken in, assaulted her, and taken Joel. Alarmed, the neighbors contacted the police right away. When officers arrived, they found signs of a break-in, including shattered glass and blood on the back door. A bloody knife was discovered in the hallway. Tragically, Joel was found in his bedroom, wedged between the wall and his bed. Though still clinging to life, he had suffered over a dozen critical injuries, including to major organs. Cuts on his hands revealed he had tried to defend himself. Paramedics arrived swiftly, but sadly, Joel could not be saved. The brutal attack sent shockwaves through the community, leaving everyone, especially Joel's mother, in deep anguish. Julie, who deeply loved her only son and often referred to him as her greatest blessing, was heartbroken. Eager to catch whoever was responsible, detectives launched their investigation right away. Julie told them she had been asleep when she was awakened by Joel's screams. Assuming he was having a nightmare, she went to check on him. But just as she neared his room, a masked man rushed out. A struggle followed, during which she was knocked to the floor. In a desperate attempt to stop him, she clung to his leg as he dragged her through the hallway. When the intruder reached the garage, he shattered the glass back door to escape, striking Julie one last time before disappearing. Under the glow of the streetlights, Julie claimed she briefly saw his face in profile. She described him as a young, short, slender man with dark hair, wearing dark pants, possibly a teenager. Despite her vivid account, police were unable to identify anyone fitting that description, leading them to suspect the attacker may have come from outside the area. In a close-knit town of fewer than 5,000 residents, a local suspect likely would have stood out. With little progress, rumors began to spread, and investigators turned their attention to a group of local high school troublemakers known for causing problems around town. One teenager falsely claimed that he and his friends had broken into Julie's house, but investigators quickly determined the story was fabricated, putting them back at square one. The following day, Julie suggested a disturbing possibility. Could Joel's father have been responsible? The couple had gone through a bitter divorce and custody battle, which had ended in Julie's favor. Could resentment over the outcome have driven him to commit such a horrific crime? Investigators looked into this theory, but quickly confirmed that Joel's father had a solid alibi. He was out of town with his new wife at the time of the murder. With that lead ruled out, attention began shifting toward Julie herself. Several elements from the crime scene raised red flags. When officers first arrived, Julie described the intruder as masked. But just 20 minutes later, she gave such a detailed description of his face that a sketch artist was able to draw him. Yet no mask was ever recovered from the scene. This inconsistency, along with other emerging clues, began to cast serious doubt on Julie's account. Then came another suspicious moment. Before being taken to the hospital, Julie unexpectedly asked whether a knife had been found. What made that odd was that she hadn't mentioned a weapon earlier, and at that point, she had no way of knowing Joel had been attacked with a knife. Julie also claimed she didn't even realize Joel was still in the house until she arrived at the hospital. Another odd detail was her immediate belief that the intruder had abducted her son, despite stating she never entered his room and was attacked just outside it. These inconsistencies began to raise serious doubts about her version of events. When rumors spread that Julie might have been involved in her son's death, it sent shockwaves through the tight-knit community and sharply divided public opinion. Police began to theorize that Julie may have fabricated the presence of an intruder, perhaps as a way to keep Joel away from his father permanently. Although she insisted all doors had been shut, there were no signs of forced entry on any windows, doors, or locks. The shattered glass on the back door had been broken from the inside, and a droplet of Joel's blood was discovered there, yet it revealed nothing about a possible assailant. Julie's description of her struggle with the attacker also came under scrutiny. While the hallway carpet did show minor disturbances, folds that matched her claim of being dragged, the rest of the scene was unusually undisturbed. A vase of flowers remained upright, and the framed pictures hanging on the walls hadn't been touched. The only parts of the house showing signs of disturbance were Joel's bedroom and the hallway. Another troubling clue was the weapon itself, a knife taken from Julie's own kitchen, deliberately left near Joel's room. There were no signs of unfamiliar footprints or blood trails inside or outside the house. In fact, when officers checked the backyard the following morning, the dew on the grass remained untouched, indicating no one had escaped that way. Julie's injuries also raised concerns. She had only minor scratches and bruises, which investigators suspected could have been self-inflicted. The level of detail she gave about each wound struck detectives as strange for someone allegedly involved in a chaotic struggle. Additionally, 3 drops of Joel's blood were found on her clothing. When questioned, Julie could only guess that the blood might have splattered during her confrontation with the attacker, an explanation that failed to convince police. As the evidence accumulated, suspicion continued to fall on Julie. But by the end of 1999, investigators learned she had sold her home more than a year earlier and vanished. No one, including her ex-husband, neighbors, or former colleagues, knew where she had gone. One detective recalled she had attended Indiana State University, and a search confirmed she had completed her degree. Further investigation revealed that Julie had relocated to Monroe County, where she had built a new life with a serious partner and a close circle of friends. The sale of her home and a life insurance payout following Joel's death had left her with over $500,000 in assets. This discovery left investigators questioning whether they had overlooked critical details, particularly about Julie's decision to abruptly leave Lawrenceville. The location where Julie Ray Harper chose to live after her son's burial raised eyebrows and added to the growing suspicions surrounding her. Adding to these doubts, her new life as a single woman seemed to offer her fresh opportunities, suggesting she had gained personally from her son's tragic death. Could this have been a motive for the crime? While there was no direct evidence linking Julie to the incident, the sheriff's department pieced together a reconstruction of the events for the prosecutor. According to their report, on October 13, 1997, at approximately 4:30 a.m., Julie allegedly armed herself with a kitchen knife and entered Joel's room while he was asleep. Acting in a state of agitation, she inflicted multiple stab wounds on him as he lay under the blanket. Joel, awakened by the attack, resisted fiercely, which led to a struggle that ended with both of them falling between the bed and the wall. His injuries indicated the attacker was not significantly stronger than him, suggesting the assault was impulsive rather than premeditated. The prosecutors believed Julie staged the crime scene afterward to mislead investigators. She reportedly placed the knife outside her son's room, broke the back door window, and inflicted superficial injuries on herself. However, these efforts only created inconsistencies in her account, ultimately leading detectives to conclude that Julie was the perpetrator. Despite these findings, Julie's family and friends steadfastly defended her, arguing that she would never harm her own child. However, in 2000, Julie Ray Harper was arrested. During the trial, her ex-husband testified against her, painting a picture of a less-than-ideal mother who allegedly never wanted their son. One piece of evidence presented by the prosecution was the significance of the date of the incident, October 13th. They argued that Julie had an obsession with the number 13. She was born on the 13th, insisted on having her wedding on the 13th, and even gave birth to Joel on July 13th after inducing labor. The attack on her son occurred on October 13th, when Joel was 10 years and 3 months old, and chillingly, he suffered exactly 13 stab wounds. On March 19th, 2002, the court found Julie Ray Harper guilty and sentenced her to 65 years in prison, effectively a life sentence under Illinois law. Julie's family and friends felt they were witnessing a serious injustice. They thought that not only had Julie been wrongfully convicted, but the real criminal was still at large and could have committed another heinous crime. Prosecutors were certain they had found the right person guilty. Julie vehemently disputed her involvement in spite of the decision, claiming that the crime was committed by an unidentified masked intruder. If Julie's claims were true, she was living through a real-life nightmare. Though the case seemed resolved with a conviction and imprisonment, it was only the beginning. The media coverage caught the attention of a group of lawyers from the Innocence Project, an organization dedicated to investigating potential wrongful convictions, especially those involving claims of actual innocence. After reviewing Julie Ray Harper's case, they were stunned that she had been found guilty. They revisited overlooked details and explored new angles, which soon bore fruit. The very next day, a new witness came forward to the sheriff's office. Initially, the sheriff showed little interest, as the case was already closed. However, when the man claimed to have interacted with the real perpetrator, the police decided to listen. The witness, Alan Berkshire, recounted an unsettling incident 2 days before Joel Kirkpatrick's murder. While dining with his wife and 11-year-old son at a local copyright, a man approached the arcade games where his son, Randy, was playing. The man, who appeared to be in his 30s, about 5 feet 9 inches, or 5 feet 10 inches, and weighing 150 to 155 pounds, placed a hand on Randy's shoulder and ominously said, "You're scared of me, aren't you? Maybe you should be. Maybe everyone should be terrified when I show up." Alan described the man as disheveled, possibly intoxicated and unfamiliar to the area. After the cafe incident, Alan immediately reported it to the local sheriff's department when he learned of Joel's murder, but his account was dismissed as insignificant. Innocence Project investigators found yet another witness, a cashier, at a bus station less than 40 miles from Lawrenceville. She recalled that on Tuesday, October 14th, a man matching the suspect's description purchased a ticket to Nevada. This destination was rarely requested, making the transaction stand out. She described the man as drunk and unsettling, and his behavior left such an impression that she reported it to local law enforcement immediately. Unfortunately, the police dismissed her report as irrelevant. Further digging by the Innocence Project revealed even more overlooked evidence. The doctor who examined Julie in the emergency room was adamant that her injuries were inflicted by another person. Shockingly, the police had never interviewed the doctor or taken his professional opinion into account. Instead, they proceeded with their theory that Julie had staged the attack and inflicted the injuries on herself. The police also claimed there were no signs of an intruder in Julie's home, but private detectives suggested this was because they simply hadn't been properly searched for. Crucially, no fingerprints were taken from the house, nor were the fibers on Joel's bedsheets analyzed. Additionally, the officer, who initially reported no dew on the grass, had misinterpreted the conditions. There was no dew at all that morning, contradicting his earlier assumptions. The Innocence Project raised these glaring oversights in court and in the media, sparking renewed national attention. Television networks highlighted the case, questioning the evidence against Julie and asking, "Isn't it strange that this woman is still behind bars?" The story took on a new life, offering the public a perspective that casts serious doubt on the original investigation. When all physical evidence pointed to Julie Ray Harper's innocence, the case garnered the attention of American writer Diane Fanning. After thoroughly reviewing the evidence, Fanning became convinced that Julie had been wrongfully convicted. Julie found an unexpected ally in Diane, who noticed striking similarities between the handwriting of Joel Kirkpatrick's attacker and that of Tommy Lynn Sells. A convicted serial killer, Fanning was researching for her new book. Fanning decided to write to Sells in prison, referencing Joel's case indirectly. In her letter she noted, "I watched a program where the prosecutor said, 'No one breaks into a home just to attack a child without bringing their own knife.' But we know that's not true, right?" Sells's reply was cryptic, but chilling. He responded, "Did that crime maybe happen a couple of days before the one I committed in Springfield, Missouri? Did it maybe happen on the 13th of the month?" At the time, Sells had no access to media in prison and could not have learned these case details from outside sources. Fanning interpreted his words as a confession. Tommy Lynn Sells had a documented history of violent crimes spanning nearly 2 decades, during which he traveled across the U.S., leaving a trail of victims. He was arrested in Del Rio, Texas, for a heinous crime committed on December 31st, 1999. On that night, Sells broke into a home around 4 a.m., attacking 2 young girls while their parents slept nearby. The attack bore eerie similarities to Joel Kirkpatrick's case, but in Texas, one of the girls survived and identified Sells, leading to his arrest. This prompted Fanning to suspect that Joel might have been another of Sells' victims. Reports indicated that Sells was involved in at least 21 attacks, and Joel could have been the 22nd. Further investigation revealed that Sells had been in the vicinity of Lawrenceville at the time of Joel's murder, verified through the National Crime Information Center. A Texas Ranger, assigned to Sells' cases, reached out to detectives handling Joel's case, but they showed no interest. The local sheriff's department dismissed this connection, as they had already closed the case by convicting Julie Ray Harper. Despite Diane Fanning presenting her findings, investigators refused to engage with her or consider the new evidence. Unperturbed, Fanning published her book, which became an unexpected sensation. The detailed revelations reignited public support for Julie, with many demanding a retrial featuring unbiased jurors who would weigh the new evidence. However, despite compelling links to a serial killer whose modus operandi matched the crime and who had been confirmed to be near Lawrenceville, the prosecutor dismissed the idea, saying, "I just don't believe in fairy tales." Prosecutors argued that Seals had somehow learned about the case's details while in prison. The Innocence Project's lawyers countered, emphasizing that prisoners had no access to television or the internet, but their arguments were ignored. They pressed on, uncovering even more evidence. Sells had been arrested shortly after Joel's murder for a traffic violation, during which his driver's license was confiscated. A comparison between his license photo and the composite sketch of the attacker revealed a striking resemblance. When the photo was shown to Alan Berkshire, the CAFA copyright witness, confirmed Sells as the man he had seen with his son. With this mounting evidence, it became increasingly apparent that the wrong person might have been convicted for Joel Kirkpatrick's tragic death. Julie Ray Harper's lawyers successfully petitioned the court for a review of her case, which led a pivotal trial. During the proceedings, a recording of Tommy Lynn Sells' confession was presented. In his statement, Sells detailed how, at around 4 a.m., he entered Julie Ray's home through an unlocked kitchen door. He described taking a knife, attacking Joel in his room, and struggling with Julie as he attempted to flee. This account aligned precisely with the events Julie had previously described. After the crime, Sells claimed he hitchhiked to a bus station, purchased a ticket to Winoka, and returned to where he was living at the time. He stated that his actions were in retaliation for a conflict he had with the homeowner at a local store the day before. However, the prosecution began to cast doubt on the credibility of Sells. The first red flag was the lack of evidence supporting the alleged conflict. Julie Ray had never mentioned any dispute with anyone in the 5 years following the incident, despite being extensively questioned. It wasn't until 2002, during a conversation with author Diane Fanning, that Julie suddenly recalled the alleged struggle with the intruder, an unexpected memory that cast doubt on its reliability. Further skepticism surrounded Tommy Lynn Sells' claim that he had entered the house through unlocked kitchen doors. Julie had previously and consistently testified that she had personally locked all windows and doors on the night of October 12, 1997. Yet after speaking with the writer, her account subtly shifted, introducing new uncertainties. During the trial, on a Wednesday morning, the court revisited Julie Ray Harper's case. When the prosecutor spoke the word intent, Julie, overwhelmed with emotion, let out a scream and collapsed unconscious in the courtroom. Despite the unfolding drama, the prosecution remained firm in its stance, asserting that, no matter the jury's verdict, Julie's hands would forever be stained with her son's blood. Tommy Lynn Sells spent 4 years incarcerated at the Texas State Penitentiary in Huntsville before his execution was carried out on April 3, 2014. Julie Ray Harper later received $87,500 in compensation. Moving on to the next case. Olof Baum. Olof Baum was born in January 1927 in Stockholm, Sweden. A bright and curious child, he quickly became fluent in both German and English. In 1945, he enlisted in the army and served for several years, during which he traveled extensively. These travels played a significant role in shaping his strong political beliefs. Olof aligned himself with social democratic ideals and became increasingly vocal about his leftist views. In 1982, Olof was elected Prime Minister of Sweden. His outspoken stance and progressive policies made him a polarizing figure, earning him both staunch supporters and powerful enemies. On the night of February 28, 1986, while walking home from the cinema in Stockholm with his wife, Lisbeth Baum, Olof was shot in the back at close range. A second bullet grazed Lisbeth, but she survived. Medics quickly arrived and rushed Olof to Sebbetsberg Hospital, but tragically, he succumbed to his injuries. Despite the attack taking place on a busy street, no witnesses were able to clearly identify the shooter. Over the following years, investigators pursued various leads, but none resulted in a definitive suspect. In 1989, Christer Peterson was arrested and convicted after Lisbeth identified him in a police lineup. However, the conviction was overturned on appeal, and Peterson was released due to lack of evidence. Then, on June 10, 2020, Swedish prosecutors publicly announced that they had identified the person responsible for Olof Baum's assassination. They named him Ostic Engström M, also known as Skandia Man. Engström M was one of about 20 people who had claimed to witness Olof getting shot. He worked as a graphic designer for Skandia Insurance Company, located near the crime scene. In the initial investigation, Engström M told investigators that he actually tried to resuscitate Olof. During the most recent investigation, it was found that he lied. However, it does not necessarily mean anything, but it was noted that Engström M had very different political views than Olof. He was later identified as a possible suspect by Swedish writers Lars Larsson and Thomas Peterson. Engström M took his own life back in 2000, so it is not really known why Swedish prosecutors now feel so confident it was him. Nevertheless, they have closed the case and consider it to be solved. It took 34 years, 10,000 interviews, and 134 confessions before this case was solved. A lot of people are not happy about the conclusion that the Swedish prosecutors made. They do not believe there is enough evidence to be certain Ingram is guilty. The investigators made a lot of mistakes during the investigation, and the fact that it took 34 years for them to solve. Such a highly publicized case might have influenced their decision that in many instances where media and public pressure push investigators to close a case quickly, errors can occur. Since Engström is no longer alive, the full truth of what happened may never be known. For now, though, the case is officially considered solved. Moving on to the next case. Tanya Nicole Cash. Tanya Nicole Cash was born on October 14, 1981, in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. Her early life was difficult, marked by financial hardship within her family. In 1996, while attending Cornell Middle School at the age of 14, Tanya developed a friendship with Thomas Hose, the school's security guard, who was more than twice her age. He was well liked by students, especially the girls, and had a certain charisma that made him stand out. Thomas frequently pulled Tanya out of class to talk, and eventually, after catching her skipping, he kissed her. This marked the beginning of a disturbing relationship. Over time, Thomas manipulated Tanya into running away from home and moving in with him. Because she had a history of running away, her family didn't report her missing until a week later. The police searched briefly but soon gave up. Unbeknownst to anyone, Tanya was living in Thomas's home, which he shared with his parents and his son. He went to extreme lengths to keep her hidden, confining her to his bedroom and making her use a bucket instead of a bathroom. In 2000, Thomas introduced her to his family under the false name Nikki Allen, claiming she was his girlfriend and would be living with them. After that, she was occasionally allowed outside but had to follow a strict curfew. Eventually, Tanya realized the toxic nature of their relationship and decided to escape. On March 21, 2006, with the help of local grocery store owner Joe Sparico, she revealed her true identity. Joe contacted the police, who quickly arrested Thomas at his home. Tanya was 24 years old by then. Before his trial, Thomas was placed under house arrest, ironically echoing how he had once confined Tanya. He later attempted to harm himself and was sent to a mental health facility. In 2007, he pleaded guilty to the charges and received a prison sentence of 5 to 15 years. Moving on to the next case. Diane Webb. 17-year-old Diane Marie Webb was last seen by her family on her wedding day in 1959 in Indio, California. Before getting married, Diane had been living with her parents and siblings in San Bernardino. But in March of that year, her family relocated to Dolan Springs, Arizona, due to her father's new job. Diane decided to stay behind with her boyfriend, 16-year-old Bernie Milton Webb. She intended to visit her family regularly and had already made at least one trip to see them in Dolan Springs, where she stayed for about a week. However, that visit seemed unplanned. While traveling through Bernie's hometown of Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, the young couple was pulled over, likely due to their youth and out-of-state license plates. Law enforcement contacted their families, requesting that they come retrieve them. It was Diane's father, Thomas, who came to pick her up and bring her back to Dolan Springs. While there, Diane revealed to her family that she was pregnant with Benny's child and that they intended to get married. Her father strongly disapproved of both the relationship and the pregnancy and chose not to attend the wedding. However, Diane's mother and youngest siblings traveled to California to witness the ceremony, which took place on May 6, 1959. In the months following the wedding, Diane kept in touch with her family through letters. The last one was postmarked August 22, 1959, her youngest sister's birthday. In it, the 17-year-old had lovingly included a few handkerchiefs she had crocheted as a gift. After that, all communication from Diane suddenly stopped. Her letters ceased entirely, and her family heard nothing more. Then, in late 1960, they unexpectedly received a letter from Benny. Oddly, it was addressed to Diane herself. In it, Benny suggested that he believed Diane was staying with her family in Dolan Springs, a claim that left them confused and deeply concerned. However, her parents responded, telling him that she wasn't with them and they hadn't seen her in a while. They asked for clarification about what had exactly happened when he'd last seen Diane. On January 5, 1961, Benny wrote that he too hadn't seen or heard from their daughter in a long time and that he thought she was staying with them. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. When he'd last seen her, he'd given her $100 and she'd gotten on a bus to come and visit her family. At the time, he had been laid off and was looking for work. Diane then wrote to him, which was the last time he heard from her. In her letter, she told him that she had lost the baby. Diane then told the 17-year-old's parents that she had a friend in California who might know of her whereabouts, and he encouraged them to contact her and see if she had any information. It is unclear if Diane's parents ever found or contacted this friend. At some point after Diane vanished, her father visited Truth or Consequences to see if he could find any clues about her disappearance. He learned that either Benny's brother or his uncle was the chief of police. He allegedly threatened Diane's father and forced him out of town. Benny himself is a suspicious character in this case. While still alive, he has refused to cooperate with investigators, declined to take a polygraph test, and claims that he doesn't remember ever marrying Diane, despite the fact that their marriage certificate is still available. In August of 1961, a woman using Diane's name visited a dentist's office in California. It is still unknown if this was her or not. Then in October of 1965, skeletal remains of a young woman were found in the Catalina Mountains in southern Arizona, with the victim clutching a revolver. The death was ruled a suicide, and authorities suspected that the victim was Diane, but failed to properly confirm the identity and attempted to hand over the remains to her family, who refused to take them. They didn't believe the 17-year-old would take her own life. In 2013, the bones were exhumed and tested. They did not match Diane. Diane's parents searched for her in Arizona, California, and Nevada until their deaths. Her siblings are still looking for her today, and her case is the oldest of Arizona's unsolved missing children's cases. Diane Marie Webb was 17 when she was last seen by her family on May 6, 1959 in Indio, California. She last wrote to her family on August 22nd of that year, and they have not seen or heard from her since. The Charlie Project lists her date of disappearance as January 9, 1960, due to the delay in the realization that she had gone missing, and notes that she went missing from Phoenix, Arizona. Diane is described as a white woman with brown hair and brown-gray eyes, standing between 5'2" and 5'4", and she weighed 110 to 120 pounds when she was last seen. Her maiden name is White. She has one breast, which is larger than the other, a freckle on the tip of her nose, and pierced ears. She may have been pregnant when she went missing and possibly miscarried later. If she is alive, she will be 80 years old. If you have any information about Diane's disappearance, you can contact the Phoenix Police Department at 602-534-3053. The Jane Doe found in the Catalina Mountains has yet to be identified. She is described as being between 16 and 20 years old, white, and around 5'3". It's believed that she likely passed away sometime between 1960 and 1964. When her remains were discovered, a simple metal ring was found alongside them. She was noted to have an underdeveloped lower jaw on the right side, which would have caused her mouth to close unevenly, something that may have been noticeable to those familiar with her. If you have any information that could help identify this Jane Doe, please contact the local county sheriff's department at 520-351-4600. Moving on to the next case. Robert Farquharson. It was Father's Day in 2005 when Robert Farquharson took what appeared to be a routine drive home with his 3 sons after a quick meal at KFC. The journey began without incident, but it ended in devastating tragedy. By nightfall, their car was submerged in a dam, and Robert stood alone on the shore, smoking a cigarette with a blank expression. Rescue teams fought desperately to save the children, but it was too late. As investigators examined the crash, Robert's behavior and the details surrounding that quiet road raised troubling questions, suggesting a deeper, darker story behind the accident. As the saying goes, not everything that sinks remains hidden. Welcome back to our channel, where we uncover the full arc of true crime cases, from their earliest warning signs to the aftermath. Today, we examine the devastating case of Jai, Tyler, and Bailey Farquharson, 3 innocent brothers whose lives were taken in an act of betrayal by someone they should have been able to trust most. This heart-wrenching story serves as a grim reminder that the greatest dangers sometimes come from those closest to us. Robert Farquharson, the youngest of 4 children, was raised in the quiet town of Winchelsea, located about an hour and a half from Melbourne, Victoria. He was known for being reserved, gentle, and easygoing, and he shared a strong connection with his older sisters. Even after they moved to Geelong for work, they remained closely involved in his life, inviting him on outings and offering support throughout his teenage years. Cindy Gambino, who would later become Robert's partner, grew up in Barwon Heads, Victoria. She was a warm, generous soul with a childhood full of outdoor adventures, riding bikes with friends, and exploring the Barwon River. Cindy loved music, especially ABBA, and had a deep affection for the ocean. Purple, her favorite color, became part of her signature look and matched her lively spirit. From early on, Cindy had one clear dream: to become a mother. Despite losing her previous partner in a tragic car accident, Cindy Gambino remained strong and focused on building a life rooted in love and meaning. She had known Robert Farquharson since their teenage years, and after her boyfriend's death, she found comfort in Robert's calm and dependable nature. Over time, their friendship evolved into a romantic relationship. By 1990, Cindy felt a sense of stability with Robert, who was respected within their local community. What began as a seemingly solid relationship soon revealed cracks beneath the surface. Although Robert was dependable, frequently giving her lifts home from the pub or local dance events, Cindy never experienced a deep emotional or romantic bond with him. In hindsight, she confessed that being with Robert felt like settling for someone she wasn't truly in love with. Robert was reliable and pragmatic, but he lacked the passion and emotional connection Cindy craved. Just 6 months into their relationship, Cindy became pregnant, a turning point that introduced significant strain. Robert, often perceived as a mama's boy due to living with his parents well into adulthood, was attracted to Cindy's independence and resilience. However, this contrast in personalities caused him to rely on her in a way that felt more like he was seeking a caretaker than a partner. After 6 years together, they decided to get married. But even on her wedding day, Cindy harbored doubts, despite the enthusiasm of family and friends. By then, they were already raising 2 children, Jai and Tyler, and would soon welcome a third, Bailey. From the beginning of their marriage, Robert's discontent started to emerge. He became increasingly unhappy with the responsibilities of daily life, especially the burden of working multiple jobs. Over time, Resentment grew. Cindy's assertiveness and self-reliance only intensified Robert's feelings of inadequacy and neglect, fueling deep frustration in their relationship. The tension in the household worsened as Robert continued to avoid sharing parental responsibilities, particularly in caring for their children. Financial pressures only intensified his negative behavior at home. He often displayed passive-aggressive tendencies, targeting the children with provocations until they became visibly upset. Jai, the eldest, was especially affected, frequently reduced to tears by his father's actions. Robert's behavior was described by some as not just unkind, but at times bordering on cruel and even sadistic, eroding the children's respect for him. He appeared to direct his growing frustration and resentment toward those closest to him, creating an increasingly toxic atmosphere within the home. As Robert became more disillusioned with both his job and family life, the cracks in his marriage deepened. In May 2004, a turning point arrived when Cindy met Stephen Moles, a local contractor and single father who had been hired to work on their property. With her relationship with Robert deteriorating further, this encounter marked a turning point in Cindy's life. Cindy began confiding in Stephen about her unhappiness, seeking his guidance. Though Stephen sympathized, he was hesitant to get involved, still recovering from a tough breakup himself. Over time, it became evident to Stephen that Cindy and Robert's relationship was unraveling. Robert started visiting Stephen frequently, seeking advice. As a single father, Stephen initially tried to counsel him, but quickly grew frustrated with Robert's constant complaints and unwillingness to make an effort to improve his situation. After months of this, Stephen confronted Robert, telling him to stop acting helpless and take responsibility for his children, emphasizing that if Robert wanted to be a father, he needed to act like one. The dynamic between Cindy, Robert, and Stephen became increasingly tense, with Stephen being reluctantly drawn into their conflict. By November 2004, Cindy had had enough and asked Robert to move out. While Cindy tried to move forward with her life, Robert claimed the separation was mutual and that he was coping well. In reality, he was seething with anger, stalking Cindy by constantly checking where her car was and who she was with. Those close to Cindy noticed Robert's car repeatedly passing by, sometimes circling the block before reappearing. Despite this, Cindy was moving on. What started as a friendship between her and Stephen blossomed into a romantic relationship, and they began dating. Father's Day 2005 began like any other typical day. Cindy spent the morning with her boys and her father before dropping the children off at Robert's house. She had even prepared a special photo of the three boys as a gift for him. Afterward, she returned home, organizing her son's school items for the next day while she waited for their return. Meanwhile, Robert had taken 10-year-old Jai, 7-year-old Tyler, and 2-year-old Bailey on an outing. Driving his 1989 Holden Commodore to Geelong, the boys picked out small items. Jai chose a cricket ball and Tyler and Bailey each selected a DVD. They then stopped for dinner at KFC and briefly visited Robert's sister before heading back to Cindy's home in Winchelsea. As they drove, the car veered off the road after crossing a railway overpass near Winchelsea. It crossed into the opposite lane, slid down a grassy slope, broke through a wire fence, narrowly missed a tree, and plunged into a dam. The night was pitch black, and the water was bitterly cold, at around 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Fahrenheit. While Robert managed to escape the sinking vehicle and swim to safety, his 3 sons remained trapped inside. Reaching the shore, Robert flagged down 2 passing motorists. Strangely, instead of using their phones to call emergency services, Robert insisted they drive him to Cindy's house so he could break the news to her in person. He declined their offers to attempt a rescue, stating it was too late and that his sons were already gone. While Robert refused to use their phones, the passers-by called for help themselves. When Cindy heard a car pull up, she thought Robert and the boys had arrived. Instead, she opened the door to find only Robert standing there, who blurted, "I killed the kids." Shocked and confused, she demanded to know where her children were and why he had left them. In a panic, Cindy, her partner Stephen Moles, and Stephen's son Zach rushed to the dam, arriving around 7:45 p.m., about 30 minutes after the accident. By then, Robert's car was no longer visible. Cindy, overwhelmed by fear and desperation, ran along the water's edge, repeatedly asking where her boys were. Emergency services were called immediately. The children, Farquharson, stood to the side, smoking a cigarette and displaying no visible emotion. Stephen later described him as resembling a boss overseeing a project, detached from the urgency of the situation. At one point, Robert asked Stephen for a cigarette, prompting an incredulous response. "What? Where are your kids? Get out of my face." Fueled by desperation, Stephen searched several areas frantically. Emergency responders soon arrived and began recovery efforts. When Stephen saw them preparing ropes, he grabbed one, tied it around his waist, and prepared to dive back in. However, authorities stopped him, warning that it was too dangerous. The first ambulance on the scene was directed to Robert, identified as the driver. Paramedics quickly learned 3 children were trapped in the submerged car. One paramedic noted Robert standing near Cindy's car, his legs slightly apart and arms folded, appearing indifferent to the chaos. His lack of effort to comfort Cindy, who was visibly distraught, struck the paramedic as odd. Meanwhile, officers from the Victoria Police Major Collision Investigation Unit arrived. With extensive experience in road incidents, they immediately sensed something was off. Typically, when a car veers off the road, the driver panics, oversteers, and loses control, leaving telltale skid marks. Initially suspecting this was the case, the officers set up lights to search for such evidence. Their search revealed no marks, raising suspicions further. As police continued their investigation at the scene, Robert was taken to a local hospital for a medical examination. Detectives joined him there, expecting to meet someone distraught, disheveled, and shaken by the ordeal. Instead, they found Robert surprisingly composed. Robert recounted the night's events, claiming that he turned on the car's heater, which triggered a coughing fit so severe that he blacked out, losing control of the vehicle. He said he regained consciousness only as the car was sinking rapidly and described futile attempts to save the children by diving under the water. However, the detectives found his story unconvincing. His appearance, notably his neatly groomed hair, did not align with someone who had been diving into cold, murky water. Back at the dam, hopes of a rescue had long faded. By 12:40 a.m., 5 hours after the car had plunged into the water, it was tragically clear there was no chance of pulling the boys out alive. A police driver located the submerged vehicle, which was positioned vertically nose down, stuck in the mud. The driver's side door was open, and Jay, the eldest son, was tragically found partially outside the car, his upper body hanging through the door, a scene that profoundly impacted those present. Inside the vehicle, none of the boys had their seatbelts fastened, suggesting a desperate attempt to escape. When the car was retrieved from the dam, water cascaded out, revealing further troubling details. Investigators noted that the ignition, heater, and headlights were all turned off, details that heightened their doubts about Robert's claim of blacking out from a coughing fit. The headlights being off contradicted his assertion of normal driving before losing consciousness. The heater being off undermined his claim that it triggered his coughing, and turning off the ignition in such a panicked scenario seemed implausible. Meanwhile, Cindy, overwhelmed by shock, was taken to a hospital in Winchelsea, leaving Stephen with the devastating task of identifying the children. He found Jay in a body bag and quietly said a prayer for him. As the investigation continued, the family faced the heart-wrenching task of arranging a funeral for the 3 boys. The children were buried at Winchelsea Cemetery, where Cindy arranged a burial plot for herself beside her sons, intending to join them in the future. Unbeknownst to her, Robert had also reserved a plot next to the children and Cindy, a disturbing act given their estranged relationship and the suspicious circumstances of the boys' deaths. To many, this seemed like a twisted attempt to ensure he would remain connected to Cindy in death, despite her separation from him in life. Police brought Farquharson in for questioning, during which he maintained his claim that a severe coughing fit caused him to black out while driving. "I'm telling the truth. I blacked out," he insisted. When asked if he had intentionally driven into the dam, he responded, "No, I did not." Yet his body language betrayed him as he nodded while denying it, a contradictory gesture casting further doubt on his sincerity. Throughout the interview, Farquharson continued to shake his head while asserting the truthfulness of his statements, a nonverbal cue that undermined his claims. Law enforcement pressed forward with their investigation, meticulously collecting evidence from the crash site, and interviewing key witnesses. By December 2005, police believed they had enough evidence to arrest Robert Farquharson, who remained in custody until his trial nearly 2 years later, in August 2007. During the trial, Cindy testified in Robert's defense, insisting he was a loving father, and describing the crash as a tragic accident. She became a central witness for the defense, offering emotional testimony that Robert had simply lost control of the car due to an uncontrollable medical episode. The prosecution presented a compelling case that challenged Farquharson's narrative. To disprove his claim of blacking out from a coughing fit, they called a sleep medicine expert who testified that cough syncope, the condition Farquharson cited, was exceedingly rare and unlikely in his case. This testimony persuaded the jury that Farquharson's explanation was implausible. The focus then shifted to the physical evidence. Investigators began their analysis by thoroughly examining the crash site for signs that the vehicle had lost control, such as skid marks or evidence of sudden overcorrections. However, they found none. This absence suggested to law enforcement that Robert had deliberately steered the car into the dam. In fact, rather than skid marks, investigators discovered evidence pointing to calculated steering inputs. The prosecution presented a computer-generated reenactment to illustrate the car's path from the road to the dam. This simulation highlighted 3 distinct steering maneuvers made by Robert Farquharson as the vehicle veered off the road. The first involved steering off the roadway, the second straightened the tires to maintain a direct path, and the third was a sharp veer to the right, intentionally avoiding a tree before the car plunged into the dam. The prosecution argued that such precise directional changes could not have occurred if Robert had been unconscious, as he claimed. Instead, they asserted that these movements required deliberate physical actions, making it clear the car's course was not the result of an uncontrolled drift or chaotic motion. To bolster their case, investigators conducted a reenactment of a car submerging in a dam. In the test, the vehicle took approximately 8 minutes to fill with water and sink, leaving sufficient time for an alert driver to rescue the children. The prosecution used this demonstration to argue that Robert had ample opportunity to act, but chose not to, reinforcing their claim that his actions were intentional. Beyond the physical evidence, detectives delved into Robert's behavior, leading up to the crash, uncovering clues that pointed to motive. He had grown increasingly resentful over material possessions, particularly what he called the good car, which Cindy had taken, leaving him with what he viewed as an inferior family car. This division of assets fueled his anger and resentment. A critical component of the prosecution's case came from Greg King, a friend of Robert's. Greg testified about a conversation with Robert months before the incident, during which Robert expressed simmering anger towards Cindy, especially regarding the good car. As they spoke, Cindy coincidentally arrived in the car, further intensifying Robert's frustration. According to Greg, Robert made a chilling statement about paying her back big time. When pressed for clarification, Robert nodded toward the fish and chip shop where Cindy and the children were, implying he was referring to the kids. Greg claimed he was horrified and warned Robert against even thinking such things, reminding him that the children were his own. Initially, Greg dismissed the comment as angry venting, never believing Robert would act on such a threat. However, his account evolved over time, with his final statement explicitly indicating that Robert had intended to harm the children as revenge against Cindy for ending their relationship. Although Greg's inconsistent accounts raised questions about his credibility, the prosecution emphasized that his final version aligned with other evidence pointing to premeditation. The defense countered by arguing that Greg's shifting narrative weakened his reliability, but his testimony remained a cornerstone of the prosecution's case. The trial drew nationwide attention, deeply dividing public opinion. Many struggled to reconcile the horrific nature of the crime with the idea that a father could intentionally harm his own children, while others saw the reenactments and Greg King's testimony as damning evidence of premeditation. The emotional toll of the trial was particularly heavy for Cindy Gambino, who remained torn between her belief in Robert's innocence and the mounting evidence against him. On October 2, 2007, just 2 days before what would have been Jay's 13th birthday, the jury reached a verdict. They found Robert Farquharson guilty of murdering his 3 children. The decision devastated Cindy Gambino, who alongside her mother broke down in court and required medical attention due to the emotional toll. Farquharson was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 33 years. The verdict shocked many, including legal experts. Melbourne barrister David noted that several members of the legal community believed the defense had introduced enough evidence to establish reasonable doubt. He predicted that issues with the forensic evidence raised during the trial might lead to a retrial, and he was proven correct. Farquharson's defense team filed an appeal challenging the prosecution's evidence and the reliability of Greg King's testimony. The appellate court agreed, overturning Farquharson's conviction and granting him a new trial. The second trial began on May 5, 2010. This time the defense argued that the prosecution's video simulation of the car's path did not accurately reflect the conditions of the crash, including the terrain and road conditions. The court agreed and excluded the simulation from evidence. However, the reenactment showing how long a car would take to submerge in similar circumstances was admitted. Over time, Cindy Gambino, who had previously supported Farquharson and testified on his behalf, changed her stance. A pivotal moment came during the second trial when a witness, Dawn Waite, testified. Dawn explained that she had not come forward earlier due to a cancer diagnosis and her assumption that her testimony wasn't necessary. However, after learning Farquharson was granted a retrial, she felt compelled to speak. Dawn recounted that on the night of the incident, she was driving behind Farquharson's car and observed him braking erratically as though searching for a specific spot. She also noticed him deliberately looking toward the dam. Concerned by his behavior, she passed his car and, in her rearview mirror, saw it veer off the road. She confirmed that Farquharson was neither coughing nor incapacitated, contradicting his claims. Convinced by Dawn's testimony, Cindy switched sides. In stark contrast to her earlier support, she testified against Robert during the retrial. Farquharson also took the stand in his defense, but performed poorly. According to a Victoria police sergeant, his evasive answers, frequently claiming, "I can't remember," painted him as untrustworthy. The jury witnessed the same demeanor that initially raised police suspicions on the night of the crash, with Cindy's reversal, witness testimonies, and the reintroduction of the car submersion reenactment. The jury once again found Farquharson guilty of murdering his children. He received the same sentence, life in prison with a minimum term of 33 years. In the years following the tragedy, Cindy and Stephen married and had 2 sons, but the trauma left permanent scars. This pain was poignantly expressed in Stephen's victim impact statement during Farquharson's sentencing. He wrote, "I break into tears, and I wonder if I will do so for the rest of my life. I cry with anger and resentment, not just at Robert, but at myself, because although I did not commit this heinous act, I feel I let Cindy and her boys down that night by not finding them. But unlike Robert, I at least tried. Now I drink regularly, rely on painkillers, and am a shell of who I once was. I no longer run my concreting company, but I'm a full-time carer. I rarely laugh anymore and instead feel grumpy, tired and worn out, focused only on keeping our family running. Cindy is no longer able to function, so I handle the cooking, caregiving, and nearly everything else. Cindy and I rarely share moments of laughter anymore. Intimacy, it feels like a distant memory. I constantly suffer from headaches and neck pain, and I've stopped taking care of myself. I shower and brush my teeth less frequently. We hardly go out, and I deeply miss the person I used to be, as well as the happy, fun-loving woman Cindy once was. I fear neither of us will ever regain those versions of ourselves." After the devastating loss of her sons, Cindy channeled her grief into a relentless pursuit of justice. Stephen described how their lives were forever altered by the tragedy. In later interviews, Cindy tearfully expressed her feelings about Robert. "I hate him with a passion. I don't wish death on him because I want him to suffer. I hate what he's done to me." Tragically, Cindy Gambino passed away on May 10, 2022, at the age of 50 following a medical episode. Authorities found no signs of foul play and her death was ruled as natural, resulting from an underlying medical condition. In a statement, Cindy's family remembered her as a warrior for justice who tirelessly fought after losing her children. In January 2024, nearly 2 decades after Robert Farquharson's conviction, the Victorian government revoked his rights to his son's grave sites at the Winchelsea Cemetery. This was the result of legislation passed in 2021 allowing the state to strip burial rights from convicted murderers and serious criminals. Farquharson's name, previously inscribed on the headstone as the father of the much-loved and cherished children, was removed. This marked the first application of the new law. Additionally, the Department of Health ensured that Farquharson would not be buried in a shared plot, addressing a concern Cindy had expressed before her passing. Robert Farquharson is currently serving his sentence at HM Prison Bar 1 in Lara, Victoria, Australia. Details about his day-to-day prison life are limited, but it is reported that he resides in the protection unit, designed for high-profile and vulnerable inmates. During his time in prison, Farquharson claimed to have experienced another episode of cough syncope 4 years into his sentence. He reportedly collapsed while coughing, fracturing his ankle upon falling. His legal team argued that this incident validated his earlier claims of blackouts caused by coughing fits. After his second conviction, Farquharson pursued appeals in 2012 and 2013, both of which were unsuccessful. However, recent legislative changes have provided a new opportunity for his case to be reopened if new and compelling evidence emerges. This development has reignited scrutiny over the original trials with scientific and legal experts, as well as investigative journalists raising concerns about flawed evidence. Specifically, the Victoria Police's car submersion reenactment has been criticized for being misleading. A forensic expert specializing in vehicle submersion scenarios noted that the reenactment was conducted in 2.8 meters of water, significantly shallower than the dam's actual depth of 7.4 meters. The expert explained that in deeper water the car would have sunk almost immediately, particularly once the door was opened, leaving virtually no time for an escape, let alone rescuing the children. The expert concluded that the reenactment did not reflect real conditions and may have misled the jury. Additionally, the crash simulation video, shown during the first trial, has come under fire for its inaccuracy. One expert dismissed it as Looney Tunes, criticizing it for failing to include key elements, like the slope, obstacles, and fencing present at the crash site. To address these shortcomings, experts recently developed a more accurate 3D simulation, incorporating the missing elements. This new simulation revealed that the steering shifts the prosecution had argued were deliberate actions by Robert were, in fact, consistent with how the car would naturally react to the terrain and obstacles. The only deliberate steering action Robert may have taken was veering off the road, which, according to some experts, could have occurred unintentionally during a coughing fit. Farquharson's claim of cough syncope is now being re-examined. A renowned respiratory specialist has noted that Robert exhibited the typical characteristics of someone susceptible to cough syncope, including being a middle-aged, overweight male with a history of smoking. The expert concluded that it was approximately 90% likely that Robert experienced such an episode on the night of the crash. Farquharson's defense gained unexpected support in October 2015, when truck driver Jeffrey Farquharson blacked out during a cough syncope episode while driving, resulting in a fatal accident. In contrast to Robert, Jeffrey's case had supporting evidence. He was on the phone with his brother during the incident, and his brother confirmed the blackout. Although Jeffrey was initially sentenced to 8 years, he appealed and successfully overturned the conviction after serving just 2. Ironically, the same medical expert who had downplayed the possibility of cough syncope in Robert's trial testified in favor of it in Jeffrey's case. Now, Robert's legal team is using Jeffrey's exoneration as part of their argument in a forthcoming appeal. In addition, key witness testimony is being re-examined. Greg King's conflicting statements about his conversation with Robert have cast doubt on his reliability. Even more troubling is new information about Dawn Waite. Investigative journalists uncovered that she had a restaurant receipt placing her 30 minutes away from the crash site at the time of the incident. If accurate, this would mean she could not have seen the events she claimed to witness. Given that her account played a central role in Robert's second trial, this revelation seriously undermines her credibility. This new information not only persuaded Cindy to testify against Robert, but also reinforced the police's theory about the crash trajectory. In response, the Australian Academy of Science has taken the rare step of calling for a judicial review, arguing that Robert's trials failed to meet acceptable scientific standards and may have resulted in a miscarriage of justice. Robert Farquharson's legal team and supporters are hopeful that these recent developments will lead to a fresh appeal and potentially his exoneration. As of now, Robert remains incarcerated and has served nearly 2 decades. Without a successful appeal, he won't be eligible for parole until 2043. His case remains polarizing. While some believe firmly in his guilt, others are convinced of his innocence, and many more are left uncertain, troubled by the questions surrounding the evidence used against him. Moving on to the next case. Ronald Tamman Jr. 19-year-old Ronald Tamman Jr. was last seen on April 19, 1953, in his dorm room, room 225, at Fisher Hall, located on the campus of Miami University in Oxford, Ohio. Around 8 p.m. that evening, Ronald requested fresh bed sheets after someone had played a prank by placing a dead fish in his bed. Roughly 30 minutes later, he reportedly heard something in the hallway that appeared to upset him. He stepped out to investigate, but never returned. At the time he went missing, Ronald was seen as a well-adjusted and successful student. He was a member of the university's varsity wrestling team, played in the school's dance band, and maintained good academic performance. As the oldest of 5 siblings, he shared the campus with his younger brother, who was also a student there. Just a week before his disappearance, Ronald had visited his parents at their home on Hillgrove Avenue in Maple Heights, Ohio. They recalled him seeming perfectly normal, calm, content, and not showing any signs of distress, making his sudden disappearance all the more mysterious. Between 10 o'clock and 10:30 p.m. on the night Ronald disappeared, his roommate returned to their dorm and found him gone. At first, he wasn't alarmed. He assumed Ronald was simply spending time at his fraternity house, Delta Tau Delta. It wasn't until the next day, when Ronald still hadn't returned, that his roommate reported him missing. What made the situation even more puzzling was that Ronald had left behind all of his personal belongings: his car keys, wallet, ID, clothes, watch, and even his high school class ring remained in the room. When his roommate came back that night, the lights were still on, the radio was playing, and an open psychology textbook lay on Ronald's desk. Strangely, Ronald had dropped his psychology course 3 weeks earlier, adding another layer of mystery to the scene he left behind. Additionally, Ronald's gold 1938 Chevrolet sedan was still in the campus car park. His bass fiddle was in the back seat. The $200 in his bank account went untouched, and when he vanished, he is believed to have had no more than $10 or $15 on his person. He was also not wearing a coat at the time. Strangely, law enforcement has also not found any evidence which would indicate that Ronald met with foul play. They theorized that he would be a difficult man to attack, given that he was around 5'10", weighed 175 pounds, and was physically strong. While they investigated the possibility that he developed amnesia and wandered away, they also suspected that if this were the case, he would have been found shortly after he went missing. Interestingly, a woman living outside of Oxford, around 12 miles east of the university campus, reported that at 11 p.m. on the night of Ronald's disappearance, a young man came to her door and asked her what town he was in. She described him as disheveled, dirty, upset, and confused. He had no coat or hat, despite it being cold and snowy outside. The man then asked for directions to the bus stop and left after receiving them. Notably, the man wouldn't have been able to get on a bus that night because the service wasn't operating. While this man matched Ronald's description, it has not been confirmed if they were the same person. His brother stated that he didn't believe the 2 men were one and the same. 5 months before Ronald vanished, he visited the Butler County Coroner's office in Hamilton, Ohio, where he asked to find out his blood type, which required that his blood be taken and tested. According to the coroner who interacted with the 19-year-old, it was the first of that type of request he'd had in 35 years of practice. Not only is it unknown why Ronald wanted the test done, but it's also unknown why he didn't just visit his local doctors or the university hospital. He was scheduled for a physical examination by the Selective Service for induction into the Army, but he did not need to know his blood type prior to this. In 1978, Fisher Hall was torn down. The rubble was searched extensively for any sign of Ronald's remains, but nothing was found. Then in 2009, investigators looked into old records pertaining to a John Doe, whose body was discovered in Georgia in 1953. They theorized that John Doe was Ronald by going off their height and weight match. After obtaining DNA samples from Ronald's sister, however, they discovered there was no match between the two. 1 year later, a Miami University alumnus named Jennifer Wagner began looking into Ronald's disappearance. She spent over a decade researching the case and believes that Ronald lived for an extended period of time after he went missing, passing away around 1995. She noted that the FBI got rid of Donald's fingerprint records in 2002. According to regulations, the agency can destroy them 7 years after a person's death. She believed the 19-year-old psychology professor was involved with the CIA and that Ronald was recruited by them. But as it stands, Ronald's case is still unsolved. 19-year-old Ronald Tamman Jr. was last seen at 8.30 on the evening of April 19, 1953 at Fisher Hall on the Miami University campus in Oxford, Ohio. He is described as a white male with dark brown hair and brown eyes. He is around 5'9" to 5'10" and weighed 175 pounds when he was last seen. He also had a muscular build at the time. Ronald had a slight overlap in one of his front teeth and also had a cauliflower ear, likely from his time as a wrestler. If he were still alive today, he would be 89 years old. Though his parents have since passed away, his siblings continue to seek answers about what happened to him. If you have any information regarding Ronald Tamman's disappearance, please contact the Oxford Police Department at 513-524-5240. Moving on to the next case. Sabrina Cooter. A gruesome crime shook an affluent neighborhood in London. Compulsive thoughts, a form of mental illness, involve intrusive ideas and urges that go against a person's will, thoughts they are unable to escape. In extreme cases, these thoughts can completely overwhelm the mind. When paired with a manipulative personality, inherent cruelty, and an obsessive need for control, it becomes a dangerous combination, like a ticking time bomb. Sabrina Cooter, a British woman, had every opportunity to live the glamorous, wealthy, and carefree life she had always envisioned. Yet, nothing ever seemed to satisfy her. No partner measured up to her standards, and she was consumed by the belief that she was destined for fame, attention, and luxury. Sabrina's unfulfilled ambitions and obsessive fantasies eventually spiraled into delusions, accompanied by violent outbursts. Tragically, she directed her rage at a helpless man, unleashing the full force of her anger on him. The case would go on to be remembered as one of the most brutal and widely publicized crimes in British history. An innocent young woman, who had lovingly cared for Sabrina's children, became the victim of a deeply disturbed sadist. Born on December 5, 1982, in a suburb of London, Sabrina Cooter came from a mixed French and Algerian background, which may have contributed to both her striking looks and fiery personality. The eldest of 4 siblings, she was the family's golden child, constantly praised and held up as a role model. When she was just 2 years old, her family relocated to France, settling in Paris, where she would spend the majority of her childhood and adolescence. Sabrina's complex personality began to show during her school years. Former classmates described her as arrogant, controlling, self-centered, and extremely selfish. She had few friends, either at school or in her neighborhood, as she saw those around her as beneath her. She was especially hostile toward other confident, outgoing girls, whom she viewed not as peers, but as threats and rivals. With her striking appearance, dark hair, brown eyes, and a well-proportioned figure, Sabrina had the potential for a modeling career. However, her inability to form genuine connections and her constant need to manipulate others held her back. As a child, she was physically active and dabbled in music during her teen years. But her lack of discipline, impatience for quick results, and unwillingness to put in sustained effort prevented her from succeeding in any area. Later in life, Sabrina would claim she had been mistreated by her maternal relatives in France during her early childhood. However, these allegations were never verified. In fact, her family maintained that Sabrina had always been pampered and constantly craved attention. During her teenage years, while still involved in sports, she sustained a back injury that led to a reliance on prescription painkillers. When she attempted to obtain these drugs illegally, she was arrested and issued a police warning. Her obsession with herself and her appearance remained constant, and she firmly believed she was destined for a lavish, high-profile life surrounded by celebrities and fame. At times, Her fantasies seemed to blur the line between reality and imagination, as she genuinely believed her rightful place was among the stars in Hollywood. Sabrina eventually graduated from the Sorbonne with a degree in English and French literature. Still, beginning in 2006, she started claiming to work in various fashion-related roles: stylist, makeup artist, designer, despite lacking the proper qualifications or real experience in any of those fields. Sabrina Kader, widely recognized for her striking beauty, had a complicated relationship with Wissam Madhouni. She had a habit of charming men and taking advantage of their affection, yet never considered any of them suitable for a serious commitment. She seemed to be waiting for a man who would worship and obey her completely. After finishing school, Sabrina remained directionless, believing she deserved everything in life without having to work for it. Despite this, she enrolled at the prestigious Sorbonne University and took a job at a sweet shop to support herself financially. It was there, at the age of 18, that she met Wissam Madhouni. 6 years older than her, Madhouni was a manager at the headquarters of a major French company and was studying at one of Paris's top universities. He was focused on earning his master's degree to further his career. Though he wasn't particularly attractive, part of elite social circles, or connected to the celebrity world, Wissam Madhouni fell deeply in love with Sabrina and was eager to cater to her every desire. Sabrina, for her part, was drawn to Madhouni, not just because she could easily manipulate him, but because she saw in him a potential gateway to the luxurious lifestyle she craved. He was driven, poised for professional success, and more than willing to indulge her. The two began dating in 2000, and within a few months, they moved in together. However, Sabrina's true nature quickly emerged. She sought to dominate every aspect of Madhouni's life. When her demands weren't met, she responded with emotional outbursts, manipulation, and even physical aggression. It wasn't long before she began cheating on him openly, showing no guilt or need for explanation. Her affairs ranged from fleeting encounters with strangers to flings with Madhouni's own friends and colleagues. Despite multiple attempts to leave the relationship, Madhouni always ended up returning, unable to detach himself from his deep emotional attachment to Sabrina. In 2001, he completed his master's degree and received a major promotion, significantly increasing his income. He spent generously on Sabrina, buying her expensive clothing and funding her lavish lifestyle. Additionally, his family owned several properties in Paris, which he managed, handing over all rental earnings to her. Sharing similar Franco-Algerian roots, Madhouni felt a strong connection with Sabrina. According to some reports, the couple took part in a religious Muslim marriage ceremony in the fall of 2001, with a certificate issued by the Argenteuil Mosque. However, this religious union was not recognized as a legal marriage. The two had a son, whose paternity Madhouni formally acknowledged. But years later, a Frenchman named Anthony Francois came forward, claiming he was actually the child's biological father. Anthony Francois, who later testified at Sabrina Kader's trial, described her as unstable, unpredictable, promiscuous, and highly manipulative. In 2008, the global financial crisis struck, resulting in the bankruptcy of the company where Wissam Madhouni was employed. He lost his lucrative position, and during this turbulent time, Sabrina became fixated on relocating to London. She made the decision largely on her own, with little input from Madhouni. Left with few options and hoping to restart his career in one of the world's financial capitals, Madhouni eventually followed her. In London, he secured a job at a major English bank. Meanwhile, Sabrina struggled to gain traction in the fashion world. Her dreams of becoming a designer, model, or makeup artist were consistently derailed by her lack of training, experience, and formal qualifications in any of those professions. Consequently, she had to lower her expectations. Over time, she worked in various capacities, including as a nanny, in a call center, a cafe, and even tried her hand at network marketing. Romance with Mark Walton. Sabrina Kader's quest for love took a turn when she rekindled her teenage passion for music, adding the titles of musician and composer to her resume. Despite her enthusiasm, Sabrina struggled to find professional opportunities in the music industry. She attended numerous auditions and social events, hoping to make valuable connections. At one of these events, Sabrina fortuitously met Mark Walton, a renowned musician, songwriter, and one of the founding members of the famous Irish boy band, Boyzone. After leaving the group, Mark became a successful producer and music mogul, collaborating with artists like Jennifer Lopez, Jessica Simpson, and Lady Gaga. By 2016, his net worth had exceeded $1 billion. Mark was precisely the kind of person Sabrina had dreamt of meeting, her ticket to a world of fame and luxury. She managed to impress Mark with her beauty and charisma. He was captivated by her and openly admitted falling in love at first sight, unable to think of anyone but the stunning woman. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and Sabrina made efforts to remain pleasant and endearing, quickly ending her relationship with Meduni as she saw a promising future with Mark. His previous relationship and child were no deterrent for her. Within weeks, the lovers moved in together, residing in a luxurious house in an upscale area of London. Mark took on all the expenses, including the rent for the lavish house chosen by Sabrina. For several months, Sabrina lived the opulent life she had long aspired to, socializing with celebrities, attending elite events, wearing couture clothing, and even appearing in glossy magazines. However, managing Mark proved challenging for Sabrina as she feared losing him. She couldn't control her nature for long and soon began to show jealousy towards every woman around Mark. Sabrina's demands increased over time, seeking more gifts and luxury. Mark indulged her with designer clothes, jewelry, and outings to high-end restaurants and clubs, but it was never enough for her. The couple's home had a high turnover of staff and nannies, as Sabrina's paranoia led her to believe they were either stealing or attempting to seduce Mark. Her irrational behavior eventually drove Mark to his breaking point. In 2011, he ended the relationship and left for California, leaving Sabrina with nothing. Losing Mark also meant losing the lavish lifestyle she had enjoyed. Sabrina started giving interviews, accusing Mark of cruelty, violence, and substance abuse. She called him crying, begging him to return, and even threatened to take her own life. But none of these tactics brought him back. Who was the father of the second child? After realizing she had lost Mark Walton, Sabrina Coiter reached out to her ex-partner, Wissam Medhouni. Medhouni, whose career was flourishing as a bank executive, immediately forgave and accepted her back, still harboring feelings for her. They resumed living together. Shortly after reuniting with Medhouni, Sabrina discovered she was pregnant. She quickly informed Walton, who, through his lawyers, expressed willingness to provide for the child and Sabrina, offering a monthly allowance. However, Walton insisted on a paternity test post-delivery to confirm his fatherhood. Sabrina's refusal to undergo the test, which could have secured her substantial regular payments, hinted at her uncertainty about the child's paternity. Instead of agreeing to the test, she demanded Walton double the proposed allowance. Upon his refusal, she declared war on the musician. Sabrina took to social media, spreading false claims that Walton was obsessed with her, insanely jealous of Medhouni, and was physically threatening them. She accused Walton of breaking into their home, assaulting Medhouni, scaring the children, and sexually assaulting her in unnatural ways. However, she couldn't substantiate her claims as Walton had a solid alibi, being in the United States since their breakup. After Walton filed a defamation lawsuit and the police threatened action against her, Sabrina temporarily ceased her accusations against the ex-boyfriend. She settled in Wimbledon, southwest London, with Medhouni and their 2 children, leading a seemingly quiet life as the conflict appeared to be resolved. French nanny Sabrina Coiter, unaccustomed to managing household chores and finding it challenging to handle 2 children, decided to hire a nanny who could also assist with housework. She posted a job advertisement online and personally conducted interviews. Most candidates did not meet her expectations, and those who did not stay long in her household. A young French woman named Sophie Lyonnaise responded to the advertisement. At the time, 19-year-old Sophie was in her provincial hometown in France, so the interview was conducted via video call. This modest, unassuming provincial agreed to all terms: childcare, household help, and cooking for a symbolic weekly pay of £50, including full board and lodging with the employer. Sophie was born on January 7, 1996, in the small town of Troyes, situated between Auxerre and Saint-Cyr. Copyright. Her parents, Catherine and Patrick Lyonnaise, were simple workers, leading a modest, if not poor, lifestyle. After finishing school, obtained a diploma in childcare but did not wish to work in her province, aspiring instead to move to a big city. Known for being shy, quiet, and plain in appearance, but very kind and open-hearted, Sophie was loved by those who knew her. Due to poor vision, she wore glasses, which she was somewhat self-conscious about. During their conversation, Coyote realized that Sophie, the plain Jane, would be an ideal target for her manipulations. Moreover, Sophie was eager to gain experience and good references, thus willing to work for minimal wages. To Sophie, Sabrina seemed like a serious and reliable employer, a fact she shared with her parents before departing for London. As kind employers turned into sophisticated sadists. Initially, things seemed to go well for Sophie Leonette, who naively believed that working for the Queeters would be an excellent start to her nanny career. She quickly bonded with the children, managed household chores as per her contract, and had enough time and resources to improve her English and explore city attractions. This peaceful period lasted several months, and all seemed well. Problems began when Meduni lost his job, and the family's only stable income became the monthly child support payments from Walton. Again demanded increased payments from Walton, who in turn requested a DNA test to confirm his paternity. The family faced serious financial issues, struggling with expensive rent and basic living expenses. Sabrina, unwilling to cut back on her luxuries and desperate to maintain her socialite lifestyle, became irritable and aggressive, often taking out her anger on the young nanny. The couple attempted to start a bakery business with their last funds, but it failed. Sabrina then turned to Walton, asking for a substantial amount of money to launch her clothing line, only to be met with a categorical refusal, leading to tears and complaints about poverty. Sabrina frequently complained to Lionette about her ex-lover, and the nanny tried to console her employer. What happened next varies depending on the source. According to one version, Cooter conceived a plan to use Sophie as a weapon for blackmailing Walton. She intended to portray Sophie as Walton's accomplice and lover, supposedly planted in their home to disrupt their lives and endanger the children. Sabrina claimed that the provincial fool was in love with Walton, who used her as a tool for revenge. She believed that recording the nanny's confessions on tape or video and presenting them to the police would be sufficient evidence to demand compensation from Walton for his heinous act. However, Sophie refused to give false statements on camera. Another version, as argued by Queeter's lawyers in court, suggested that due to her mental disorder, Sabrina genuinely believed in her conspiracy theory and saw Sophie as an enemy and a threat to her family. She allegedly didn't force the nanny to give false testimony, but truly believed Sophie was Walton's accomplice infiltrated into their household to harm them. Regardless of the truth, Sophie's life soon turned into a living nightmare. Torture chamber in the basement of a wealthy home. Initially, young French woman Sophie Lionette was burdened with extra work without a corresponding increase in her meager salary. Eventually, she was engaged in endless chores from dawn to late night, with no personal time and effectively imprisoned within the house walls. Sophie's pay was soon halted entirely, and to prevent her escape or return to France, her employers confiscated her passport, making her a captive. Her communication with family was strictly monitored. The situation worsened. Sophie was barely fed and constantly pressured to give false statements against Walton, whom she had never met or known. She was communicated with solely through screams, insults, and threats. Accused of stealing money and valuables, she was threatened with imprisonment if she failed to comply with their demands against the musician. When screaming and blackmail proved ineffective, the quitters resorted to more brutal and sophisticated methods. Sophie was effectively relocated to a cold basement where she spent all her time when not working. Fed scantily once or twice a day, she became emaciated and weak. However, the cold and hunger were not the worst she endured. Physical abuse became the most torturous stage. It started with slaps and hair pulling, but escalated when Sabrina broke Sophie's nose in a violent assault. The sight of blood seemingly unleashed Sabrina's fury, turning beatings into a daily ordeal for Sophie. Each day brought new methods of cruelty designed to inflict unbearable pain and suffering. The basement of this wealthy house in an affluent London area turned into a real torture chamber for Lionette with no hope of rescue. Strange visit to the police station. In late summer 2017, Sabrina Coiter brought the unfortunate Sophie Lionette to a police station, claiming that Sophie was ready to testify against Mark Walton, with whom she allegedly had a romantic and criminal relationship and who had supposedly sent her to their house to abuse the children. However, Sophie remained silent, refusing to say what Sabrina demanded. The police decided to speak with Sophie privately and took her to a separate room. Sabrina was furious, fearing that Sophie would reveal the horrors happening at their home and implicate her and her husband. Mysteriously, Sophie chose not to disclose anything or seek help. The police's response was also peculiar. Despite seeing a malnourished, frightened, and weakened young woman, they did not call a doctor or a psychologist to ensure her well-being and safety. At that point, the 21-year-old nanny, weighed less than 40 kilograms, had partially lost her hair, was missing a front tooth, and was noticeably limping. Yet none of this raised any concern with the officers, who simply let everyone go home. Disturbing phone call and a funeral pyre. In mid-September, Sophie Lyonnaise made her final call to her mother. Sobbing, Sophie confessed to her mother that she wanted to return home but had no money. Catherine, without delving into details, simply told her daughter that she would buy her a ticket and asked her to pack her bags immediately. This was the last time she would hear Sophie's voice. A few days later, on September 20th, 2017, in the evening, the Queeters' neighbors called the police. They were alarmed by a fire in the yard, not so much by the fire itself, but by the nauseating, sweetly greasy smell emanating from it. A neighbor said he immediately realized it smelled like burning flesh and hair, along with something unidentifiable, and the thick smoke that stretched half a block instantly impregnated clothes and skin with this stench. Firefighters and a police car arrived at the scene. The house owners, appearing calm and seemingly unaware of the reason for the emergency services visit, met them. After extinguishing the fire, what looked like a charred human hand was discovered in the ashes. The couple was immediately taken into custody, and severely burnt human remains were extracted from the fire. The gender and age of the deceased were indeterminable, but soon the body was identified as Sophie Lyonnaise's, recognized by the melted metal frame of the glasses embedded in the skull, which Sophie always wore. Cause of death. Determining the cause of Sophie Lyonnaise's death was challenging, as her body was almost entirely destroyed by fire. Forensic experts found multiple rib fractures, jaw cracks, and evidence of blunt force trauma on her skull and limbs, indicating she had suffered these injuries while still alive. Additionally, several of her teeth were missing, and her nose was severely damaged. It became clear that Sophie had endured prolonged and brutal beatings, resulting in broken bones and knocked-out teeth. However, assessing the state of her internal organs and identifying any penetrating wounds was impossible due to the extent of the fire damage. The discovery of horrific video recordings in the house, showing Sophie being tortured and coerced into confessing collusion with Walton and intent to harm the children, revealed the true sadistic nature of her captors. Sophie was beaten with fists, an iron cord, a golf club, and even subjected to electric shock torture. She also endured humiliations, such as being forced to submerge her head in a toilet until she began to suffocate. According to experts, Sophie likely died from asphyxiation before being burned on the pyre, sparing her from the agony of being alive during the burning. Trial and sentence. Sabrina Cater and Wissam Midhoney denied guilt and displayed no remorse for their brutal crime. After the murder, Midhoney calmly went to a nearby supermarket to buy fire lighter fluid for burning the body and dinner for his family, behaving as if nothing unusual had happened. The first court hearings against the sadistic couple began in March 2018. Sabrina attempted to cast herself as a victim, claiming that Mark Walton had pushed her into a disturbed mental state through constant harassment. While medical evaluations did confirm that she suffered from certain psychological disorders, they also concluded that she was not legally insane and was fully aware of her actions. Wissam, though physically well, was mentally and emotionally dependent on Sabrina, completely under her control and blindly obedient to her will. One of Sabrina's former lovers, who testified during the trial, described her as a calculated manipulator rather than someone mentally unfit. He stated that her actions were too deliberate and strategic to be the result of madness. Another witness testified that she often invented enemies, but did so with clear reasoning and selfish intent. On June 26, 2018, The court found both Sabrina and Wissam guilty of the aggravated torture, humiliation, and murder of their nanny. Both were sentenced to life imprisonment, with the possibility of parole only after serving 30 years. Neither showed remorse or accepted responsibility, and they continued to file appeals in an effort to reduce their sentences. Sabrina even attempted to fake insanity in hopes of being transferred from prison to a psychiatric facility, but her efforts were ultimately unsuccessful. Mark Walton, who attended the trial, expressed deep regret over his former partner's actions, acknowledging that she carried out these horrific crimes in a desperate bid for his attention and financial support. He extended his heartfelt condolences to the victims' grieving parents and voluntarily provided a significant financial contribution to help the devastated family cope with their tragic loss. Moving on to the next case. Renee Marsden. It's wise to be cautious not only of your enemies, but also of your friends, because sometimes friends can become the greatest threat. This story centers around a friendship between two women that ultimately ended in tragedy. Today's case is about Renee Marsden from Sydney, Australia. She was raised alongside her three brothers in a loving home by her parents, Teresa and Mark Marsden. The family shared a close bond, and Renee had an especially deep connection with her mother. Teresa described her daughter as an exceptionally kind, cheerful, and tender-hearted young woman. By the age of 18, Renee was working as both a hairdresser and a salon administrator. It was at the salon that she met Angus, a colleague. Initially, they barely paid attention to each other, but over time, Angus realized he had fallen for Renee. He eventually confessed his feelings, and to his joy, Renee felt the same. Their relationship quickly blossomed, and they began making plans for a future together. However, it all came crashing down when Angus sent Renee a devastating message, admitting he had used her, wasn't ready for commitment, and was interested in seeing other women. The confession shattered her heart. Renee's world was shattered by Angus's confession. The life she had envisioned, along with all the memories and dreams she had cherished, suddenly felt meaningless. She withdrew completely, avoiding food, isolating herself indoors, and finding comfort only beneath the covers. During this difficult time, she leaned heavily on her high school friend, Camilla Zidane. Despite their paths diverging over the years, Camilla didn't hesitate to rush to Renee's side the moment she learned about the breakup, determined to lift her friend's spirits and help her heal. Camilla encouraged Renee to move on by meeting new people. She even suggested someone she thought would be perfect, Braden Spiteri, her own ex-boyfriend. Although her relationship with Braden hadn't lasted due to incompatibility, Camilla was convinced he and Renee would be a great fit. She urged Renee to pursue him, saying he'd be a kind and supportive companion, especially since Renee was shy when it came to meeting new people. However, at that point, Renee had no interest in dating anyone. As the heartbreak from her previous relationship slowly began to ease, Renee decided to give the mysterious Braden a chance. Their connection began with a single phone call, and soon evolved into a full-blown relationship conducted entirely through text messages. Despite never having met him in person, Renee felt a profound emotional bond, one that felt like it came from a soulmate. They communicated constantly, day and night, flooding each other with messages across various social platforms. According to what Braden shared, he was 23 years old, a graduate of the prestigious Royal Academy, and came from a wealthy family involved in a successful construction business. When Renee spoke to her mother Teresa about him, everything seemed to align perfectly. He shared her values, life goals, and interests. To Renee and her family, Braden appeared to be the ideal partner. However, there was one red flag. He was never actually available to meet in person. Though he never declined the idea of seeing her, there was always some excuse preventing it. In early 2012, just weeks into their budding relationship, Renee embarked on a 2-week family cruise. With no mobile service on board, she was completely out of touch during the trip, unaware of the storm that would follow. When Renee returned home from the cruise, she was met with disturbing news from Braden. He told her that he and a close friend had been involved in a tragic motorcycle accident. His friend had died, and Braden was being held responsible. According to him, the investigation concluded that his distracted driving had caused the crash, resulting in criminal charges. Because the legal proceedings were ongoing, he claimed he had kept it from her out of fear that it would push her away. But after being sentenced to 2 years in prison, he felt he could no longer hide the truth. Renee was heartbroken by the news, but she chose to stand by him. Once Braden was sent to Goulburn Correctional Center, he managed to get access to a phone, which allowed them to stay connected through text, since making phone calls inside the facility was risky. Their bond seemed to strengthen, and their communication grew even more frequent. Braden declined opportunities for visitations that could have reduced his sentence, insisting he wanted to be released in time to celebrate Renee's 21st birthday with her. Renee was understanding and willing to make sacrifices, at least for a while, because she truly believed the 2 years would pass quickly. She was certain that once Braden was released, they would finally get married and build a life together without any more obstacles. In her heart, enduring this difficult phase was a necessary step toward their future. Despite Braden being behind bars, the two continued to talk extensively online, dreaming together about their wedding, honeymoon, and shared life ahead. Renee even contacted the consulate to check whether Braden would be allowed to travel internationally for their honeymoon, showing just how deeply committed she was, even after all the emotional hurt she had endured. Braden, in turn, sent her flowers and gifts to keep her close and to express his affection. Aware of how difficult their physical separation was for her, he made a surprising suggestion. Instead of turning to other men, he encouraged her to explore her sensual needs with her best friend, Camilla. He claimed he wouldn't mind, as long as it helped her cope. Renee, however, declined the offer respectfully, choosing instead to wait for him. Camilla, on the other hand, seemed unusually intrigued by the idea. She frequently brought it up, asking Renee personal questions about her conversations with Braden and probing into how she was handling her intimate needs during his absence. Her curiosity seemed to go beyond casual interest. Camilla began calling Renee multiple times a day, and if Renee didn't pick up, she would flood her with messages. Over time, Camilla's behavior took a possessive turn. She grew jealous whenever Renee spent time with others, even complaining when Renee spent a full day with her mother, Teresa. One evening, Camilla called Renee a staggering 54 times. The next day, Marsden criticized Camilla for being overly clingy, labeling her behavior as extreme, but instead of apologizing, Camilla doubled down. She later showed up unannounced at Renee's door, sparked an argument, and used offensive language, behavior that was unsettling coming from someone who was supposed to be a close friend. In the middle of the fight, Camilla suddenly tried to kiss Renee, but Renee rejected her, firmly stating that she was only attracted to men. Despite that, Camilla eventually convinced Renee to engage in a physical encounter. Afterward, Renee confided in her mother about what had happened, but made it clear to Camilla that she did not want a romantic relationship with another woman. They agreed to treat it as a one-time thing and move on. However, Camilla's behavior became increasingly erratic. Renee showed her mother emails in which Camilla professed deep love and an intense longing for a relationship, insisting that no one could love Renee as deeply as she did. In some messages, Camilla even issued veiled threats, claiming she would emotionally shatter Renee if she continued to reject her, yet still vowed to stay close until Renee accepted her friendship. Teresa, alarmed by these admissions, told her daughter to cut off the relationship and not give Renee any reason to keep it going. She reassured her that Camilla would eventually get married, find a man, and give up her illusions. However, Renee hesitated to end their friendship abruptly, so Teresa told her to proceed with the utmost care. Teresa's maternal instincts were confirmed when Renee had to end the long-term friendship for her own health, which made Camilla react with anger, bitterness, and anxiety while continuing her relentless pursuit of Marcin. At first, Renee chose to ignore Camilla's attempts to communicate, and her relationship with Braden started to suffer, especially when Braden kept bringing up Camilla's suggestion that they fix their friendship. Even though Renee was trying to end their relationship because of Braden's constant urging, unexpected tragedies in Braden's life made her change her mind, and Teresa pulled her back because of her caring nature. Firstly, Braden told everyone that his mother had been diagnosed with a brain tumor, which made him feel bad because he couldn't physically help her. Secondly, Braden was attacked in jail and badly hurt. Renee thought Braden's influence was getting worse and was about to break up with him. But unplanned events and her parents' advice to either leave Braden or look at other suitors stopped her from making a final choice. In an effort to get back together with her, Her parents thought that cutting off her mental ties with Braden would make her want to end their relationship for good. Braden contacted Renee's parents to reassure them of his good intentions and their compatibility with her. He also kept sending romantic messages to pleading with her to make peace with Camilla and forgive her. Eventually, Renee was able to get back together with Camilla, who had been the only person who supported her relationship with Braden. 3 months into their new relationship, Renee, who was deeply in love with Camilla and needed her mental support, went to a tattoo shop and got spattery inked on the right side of her chest. While she was on social media, Teresa, Renee's mother, found a picture that Renee's ex-boyfriend Angus had posted. She liked the picture without any ulterior motives. When Braden saw Teresa's online behavior, he thought it was an attempt to start up a romance between Angus and Renee again. He sent Teresa a very angry and insulting message, calling her a traitor and criticizing her parenting for not supporting her daughter's feelings for Spatirai. This message was rife with anger and made a number of rude comments. This episode made Renee's partner's parents think even less of him. They thought he was rude and cocky, even though Renee tried to make things better. After standing her ground for a while, Teresa's mother finally agreed to talk to Braden about a deal that would give Renee some freedom while he was in jail. If their relationship lasted during that time, Teresa would change her mind about her feelings toward him, which surprised everyone. The young man agreed, and he told Renee that he loved her forever and planned to marry her when he got out. In the meantime, he gave her complete freedom, seizing the chance. Soon, Renee started dating a coworker named Ian. The Marzens were happy with Ian because he was so different from Braden. He was polite and calm, and they were looking forward to a fresh start. But Spatiri, who was closely watching Renee's life, noticed the change and started threatening Ian online to stop him from pursuing Renee, even though she had given him permission to do so. Renee begged Braden to stop making Ian feel scared, but over time, she and Braden were able to start talking to each other again, this time as friends. Renee stayed cool and kept talking to Ian. She thought that things with Spiros were over amicably. In October 2012, while on a business trip, Renee took a selfie in her hotel room next to a mirror and posted it on a social media site. Braden wasn't ready for what happened when he saw a pair of men's shoes in the background of the picture. He became very angry and accused her of cheating on him. Renee had to act as a babysitter again by making it clear that Ian owned the shoes, but SP was still upset, and he even got Ian's contact information to bother him, even though Braden tried to stop him. Renee and Ian's relationship grew and turned into an engagement over the holidays, but Braden's constant participation became a problem. Point made Ian demand a decision between himself and Braden, since Braden was about to be freed in the fall of 2013. Renee thought about her choices and finally decided to go with Braden because she thought he was her soulmate, and the idea of trying to fix their relationship was beautiful. Renee was having a hard time with her feelings, and Braden told her that his father wanted him to run the family's successful building business when he got back. He didn't say when Renee suggested that he think about his dad's offer. Braden scolded her for being nosy and interested, saying she was only interested in the relationship for financial gain and didn't care about how it made him feel. He also constantly scolded her for her relationship with Ian, calling it cheating and using her guilt to get closer to him. Renee couldn't do anything, but Braden sometimes changed his behavior to be kind and caring, which trapped her in a cycle of emotional abuse in the summer of 2013, while Camilla went on a family trip to the USA. The perfect time for Renee to finally end her friendship with Zidane was when Camilla came to the USA. Being far away made the breakup easier, especially since Zidane had gone back to her old controlling and possessive ways, which made Renee nervous around her. Renee sent her a message asking her to stop talking to her and treat them like strangers if they ever meet again because of her own problems. Braden told Renee that he would not be able to talk to her for a while because of a hearing for possible early release. This would leave her alone, just like she had moved away from Camilla. During this time of being alone, Renee kept sending Braden heartfelt texts, even though he wasn't responding. She was holding on to any sign of contact. She had to wait a long time for a response, and when she did, she was shocked by how rude and uncaring it was. That same day, Teresa got a message from Spateri saying that Renee was a danger to herself. This caused a worried conversation between Teresa and Renee, who told Teresa that her relationship with Braden was over, but that the self-harm claims were not true. Teresa was eager to learn more. Renee told her mother that she had finally understood Braden's true nature and reassured her of her safety. She then got ready for a night out with friends, going out to find comfort and fun with their company. Right on August 5, 2013, at 5:49 p.m., Renee sent a long, sincere message to her mother to show her love and ask for forgiveness. Teresa immediately tried to call her daughter, but didn't get an answer. To figure out what was going on, she called Camilla and got the same note, even though they hadn't talked in a while. Camilla suggested that they look for Renee in a likely place, which led them to a house where Sidon said Braden's sister lived, but it didn't help. Teresa then told the police that her daughter wasn't with her, and they eventually found Renee's car in the remote Watson's Bay, far from the city center. Inside the car, they found an unused cell phone from 2 months ago, a Valentine's card from Braden, and a photo collage of him scratched into the dust on the window. "I love you, Braden." The Marsden clan and some other relatives went to Watson's Bay to look for Renee, who was wearing black ballet shoes. At that time, police were sealing off the area for an investigation, so the relatives were told to wait for the results at home. Teresa, restless, tried to call Braden, but he didn't answer or respond to her angry messages. After becoming aware of his part in her daughter's pride, Renee's father went to the detention facility that was supposed to hold Spare, but found that no one there had that name. Mark told the cops that he had doubts when they first looked into Watson's Bay. Renee wasn't found, but they did find CCTV footage that showed her last moments. People saw her walking alone to the edge of a cliff, jumping over a safety fence, stopping to look down, and then sending 3 last texts on her phone before throwing it into the water and following it. Her body was never found, and her sudden disappearance left her family and friends devastated. Renee's family was dealing with the fact that she might be dead forever. They turned their attention to finding out who received her last texts. An investigation into the text contents revealed that Renee had sent Braden 91 texts before she left for Watson's Bay, but had not heard back from him until just before she jumped. There was an odd similarity in the grammar patterns of texts from both Camilla and Braden, as well as mood changes that mirrored each other. If Camilla was rude to Renee, Braden would be angry, and vice versa. Even though the texts came from 2 different phone numbers, they were all sent by the same person, proving that Camilla made up Braden's Terry. One of the last messages on Renee's phone was from Braden ending their 18-month relationship and saying he needed space. This caused Renee to have a severe emotional crisis, which was seen by her coworkers as she shook and cried uncontrollably. Once she calmed down, she made a short 90-second call to the prison, supposedly to Braden, according to the call records. Later, Zidon's house was searched under warrant, and multiple cell phones, a torn letter from Renee to Braden, and an intact letter from Camilla thanking Renee for introducing her to her soulmate and promising to pay her back. Also, the man who was thought to be Braden in photos was actually called Cameron, and he wasn't involved in the fake relationship. His identity was used without his knowledge. For the last 18 months of her life, Renee thought she was in love. On the day she died, she found out that Braden wasn't real. Camilla admitted that she lied to her best friend by pretending to be Braden. But because catfishing wasn't illegal in New South Wales at the time, the police couldn't charge her. She hadn't tried to get money from Marsden to be accused of fraud. She did it for fun. In 2020, Renee's parents got the police to look into their daughter's death and how Camilla directly contributed to it. Zidon was given immunity in exchange for details of her lies. Camilla managed to escape accountability by claiming she and Renee had been romantically involved and that the Marsden family would never have accepted their relationship. According to her, they invented the persona of Braden to conceal their love. She also insisted she had no idea Renee was planning to take her own life. However, Renee's family believed that Braden's abrupt breakup with her was Camilla's way of retaliating after Renee cut ties with her permanently. Obsessed with Renee but unable to have her in a romantic relationship as a woman, Camilla created a false identity, a male version of herself, to manipulate her. Tragically, what began as a cruel deception led to the untimely death of a young woman. Today, Camilla is married, has a child, and appears to be living a content life. She ultimately chose to settle down with a man, believing that same-sex relationships were not part of her future. Moving on to the next case. Molly Bish. What began as an ordinary summer day quickly turned into a prolonged and heartbreaking search. marked by lingering questions and unresolved clues. This is the sorrowful story of Molly Bish, a case that continues to puzzle investigators. According to FBI statistics, only 51% of murder cases in the U.S. are solved, meaning nearly half remain open, leaving countless families without closure. In Massachusetts alone, there have been around 10,000 homicides, and approximately 4,000 remain unsolved. Molly Bish's case is one of them. That summer, Molly had landed her dream job as a lifeguard at Cummins Pond, keeping watch over children during their swim lessons. But on June 27, 2000, just over a week into the job, she was last seen. The small town of Warren, Massachusetts, was left stunned by her sudden disappearance. Fear and disbelief gripped the community. Even 24 years later, many questions still surround Molly's case. Her story remains deeply tragic and unsettling. Before we dive deeper, don't forget to hit the like button. Supporting the channel really makes a difference and helps bring greater attention to cases that deserve to be heard. If you're someone who cares about true crime and real-life stories that matter, be sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a video. I'd also love to know where you're watching from. Drop your city or country in the comments below. It's always incredible to see how far these stories travel. Now, let's dive into today's case. Maggie and John Bish welcomed their daughter, Molly Ann Bish, into the world on August 2, 1983. She was the youngest of their 3 children. At the time, the family of 5 lived in Detroit, Michigan, but a deeply disturbing event changed everything for them. In their old neighborhood, a woman was assaulted and murdered while walking home from work. This horrifying incident led the Bish family to relocate, eventually settling in Warren, Massachusetts. Located in Worcester County, Warren is a small town with a population of just under 5,000 residents. Warren was a small, peaceful town where safe neighborhoods were easy to find. Because of its size, nearly everyone in the community knew each other. The Bish family believed it was the perfect environment to raise their 3 children, John Jr., Heather, and Molly. Even as a young child, Molly had a naturally likable personality. She was warm, outgoing, and had a quirky sense of humor that made her all the more endearing. As the youngest in the family, she was adored by everyone, including her older siblings. Molly's parents and brothers were deeply protective of her and made her safety a priority. Around the time of her disappearance, Molly was also dating Steve Lucas, a friend from her high school days. Molly had a presence that drew people in, but she wasn't just charming, she was also intelligent. She excelled academically and was known as a strong student. One of her greatest passions, however, was sports. Molly loved being outdoors and staying active. In high school, she played both soccer and basketball, embracing any chance to get outside and compete. Her athleticism and enthusiasm naturally led her to follow in her brother John Jr.'s footsteps by becoming a lifeguard. John had worked as a lifeguard at Cummins Pond for nearly 3 years and was highly experienced. This proved to be a perfect match as he guided Molly through her training, offering her the best possible start. Molly truly loved her lifeguard job. It combined 2 of her favorite things: being out in nature and spending time with children. She wasn't just athletic and outgoing. Molly also had a genuine love for kids. Molly had a strong desire to work with children and planned to pursue a degree in education after finishing high school. Becoming a lifeguard wasn't an easy path. It required dedication and effort to earn her certification. Fortunately, her brother was by her side, offering guidance and support. After putting in a lot of hard work and staying determined, Molly finally accomplished her goal. She began working as a lifeguard at Cummins Pond on June 19, 2000. That summer, her job involved supervising children while they swam and enjoyed various outdoor activities. Cummins Pond is a large body of water located in a residential area of Warren, mainly used for recreational purposes. It's surrounded by a man-made beach where locals and their families gather during hot summer days. Throughout the season, the pond became a favorite spot for children to engage in water-based fun, especially swimming. Molly was overjoyed to begin her new job. Each morning, before 10 a.m., her mother Maggie would drop her off and watch as Molly eagerly ran toward the pond to begin her lifeguard shift. But just 8 days into the job she loved, Cummins Pond would become associated with something dark and heartbreaking, and Molly would be at the center of it. On June 27, 2000, something tragic unfolded in the quiet town of Warren, Massachusetts. The community, usually cheerful and at ease, was suddenly overwhelmed with fear and sorrow. That day, Molly had already received troubling news. Around 9 a.m., she learned that one of her softball teammates had been injured after being struck by a car while biking to work. It was clear that Molly was deeply upset. Her morning had taken a heavy emotional toll. Despite this, she was expected to oversee a swimming lesson scheduled for 10 a.m. at Commons Pond. However, Molly was running late for her lifeguard shift that day. On the way to work, Maggie drove her while Molly changed into her blue lifeguard swimsuit underneath her clothes. At around 9:50 a.m., she stopped at a local convenience store to grab a bottle of water. Surveillance footage captured her at the register, an image that would unknowingly become the last confirmed sighting of her. Afterward, Maggie and Molly made a quick stop at the police station to pick up a two-way radio, which was essential for Molly's job. Since there was no cell service at Commons Pond, the radio was the only way she could contact 911 or reach the police in case of an emergency while on duty. By around 10 a.m., the two arrived at the pond. Maggie and Molly said their goodbyes, and Maggie prepared to head home. At that moment, the pond was nearly empty, just Molly, her mother, their vehicle, and a sand truck parked nearby. Feeling at ease, Maggie left her daughter at the pond and drove away, unaware of what was about to happen. Maggie remembered how Molly sped off to the beach to get her stuff ready. In the 10 minutes after Maggie left Molly, parents with their kids for swimming classes began to show up. There was no lifeguard, though. Molly wasn't to be found. A mother of one of the kids went to the lifeguard station and saw that the first aid kit was open. Molly's bag was on the bench. Her towel was spread out over the chair, and her shoes and water bottle were lined up in the sand next to the chair. Molly's mom thought she had skipped work and gone out with friends. She looked through Molly's bag for a whistle and kept an eye on the kids while they were swimming. But around 11:44 a.m., when Molly was still missing, Ed Fett, the commissioner of Commons Park, called the police to tell them about it. However, the Warren Police Department did not feel too threatened at that time. Molly was thought to have either run away or skipped a shift to hang out with friends. When it was 1 p.m. and Molly still hadn't been seen, the cops told her mom, Maggie, and her sister, Heather, that she was missing. The two women, Maggie and Heather, were shocked and knew something was wrong. They were naturally scared when they went to the detective station. The detectives tried to calm them down, but they were still stuck on the idea that Molly had run away and would probably be home soon. But this is a true crime story. We all know that this isn't true. Maggie and Heather were not at all convinced, and they made it clear that Molly would never do something like that. Molly was a good girl who would never skip a shift without a good reason. It's also not likely that Molly would have run away barefoot and without any of her things, since she left her flip-flops and bag at the pond. Maggie's worries grew, so her family began their own search by asking Molly's friends, co-workers, and even her boyfriend Steve if she had been to see them. But Molly had not been seen or heard from. Molly Bish, who was 16, had left, leaving all of her things behind and lots of stress for her family and friends. The Warren Police Department started to take Molly's absence seriously after the Bish family told them over and over that she hadn't run away. However, they made another terrible mistake. The police didn't put up tape around the spot where Molly was last seen. Before Molly went missing, Commons Pond was still open to the public. When a lot of people gathered around a possible crime scene, they messed up any evidence that might have been there. Even worse, Warren is a small town, and the cops hadn't worked with missing persons before. In their search for Molly, the Warren police worked with the Massachusetts state detectives. The Massachusetts State Police first thought that Molly might have drowned in the pond, but her family kept saying that wasn't possible because Molly was a great swimmer. Also, you would think she would have been found pretty quickly if she had drowned in the pond. In fact, these kids showed up to swim just minutes after Molly went missing. So this idea didn't make sense. Even so, dive teams and volunteer groups on boats were sent to look for Molly in the pond for hours. But they didn't find her. The woods around the house were also looked through. But Molly, or any clues that could lead anywhere, were not to be found. Because it was getting dark, detectives stopped the search until the next morning. At 6 a.m. on June 28th, an even bigger search was done. At this point, the search for Molly was the biggest and costliest in Massachusetts history for a lost person. But even though everyone looked everywhere for Molly, they couldn't find her. At one point, The police thought Molly's boss and her boyfriend might be involved, but they were quickly ruled out as possible suspects because they had strong defenses and it looked like they were very worried about Molly. The officers also looked along the path that led to a nearby cemetery. This was a quiet area around the pond. Since Molly's first aid kit was open at the pond, police thought that the person who took her had lured her there by saying she was hurt. The person then fatally took Molly. This has never been proven, but it seems very likely. But one more thing was brought to the attention of the police. Something strange and scary that happened the day before Molly went missing. The crazy thing about this event was that Maggie, Molly's mom, saw it happen, and what she said would be one of the only real clues in the case. Like always, Maggie dropped Molly off at Commons Pond on June 26th. She saw a man as soon as she pulled into the parking lot near the pond, though. He smoked a cigarette while sitting in his white car and had a mustache. He was parked not far from where Molly had set up her lifeguard station. Maggie felt sick to his stomach when he saw him looking at Molly. Maggie said that this unknown man's intense look was scary. He kept looking at Molly the whole time. The sight of this scared Maggie, so she followed Molly all the way to her lifeguard station and even helped her set it up. She thought the strange man would be gone by the time she got to the parking lot. He was still there when Maggie got close to her car, though. Maggie was very upset that this man was there, and she looked into his unsettling eyes. To Maggie's terror and shock, the man locked eyes with her and kept staring at her, squinting his eyes and taking casual drags from his cigarette from time to time. He didn't show any emotion on his face, which made Maggie feel scared and very awkward. Because she was afraid of what this man might do to her daughter, Maggie said she stayed in the parking lot because he was only a few feet away. The day before Molly went missing, this strange event happened. Cops were shocked when they heard this and asked Maggie if she had seen this man on June 27th. She said she hadn't. Maggie only saw a few business people in the area emptying a truck of sand onto the beach. Because of this, she thought she could leave Molly alone at the pond, since the two sand workers didn't seem odd in any way. As a result, the cops ruled out the businessman and the sand truck driver as possible suspects. They then turned their attention to the strange, unknown man in a white car. People in the area, including the driver of the sand truck, said they saw the same white car in the parking lot of the pond just minutes before Molly got there to work as a lifeguard on June 27th. On the morning of June 27th, someone who worked at the graveyard also saw a white car. Surprisingly, the road to the cemetery was right next to the swimming hole, and everyone thought that this was where Molly had been taken. It was also true that the police did not know what the strange man looked like, so they asked Maggie to describe him. Maggie said he was an old man in his 50s with hair that looked like salt and pepper. He had a mustache and dark eyes. Soon after that, a composite sketch of the man was made and shared with the public to help find the person who was thought to have taken the man. But this one clue didn't lead to any real ideas. Still, the Bish family didn't give up. Their goal was to get the word out about Molly's missing, so they set up a website and an email chain to get any information on her to thousands of people. Maggie called famous sketch artist Gene Boylan to help improve the drawing of the man. Boylan has helped solve a number of high-profile cases. After 9 hours, they met at a nearby bed and breakfast, where Gene showed them the finished sketch, which she later changed by adding a cigarette at Maggie's request. Maggie thought the picture looked just like the man she saw on June 26th. But even with this sketch, none of the 1,000 tips that were given helped make any progress. Molly's case kept running into problems, which was sad. But 3 years after Molly went missing and was taken, something did come to light. But it broke the Bish family's hopes that they would find their daughter living. A shooter was walking around Palmer's Whiskey Hill in the autumn of 2002 when he saw a piece of cloth. He didn't give it much thought, and it was funny that it was a year before he told his friend Tim what he had found. Tim quickly called the police, and after a long search in the heavily wooded area, the piece of cloth was finally found. Maggie knew right away that the piece of cloth was Molly's blue swimming suit because it was the same one she was wearing on the day she went missing. DNA tests were done on the bathing suit and more hints were looked for on the 500 acres of wooded land. Keep in mind that Molly had been missing for about 2 years at this point. After 6 days, the DNA results showed that the swimming suit really did belong to Molly. On June 3rd, while searching the huge area of Whiskey Hill, a bone was found that belonged to a person between the ages of 14 and 20. Sadly, DNA testing proved that it was Molly's, who was 16 years old. 6 days after that, on June 9, 2003, 26 human bones were found on Whiskey Hill, which was only 5 miles from Molly's house. All of Molly's bones were found, which led to the conclusion that she had died. The cops thought that the person who killed Molly had buried her in a shallow grave, and then animals had dug up her body and spread it out in the woods. The high level of decomposition in Molly's body made it impossible for officials to figure out how and when she died. Molly's family was crushed by all of these news. Sadly, though, the fact that Molly's body was found didn't help police find the killer either. Everyone in the cute town of Warren was shocked when Molly was suddenly taken away and then died for no apparent reason. Many people were saddened by the death of the 16-year-old girl. The sadness quickly turned to fear and horror, though, because the person who killed Molly was still out there and no one knew who it was. That August 2nd, 2003, would have been Molly's 20th birthday. The Bish family buried her that day. When Molly's family said goodbye to a happy and bright girl, they did so with sad hearts and tears in their eyes. It was Molly's last birthday, a day that should be happy, but it was always sad for her family. Even though Molly's case had not moved forward in the years since she went missing and her funeral, the Massachusetts police did not give up. They were trying to figure out who was after Molly on June 27th. A lot of people watched 48 Hours, America's Most Wanted Unsolved Mysteries, and disappeared to learn about Molly's case. As it was a full-on murder at that point, the cops also talked to a lot of people about Molly's disappearance and death. People who were violent predators, assaulters, or had disturbing rap sheets were questioned about Molly's absence. After Molly's sad death, police also made a profile of the killer. They thought Molly's killer was a white man between the ages of 18 and 50 who smoked cigarettes, had a history of violent crime, and knew the area where the crime happened. This could explain almost half of the people in the U.S. at the time of the crime. This statement was a good start, but it wasn't even close to being accurate. The cops were interested in a number of suspects. A guy from Connecticut was charged with trying to kidnap someone in New York in 2005, and his case was being looked into. He might have been involved, but there was no proof of that. In 2009, another suspect stood out to the cops. Roger Stanger was his name, and he had a long past of serious crimes. Roger, who lived in Florida, was found guilty of killing his girlfriend, who lived in Southbridge, Massachusetts, not far from Warren, where Molly lived. It was shocking that Rodney looked a lot like the combination sketch of the strange man Maggie saw. This was already very scary, but Rodney was living in Warren, Massachusetts at the time Molly went missing, and he often went fishing in Cummins Pond. He also went shooting in Whiskey Hill, which is where Molly's body was later found. What made things even stranger was that Rodney had moved from Massachusetts to Florida a year after Molly went missing. Also, Rodney's brother had a white Chrysler that Rodney sometimes drove. If you asked Rodney about the disappearances of the two girls, he denied having anything to do with them, but he did admit to killing his girlfriend. Rodney got 25 years in prison for killing his girlfriend, but he wasn't charged with Molly's murder because there wasn't enough proof. Just like that, more years went by and Molly's case still hadn't been solved. Before November 2011, private investigator Dan Malley suggested that Gerald Battistone, also known as Confidential Informant Number 62 for the Eastern Hampton County Narcotic Task Force, might have been involved in Malley's disappearance and death. Gerald was also a very violent person. He was arrested and was serving a term for cheating on a teenage girl over and over again in the 1990s. He had been a thief since 1980, and he often went to Whiskey Hill, which is where Molly's body was found in the end. Another person who looked a lot like the composite sketch was Gerald. He was thought to be connected to Molly's missing. He even tried to kill himself in jail after being linked to Molly's case, which is very strange. Molly's family asked for a DNA test, and the Massachusetts State Police got Gerald's DNA. However, this lead ended in a dead end, because Gerald died in November 2014. Since they never talked about the DNA they got from him again, I think it's safe to say it wasn't a match. On June 3, 2021, the Worcester County District Attorney brought up a new person of interest. It was Francis P. Sumner Sr., who was already on the wanted list. His list of crimes was longer than 20 pages. He was arrested for aggravated sexual assault and kidnapping. On July 9, 1982, he was given 15 to 18 years in prison for the attack and 9 to 10 years in prison for kidnapping. His time in prison was at Walpole State Prison, and he got out in 1997. It means that he was not in jail when Molly went missing, and police think that he used his violent habits again. However, the police could not ask Francis Sr. because he had been dead in his home in Spencer, Massachusetts on May 4, 2016, 5 years before he was thought to be a suspect. That being said, police are now sure that he was the bad guy who took Molly and killed her because they had new undisclosed information about him that made them look into him. Francis Sumner is the person we think did it, but the cops can't say much about him yet because the case is still being looked into very thoroughly. If police say too much before they have solid proof, it could slow down the probe. For now, all they're saying is that Francis is the criminal. It's just that they need a little more proof. Using Francis' son's DNA, investigators are trying to figure out if he had anything to do with Molly's tragic death through familial DNA tests. Still, no progress has been made. However, all of this new information was just released, so it may be a little while longer before this case can be properly marked as closed. The last time Molly was seen was 24 years ago. The case of Molly Bish, 16, is still open and unsolved, but Francis Sumner is clearly thought to be the person responsible. Families of victims who have unsolved cases go through a lot of stress because they are always seeing signs of hope and want the case to be over. They keep hope and try to get justice for what happened to their loved ones, but it never comes. It's a painful cycle. Molly's family is in a lot of pain because they might never know who sent their daughter straight to death. It doesn't matter to the Bish family whether Rodney Stanger, Gerald Battistoni, or Francis Sumner took Molly and killed her. They will never have to deal with the results because they have all ended their lives. In what way does that make sense? It's very scary to think that the person who took Molly and killed her will never have to deal with the effects in this life. People in Molly's family have to deal with a real-life nightmare and a terrible secret. 24 years after the tragedy, Molly's family is still searching for the person or people who took her and killed her. They did this as soon as she went missing. The Bish family started the Molly Bish Foundation with Anna Maria College not long after Molly was buried in 2004. The organization is dedicated to raising awareness about child safety and advocating for laws that ensure missing persons are located quickly and effectively. During their search for Molly, the Bish family began to lose hope after authorities initially dismissed her disappearance as typical teenage behavior. The family strongly believes that if law enforcement had taken the situation seriously from the beginning, the outcome could have been very different. They feel that valuable time was lost, time that could have been used to find Molly. In response, the Molly Bish Foundation was created and has since played an active role in training first responders to treat missing persons cases with urgency and professionalism. Molly's sister, Heather, has also taken an active role in advocating for the use of advanced DNA testing to help narrow down suspects quickly, especially in cases with few or no leads. Though the Bish family continues to grieve the loss of their daughter, they have channeled their pain and frustration into efforts to improve how law enforcement handles missing persons cases, and their work has made a meaningful impact. Determined to prevent other families from experiencing the same heartbreak they endured during the more than 2 decades it took to identify Molly's killer, they established a foundation in her memory. Today, Molly's name continues to leave a powerful mark on her community. Her legacy lives on through the changes inspired by her case, and there's hope that those efforts have spared other families from facing similar anguish and uncertainty. Moving on to the next case. Renee Marsden. It's wise to be cautious not only of your enemies, but also of your friends, because sometimes friends can become the greatest threat. This story centers around a friendship between 2 women that ultimately ended in tragedy. Today's case is about Renee Marsden from Sydney, Australia. She was raised alongside her 3 brothers in a loving home by her parents, Teresa and Mark Marsden. The family shared a close bond, and Renee had an especially deep connection with her mother. Teresa described her daughter as an exceptionally kind, cheerful, and tender-hearted young woman. By the age of 18, Renee was working as both a hairdresser and a salon administrator. It was at the salon that she met Angus, a colleague. Initially, they barely paid attention to each other, but over time, Angus realized he had fallen for Renee. He eventually confessed his feelings, and to his joy, Renee felt the same. Their relationship quickly blossomed, and they began making plans for a future together. However, It all came crashing down when Angus sent Renee a devastating message, admitting he had used her, wasn't ready for commitment, and was interested in seeing other women. The confession shattered her heart. Renee's world was shattered by Angus's confession. The life she had envisioned, along with all the memories and dreams she had cherished, suddenly felt meaningless. She withdrew completely, avoiding food, isolating herself indoors, and finding comfort only beneath the covers. During this difficult time, she leaned heavily on her high school friend, Camilla Zidane. Despite their paths diverging over the years, Camilla didn't hesitate to rush to Renee's side the moment she learned about the breakup, determined to lift her friend's spirits and help her heal. Camilla encouraged Renee to move on by meeting new people. She even suggested someone she thought would be perfect, Braden Spattieri, her own ex-boyfriend. Although her relationship with Braden hadn't lasted due to incompatibility, Camilla was convinced he and Renee would be a great fit. She urged Renee to pursue him, saying he'd be a kind and supportive companion, especially since Renee was shy when it came to meeting new people. However, at that point, Renee had no interest in dating anyone. As the heartbreak from her previous relationship slowly began to ease, Renee decided to give the mysterious Braden a chance. Their connection began with a single phone call and soon evolved into a full-blown relationship conducted entirely through text messages. Despite never having met him in person, Renee felt a profound emotional bond, one that felt like it came from a soulmate. They communicated constantly, day and night, flooding each other with messages across various social platforms. According to what Braden shared, he was 23 years old, a graduate of the prestigious Royal Academy, and came from a wealthy family involved in a successful construction business. When Renee spoke to her mother Teresa about him, everything seemed to align perfectly. He shared her values, life goals, and interests. To Renee and her family, Braden appeared to be the ideal partner. However, there was one red flag. He was never actually available to meet in person. Though he never declined the idea of seeing her, there was always some excuse preventing it. In early 2012, just weeks into their budding relationship, Renee embarked on a 2-week family cruise. With no mobile service on board, she was completely out of touch during the trip, unaware of the storm that would follow. When Renee returned home from the cruise, she was met with disturbing news from Braden. He told her that he and a close friend had been involved in a tragic motorcycle accident. His friend had died, and Braden was being held responsible. According to him, the investigation concluded that his distracted driving had caused the crash, resulting in criminal charges. Because the legal proceedings were ongoing, he claimed he had kept it from her out of fear that it would push her away. But after being sentenced to 2 years in prison, he felt he could no longer hide the truth. Renee was heartbroken by the news, but she chose to stand by him. Once Braden was sent to Goulburn Correctional Center, he managed to get access to a phone, which allowed them to stay connected through text, since making phone calls inside the facility was risky. Their bond seemed to strengthen, and their communication grew even more frequent. Braden declined opportunities for visitations that could have reduced his sentence, insisting he wanted to be released in time to celebrate Renee's 21st birthday with her. Renee was understanding and willing to make sacrifices, at least for a while, because she truly believed the 2 years would pass quickly. She was certain that once Braden was released, they would finally get married and build a life together without any more obstacles. In her heart, enduring this difficult phase was a necessary step toward their future. Despite Braden being behind bars, the two continued to talk extensively online, dreaming together about their wedding, honeymoon, and shared life ahead. Renee even contacted the consulate to check whether Braden would be allowed to travel internationally for their honeymoon, showing just how deeply committed she was, even after all the emotional hurt she had endured. Braden, in turn, sent her flowers and gifts to keep her close and to express his affection. Aware of how difficult their physical separation was for her, he made a surprising suggestion. Instead of turning to other men, he encouraged her to explore her sensual needs with her best friend, Camilla. He claimed he wouldn't mind, as long as it helped her cope. Renee, however, declined the offer respectfully, choosing instead to wait for him. Camilla, on the other hand, seemed unusually intrigued by the idea. She frequently brought it up, asking Renee personal questions about her conversations with Braden and probing into how she was handling her intimate needs during his absence. Her curiosity seemed to go beyond casual interest. Camilla began calling Renee multiple times a day, and if Renee didn't pick up, she would flood her with messages. Over time, Camilla's behavior took a possessive turn. She grew jealous whenever Renee spent time with others, even complaining when Renee spent a full day with her mother, Teresa. One evening, Camilla called Renee a staggering 54 times. The next day, Marsden criticized Camilla for being overly clingy, labeling her behavior as extreme, but instead of apologizing, Camilla doubled down. She later showed up unannounced at Renee's door, sparked an argument, and used offensive language, behavior that was unsettling coming from someone who was supposed to be a close friend. In the middle of the fight, Camilla suddenly tried to kiss Renee, but Renee rejected her, firmly stating that she was only attracted to men. Despite that, Camilla eventually convinced Renee to engage in a physical encounter. Afterward, Renee confided in her mother about what had happened, but made it clear to Camilla that she did not want a romantic relationship with another woman. They agreed to treat it as a one-time thing and move on. However, Camilla's behavior became increasingly erratic. Renee showed her mother emails in which Camilla professed deep love and an intense longing for a relationship, insisting that no one could love Renee as deeply as she did. In some messages, Camilla even issued veiled threats, claiming she would emotionally shatter Renee if she continued to reject her, yet still vowed to stay close until Renee accepted her friendship. Teresa, alarmed by these admissions, told her daughter to cut off the relationship and not give Renee any reason to keep it going. She reassured her that Camilla would eventually get married, find a man, and give up her illusions. However, Renee hesitated to end their friendship abruptly, so Teresa told her to proceed with the utmost care. Teresa's maternal instincts were confirmed when Renee had to end the long-term friendship for her own health, which made Camilla react with anger, bitterness, and anxiety while continuing her relentless pursuit of Marsden. At first, Renee chose to ignore Camilla's attempts to communicate, and her relationship with Braden started to suffer, especially when Braden kept bringing up Camilla's suggestion that they fix their friendship. Even though Renee was trying to end their relationship because of Braden's constant urging, unexpected tragedies in Braden's life made her change her mind, and Teresa pulled her back because of her caring nature. Firstly, Braden told everyone that his mother had been diagnosed with a brain tumor, which made him feel bad because he couldn't physically help her. Secondly, Braden was attacked in jail and badly hurt. Renee thought Braden's influence was getting worse and was about to break up with him. But unplanned events and her parents' advice to either leave Braden or look at other suitors stopped her from making a final choice. In an effort to get back together with her, her parents thought that cutting off her mental ties with Braden would make her want to end their relationship for good. Braden contacted Renee's parents to reassure them of his good intentions and their compatibility with her. He also kept sending romantic messages to pleading with her to make peace with Camilla and forgive her. Eventually, Renee was able to get back together with Camilla, who had been the only person who supported her relationship with Braden. 3 months into their new relationship, Renee, who was deeply in love with Camilla and needed her mental support, went to a tattoo shop and got spattery inked on the right side of her chest. While she was on social media, Teresa, Renee's mother, found a picture that Renee's ex-boyfriend Angus had posted. She liked the picture without any ulterior motives. When Braden saw Teresa's online behavior, he thought it was an attempt to start up a romance between Angus and Renee again. He sent Teresa a very angry and insulting message, calling her a traitor and criticizing her parenting for not supporting her daughter's feelings for Spatirai. This message was rife with anger and made a number of rude comments. This episode made Renee's partner's parents think even less of him. They thought he was rude and cocky even though Renee tried to make things better. After standing her ground for a while, Teresa's mother finally agreed to talk to Braden about a deal that would give Renee some freedom while he was in jail. If their relationship lasted during that time, Teresa would change her mind about her feelings toward him, which surprised everyone. The young man agreed, and he told Renee that he loved her forever and planned to marry her when he got out. In the meantime, he gave her complete freedom, seizing the chance. Soon, Renee started dating a coworker named Ian. The Marsdens were happy with Ian because he was so different from Braden. He was polite and calm, and they were looking forward to a fresh start. But Spatirai, who was closely watching Renee's life, noticed the change and started threatening Ian online to stop him from pursuing Renee. even though she had given him permission to do so. Renee begged Braden to stop making Ian feel scared, but over time, she and Braden were able to start talking to each other again, this time as friends. Renee stayed cool and kept talking to Ian. She thought that things with Spiros were over amicably. In October 2012, while on a business trip, Renee took a selfie in her hotel room next to a mirror and posted it on a social media site. Braden wasn't ready for what happened when he saw a pair of men's shoes in the background of the picture. He became very angry and accused her of cheating on him. Renee had to act as a babysitter again by making it clear that Ian owned the shoes, but SP was still upset, and he even got Ian's contact information to bother him, even though Braden tried to stop him. Renee and Ian's relationship grew and turned into an engagement over the holidays, but Braden's constant participation became a problem. Point made Ian demand a decision between himself and Braden, since Braden was about to be freed in the fall of 2013. Renee thought about her choices and finally decided to go with Braden because she thought he was her soulmate, and the idea of trying to fix their relationship was beautiful. Renee was having a hard time with her feelings, and Braden told her that his father wanted him to run the family's successful building business when he got back. He didn't say when Renee suggested that he think about his dad's offer. Braden scolded her for being nosy and interested, saying she was only interested in the relationship for financial gain and didn't care about how it made him feel. He also constantly scolded her for her relationship with Ian, calling it cheating and using her guilt to get closer to him. Renee couldn't do anything, but Braden sometimes changed his behavior to be kind and caring, which trapped her in a cycle of emotional abuse in the summer of 2013, while Camilla went on a family trip to the USA. The perfect time for Renee to finally end her friendship with Zidane was when Camilla came to the USA. Being far away made the breakup easier, especially since Zidane had gone back to her old controlling and possessive ways, which made Renee nervous around her. Renee sent her a message asking her to stop talking to her and treat them like strangers if they ever meet again because of her own problems. Braden told Renee that he would not be able to talk to her for a while because of a hearing for possible early release. This would leave her alone, just like she had moved away from Camilla. During this time of being alone, Renee kept sending Braden heartfelt texts even though he wasn't responding. She was holding on to any sign of contact. She had to wait a long time for a response, and when she did, she was shocked by how rude and uncaring it was. That same day, Teresa got a message from Spateri saying that Renee was a danger to herself. This caused a worried conversation between Teresa and Renee, who told Teresa that her relationship with Braden was over, but that the self-harm claims were not true. Teresa was eager to learn more. Renee told her mother that she had finally understood Braden's true nature and reassured her of her safety. She then got ready for a night out with friends, going out to find comfort and fun with their company. Right on August 5, 2013, at 5:49 p.m., Renee sent a long, sincere message to her mother to show her love and ask for forgiveness. Teresa immediately tried to call her daughter, but didn't get an answer. To figure out what was going on, she called Camilla and got the same note, even though they hadn't talked in a while. Camilla suggested that they look for Renee in a likely place, which led them to a house where Sidon said Braden's sister lived, but it didn't help. Teresa then told the police that her daughter wasn't with her, and they eventually found Renee's car in the remote Watson's Bay, far from the city center. Inside the car, they found an unused cell phone from 2 months ago, a Valentine's card from Braden, and a photo collage of him scratched into the dust on the window. "I love you, Braden." The Marsden clan and some other relatives went to Watson's Bay to look for Renee, who was wearing black ballet shoes. At that time, police were sealing off the area for an investigation, so the relatives were told to wait for the results at home. Teresa, restless, tried to call Braden, but he didn't answer or respond to her angry messages. After becoming aware of his part in her daughter's pride, Renee's father went to the detention facility that was supposed to hold Spare, but found that no one there had that name. Mark told the cops that he had doubts when they first looked into Watson's Bay. Renee wasn't found, but they did find CCTV footage that showed her last moments. People saw her walking alone to the edge of a cliff, jumping over a safety fence, stopping to look down, and then sending 3 last texts on her phone before throwing it into the water and following it. Her body was never found, and her sudden disappearance left her family and friends devastated. Renee's family was dealing with the fact that she might be dead forever, They turned their attention to finding out who received her last texts. An investigation into the text contents revealed that Renee had sent Braden 91 texts before she left for Watson's Bay, but had not heard back from him until just before she jumped. There was an odd similarity in the grammar patterns of texts from both Camilla and Braden, as well as mood changes that mirrored each other. If Camilla was rude to Renee, Braden would be angry, and vice versa. Even though the texts came from 2 different phone numbers, they were all sent by the same person, proving that Camilla made up Braden's Terry. One of the last messages on Renee's phone was from Braden ending their 18-month relationship and saying he needed space. This caused Renee to have a severe emotional crisis, which was seen by her coworkers as she shook and cried uncontrollably. Once she calmed down, she made a short 90-second call to the prison, supposedly to Braden, according to the call records. Later, Zidon's house was searched under warrant and multiple cell phones, a torn letter from Renee to Braden, and an intact letter from Camilla thanking Renee for introducing her to her soulmate and promising to pay her back. Also, the man who was thought to be Braden in photos was actually called Cameron, and he wasn't involved in the fake relationship. His identity was used without his knowledge. For the last 18 months of her life, Renee thought she was in love. On the day she died, she found out that Braden wasn't real. Camilla admitted that she lied to her best friend by pretending to be Braden. But because catfishing wasn't illegal in New South Wales at the time, the police couldn't charge her. She hadn't tried to get money from Marsden to be accused of fraud. She did it for fun. In 2020, Renee's parents got the police to look into their daughter's death and how Camilla directly contributed to it. Zidon was given immunity in exchange for details of her lies. Camilla managed to escape accountability by claiming she and Renee had been romantically involved and that the Marsden family would never have accepted their relationship. According to her, they invented the persona of Braden to conceal their love. She also insisted she had no idea Renee was planning to take her own life. However, Renee's family believed that Braden's abrupt breakup with her was Camilla's way of retaliating after Renee cut ties with her permanently. Obsessed with Renee but unable to have her in a romantic relationship as a woman, Camilla created a false identity, a male version of herself, to manipulate her. Tragically, what began as a cruel deception led to the untimely death of a young woman. Today, Camilla is married, has a child, and appears to be living a content life. She ultimately chose to settle down with a man, believing that same-sex relationships were not part of her future. Moving on to the next case. Brianna Maitland. In this video, we delve into a chilling case that has lingered in a small town's memory for decades, a disappearance shrouded in mystery and unanswered questions. On the evening of March 19, 2004, Brianna Maitland wrapped up her shift at a local hotel and set out for home, following a routine she'd carried out countless times before. It was a rhythm deeply woven into life in Sheldon, Vermont. But Brianna couldn't have known that this particular night would take an unexpected and unsettling turn. The following morning, a ski team navigating the snow-covered stretches of Route 118 in Vermont came across something strange. Their attention was drawn to an Oldsmobile Delta oddly backed into a weathered barn. Curious, they pulled over and snapped a few photos. They lingered for a while, hoping to offer assistance, but there was no one in sight. Unaware that the photos they had just taken would become the only visual record of what may have been a crime scene, the ski team got back into their car and continued on their way, leaving behind the spot where Brianna Maitland vanished without a trace. Brianna's parents, Bruce and Kelly Maitland, were from Franklin, Vermont, a small village just before the West Berkshire border. On October 8, 1986, they had crossed into Canada. The village itself is home to just over 1,000 residents. Nestled in the heart of Vermont's stunning landscape, Franklin is surrounded by rolling hills blanketed in lush greenery that stretches as far as the eye can see. This peaceful rural town, with its scattered clusters of weathered barns and old farmhouses, feels like a place frozen in time, quiet, simple, and steeped in rustic charm. Yet beneath Franklin's calm and quiet surface lies a town burdened by a lingering, unsolved mystery. The unexplained disappearance of Brianna Maitland, a young woman whose vanishing still casts a shadow over the community, has turned Franklin into more than just a quiet rural dot on the map. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Brianna was raised on her family's farm alongside her older brother. As a child, she trained in jiu-jitsu, and friends recall that she was anything but timid. Her upbringing shaped her into a fiercely independent young woman. Those who knew her describe her as kind-hearted and a loyal friend. Her father, Bruce, says Brianna had a strong moral compass and never hesitated to stand up for what she believed in. As she entered her teenage years, Brianna maintained an active social life, often surrounded by friends. However, because her family's farm was located in a remote area, most of Brianna's friends lived in a town several miles away. According to her father, she never quite fit in at her small-town high school. Against her parents' wishes, Brianna left home during her sophomore year, started couch surfing, and eventually enrolled in school in Sheldon, Vermont, where her closest friends lived. She was searching for a fresh start. In Sheldon, Brianna found a sense of belonging in its close-knit community, something she hadn't experienced before. Determined to be independent, she got a job to support herself, earned her GED, and by March 2004, she had moved in with her longtime friend, Jillian Stout. On the night of March 19th, Brianna finished her shift as a dishwasher at the Black Lantern in around 11:30 p.m. She was excited about starting a second job in the coming days, hoping it would bring in some much-needed extra income. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Brianna was a vibrant and familiar face around Sheldon. Tall and slender, with long, flowing brown hair and a radiant smile, she naturally drew people in. Her beauty and warm presence made her stand out. When she wasn't working, Brianna enjoyed spending time with friends, attending local events, and exploring the scenic countryside nearby. Yet, in the background, things weren't entirely calm. Her disappearance was made more complex by reports of occasional disputes and tensions in the weeks beforehand. Despite these issues, Brianna remained hopeful and focused on her future. In small towns, teenage drama can escalate quickly, and it came as little surprise to many when Brianna was involved in a physical altercation with a girl named Keely Lacrosse just weeks before she went missing. Being talkative, loyal, and somewhat naive, I'm not entirely certain how to pronounce the other girl's name. Despite her background in martial arts, Brianna chose not to fight back against someone she had once considered a friend. While the exact cause of the altercation has been widely speculated, Brianna's father, Bruce, maintains that jealousy was the root issue, even though Brianna reportedly never laid a hand on the other girl. Photos taken after the fight show Brianna with 2 black eyes. During treatment, doctors also found she had suffered a concussion and a broken nose. Encouraged by friends and family, Brianna decided to press charges and went to the police. A hearing against Keely was scheduled for April 9, 2004. But by that time, Brianna had already disappeared. Without her presence, the case was ultimately dismissed. On the morning of Friday, March 19th, Brianna successfully took and passed her GED. To celebrate the achievement, she went shopping and had lunch with her mother, Kelly. In an episode of the Trace Evidence podcast, Kelly recalls the day as being lighthearted and cheerful. However, during their outing, as they waited in line to make a purchase, Brianna suddenly glanced out the window toward the parking lot and abruptly told her mother she'd be right back, leaving Kelly waiting alone. After finishing her purchase, Kelly headed outside to the parking lot, where she found Brianna again. At that moment, Kelly says Brianna seemed visibly upset. When questioned, Brianna brushed it off, saying she just needed to get ready for work. Not wanting to push her further, Kelly accepted the explanation. Later, family members came forward with claims that Brianna had been confronted in the parking lot and warned not to show up to work that night. This warning sparked a wave of intense speculation among those closely following the case, with theories circulating about what might have happened that day. Still, given the upcoming court hearing, the motive behind the confrontation seems relatively straightforward. Kelly didn't press the issue and dropped Brianna off at the apartment she shared with Jillian, despite her daughter's sudden shift in mood. That would be the last time Kelly ever saw her. Later that chilly night, Brianna left a note for Jillian before heading to work, letting her know she'd be back afterward. But Brianna never returned. That evening, the Black Lantern Inn, where she worked, was bustling with guests, likely due to its proximity to Jay Peak, a popular destination for winter sports. The Red Brick Bed and Breakfast is known to be fully booked during Vermont's winter season. Nestled among the peaceful farmland and rolling hills of Sheldon, Vermont, the Black Lantern Inn stands as a classic symbol of small-town hospitality. Situated in the heart of the town's historic district, this quaint establishment offers a warm and inviting atmosphere to both locals and travelers alike. Behind the scenes, Brianna had become a part of the inn's daily rhythm, her upbeat attitude and natural charm quickly winning over both staff and guests. Everyone who interacted with Brianna was struck by her genuine kindness and approachable nature. In the aftermath of her disappearance, none of her coworkers reported anything unusual about that night. For most of her shift, Brianna had been working quietly in the kitchen. Around 11:20 p.m., she clocked out for the night. When invited to join her coworkers for a late dinner, she declined, explaining she was heading straight home. They watched as she walked to her car, got in, and drove off in the direction of her apartment. Investigators would later learn from drivers who were traveling along Route 105 between the inn and Brianna's apartment that they had passed the barn where her car was later found and witnessed her Oldsmobile backing into it while the taillights illuminated the dark night. Given that these reports were from approximately 11:30 p.m., if these drivers are trustworthy witnesses, this fact indicates that there was a 10-minute window for a catastrophic event to occur. Time and the untrustworthy impulses of memory have disguised the specifics of what happened in the hours that followed, leaving them cloaked in mystery. What is known is that shortly after 11:20 p.m. Brianna was last seen driving her 1985 Oldsmobile sedan out of the Black Lantern Inn. The breadcrumb trail that led into the darkness that engulfed her whole was the sighting that would later serve as the main focus of the investigation into her disappearance. On East Berkshire Road, not far from the Black Lantern Inn, police discovered Brianna's abandoned car pushed into the side of a rundown farmhouse the next morning. Police were quite perplexed by both the position and condition of Brianna's automobile at this point, because they had no reason to believe that she had disappeared. Its rear end was wedged securely against the building's wall, and its windscreen was broken. It served as a silent guardian for the enigma that had developed that night. The most fascinating aspect of this revelation, though, was that Brianna was not present. For days following her shift at the Black Lantern Inn on Tuesday, March 23rd, Jillian phones Kelly to inquire about Brianna's presence. Startled by this inquiry, Kelly informs Jillian that she last saw Brianna on Friday when she dropped her off to the condo where the girls shared a room. Jillian claims that after leaving for the weekend, she received a note from Brianna on Friday, and upon her return, everything was just as she had left it. Brianna had never returned home as far as she knew. Jillian chose to phone Kelly when she hadn't heard from Brianna for a few days. This indicates that before anyone started searching for Brianna, she was gone for 4 days. Startled by this phone call, Kelly makes many calls in an attempt to locate her daughter. Every call concludes with the caller informing Kelly that they haven't seen or spoken to Brianna in a number of days. With every phone conversation, Kelly's anxiety grows, and as she hangs up for the last time, she determines she must file a missing persons report for her daughter. Soon later, she and her spouse take a car to Vermont State Police headquarters to provide them information about their daughter, who has gone missing. They inform the cops that Brianna drives an older green Oldsmobile while they are at Albans Police Station. Police believe it is interesting. They then display a picture of a car that they took away just a few days earlier, after discovering it had collided with the side of an abandoned farmhouse to Kelly and Bruce. Bruce and Kelly realized two things during their encounter with the cops. Some may hold the police partially responsible for the delay in reporting Brianna missing because their daughter smashed her automobile and was away for a longer period of time than they first thought. To make matters worse, the police neglected to inform them about the car. Bruce and Kelly were informed by police that other drivers had called to report the car abandoned on the side of the road, prompting them to arrive on the spot. But what's truly intriguing about this case isn't just how Brianna apparently disappeared without leaving any trace, but also how similar this story is to another extremely well-known disappearance, Maura Murray. I wonder how it's conceivable that no warning signs were raised when Maura Murray vanished a few weeks ago, about 60 miles away. Most of us have probably heard about Maura Murray's disappearance by now. One of the most well-known true crime instances in recent memory is hers. Investigators had very few leads to follow after she disappeared without a trace as well. She is yet to be located to this day. One concern has been raised by many. Is it feasible that the small-town police's carelessness is the reason her case hasn't been resolved? The existence of what many regard as a red herring, a distracting or deceptive clue, was another strange connection between the instances. The crimson rag discovered in Maura's tailpipe was never fully explained. Why and by whom was it placed there? One lime wedge that was adhered to Brianna's car's trunk was found at the site. Although investigators initially dismissed this lime, many have since questioned who placed it there, and more crucially, why. The area around a nearby snow resort, which serves as the main source of income for the local people, was another connection to Maura's situation. Could it be that these instances were first categorized as runaways in order to avoid interfering with the local travel industry? Or is it just that dealing with a serious crime is largely beyond the capabilities of a tiny rural police force? A constable was dispatched to the location of Brianna's abandoned vehicle on March 20, 2004, about 1 p.m. This deputy thought the vehicle had been abandoned following a drunk driving incident when they arrived. The car was discovered without keys and unlocked. The responding police headed to the Black Lantern Inn, which is only a mile away, to see if they could find Brianna Maitland after finding 2 unopened paychecks intended for her. The inn was closed when he got there. The constable finally made the decision to have Brianna's car towed to a nearby lot since he had to answer another call. He insists he didn't have any grounds to suspect it was a crime scene. Although the crime rate in Vermont and this region in particular is quite low, particularly when it comes to violent crime, I find it hard to accept that a low crime rate discourages police officers from getting the training they need. In addition, I question why an automobile would ever be towed without first getting in touch with the registered owner, particularly in the case of an accident. I just think this is a little backward. Police used K9S to investigate the Dutchburn barn after Brianna's parents filed a missing person report, but they were unable to find any significant evidence. Similar to Maura's case, many people who know Brianna believe that the unresolved status is the result of carelessness and merely indolent police work. At neither place did the police take any photos. In order to get in touch with the registered owner, the responding cops did not run either plate. It appeared that neither car's driver was concerned, even though both had crashed at night in extremely cold weather. Law authorities waited a long time before reaching out to the family after pulling each car away from the scene. Assumptions in law enforcement can be disastrous, as we are all aware, even though Brianna and Maura's disappearances share a number of characteristics. Locals, including Brianna's family and friends, do not think they are connected. They think they know who did it, which is why. The question of what happened to Brianna on that fatal night in March 2004 has been the subject of several theories and speculations since her disappearance. According to one widely accepted idea, Brianna might have been the victim of foul play, possibly being attacked by an unidentified assailant or running across someone with bad intentions on her way home from the Black Lantern Inn. The enigmatic circumstances surrounding the finding of Brianna's abandoned car. Its back end stuck against the side of an abandoned farmhouse. Its windscreen shattered support this theory by pointing to a potential fight or altercation. According to a different viewpoint, Brianna might have chosen to leave her life behind and start again without telling her loved ones. Proponents of this argument cite Brianna's alleged involvement in those altercations in the weeks preceding her disappearance, as well as her stated wish to leave Sheldon and start again. Nevertheless, this idea lacks hard data to back up its assertions and is primarily theoretical. As best as we can tell, Brianna was in love with Sheldon. Personally, I don't think this explanation makes much sense because she also had a new job set up that she was supposed to start in a few days. Additionally, based on reports of drug activity in the area and Brianna's purported association with people known to be involved in illegal activities, some have theorized that Brianna's disappearance may be related to the drug trade. Although there isn't any concrete proof that Brianna's disappearance was caused by drug use, the existence of these rumors has stoked conjecture and complicated the inquiry. There have now been hints that Brianna's disappearance might be connected to other unresolved cases in the area, like Maura's, which has sparked conjecture about possible links between her abduction and other missing people or illegal activity. However, in the absence of concrete proof to support these assertions, they stay merely conjecture and have not resulted in any noteworthy advancements in the inquiry. The search for answers is still ongoing as investigators sort through leads and look into fresh lines of investigation in the hopes that the truth about Brianna's fate will eventually surface. In the interim, conjecture acts as a motivating factor and a reminder of the unanswered questions that remain in the hearts and thoughts of everybody affected by this unfortunate event. However, there is still hope. In a 2017 podcast interview with Crawlspace Media, private investigator Greg Overocker, who has a strong stake in this case, said he thinks the only reason Brianna's body hasn't been found is because it's on private land. He claims he thinks he knows where she is and that her body hasn't been found because it's on property. He can't get on. One of the 4 local guys suspected of being involved in the case owns this property. The program also featured Katie, a close friend of Brianna, who described Brianna's case as incredibly solvable. Katie insists that there are 3 or 4 males involved and that just one of them needs to speak, which begs the question, what sort of bargain will they get and who will it be? Investigators disclosed in March 2016 that they had found DNA in Brianna's vehicle that they believed to be that of their main suspect. Vermont State Police said on March 18, 2022, that forensic materials given to them in the autumn of 2020 were tested in a Texas lab. In order to find a match to a person on the radar of law enforcement, they analyzed these samples using sophisticated DNA sequencing to create a DNA profile. Researchers employed genome sequencing. The profile that resulted in the conviction of Golden State Killer Joseph DeAngelo was created using a similar technique. This indicates that one of their persons of interest has been matched by Vermont State Police. The only issue is that because police haven't named a suspect in their inquiry, it's still unclear who this unidentified person of interest is and why they haven't been recognized as a key suspect despite a DNA match. Although Vermont State Police Detective Angela Baker insists that this evidence doesn't mean they have identified a subject, those who are keeping tabs on the case believe they are getting close. Officials will not make many strong pieces of evidence public because the inquiry is still ongoing. The integrity of the probe would be compromised if this were done. I have a suspicion that law enforcement is trying to strengthen their case with a DNA match in hand, and they're most likely getting closer every day. The appearance of fresh leads and possible evidence was one important development in the investigation. Forensic technology advancements have made it possible for investigators to re-examine already existing evidence and pursue previously uncharted lines of inquiry. Furthermore, the extensive use of social media and online platforms has made it easier for the public, independent researchers, and law enforcement agencies to communicate and work together, which has resulted in the exchange of information and the creation of fresh leads. There have been intermittent reports of possible sightings of Brianna or people who fit her description in recent years, which has given her family and friends new hope. Although many of the reported sightings have proven to be false, each new lead is thoroughly investigated in the hope that it might uncover a crucial detail capable of breaking the case wide open. The mystery of what truly happened to Brianna Maitland on that fateful night continues to haunt not only the town of Sheldon, but people around the world. In the wake of her disappearance, law enforcement launched an extensive investigation, scouring the area for any trace of her. Yet, despite their best efforts, not a single piece of concrete evidence has ever been found. Still, amid the uncertainty and heartache, one truth remains: Brianna Maitland will never be forgotten. Her memory lives on through the enduring hope that one day, the truth behind her disappearance will come to light. For those who knew and loved her, Brianna's legacy remains deeply rooted in their hearts and minds. Until that day comes, she stands as a poignant reminder that some answers remain just beyond our grasp, a symbol of the enduring mysteries that define the human experience. As the sun dips below the rolling hills of Sheldon, the enigma of Brianna Maitland's disappearance continues to cast a long shadow, a quiet testament to both life's fragility and the resilience of the human spirit. Though she may have vanished into the night, her light endures, shining as a beacon of hope amid the darkness. Moving on to the next case. Denise Dragon. The case involving Denise Dragon is a striking example of how reckless youthful intensity, obsessive jealousy, and involvement with illegal substances can spiral into tragedy shattering 3 young lives in the process. The oldest person involved, and arguably the central figure responsible, was only 22 years old at the time. The 2 young women whose emotions he manipulated and whose lives he destabilized were just 17 and 19. Their brief love triangle quickly escalated into chaos, resulting in 2 pregnancies, obsessive stalking, and ultimately, a calculated and cold-blooded murder. Mario Topanera was born in 1996 in Alcorcón, a small suburb of Madrid, Spain. He showed little interest in education or establishing a stable career. By 22, he was still living in his parents' home and scraping by through odd jobs. His true passion lay in graffiti art, which consumed most of his time and attention. Mario was a naturally gifted artist, but he never managed to turn that talent into a real career. Instead, he settled for occasional part-time jobs, mostly painting murals and walls both inside and outside buildings. His primary source of income, however, came from dealing in illegal substances. While he didn't sell them directly, he acted as a middleman, connecting interested buyers with a contact in a remote part of the city who could supply whatever was requested. Mario earned a solid commission on each deal, which gave him strong motivation to keep finding new clients. It's unclear whether his parents were aware of his activities, but if they did know, they clearly chose to ignore it. Mario stood out for his striking looks and confident personality. Among his peers, he was respected, and among women, he was especially popular. He was charming and charismatic, quickly forming new relationships and frequently juggling multiple romances at once, with no real intention of committing to any of them. Denise Maria Dragan was born in Romania in 2001 to Emil and Daniela Dragan. At the time of her birth, her parents were still quite young and struggling financially. Because of their difficult circumstances, they made the tough decision to move to Spain for work, leaving Denise in the care of her grandparents. Several years later, after successfully legalizing their status, securing stable jobs, and building a more settled life in Spain, her parents brought Denise to live with them in their new home under the Spanish sun. The transition was smooth for the young girl. She quickly adapted, made new friends, and picked up the language with ease. Academically, she excelled, consistently earning high marks across most of her subjects. From a young age, Denise developed a passion for dancing. She happily spent hours each day training in the studio and frequently took part in various competitions. However, during her middle school years, her parents' marriage began to fall apart, eventually leading to their separation. After the divorce, Denise stayed with her mother, though her father, despite having started a new family, remained actively involved in her life. He continued to support her emotionally and financially, making a strong effort to stay connected. Not long after, Denise's mother remarried, and within a year, Denise gained a younger brother whom she adored. She loved spending time with him and took her role as an older sister seriously. By the age of 16, Denise decided to pursue a new dream. She wanted to become a stylist and master the art of hairdressing. With this decision, she stepped away from both school and dancing to fully dedicate herself to her new interest. Her parents respected her choice and didn't stand in her way, giving her the freedom to follow her own path. To gain hands-on experience, Denise began working at a beauty salon owned by her relatives. The third key figure in this tragic love triangle was a 19-year-old girl named Rocio Martinez. Born and raised in the suburbs of Madrid, Rocio was the daughter of a police officer who was later transferred to Alcorcón, prompting the whole family to relocate there. From a young age, Rocio was known for her impulsive, confrontational, and at times aggressive behavior. She was accustomed to getting her way and had little tolerance for rejection. Despite being diagnosed early in life with diabetes and serious heart issues, conditions that required strict medication, diet, and routine, Rocio didn't let her health constraints stop her from falling in with the wrong crowd. She drank alcohol, experimented with drugs, and frequently engaged in petty crimes and thefts alongside her group of friends. However, thanks to her father's position in law enforcement and his network of connections, Rocio was never held accountable for her actions. She believed she was untouchable, that no matter what trouble she got into, her father would always be there to bail her out. On top of that, Rocio was attractive and always surrounded by admirers. Her beauty and confidence only added to her sense of invincibility. Meanwhile, After Denise left school and began working as a stylist, she found herself with more free time, which she often spent hanging out with friends. Her closest companion since high school was Sylvia, her best friend and confidant. Denise trusted her completely and shared all her thoughts and feelings with her. One spring evening in 2018, while strolling through the city with Sylvia, Denise happened to meet Mario. The charming and outgoing young man quickly captivated her. They struck up a conversation, and by the end of the night, they had exchanged phone numbers. It wasn't long before a romance blossomed. They began seeing each other almost daily, and the relationship progressed quickly. For the first time, Denise felt she was truly in love, and in her eyes, Mario seemed like the perfect match. It also turned out that they had many common interests. They liked the same movies, the same music. They both adored dogs and dreamed of traveling the world. Just a few days after meeting, Denise invited her chosen one to a family dinner to introduce him to her mother. But Daniela did not approve of her daughter's choice. The woman immediately did not like Denise's lover. Something in him alerted her and even frightened her. Mother hastily made inquiries about him and was horrified when she learned that Mario is associated with the trade in illegal drugs. Daniela had a serious talk with her daughter, hoping that she would end her relationship with a guy with such a dubious reputation. Calmed her mother and promised her that she would break up with her lover. But in fact, she continued to meet with him. Quite quickly, Denise realized that Mario is not so nice and kind as he wants to seem. The young man tried to control every step of his passport, wanted to know where she goes and with whom she communicates without permission, took her phone and checked accounts and social networks. For several months, the girl in love hoped that her chosen one would change and they could build a strong and lasting relationship. But it only got worse. Mario began to consider her his property, which he can dispose of and who must do everything only as he says. At the moment when Denise seriously considered breaking off the relationship, she was horrified to realize that she was pregnant. She didn't want to tie her life to this man and endure constant harassment. Besides, Denise was afraid that now Mario wouldn't leave her alone at all. On top of that, she was only 17 years old and she herself was simply not ready for motherhood and responsibility for a new little life. Then Denise decided to talk frankly with her mother and told her everything, asking for advice on how to proceed. The woman listened to her daughter and recommended her to terminate the pregnancy, adding that the choice in any case will remain only for her. Denise thought it over once more and then followed her mother's advice by having an abortion. When Topanera found out about it, he was furious. The guy thought that Denise betrayed him, that she had no right to do so, and only he could decide what to do with this child. Relationships finally broke down, but the young man was not going to let Denise go and leave her alone. Moreover, he promised to take revenge on her for such betrayal and to hurt her as much as she hurt him. When Denise called her father in tears and told him about everything, Emile decided that his daughter needed to get away from all these difficult events that had shaken her peace of mind and go somewhere on vacation. He paid for his ex-wife and daughter a trip to one of the fashionable European resorts where they went together. The vacation really did Denise good. She calmed down a little, relaxed, began to make plans for life again, and seemed to no longer think about Mario. But the vacation was over, and Denise returned home again. Mario did not long pine for his former passport and almost immediately began an affair with 19-year-old Rocio Martinez. This fiery, aggressive, and conflicted girl was the complete opposite of the quiet and calm Denise. She could make a scandal in the same place, go into a fight, or throw a tantrum. Rocio also experimented with illegal substances and could easily break the law knowing that she would not be punished for. With Mario, they quickly got together and had fun together because the guy could get any illegal drug she asked for, wanting to test its effect on himself. However, Mario couldn't forget and let go of his ex-girlfriend. He still wanted to control her, to know where she was and what she was doing. Periodically, he wrote to her in social networks, called her, and even offered to resume the relationship. Denise, who had a very hard time with this breakup, met him from time to time and communicated with him. Was not going to reunite because of fear. When Martinez found out that her boyfriend was communicating with his ex, she made a terrible scandal and in a fit of rage screamed that she would kill them both. By that time, Mario had already realized what his chosen one was capable of, so he promised her that it would not happen again. However, Such an answer did not calm down, and she decided to destroy her rival, if not physically, then morally. Ratio began to call Denise, showering her with insults and wishing her a speedy death. But this was not enough, and she began to send messages to her rival with threats of violent reprisals. However, Dragon considered these threats to be empty words and did not consider it necessary to contact the police because of them. During that period, Ratio became pregnant, about which the first thing she wrote to her rival, saying that this child is desired and she will keep it. For Denise, this news was a painful blow. But soon Martinez, due to poor health and addiction to illegal substances, lost the child, and all her anger she again poured out in a new threatening message to Denise. Denise, eager to start a new life and soon forget about Mario, started an affair with a young man named Evan. The couple legalized their relationship just a month after meeting, and the young lady went to live in her husband's house. Apparently, Mario was hurt that his ex-girlfriend had married someone else so quickly. He started looking for meetings with her again, calling and texting her. In November 2018, when Mario and Ratio were having dinner at a small diner on the outskirts of the city, the guy went out for a while, leaving his phone on the table. Ratio, taking advantage of the moment, decided to check it out. There she came across the calls and messages Mario had been sending to Denise. Martinez immediately threw a tantrum. She screamed, cried, and tried to hit her young man. In response, Mario offered his girlfriend to personally clarify relations with Denise, to which she immediately agreed. He drove the furious Ratio to the new home of his former lover and pointed to the right door. Ratio got out of the car with a knife and went to the doorstep of her rival. At the time, Evan had not yet returned from work and his young wife was home alone, talking on the phone with her friend Sylvia. When she heard a knock on the door, she assumed it was her husband, and simply opened the door without looking through the peephole. Denise was still talking to her friend, so she could hear everything that happened next. When Denise saw her ex-lover's friend on the doorstep, she only had time to say her name in surprise and loudly before she was stabbed in the stomach. After that, Ratio immediately left, and the wounded Denise, losing consciousness, asked her friend to call an ambulance and told her who attacked her. Dragon was taken to the hospital in critical condition. The doctors fought desperately for her life for several hours, but the wound was too deep. She lost a lot of blood, and it was alas impossible to save her. After Ratio dealt the fatal blow to her rival, she ran back to the car, jumped into the cabin, and told Mario to get out of here. On the way, she confessed everything to him, and together they disposed of the crime weapon and washed the traces of blood off her hands and clothes. Mario decided it would be best for them to hide for a while. He called his relatives who lived in another city and asked them to visit. When they arrived, the relatives noticed that Ratio looked strange and was very nervous, but she wrote it off as malaise. The couple stayed overnight at Mario's relative's house, thinking about what to do and how to proceed. When they learned the next morning that Denise had died from the wound, Ratio immediately called her father and told him everything. She was sure that her dad would use all his connections to save her from jail. This time, however, the policeman father did not help his daughter, who had taken another man's life. He followed her to another city and then handed her over to the police himself. One of the main witnesses in the case was Sylvia, who at the time of the crime spoke to the deceased on the phone. The case file also included numerous threatening messages that Ratio had sent to her rival over the course of several months. The defendant initially tried to deny her guilt, but all the facts and evidence were against her. Then Ratio apparently began to lose her nerve, and she confessed to everything, giving a detailed account of the attack. She noted that it was Mario who pushed her to do it, who drove her to the victim's house and allowed her to take the knife that was in the car. Ratio suggested that he wanted to take revenge on Denise with her hands. Surprisingly, Tapanera himself was only a witness in the case, not an accomplice. He completely denied his guilt, and said that he only brought Ratio to his ex-girlfriend's house so that they could finally work things out and stop feuding. He also said he didn't realize Ratio had a knife and didn't see any blood on her hands or clothes when she returned to his car. At the next court hearing, the couple again denied their guilt, saying this time that they were not at the scene at all. Allegedly, they had spent the entire evening at Mario's relative's house and Denise had been fatally stabbed by someone else. Martinez claimed that she had no hatred for her rival and had no motive to kill her. Nevertheless, Rocio's guilt was proven and she went to prison for 18.5 years. But Mario remained completely unpunished. Almost immediately, Mario began another relationship and, with no sense of discretion, started boasting that the girls in his life were willing to kill each other over him. He even spoke in detail about the events of that tragic night, information that quickly made its way to Denise's grieving parents. Outraged, the Dragon family once again turned to the court, demanding justice for the man they believed was ultimately responsible for their daughter's death. This time, Mario Topanera was taken into custody. However, just a few days later, he was released on his own recognizance. Eventually, he was acquitted and once again walked free. Denise's parents continued to fight, filing multiple appeals in hopes of increasing Rocio's sentence and holding Mario accountable as an accomplice. Yet, despite their persistent efforts, Mario has never been brought to justice for his role in the events that led to their daughter's death. Moving on to the next case. Emma Youngstig. In psychology, there's a term known as Adderley syndrome, which describes a pathological obsession that one individual develops toward another. The condition is named after Adele Hugo, the youngest daughter of renowned French writer Victor Hugo. Adele was a strikingly beautiful and gifted pianist, but her mental health suffered deeply due to an unreciprocated love. Her obsession led her to relentlessly follow the man she loved, pretending to be his wife, ultimately sabotaging both his career and personal life. Tragically, Adele spent 43 of her 84 years confined to a psychiatric hospital. This kind of overwhelming fixation, where someone becomes so emotionally consumed by another person that they lose control over their own feelings, is not uncommon. In many instances, a skilled psychologist can provide effective treatment. However, in more severe cases, hospitalization and intensive therapy may be necessary. At times, such obsession can verge on madness, driving a person to desperate, unpredictable, and even brutally violent behavior. One of the most shocking examples of this occurred in 2008 with the case of Emma Youngstig, which sent shockwaves across Europe and became one of the most disturbing incidents in Swedish forensic history. Although the suspect could have been declared mentally unstable, the lack of concrete evidence nearly led to the case being dropped, until the trial revealed his true nature. Emma Youngstig came from a young and relatively inexperienced family. Born on February 16, 1985, in Stockholm, she spent most of her childhood and teenage years in the city. Raised in a modest household, she was the younger of two daughters and grew up alongside her elder sister, Katarina. At 19, Emma married Nicholas, a young man she had been dating since their high school years. Emma's partner wasn't much older than she was, and by the time they got married, she was already pregnant. At the age of 20, she gave birth to their first child, a son named Max. Just a year and a half later, their daughter, Saga, was born. However, despite having two children together, the couple was still quite young and unprepared for the responsibilities and challenges of married life. Arguments over small issues became frequent, and they struggled to communicate effectively. Shortly after Saga's birth, they made the difficult decision to separate. The issue of child custody soon followed, becoming a deeply emotional and contentious battle. Nicholas was determined not only to provide financial support, but also to play an active role in raising and being present in the lives of his children. Emma didn't oppose Nicholas being involved in the children's lives, but things changed when she entered a new romantic relationship. She moved with her kids to a small town called Arboga, around 150 kilometers from Stockholm, to live with her new partner. Nicholas objected strongly to the move, as he wanted to see his children regularly. The disagreement led to multiple court appearances, and at one point, Nicholas even threatened Emma, something she reported to the police right away. The conflict between them only escalated, and both parents eventually sought full custody. Emma had met her new partner, Torgny Hellberg, online. Their connection was immediate, and their relationship progressed quickly. Torgny wasn't deterred by the fact that 23-year-old Emma already had two children from her previous marriage. In fact, he had always wanted a family and was willing to embrace the children as his own. The couple initially settled into a small house that Torgny had inherited. However, when they decided to get married, they moved into a larger home where they could live more comfortably, one where each child would have their own cozy room. At the time, Torgny held a stable job with a good income, while Emma focused on raising the children and managing the household. Although trained as a designer, Emma planned to return to work in her field once the kids were older. The couple intended to have their wedding in the summer of 2008, but those plans would never come to pass. March 17, 2008 began like any other Monday. Torgny left for work early in the morning, and Emma stayed at home with 3-year-old Max and 1.5-year-old Saga. That evening, she was in the kitchen preparing dinner, awaiting her fiancé's return, unaware of the horror that was about to unfold. While preparing dinner, Emma was also chatting online with her sister, Katerina. They were discussing ideas for a gift for their parents' upcoming wedding anniversary. Around 6:30 p.m., Emma received a call from Torgny, letting her know he was running late from work and suggesting she go ahead with dinner without him. After the brief call, Emma resumed her evening routine, feeding the children and returning to the computer to continue her conversation with Katerina. At exactly 7:07 p.m., their chat suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Katerina found this unusual. She could see that Emma was in the middle of typing a message, but it was never sent. Growing concerned, she tried calling Emma a few minutes later, but there was no answer. Alarmed, she then called Torgny to find out what might have happened. Torgny was already on his way home when Katerina called, and he reassured her that everything was probably fine. He assumed Emma had just gotten busy with the kids and would get back to her shortly. But when he arrived at the house, he was immediately unsettled to find the front door unlocked. Stepping inside, he noticed the place was in disarray. At first, he assumed the mess was from the children playing, but then he saw dark stains on the floor. With a jolt of horror, he realized it was blood. Panicked, Helberg began calling out for Emma and the children, but the house remained eerily silent. In the hallway, he spotted something on the floor that at first appeared to be a doll, lying in an unnatural position. But as he moved closer, he was struck with a horrifying truth. It was little Saga, lying in a pool of blood. Her head and face had been so violently injured that they were no longer recognizable. Not far from her, he found Max, also brutally attacked, with a crushed skull. The scene was devastating. Emma was also found lying on the floor, soaked in blood and twisted into an unnatural position. Her face had been severely damaged and was barely recognizable. At first glance, it appeared that none of them had survived. In shock, Torgny pulled out his phone with trembling hands and called emergency services to report the horrific scene. Just then, Emma let out a sudden, haunting groan. She was still alive. Police and paramedics arrived swiftly and found faint pulses in all 3 victims. They immediately began life-saving procedures. The scene was nightmarish. No one could comprehend what kind of monster was capable of such brutality against a mother and her 2 small children. But in that moment, saving lives took precedence over everything else. Emergency responders rushed the victims to the nearest hospital, while investigators prepared to begin unraveling the horror that had just unfolded. From the very beginning, the paramedics had serious doubts about whether the victims would even survive the journey to the hospital. Still, all 3 arrived at the medical facility alive. They had each suffered open head wounds, massive brain trauma, and severe blood loss. Doctors refrained from making any predictions, but did everything in their power to save them. Max and Saga were in extremely critical condition. Even if they pulled through, it was unlikely they would ever regain the ability to breathe on their own. Emma's condition was also dire, but considered more stable in comparison. She was placed in a medically induced coma and connected to life support systems, giving her body a chance to fight for survival. While medical staff worked tirelessly to keep the victims alive, forensic specialists combed through the crime scene, searching for evidence and piecing together the events that had led to such a horrifying attack. Inside the house, chaos was everywhere. Belongings were scattered, and blood stained both the floors and walls. Unfortunately, in their urgent efforts to reach and treat the victims, paramedics had unintentionally disrupted the scene. Items had been moved, and the area where Emma, Max, and Saga were found had been heavily trampled. Now, investigators faced the challenge of distinguishing between the footprints left by emergency responders and any that might belong to the attacker. What shocked investigators even more was the speed of the attack. The brutal assault had taken place within a window of just 13 minutes. Emma's final message to her sister was sent at 7:07 p.m., and Torgny's emergency call came in at 7:20 p.m. The sheer violence of the attack suggested a deeply personal motive, an overwhelming hatred or resentment toward the victims. The weapon used was believed to be a blunt, heavy object, most likely a hammer, which the killer used to strike with extreme and merciless force. However, nothing of the kind could not be found at the scene, from which the natural conclusion was that the perpetrator took it with him. First suspect from the start, Hellberg was the prime suspect. He was not married to Emma and was not the father of her children, and therefore it was suggested that perhaps a domestic quarrel between the couple could turn into a bloodbath. The grief-stricken man was immediately questioned, but he had an ironclad alibi. Firstly, he was really late at work, which was confirmed by his boss and colleagues. And secondly, at the time of the brutal massacre of his loved ones, he was walking down the street and was caught on a number of CCTV cameras. Nevertheless, Torgny was decided to take a detailed statement, as he might have seen or heard something important that could help in the investigation of the crime. However, he could not remember anything specific, for it was business as usual until he saw the mess and the bodies lying on the floor. The only thing that alerted him was the unlocked front door, which could indicate that Emma had let the criminal in. After questioning, the man was released. By then, he had already informed his fiancée's family, and Emma's parents immediately rushed to Arboga from Stockholm. Together, they went by car straight to the hospital to the victims. But on the way there, they learned from the news on the radio, terrible news. Max and Saga died of their injuries without regaining consciousness. Ex-husband's revenge? The new suspect was Emma's ex-husband and father of the children, Nicholas. The couple had been divorced for more than a year and parted peacefully. They did not manage. They constantly quarreled, sued for custody of the children, and the man even threatened the ex-spouse. Which she reported to the police. It seemed that everything fits. After the breakup of the young woman took the children and took them to another city to his new chosen one and their father, not having achieved custody through the court on the grounds of hostility to Emma, decided to take a desperate step and in a fit of rage and crucified the heirs. Nicholas was immediately tracked down and taken into custody. But the man seemed crushed by the news of Max and Saga's deaths, sobbing and constantly asking if there was some mistake. When he was charged with what had happened, he was at first stunned and then began shouting that he would never hurt his children, whom he adored. When asked where Nicholas was at the time of the crime, he replied that he was away in another city where he went on business for a day. It sounded strange, but soon, his alibi was confirmed. The man was indeed 120 miles away from the crime scene when someone was massacring his ex-wife and children, searching for clues and fearing for the life of the sole survivor. Forensic investigators remained active at the scene, trying to find any clues, evidence, or traces of the attacker. But the perpetrator had obviously worn gloves and left no fingerprints. With traces of shoes, everything was much more difficult, because the house was visited by a dozen doctors who rendered assistance and took out the victims. Now it was necessary to collect all the footprints there and to find out which of them did not belong to the medics, Torgny, or the victims themselves. The law enforcers were afraid that the criminal, having learned that Emma had survived, might sneak into the hospital and finish what he had started. After all, she was a crucial witness, and in case she came to her senses and could testify, she would certainly give him away. Therefore, a 24-hour guard was posted outside Youngstig's room. At the same time, neighbors were interviewed in search of possible witnesses. One woman recalled that at around 5:00 in the evening, a stranger in black clothes was walking around Emma and Torgny's house. She thought it was strange, but she could not see the man's face because it was hidden by a hood. However, the neighbor suggested that it could be a girl because the figure was short and fragile. The same figure in black clothes and with a hood on his head also got into the lens of the street surveillance camera located on the store. A couple of minutes' walk from the scene of the crime. It also appeared to law enforcement that the woman in the video was a frail-looking girl. But who was she and why would she wish harm on Emma and her children? The recording decided to show Torgny and to find out his opinion about who the stranger could be and whether he has any assumptions about it. Already from the first frames, the man began to change in his face, turned pale, and then said that it could be his ex-girlfriend, 31-year-old Christina Schur, although he could not say for sure. Who is Christina Schur? Torgny's former sweetheart was born in Hanover, Germany in 1977. When she was still a child, Her father left the family and practically stopped communicating with his daughter, which negatively affected her mental state and behavior. The girl grew up willful and purposeful, but had a complex character. As a teenager, she went to the United States on an exchange program and lived in New York for several years. The girl received a good education in the field of history and archaeology, traveled extensively throughout Europe, taking part in excavations and expeditions. In the summer of 2006, she went to Greece, to the island of Crete, where she got a job in one of the popular hotels as a tour guide. There in July came on vacation 26-year-old Torgny, who immediately attracted Christina. He also liked this smart, interesting, and educated girl with whom he had an affair from the first days of acquaintance. Shura at that time was 29 years old, but a small age difference did not embarrass the couple. Their connection lasted for a week while the guy was vacationing in the hotel, and after his departure, they continued to communicate by phone and correspond on the internet. A few months later, Christina came to Hellberg in Sweden and literally asked to stay at his house. Even then, such behavior seemed to Torgny too intrusive and even tactless. So when Christina offered him a weekend trip to the mountains, he refused, and sincerely hoped that this was the last time they would meet. But the girl continued to call, write, and insist on a new meeting. In January 2007, during a phone conversation, Torgny told Christina that everything was over between them and they should not meet again. But Christina pretended not to hear it. She continued to call, asking to come to visit him and calling Torgny to go on vacation with her. In the spring of 2007, Christina again came to Sweden and began to literally stalk the former boyfriend. She persuaded him to resume their relationship, although he honestly admitted that he is already dating another. Then Christina said that during the previous visit, forgot in his house something of the things, and she needs to take them away. Torgny agreed, but as soon as they crossed the threshold, the former lover tried to seduce him and, having received a firm refusal, said that he will still regret. 3 months later, Christina returned again and began to apologize for her behavior, again persuading the guy to get together. But he rejected her, and in the evening, she called, saying that she swallowed pills because she does not want to live without him. Hellberg called her an ambulance and also called her family, telling them about Christina's antics and advising them to see a psychiatrist. After Shura received the necessary care at the hospital, her mother took her away and placed her in a psychiatric hospital where she spent more than a month. However, the treatment did not give much results and the girl remained literally obsessed with her former lover, constantly thinking about how to get him back and inventing new reasons for meetings. In October 2007, Christina decided to move to Sweden and settled in the suburbs of Stockholm, where she rented an apartment with another girl. She started to pursue her ex-boyfriend again, and when she got to meet him, she told him that she had given birth to a son by him, but gave the child to a foster family. Torgny was shocked by this news, but what he was most interested in was when it had happened. The last time they had been intimate was more than a year ago, and after that, they had met 3 more times at different times. But Christine had shown no signs of pregnancy. She herself answered evasively and each time added some new details. In January 2008, after a dozen unsuccessful attempts to meet with Torgny, Christina wrote him a message in which she told him that their son had been diagnosed with a certain hereditary disease and now they should go to Germany together to see him. She also added that the child's adoptive father would contact him and give him the details. At this time, she and Emma were in the process of moving to a new home, and the girlfriend was aware of the whole story. She believed that Tony's ex-girlfriend was simply trying to lure him to Germany, and no son had ever existed. When Tony received a call from a man who introduced himself as the adoptive father of her and Christine's child, Tony, on Emma's advice, began to ask questions about when the boy was born, in which hospital it happened, and so on. The interlocutor was clearly annoyed, avoided answering in every possible way, and then, and after all, hung up the phone. So Hellberg finally came to the conclusion that no son never existed. Christine made up the whole story and asked someone from the acquaintances to play along. Christina's arrest and the search for evidence. After learning such a convoluted story, detectives quickly found out where the new suspect lived and went to the address. The door was opened by her roommate, who told them that Christina had hurriedly packed her things the day before and said that she was going back to Germany. A check showed that the girl had indeed left the country. So now the Swedish police had to seek help from their German colleagues to arrest her. On March 20th, a warrant was issued for her arrest. When the suspect was arrested, she claimed that there had been a mistake and that she had nothing to do with the massacre. But after she was taken to Sweden on March 29th, she immediately requested a meeting with Torney, which was denied. She was completely calm, but periodically asked to meet or call her ex again. Christina's rented apartment was thoroughly searched and her phone and laptop were seized for inspection. All her clothes were thoroughly checked, but no traces of blood were found there. By then, investigators had worked out which of the bloody shoe prints at the scene did not belong to the medics and family members, so it was determined to be athletic. And from the tread pattern, they even figured out the brand and appearance. The size matched the one worn by the suspect, but she herself claimed that she never had such a model of sneakers. However, this statement was quickly refuted, as the shoes were identified by her roommate. Much more interesting findings awaited detectives in Christina's laptop. It was full of photos of Torgny, both their joint and those where the man was depicted alone or in the company of his new lover. Also in a separate folder with a very unpleasant signature contained pictures of Emma and her children, which the suspect copied from the rival's page in the social network. Schur captioned each photo with insulting, threatening, and downright scary captions. In the recovered search history were found requests on how to commit a murder without leaving traces, how to hide traces of the crime, and how to divert suspicion from himself. Also in the notes, investigators found a plan of Emma and Torney's new home and notes that indicated when the man left for work and what time he returned, and some other notes regarding the family's daily routine. Interview with survivor. Emma's condition was stabilized, her vitals gradually began to improve, and towards the end of March, doctors decided to gradually bring her out of the medically induced coma. Upon awakening, she was still unable to speak because of the breathing tube, but her gaze was meaningful. It was clear that she recognized the relatives present in the room, but did not understand what had happened to her and how she had ended up in the hospital. As soon as the victim became a little stronger and was able to speak clearly, the police agreed to talk to her, but decided not to tell her what had happened to the children. And then it turned out that Emma had no memory of the events of that fateful day and believed that she must have been in a car accident. She kept asking about the children and whether they were all right. At first, she was given evasive answers, but then her family and medical team decided that there was no point in withholding such information. When Emma was told about what had happened and that her babies were no longer alive, she became hysterical. The doctors had to sedate her, after which she fell asleep. And when she woke up, she did not remember the conversation and asked about the children again. This continued for several weeks. And during this time, the mother was told several times about the death of her daughter and son. But her brain apparently refused to accept this information, each time erasing it. After another month, Emma, accompanied by medics, decided to be brought to the scene. Once inside the house, she suddenly remembered everything. The young woman told how she was texting with her sister, setting the table, and the children were playing near her when there was a knock on the door. She opened the door and saw a dark, short female figure on the threshold, but when she asked what she wanted, she felt a sharp pain and her eyes went black. The figure skulked into the house, and the desperate mother, out of her last strength, tried to catch up with her to protect her children, but apparently fell in the hallway where they tried to finish her off. The trial and the verdict. Christina continued to stubbornly deny her guilt. The weapon of the crime was never found, and almost all the evidence found was circumstantial, which gave her a high chance of getting away with it. However, Christina's roommate, when questioned, said that in March a hammer was missing from her toolkit. She produced the toolkit itself, and the investigation determined that the size and configuration of that brand of tool matched the murder weapon. But that evidence was also circumstantial. Detectives were able to find surveillance footage from a suburban bus station where Schur had traveled 3 times in the week before the crime. She herself could not explain why she visited Arbuga so often, but apparently the girl came to keep an eye on her future victims. The suspect was also unable to provide any explanation for why she had searched online for ways to cover up a crime or why she had been collecting photographs of Emma and her children. On July 29, 2008, the trial began for Christina, who faced charges of double murder with exceptional cruelty, along with attempted murder. Her behavior during the proceedings was nothing short of bizarre. As she entered the courtroom, Christina smiled and waved at those in attendance, as if greeting friends. When questioned about the brutal attack and shown disturbing images of the crime scene, including the mutilated victims, she suddenly burst into laughter. While this reaction suggested possible insanity, a thorough psychiatric evaluation determined that she was mentally competent and fully aware of her actions. It became clear that she had taken pleasure in the violence and made no effort to conceal her lack of remorse. When Emma entered the courtroom and saw Christina, she immediately fainted. Once she regained consciousness, she said that she finally remembered everything, and that Christina's face was the last thing she had seen on that horrific day. Despite the defense attorney's efforts to argue Christina's innocence, the jury unanimously found her guilty on all charges. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole and was ordered to pay 20,000 euros in compensation to Emma. Investigators found no evidence that Christina had ever been pregnant or had given birth to a child with Torgny. As for Emma, her road to recovery was long and difficult, but Torgny stood by her side throughout. The couple eventually married in the summer of 2010. Today, they are raising 2 children together, both of whom are aware of the heartbreaking fate that befell their older brother and sister. Moving on to the next case. Gretchen Anthony. In March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic swept across the United States. As the world began shutting down, fear and uncertainty about the new virus spread rapidly. On March 23rd, 12-year-old Gretchen Anthony, who was staying with her father at the time, received a text from her mother. "Good morning. I have tested positive for the coronavirus. That means I will have to stay home for at least 2 weeks." Ava responded, "Okay, I really hope you feel better." Soon after, her mother stopped sharing her phone's location with her. Over the following 3 days, friends and family received multiple messages describing Gretchen's worsening health. Oddly, no one was able to reach the 51-year-old directly. Even more troubling, she didn't call her young daughter, a behavior completely out of character for such a devoted mom. Loved ones began to fear that something far more sinister than a serious case of COVID-19 was happening. It seemed someone else might be using Gretchen's phone to hide the fact that she had vanished. As the investigation progressed, police quickly realized that someone was using the COVID-19 pandemic as a cover for Gretchen's disappearance. Gretchen Anthony was born on January 8, 1969, in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. She spent much of her early life in the Northeast, attending fashion school in New York City before moving to New Jersey, where she eventually became a teacher. In 2006, the blue-eyed blonde relocated to Jupiter, the northernmost city in Palm Beach County, Florida. After spending 8 years working in private schools within the county, Gretchen decided to change paths and accepted a position in the Human Resources Department at Viking Utility, an electrical contracting company. The job gave her the opportunity to meet new people, a part of the work she genuinely enjoyed. Her colleagues became like a second family to her. Although her first marriage didn't last, she and her ex-husband maintained a friendly relationship and continued to co-parent their cherished daughter through shared custody. Gretchen lived an active life and was heavily involved in sports, which ultimately led to her meeting David Anthony. David, 7 years younger than Gretchen, was charismatic and charming. He first entered her life as her personal trainer, but their relationship quickly evolved, and he became her second husband. Known for his muscular build and outgoing personality, David was a standout at the gym. Women from across the county came to train with him, and he gained quite a following. Gretchen was drawn in and soon fell in love. Their romance moved quickly. After a short engagement, they married at the Elvis Chapel in Las Vegas. In 2015, Gretchen Stoughton Crane became Gretchen Stoughton Anthony, believing she had found the man of her dreams. Her daughter also took to David, affectionately referring to him as her bonus dad. The couple was married for 5 years, but the relationship that started out so full of love and promise gradually took a dark turn. As events unfolded, Gretchen began to fear for her safety. When the tragedy came to light, both police and reporters began digging into the background of her second husband, and what they uncovered was shocking. It was later revealed that David Ethan Anthony was originally named David Anthony Deutsch before legally changing his name. As David Anthony Deutsch, he had once been a standout college basketball player, but in 1997, He was arrested for robbing a Blockbuster video store using a water pistol and assaulting a police officer. He accepted plea deals in both cases and served time behind bars. David grew up without a father in Palm Beach Gardens and spent much of his youth and teenage years in isolation. He was quiet, introverted, and suffered from low self-esteem. Bullied at school for being overweight, he was even denied entry into recreational sports leagues because of his size compared to other children. As he entered adolescence, David battled severe depression and began showing signs that his family believed aligned with bipolar disorder. Despite his struggles, David refused to take any medication and instead threw himself obsessively into sports, where he truly thrived. After high school, he earned a basketball scholarship and became a standout player on his college team. A huge fan of the sport, David idolized basketball legends and even named his husky Kobe in honor of his favorite player, Kobe Bryant. When Bryant tragically died in a helicopter crash on January 26, 2020, the event became yet another trigger for David's already fragile mental state. Meanwhile, the charismatic and athletic coach pushed aside his mental health issues and basked in his growing popularity. He eventually married Gretchen, and together they maintained a physically active lifestyle. David enjoyed biking, deep-sea fishing, and kayaking, while Gretchen committed to the gym, yoga, and beach outings. However, only the first 2 years of their marriage were truly joyful. During the final 3 years, the always smiling blonde would find herself struggling to break free from a relationship that had taken a dark turn. Gretchen confided in friends that her husband's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic and, at times, verbally abusive. Although the couple separated for about 6 months at one point, they eventually reconciled. Tabitha Hopkins, David's former supervisor at the gym, later recalled witnessing disturbing mood swings in him. By 2017, his behavior had become so problematic, particularly toward women, that Tabitha had no choice but to fire him. David's actions grew more bizarre over time, and he refused to seek professional help. In 2018, he became fixated on the idea of an impending apocalypse, going so far as to load his truck with 3 large bags of rice, cookware, and 10 pairs of shoes. His family believed these extreme behaviors were signs of bipolar disorder and manic depression. While he did have moments where he tried to improve, those brief periods of clarity were always followed by darker, more troubling episodes. David eventually convinced Tabitha Hopkins to rehire him by claiming he was working on himself and attending self-improvement seminars. Tabitha, moved by his efforts and knowing how effective he was as a trainer, decided to give him another chance. Clients were thrilled with David's return. His charm and skill hadn't faded. However, as his mental health issues remained untreated, his condition continued to deteriorate. Gretchen became increasingly aware of the problem and opened up to friends about her concerns. She admitted that, at times, she would lock herself in their bedroom just to put some space between them. "I noticed this crazy look in his eyes," she once texted a friend named Don one morning in late December. David's behavior was becoming more intense, and Gretchen was unsure of what he might do. "I'm watching him on the cameras and waiting for him to go to bed," she wrote in another message one evening, clearly living in fear inside her own home. "Then I'll go downstairs, get a knife, and put it under my pillow, just in case, and hopefully sleep." That same year, on Christmas Eve, Gretchen couldn't find her personal belongings. She searched the house, looked in David's backpack, and found her wedding ring, passport, driver's license, credit cards, and some money. The incident so disturbed Gretchen that she texted Don, her boss and friend, that she was afraid of her own husband. By the end of the month, Gretchen made the decision to end the tumultuous relationship. In December 2019, she forced David to move out of the townhouse to her mother's house, who lived nearby, and changed the locks. It was during this time that David's colleagues noticed a gradual change in his behavior. Most of the time, the trainer was one of the first to arrive at the gym. But after the events in the family, he began to come later and later, seemed more and more withdrawn and sullen. On January 26th, Kobe Bryant, David's idol, dies. When Kobe Bryant passed away, something happened, Tabitha recalls. "You'd think David and Kobe Bryant were best friends. He was traumatized by it." In the days that followed, David was hysterical, crying and wailing in front of the fitness club groups he led and refusing to go home. Despite his emotionally fragile state, David took an active role in a controversial self-improvement program called gratitude training, which critics likened to a cult. He spent thousands of dollars on seminars, but refused to tell his family what he was doing during the sessions. David's behavior regressed. On February 24th, he failed to show up for work. When Tabitha tried to find out if he was okay, he attacked her, and the supervisor made the decision to terminate the employee permanently. This time, Tabitha caught a glimpse of David's frightening rage and was truly frightened. Hopkins texted Gretchen about the incident and asked her to be careful. "That's the last time I talked to Gretchen," she would later say. 4 days later, on February 28, 2020, just weeks before her disappearance, Gretchen files for divorce. David's stability is rapidly going downhill, and he is becoming increasingly hostile. On March 7th, the woman David had begun dating booked a seat at an unusual art class. They were to drink wine and draw pictures under the guidance of the instructor. However, the evening did not go according to plan. When David wished to hug his companion during the class, and she rejected the attempt, he jumped up, yelled at her in the middle of the class, and ran outside. David's behavior frightened the young woman, and she decided not to continue the interaction, telling him that he could not stay with her tonight. When they got to the house where David had left his truck, it became clear that David had different ideas about the matter. David, whom she'd only known for a month, had decided to move in with her. Duffel bags filled with men's clothes were spread out on her bed and dining room table, and food from his mother's house was stashed in the freezer. Kobe, David's husky, was running around in the backyard. David left only after a new friend called her neighborhood security company. When Gretchen went missing, her family told investigators that David was returning to her home after he left. The young woman was concerned for her safety and installed surveillance cameras throughout the house and garage. On March 11th, the World Health Organization declared a pandemic. A few days later, David, believing the pandemic to be an end-of-the-world prophecy, showed up at Gretchen's house in the early morning hours. He believed the world was coming to an end, and walked around the windows trying to convince his almost ex-wife to go with him to Costa Rica, where he thought they could escape the virus. After a few hours, Gretchen relented and allowed David into the house. That evening, a patrolling police officer noticed David, visibly nervous and sweaty, strutting around outside a Riviera Beach restaurant and at one point approaching a group of teenage girls. The officer noticed David's license plate, partially covered with black duct tape, and headed toward him. David claimed that his 12-year-old stepdaughter had taped the license plate and began to act even more nervous. The man ignored the police officer's orders not to move, yanked open the door of his truck, and began searching for something under the seat. Fearing what would happen next, the officer pointed a gun at David and ordered him to the ground. When the officers looked under the driver's seat where David was trying to reach, they found a large knife. David was arrested for resisting arrest, but posted bail a few days later and was released. The pandemic was gaining momentum. In the early 20s of March, some states began banning people from leaving their homes. Gretchen, like everyone else, was trying to figure out how to live in the new realities. She shared informational videos about the virus and how to stay safe, posting memes and jokes mocking the absurdity of the new normal. On Thursday, March 19th, she posted a quote from a meditation blog. "When there is chaos around you, the wisest choice is to create peace within yourself." After that, her profile was no longer active, and she stopped answering calls and messages. This moment divided life into before and after for all of her near and dear ones. Texting from Gretchen Anthony's phone to friends and family began on March 23, 2020. Over the course of several days, friends and family received a series of messages from Gretchen stating that she was quarantined at home, then describing her deteriorating condition and hospitalization in the emergency room at Jupiter Medical Center. Another message claimed she was transferred to another CDC facility that did not exist. On March 24th, Don Paris, Gretchen's supervisor and friend, received a message from her saying, "I tested positive for coronavirus early this morning. This is bad news, but I am at a coronavirus CDC treatment center that only handles COVID cases. The good news is that my blood type can potentially be used in treatment. I'm not sure if you remember when I said I have a strain of mad cow disease in my blood. Well, that strain is important for gathering more answers and finding a cure. For safety reasons, Dr. Sinclair and her team strongly encourage program participants to keep contact only with immediate family members. I chose my mom, Gretchen's ex-husband, who had his 12-year-old stepdaughter visiting. Also began receiving messages from Gretchen saying that the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, had quarantined her. She could be placed in a medically induced coma, and she would no longer be able to write. Jeff Dreyer didn't believe these reports. He was confused by the multiple text errors and abbreviations. The manner of speech in the messages sounded more like David Anthony, and Jeff became alarmed. In addition, it bothered everyone who received these messages. That no one, not even his daughter Gretchen, never called. Friends couldn't imagine Gretchen dying of anything, since at 51 she was in good shape and took her health very seriously. When calls to the medical center confirmed that Gretchen Anthony had not been admitted there, the family, along with friends, decided to contact the police to check if their loved one was doing well. Gretchen Anthony's boss told police that she was last at work on March 20th. And when he called her insurance company to see if she was receiving medical care anywhere, they said there had been no referrals under her policy to process treatment. Police Detective Jared Kennerson contacted Jupiter Medical Center and found that the hospital's records did not mention anything about such a patient. In fact, police found that Gretchen had not been to Jupiter Medical Center since 2008. Police checked the medical center parking lot and found a Mini Cooper in the parking lot in the car. Gretchen's purse was lying in the most visible spot, causing patrol officers to become concerned. Officers went to the missing person's home. What they discovered at Gretchen's home was alarming and turned a simple visit into a potential murder investigation. A neighbor approached the officers and gave them the disturbing information. Early Saturday morning on Saturday, March 21st, I heard a very desperate female screaming as if she was being attacked. And then I heard her scream, "No," and then I heard something like, "It hurts, stop." The scream was really serious. Unfortunately, Gretchen didn't call emergency services. Some people are just wary of calling the police. Officers became even more concerned when another neighbor told them he later noticed a soapy substance leaking from under Gretchen's garage door. The front door leading to the garage was locked, and the key was broken in the deadbolt. When officers were able to open the door, they detected a strong, pungent odor of cleaning product in the garage. Using body cameras, patrol officers searched the house several times. They found evidence of a violent struggle, a broken picture frame, shards of glass on Gretchen's bed, and a soiled towel. Officers noticed that surveillance cameras inside the house had been removed from the walls, possibly to destroy compromising evidence, and sent a request to a service provider to recover the footage from the cloud. Police officials made inquiries and discovered that a neighbor had taken a photo of a black Nissan pickup truck parked outside Gretchen's home after the terrifying screams. The exact same pickup truck was owned by Gretchen's almost ex-husband, David Anthony, who suddenly decided to leave. His mother told police that her son packed up his truck and hit the road on Tuesday, March 24th, 2020, saying he was going to Costa Rica. Their suspicions were heightened when they saw on video taken in the parking lot of Jupiter Medical Center, where Gretchen's car was found, a Mini Cooper pulled into a parking space, and a tall figure, the height of David Anthony, emerged from the vehicle. Investigators began tracking Gretchen's cell phone and found that it was registered in the Pensacola, Florida area. As would later be confirmed, David had driven just 600 miles to Pensacola, Florida's westernmost city. After stopping at a couple of local pawn shops to sell some women's jewelry, he and his dog, Kobe, continued west, stopping for one night at a hotel in Pecos, Texas, before settling in Las Cruces, New Mexico. While 2,000 miles away, David contacted detectives and reported that Gretchen was alive and in no danger. He explained that his spouse had provided him with a written statement, which he read aloud over the phone. According to the statement, Gretchen discovered financial crimes at her job and fled Florida with David, fearing for her life. The statement also said she also fled from her first ex-husband, Jeff. Detectives didn't believe it and continued to investigate. They tracked Gretchen and David's cell phone signals, which indicated that the two phones were together. Expecting the worst, detectives obtained a warrant to impound the truck on March 29th and enlisted the help of Las Cruces police to arrange a traffic stop. Las Cruces police detained David, seized the truck and property, including his phone and Gretchen's phone, but they still didn't have enough evidence to call him in for questioning. He was allowed to just walk away. On March 30th, 2020, Jupiter police obtained electronic records from Gretchen's home, and investigators finally learned the truth. On the morning of March 21st, David lurked silently on the porch overlooking the back of the garage. In his hands, he held an elongated object. 6 minutes later, Gretchen appeared in the footage. The video shows David forcibly driving her into the garage, and a scream can be heard over the footage. First, Gretchen yelled to the Amazon Alexa device in the garage, "Alexa, turn on the lights in the garage." The surveillance camera audio then captured a muffled thud and Gretchen's muffled screams. She then yelled to Alexa again, "Alexa, call 911." Gretchen didn't know that unless she specifically programmed her smart speaker to call 911, the device wouldn't call the police in an emergency. After a while, David's face appeared in the frame, his hands wearing gloves. In one shot, Gretchen's bloody head could be seen as he walked around the garage. Investigators have seen enough. On March 30th, detectives get a warrant for David's arrest. Gretchen's case went from being a missing persons case to a murder investigation. Detective Kennerson rushed to Las Cruces shortly before midnight, March 31st. Police arrested David outside a convenience store. Jupiter detectives questioned him at the state police headquarters in Las Cruces, New Mexico. They had one goal: to get David to reveal the whereabouts of Gretchen's body, and the detectives failed. David claimed that Gretchen was alive. In fact, during the interrogation, David Anthony made this claim 35 times. Detectives even tried using a voice recording of Gretchen's daughter, whom David really loved. With her father's permission, the girl recorded her request. "David, it's Ava. I love you. I'm scared. I miss my mom." She told him, "I need to know where my mom is. Please do the right thing and tell me where my mom is. Please. I love you." Detectives played the tape to David, but he remained indifferent while behind bars. He refused to say anything about what had happened to Gretchen. In his typical restraint, he remained silent for months. David knew it would be difficult for the prosecutor to get a conviction without Gretchen's body. He was charged with second-degree murder and extradited to Florida. While David was in custody in Palm Beach County, Florida, a grand jury indicted him for kidnapping and upgraded the murder charge from second-degree to first-degree murder. This was a turning point. And in December 2020, after 8 months in prison, the criminal took a plea deal with the prosecutor. The fact is that he could have faced the death penalty for first-degree murder. Under the terms of the deal, David would plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 38-year prison sentence. The main condition of the deal was that he would lead investigators to Gretchen's body. On December 21st, 9 months after Gretchen Anthony disappeared, David Anthony admitted what everyone already knew. David killed his wife. Gretchen's body was discovered wrapped in a blanket about 3 miles from her home, in a wooded area behind a Walmart and near a nursing facility. Investigators concluded that she died from multiple stab wounds to the neck and torso. The presence of numerous defensive wounds made it clear she had fought desperately for her life. During his sentencing, David Anthony claimed that the COVID-19 pandemic had played a role in his actions, stating that he believed it signaled the end of the world and that he felt an overwhelming need to escape it. "My delusions saw the COVID pandemic as a prophecy of the end of the world. An Armageddon I felt I had to flee at all costs," he said. As part of a plea deal, David Anthony was sentenced to 38 years in prison on January 14, 2021. He is currently serving his sentence at the Martin Correctional Institution in Florida. Moving on to the next case. Lauren Johansson. In this video, we delve into a tragic case that highlights how even the most advanced security measures can sometimes fail to stop a devastating crime. Lauren Johansson, a 22-year-old nursing student from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, lost her life far too early. She was born on October 30th, 2001, in Mississippi, a state known for its tightly knit communities and warm southern charm. In 2023, Lauren was diligently pursuing her nursing degree at the University of Southern Mississippi, located in the city of Hattiesburg in Forest County, home to around 48,000 residents. She was the kind of person who easily connected with others and left a lasting impression on everyone she met. Dr. Lane Johansson, Lauren's father and a respected neighborhood physician, often spoke of her kindness and unwavering determination. She was passionate about entering the healthcare field because she genuinely wanted to make a difference in people's lives. According to those closest to her, Lauren was warm-hearted, always smiling, and deeply committed to her studies. She balanced the pressures of young adulthood with the intense workload of nursing school, including demanding coursework and clinical training. She lived on the quiet South 11th Avenue in Hattiesburg, surrounded by a supportive circle of family and friends. Concerned for her safety, her family installed 11 security cameras around the house, a clear sign of their protective instincts. At the center of Lauren's tragic story was a 23-year-old man from Mississippi named Bryson Rivers. Lauren and Bryson Rivers had met sometime before 2023, and while their relationship began on a positive note, it soon became emotionally painful and troubled. According to statements made by Lauren's father during court proceedings, the relationship was marked by ongoing issues. Dr. Lane Johansson revealed that Lauren experienced multiple problems with Rivers, yet she consistently tried to move forward and focus on her life. Escaping an abusive relationship is rarely simple, often entangled in emotional and psychological complexities. Her family urged her to leave Rivers, but Lauren's compassionate nature and trusting heart may have kept her involved longer than her loved ones had hoped. In early December 2023, she agreed to take a trip with Rivers to Nashville, Tennessee. Despite the underlying issues in their relationship, the vibrant music culture and bustling atmosphere of the city offered an appealing escape. The trip was meant to be a relaxing getaway for Lauren and Rivers, a chance for them to spend time together. But it quickly took a dark turn. On December 11th, 2023, the couple spent the day visiting several of Nashville's popular attractions. They began at the Frist Art Museum, a cultural landmark in the heart of the city, where they likely explored various exhibits and soaked in the artistic atmosphere. Later, they headed to Topgolf for a laid-back, entertaining experience, a typical outing for a young couple enjoying a vacation. The day seemed ordinary, filled with the kinds of activities many couples enjoy. That evening, they continued their plans by visiting a local pub, hoping to socialize and take in the vibrant nightlife that Nashville is known for. However, as the night progressed, tensions between Lauren and Rivers escalated, leading to a heated argument. According to police reports, the situation escalated when Rivers accused Lauren of behaving inappropriately with one of the bartenders, further intensifying the tension between them. After leaving the bar, things deteriorated rapidly. Rivers allegedly struck and slapped Lauren, confiscated her phone, and drove her to a parking lot in Germantown, a neighborhood in Nashville. There, he subjected her to a brutal assault that lasted nearly an hour, during which he reportedly pressed her wrist against her throat, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Lauren managed to record part of the attack on her phone, capturing both her screams and her desperate struggle to breathe. Concerned for her safety, Rivers' mother and Lauren's family used a location tracking app to alert Metro Nashville police to her whereabouts. Officers arrived to find Lauren pounding on the car window, pleading for help. Inside the vehicle, they discovered a disturbing scene: blood covering the seats and a firearm in plain sight. Rivers was arrested and faced multiple serious charges, including 2 counts of aggravated kidnapping, 1 count of aggravated stalking, and 1 count of coercing a witness to give false testimony. Following the assault, Lauren was taken to a nearby hospital where she received medical treatment. The fact that she required 2 days of recovery highlights the severity of the injuries she sustained. Law enforcement built much of their case on the physical evidence found in the vehicle and the visible injuries Lauren suffered. Additionally, the audio Lauren recorded on her phone during parts of the attack provided a critical timeline and further supported the investigation. The incident served as a painful wake-up call for Lauren's family. Once she was discharged from the hospital, her father, Dr. Lane Johansson, moved quickly to bring her back home to Mississippi, determined to protect her and ensure distance from Rivers, who remained in custody at the Davidson County Jail in Nashville. Lauren's family hoped that the Nashville incident would be the final chapter in her involvement with Rivers, allowing her to fully focus on her studies and future. She returned to Hattiesburg, determined to start fresh, surrounded by the support of her sister and close friends. Her home on South 11th Avenue, equipped with 11 security cameras, was meant to be a safe haven. The traumatic events in Nashville marked a turning point, revealing just how dangerous her relationship with Rivers had become. The incident also propelled her case into the legal system, where decisions in the coming months would carry significant consequences. The case moved forward in Nashville's court system, and on March 19, 2024, Judge Cheryl Blackburn of Davidson County presided over the first hearing. The hearing played a crucial role in determining whether there was sufficient evidence to formally pursue charges against Rivers. During the proceedings, prosecutors presented audio recordings captured on Lauren's phone during the violent incident in Nashville. Portions of the altercation were revealed in these recordings. Due to the sensitive nature of the content, the audio was reviewed privately to protect Lauren's privacy, but its mere existence added significant weight to the case. Dr. Lane Johansson also testified, sharing the devastating impact the attack had on his daughter. "I sat in the courtroom in Nashville and told the judge that if they let him out, he was going to kill her," he said. "He had abused her. This was probably the 5th or 6th time they had fought, and he had hit her. We would take her away from him for a while, but he always found a way to come back into her life." While in jail, Rivers continued attempting to contact Lauren. Court records later revealed that he made calls to her from the Davidson County Jail, trying to influence her account of the events from December. These actions supported the charge of witness tampering, indicating that Rivers may have been attempting to manipulate the narrative even from behind bars. Meanwhile, Lauren was back in Mississippi, doing her best to rebuild her life. Initially, she expressed hesitation about pressing charges, an all-too-common response in cases involving complex and emotionally entangled relationships. Despite her uncertainty, Metro Nashville police moved forward with the case, relying on strong physical evidence, including the blood-stained car and the firearm found at the scene. Their goal was to ensure justice was pursued, regardless of Lauren's personal stance. In April 2024, a key decision was made in court, marking a significant development in the case. Judge Cheryl Blackburn, who was in charge of the case, made a decision about Rivers' bond, which had been set at $250,000 at first because of how serious the charges were. The judge decided during court that the bond should be lowered to $150,000, which would have big effects. The lower bond came with strict rules meant to keep Lauren safe and keep an eye on what Rivers does. Because of these conditions, Rivers had to be given to 2 bonding companies, Brooks Bail Bonding and On Time Bail Bonding, connecting with him, and to wear a GPS ankle monitor to keep an eye on his moves. Besides that, he was told to stay in Davidson County, Tennessee, and not talk to or interact with Lauren in any way. The bond terms were meant to balance the need for public safety with Rivers' legal rights, but they depended a lot on the court and the insurance companies doing their jobs right. From December 2023 to April 2024, when Lauren was in court, it was a very important time in her life. The charges against Rivers, the proof shown in court, and the decisions to lower his bond all set the stage for what would happen next. A big mistake was made in the Davidson County Criminal Court Clerk's office in Nashville on June 24, 2024. Got out of jail after posting the smaller bond, but the clerk's office didn't tell the jail or the bonding companies, Brooks Bail Bonding and On Time Bonding, about the conditions of the bond. Rivers could not be freed after 4 p.m. according to the bond order to make sure that Tracking Solutions, which was closed at the time, could put a GPS watch on him, but this did not happen. Rivers got out of jail on Monday, June 24th at 4:05 p.m., according to records. So Rivers got out of jail without the required GPS ankle monitor and without clear orders to stay in Davidson County or stay away from Lauren. This mistake by a clerk, which was later shown in court, meant that no one was actively watching Rivers' moves. At a very important time, the system that was meant to keep Lauren safe broke down. The mistake was tried to be fixed by the Davidson County District Attorney's Office. In a voicemail message left for Lane Johansson on June 28th, they warned him that Rivers had not reported to Tracking Solutions for a GPS watch and could not be found. The voicemail the WLX got said, "This is Bailey calling from the District Attorney's Office in Nashville. Bryson Rivers was released from custody. He was supposed to report straight to a GPS company and be put on a GPS monitor. He was not to leave Davidson County. As soon as he was released, he did not report to that GPS monitoring company, and he has not been heard from. Wanted to make sure Lauren is safe." Lane Johansson did not hear the message until Monday, July 1st, so the family didn't know about the immediate danger. Rivers was free to leave Nashville and go back to Mississippi where Lauren was staying. even though his bond terms said he couldn't because there was no monitor or restriction in place. Over the next few days, Rivers moved in strange ways. He went back to Nashville for a short time on June 29, 2024, around 4 p.m., and had a GPS ankle monitor put on by Freedom Monitoring, which is not the same company as Tracking Solutions that the court ordered. But there were no safety zones set up to stop him from traveling or call the police if he got close to Lauren, which made the first mistake even worse. After checking with GPS, we know that by July 1st, he was back in Mississippi, more specifically in the Biloxi area. Around 10 a.m. on July 2nd, his monitor's battery started to die, and he stopped answering Freedom Monitoring's texts. His last known address was on Beach Boulevard in Biloxi, which is a long way from Davidson County. During this time, Rivers tried many times to get in touch with Lauren. Later, court records showed that between June 25, 2024 and July 2, 2024, he texted and called her phone about 126 times, but she didn't answer. Even though the court told them not to call her, these attempts showed that he was determined to get in touch with her. While this was going on, Lauren continued her life in Hattiesburg, not knowing that Rivers was no longer being watched or in jail. The security cameras at her house and the fact that her sister and a male friend were there gave her family some peace of mind, but they had no reason to think Rivers was close. Lane Johansson had been very vocal about his worries in court, but he thought that the rules of the legal system were being followed and didn't know about the problems that had happened. A dangerous gap was made when Rivers' bond terms were not properly carried out. Even though Brooks bail bonding and on-time bonding were supposed to make sure they followed the rules, they didn't because the clerk's office wasn't communicating clearly. Also, the fact that the GPS monitor was wrongly assigned to Freedom Monitoring made things even more confusing. Rivers got away because of a mistake made by a clerk in Nashville and the fact that he wasn't being properly watched. Rivers' free movements in late June and early July brought him closer to Lauren, which set the stage for a terrible ending. He went to see his mom in McHenry, Mississippi on July 1st. McHenry is a small town about 30 miles from Hattiesburg. He made plans to be dropped off that night near Lauren's house on South 11th Avenue around 2:15 a.m. on July 2nd. A friend dropped him off near her house. At 4 a.m., surveillance video caught Rivers walking fully dressed towards Lauren's house. The video came from the security cameras that were set up on her property. However, when the cops later searched the house, they found that 5 of the 11 cameras were missing. Lauren wasn't the only one in the house by herself. There was a sense of normalcy because her younger sister and a guy friend were there. Later, the friend told police that he saw Lauren alive between 4 and 6 a.m. that morning, which suggests she was still safe at that time. Things did change quickly, though. Surveillance video from Lane showed Rivers leaving the house around 5 to 11 a.m. without a shirt on and then coming back for a short time. He was caught taking Lauren's car out of the garage at 5:51 a.m. He came back again to get something and then left again. The family of Lauren became worried on the same day. July 2nd, 2024, Lane Johansson said he woke up around 4 a.m. on Tuesday and got a message telling him that the Life 360 tracker for his daughter had been turned off. After that, his younger daughter, who was living with Lauren, called him. Lauren wasn't there, she said, and the front door was left open. Their security camera was also broken. The family called the Hattiesburg Police Department to report that the person was missing in response to his report that his daughter was missing. Father Lawrence said, "When I got up there in the morning, I called to see what Hattiesburg police found overnight. There was no communication. They didn't do anything. We thought they were going to track the vehicle and try to find her, but they didn't do it until Wednesday at 3 o'clock when I told them they had to." Hattiesburg cops found Lawrence's car at Wolf River Cemetery in Pass Christian, a small town in Harrison County, Mississippi, about 70 miles from Hattiesburg. On July 3rd, 2024, they used OnStar, a vehicle tracking service, to do this. When an officer from Harrison County checked on the family, they found Lauren's body in the back of the car, wrapped in sheets and trash bags. The find made the family's worst fears come true. Rivers was seen running away into the nearby woods, which made a lot of police respond. A 9-hour manhunt with 55 police from 8 agencies ended with Rivers' arrest around 11 p.m. that night. He was charged with murder in the first-degree grand theft auto and messing with evidence. Rivers called his brother during the search and said things that were later added to the court record. WLX reported that these comments gave investigators a better idea of how he was thinking, but they mostly used physical evidence like the surveillance footage, GPS data, and the state of Lauren's car. Officials in Mississippi have said that autopsy records are not public information in the state, especially when it comes to murder cases. So far, there are no official autopsy reports for Lauren Johansen. In contrast, her father, Lane Johansen, told what he saw about her injuries and said she had been badly beaten and had serious damage to her face and head. July 2, 2024, the Harrison County Coroner's Office confirmed her death. Investigators found that the murder most likely happened in Forest County. When Lauren's body was found, it was a tragic turning point that ended her family's dreams of safely getting her home. The terrible things that happened on July 1st and 2nd showed how the legal system had failed in the past, leaving Lauren defenseless even though she and her family had taken safety measures. Rivers went to court in Forest County on July 26, 2024, to face Judge Gay Pope Payton. He was charged with first-degree murder for killing Lauren grand theft auto for taking her car and tampering with evidence for things he did after the crime. Judge Payton didn't set bond for the murder charge, so Rivers stayed in jail. However, as a matter of procedure, he did set $20,000 bonds for the smaller charges of grand theft and tampering. When Lane Johansen was in court, he was glad that Rivers would stay in jail and stressed the need for responsibility. After the meeting, the case will be brought before a grand jury, which is the first step in a long case process. In August 2024, the probe into Rivers' release from Nashville really took off. In Davidson County, Tennessee, on August 15th, a panel of 6 judges held a preliminary hearing to look into the mistake in the paperwork that let Rivers get out of jail without being properly watched. The panel asked questions of people from Freedom Monitoring, which had put his GPS watch on wrong, as well as Brooks Bail Bonding and On-Time Bonding, which were in charge of his bond. According to court records, the Davidson County Criminal Court Clerk's Office did not tell anyone about the bond terms, and the bonding companies did not make sure they were followed. Lane Johansen, who was at the meeting, said the companies were careless because they let Rivers go back to Mississippi without stopping him. By February 2025, the case had come a long way. On February 18, 2025, a grand jury in Forest County charged Rivers with 3 crimes: capital murder, grand theft auto, and messing with physical evidence. Because the person was charged with capital murder, they could have been put to death. The developments underscored the gravity of the crime. On Tuesday, February 20th, 2025, Rivers was formally arraigned in Forest County Circuit Court before Judge Bob Helfrich. He pleaded not guilty to all 3 charges. Months earlier, in October 2024, a panel of 6 judges in Davidson County reviewed the circumstances of his release and concluded that although 2 bail bond companies had mishandled aspects of his release prior to the killing of his ex-girlfriend, no laws had been technically violated. While the judges acknowledged that errors occurred, they emphasized that Rivers alone is responsible for the crimes he's accused of committing. Outside the courtroom, Dr. Lane Johansen channeled his grief into advocacy. On June 23, 2025, he filed a $150 million wrongful death lawsuit against Brooks Bail Bonding, On-Time Bonding, their agents, and their insurers. He claimed that their negligence played a direct role in Rivers' release. According to WLOX, the suit seeks $50 million in compensatory damages and $100 million in punitive damages. The lawsuit aimed to hold the bail bond companies accountable for failing to enforce the conditions of Rivers' release, conditions that should have prevented him from contacting Lauren. In addition to legal action, Dr. Lane Johansen introduced Lauren's Law, a proposed bill that would prohibit individuals charged with violent domestic crimes from being released on bond until their sentencing is complete. Lauren's case brought to light significant flaws in the handling of domestic violence cases, from the enforcement of bond conditions to the protection of victims within the legal system and beyond. Her father has been a tireless advocate, determined to ensure that her story leads to real, lasting change. The trial was originally scheduled for June 25, 2025, but as of July 2025, no verdict had been reached and the case remained unresolved. Thank you for staying with us until the end. Moving on to the next case. Lindsay Cutshall. A Paradise Beach became a deadly trap for 2 lovers. It's widely accepted that investigations launched immediately after a crime offer the highest chances of success. This approach relies on swift action, gathering evidence quickly and interviewing witnesses while memories are fresh, which significantly boosts the likelihood of identifying the perpetrator and securing justice. But when a suspect can't be identified early on, an investigation can stretch out for years, sometimes even decades, until it's eventually shelved due to the expiration of the statute of limitations. Still, there are rare cases where cold and seemingly unsolvable investigations take an unexpected turn years later, uncovering new leads and bringing long overdue resolution when hope had all but vanished. The case of Lindsay Cutshaw and Jason Allen, which had remained unsolved for nearly 15 years, is a striking example of how cold cases can eventually be cracked. Despite the immediate efforts of investigators at the time and a substantial reward offered for any leads, the case went cold. One of the main challenges was the complete absence of a clear motive. Why would anyone target a loving couple in such a violent way? There were no witnesses, no murder weapon, and no meaningful evidence to follow. It was a textbook example of a dead end, and over time, hope of ever uncovering the truth faded. But more than a decade later, a breakthrough came, ironically, through the investigation of another brutal crime. As it turned out, at least 4 individuals had known the truth all along, yet chose to remain silent for years. Who were Lindsay Cutshaw and Jason Allen? Lindsay Cutshaw was born in 1982 in the quiet town of White Eyes, located in Coshocton County, Ohio. Raised in a deeply religious household, her father served as a pastor for a Christian congregation. Although her upbringing was strict, Lindsay was energetic and outgoing. She was heavily involved in sports and later developed a passion for hiking and extreme outdoor adventures. After graduating from high school, she enrolled at Appalachian Bible College in West Virginia. During her college years, Lindsay took on challenging mountain climbs, whitewater rafting expeditions, and even led outdoor excursions herself. She dreamed of one day opening a summer camp for children and teens, somewhere she could teach them wilderness survival skills, rafting techniques, and a love for outdoor life. Jason Allen was born in 1978 in the city of Zeeland, Michigan. Like Lindsay, he was raised in a devout Christian household and developed a strong interest in wilderness exploration and survival skills from a young age. He was tall, athletic, and physically fit, with a natural ability to lead and inspire others, traits that helped him build a close circle of fellow adventurers who shared his passion for the outdoors. Jason and Lindsay met in 2002 during a hiking trip in the Appalachian Mountains. At the time, Lindsay was still studying, while Jason was already working as a mountain guide and climbing instructor. The two quickly formed a deep connection, and just 6 months after their first encounter, Jason visited Lindsay's parents to formally ask for her hand in marriage. Her parents gave their blessing without hesitation, fully supporting the relationship. Jason's parents were equally approving of Lindsay, and with both families in favor, the couple officially became engaged. Jason marked the occasion by giving Lindsay a beautiful diamond ring, soon to be joined by an engagement band. The couple planned to marry in September 2004, dreaming of building a life together in a spacious home where they could one day raise a family. But those dreams would never be fulfilled. That summer, Lindsay and Jason were working as senior counselors at a Christian summer camp called Rock and Water in El Dorado County, California. They hoped to open a similar camp of their own after the wedding, and they were gaining valuable experience working with young people. On the evening of Friday, August 14, 2004, the couple decided to take a short weekend getaway to the San Francisco Bay Area. They had informed their colleagues ahead of time about their weekend plans, leaving 2 of the most experienced counselors in charge of the camp during their absence. Lindsay and Jason promised to return by Monday, so their short trip was expected to go smoothly, without causing any issues for the camp or the staff left in charge. They left in Lindsay's 1992 Ford Tempo, and that would be the last time anyone saw them alive. By Sunday evening, the couple had not yet returned, but no one was initially worried. It was assumed they might arrive late that night or early the next morning. However, when the 8 a.m. roll call on Monday came and there was still no sign of Jason or Lindsay, and attempts to reach them by phone failed, their colleagues grew concerned. That's when they decided to contact the police and notify the couple's families about their disappearance. The parents, devastated by the news, rushed to the camp in hopes of learning more. Everyone who knew the couple emphasized how dependable they were, always punctual and responsible. If something had gone wrong, they would have made an effort to let someone know. When law enforcement arrived at the camp, they began by interviewing the couple's co-workers. But the investigation hit a major obstacle right away. No one knew exactly where Lindsay and Jason had gone. All anyone could say was that they intended to explore the San Francisco area. Given the couple's love for adventure and remote locations, it was possible they had ventured into areas without cell service or signs of civilization. While the police observed the standard waiting period in hopes the missing couple might turn up on their own, friends and family members refused to remain idle. They immediately began organizing their own search efforts. They called everyone they knew, trying to find out when the couple last made contact with anyone, distributed flyers with photos of the bride and groom, and requested anyone who might have seen them to respond immediately. By Tuesday, law enforcement had joined the search operation. The main search unfolded around San Francisco, its suburbs, and surroundings. However, the area was vast, and it was simply not possible to thoroughly comb through it. Then, one of the friends noted that the couple loved the wild, rocky beaches that were always beautiful and secluded, prompting the police to focus on these areas. Bodies and sleeping bags. For several days, the search yielded no results, and the hope of finding the couple alive was diminishing rapidly. Then, on Wednesday, August 19th, a patrol helicopter flying over one of the rocky wild beaches reported that 2 bodies were found in sleeping bags on the desolate coast, and it seemed unlikely they were just resting there. The first thing police encountered upon arriving at the scene was a red Ford Tempo parked on a cliff near a lookout point and a small shelter for tourists, from which a steep trail led directly to the scenic wild beach. The car was immediately checked in the database and found to belong to the missing student, Lindsay Cutshaw. Descending the trail to the beach, law enforcement found 2 bright sleeping bags containing individuals. At first, it might have seemed they were merely sleeping, but no response came to calls or noise. Approaching closer, the officers saw that the sleeping bags contained a young man and woman, both showing no signs of life. A brief initial examination suggested that their lives had been taken by gunshot wounds to the head, and given the distinctive smell of decomposition, they had been there for more than a day. All the belongings of the deceased, including mobile phones and wallets containing bank cards and cash, were found beside them. Therefore, a robbery as the main motive was almost immediately ruled out. The keys to the parked car above were also visibly placed, ruling out car theft as a motive. Investigators immediately suspected that the deceased were the same young people who had gone missing last week near San Francisco. Their suspicion was confirmed by documents found nearby under the names Lindsay Cutshaw and Jason Allen, but the bodies still needed to be identified by relatives, the arriving parents of the couple, who had hoped until the last that the remains belonged to someone else. Were devastated by grief upon recognizing their children, investigation and initial theories. Thus, theories involving robbery or an attempted carjacking were dismissed since all valuables, money and keys were left untouched in plain sight. Moreover, forensic analysis revealed no signs of physical assault or intimate assault on the bodies, except for the gunshot wounds to the head. It appeared that Lindsay and Jason were simply sleeping peacefully at the time of the incident, and did not have a chance to react. They made no attempt to defend themselves, flee, or even get out of their sleeping bags. Everything pointed to a swift act that resembled an execution or vendetta. But who could have taken the lives of 2 individuals in such a brutal manner and why? The questions multiplied, but no answers were forthcoming. There were no signs that anyone else had stayed in the area. The beach was quite secluded, and accessing it via the steep trail was challenging. Despite efforts, no shell casings were found nearby, leading investigators to theorize that the shooter either took them or threw them into the ocean. The shots had been fired at close range into the heads of the sleeping tourists, indicated by specific traces, so the casings, if not deliberately moved, would have been nearby. Interestingly, the beach appeared quite clean, yet a few meters from where the sleeping bags with the bodies were found, an empty beer bottle lay. The deceased did not drink alcohol as they led a healthy lifestyle, suggesting the bottle might belong to the mysterious shooter. This particular brand of beer was rarely found in the area and likely came from a neighboring state. As no other clues were found, This bottle was considered a significant lead, although it was unclear whether it had any connection to the shooter or the crime. A theory was proposed that the deceased might have had a conflict with someone the day before the tragedy, and their opponent returned at night with a weapon to settle the score. Although Jason and Lindsay were very friendly with everyone, it was not excluded that they might have inadvertently displeased someone either in appearance or for some other reason. Additionally, the shooter could have been intoxicated or mentally unstable. From the bullets extracted from the victim's skulls, experts determined they were fired from a Marlin brand rifle .45 caliber, model 1894, produced by Marlin Firearms Company. This was a rare weapon that might have been part of a collector's arsenal. Such models were typically used for hunting. This clue was significant for the ongoing investigation, but it remained the only one for the time being. Investigators speculated that the shooter was likely a male acting alone. He could have been a hunter, collector, or firearm enthusiast. The couple's route, search, and witness interviews. The investigation now aimed to establish the route the couple had taken, who they might have contacted, and when they were last seen alive. The first task presented few issues as the couple had taken numerous photos, and their camera remained untouched among their personal belongings. Additionally, in the tourist cabin near the lookout point where they parked their car, there was a guest book where visitors could leave notes. The engaged couple had written a couple of entries expressing that it was one of the best weekends of their lives, filled with love, happiness, and the discovery of perhaps the most beautiful beach they had ever seen. It was discovered that on Saturday, the couple had stopped at a fishing pier about 20 miles from where their lives were ultimately taken. This was evidenced by the photographs they had taken there, prompting law enforcement to visit the area and speak with locals in search of potential witnesses. Many remembered the young couple traveling in a red car. They were looking for a place to stay overnight, but found no vacancies in any of the 3 nearby hotels. This was because August is peak tourist season in the area, and most travelers booked their accommodations well in advance. The couple then dined at a local restaurant, walked around the area, took several photos, and set off again in the evening. According to everyone who saw and interacted with them, they were friendly, engaged in no conflicts, and appeared happy and carefree. None of the witnesses could recall anything suspicious or unusual. Notably, the beach where the bodies were found was located in a protected area where camping was prohibited. However, since the young people could not find a place to stay overnight, they decided to settle on the beach but chose not to set up a tent, instead using their sleeping bags. They believed that on a warm August night on a secluded beach, they faced no threats and planned to head back at dawn to return to the rock and water camp on Sunday as promised. This information helped narrow down the time frame during which the couple was likely taken from life. They went to sleep but did not survive until morning, indicating they were likely taken from life between 11 o'clock Saturday night and dawn on Sunday. The first suspect. Although the investigation into the double taking of life was in full swing and news broadcasts urged anyone with any relevant information to contact the police, law enforcement withheld certain details. In particular, the results of the ballistics analysis were kept secret to avoid alerting the suspect and prompting them to hastily dispose of the weapon used in the crime. Initially, suspicion fell on a local drifter who periodically slept on that very beach and had been seen nearby on the evening before the crime. The homeless man, mentioned by some witnesses, was quickly located, brought to the station, and interrogated. The 57-year-old suspect had no alibi for the night of the crime. However, his involvement could not be confirmed. The main reasons were the absence of the weapon used in the crime and the fact that his DNA did not match that found on the beer bottle discovered on the beach. A new phase of the investigation in 2006. For nearly 2 years, the investigation had been at a standstill with no clear direction on how to proceed. Then, in the spring of 2006, law enforcement decided to publicize the data they had on the weapon used in the crime and to reach out again to potential witnesses by offering a $50,000 reward for any useful information that could lead to the perpetrator. Following this announcement, about 1,000 calls came in, but most did not aid the advancement of the investigation. However, law enforcement became interested in 26-year-old Sean Gowland, pointed out by several locals. According to them, the young man collected firearms and bladed weapons, behaved aggressively, was frequently involved in conflicts, threatened acts of violence, and occasionally damaged other people's property. Sean was arrested and questioned. He had previously been on the police's radar for brawling, hooliganism, and driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs. He indeed had an impressive collection of weapons, but the specific rifle in question was not among them. Verifying his alibi from 2 years prior proved impossible, and his DNA did not match the sample found on the beer bottle at the crime scene, so Gao Lin had to be released. A suspect from another country? Simultaneously, another suspicious and aggressive drifter came under scrutiny, often seen with a firearm, frightening the local residents. His name was Joseph Henry Burgess, and he was 61 years old at the time of the couple's demise. Burgess often ranted about receiving commands from God. It was discovered that in the late 1970s, Joseph lived in Canada, where he also wandered aimlessly. In 1978, he joined the Commune of the Children of God, positioning himself as a deeply religious person. And according to those around him, he was quite the fanatic. He soon had a conflict with 2 young people that escalated into outright enmity. And a few weeks later, these individuals were found lifeless, each with several close-range gunshot wounds to the head. Notably, their bodies were also discovered on a beach in sleeping bags, seemingly taken while they slept. By the time the police arrived, Burgess had vanished. His guilt was proven through numerous left-behind clues, but he could not be convicted as he had fled to the USA, crossing the border illegally. He managed to evade capture for nearly a quarter of a century until the police connected him with the double homicide on a beach in California. However, they were unable to interrogate him as a shootout occurred during his apprehension, resulting in the deaths of a police sergeant and Burgess himself, who opened fire. A fatal echo from the past. In the spring of 2017 in Forestville, California, a tragedy unfolded one night on March 14th. Gunshots rang out in the Gowland family home, prompting alarmed neighbors to immediately call the police. The victim was 35-year-old Seamus Gowland, and the perpetrator was his older brother, Sean. An argument had erupted between the siblings, during which Sean, under the influence of prohibited substances, grabbed a firearm and discharged 3 bullets into his younger brother. Police recognized the shooter's name as Sean had previously been detained as a suspect in a double homicide on a beach, but was released due to a lack of evidence. Since then, he had been in police sites twice for property damage and making threats, but had only received fines. It was also discovered that the detainee was an avid hunter and had a hobby of crafting knives and other bladed weapons. Those around him described him as antisocial, aggressive, and unpredictable. After taking his brother's life, Sean attempted to flee but was almost immediately apprehended. Law enforcement then decided to thoroughly reinvestigate this man's potential involvement in a couple's perpetration from 13 years prior. His personal social media page revealed much, where he posted pictures of his substantial weapon collection and discussed supposed telepathic and extrasensory abilities. According to his posts, he believed he was on a special mission, receiving assignments from space. This seemed like delusions of a disturbed mind, and police suspected Sean indeed had serious mental disorders. He stubbornly refused to cooperate with the investigation, spoke nonsensically, and insisted on his innocence. However, when detectives checked the personal messages on his deceased brother's page, they found something intriguing. Back in 2006, when a $50,000 reward was offered for information on the double homicide case, Sean's former girlfriend had messaged Seamus, suggesting she could claim the reward by turning in her ex-boyfriend. They both knew everything, but kept silent. Unfortunately, questioning either was no longer possible since the brother had been shot and the woman had died in a car accident 2 years earlier. An unexpected confession. Initially, Sean denied any involvement and refused to speak. But when shown the printouts of the messages between his former girlfriend and his brother, he surprisingly confessed and began to give a detailed account. His narrative not only surprised, but shocked law enforcement. Despite more than 13 years passing since the double homicide, Gowland remembered the details of that night vividly. That evening, he had left his house with a Marlin rifle, intending to hunt in a wooded area. He aimlessly wandered for a couple of hours before descending a trail to a wild beach, which he claimed was a spot to encounter boars. As he walked along the shore, he spotted 2 bright sleeping bags. Approaching closer, he discovered a young man and woman sound asleep inside. He stood watching them for several minutes. then suddenly heard voices in his head commanding him to end their lives. Sean claimed this was the mission from space, could not ignore. He placed the barrel of his rifle almost against the young man's head and pulled the trigger. The sound woke the young woman, but before she could comprehend the situation, a second shot ended her life as well. He decided to collect the casings and carried them away in a beer can he had emptied while descending to the beach. Later, according to him, he tossed the can into some bushes in his father's backyard, where he went to give the rifle to his father and asked him to hide it. His elderly father asked no questions and simply buried the weapon in the dirt floor of the cellar in his old barn. Remarkably, Sean's claims were verified. The rifle was found at the site of the now-collapsed barn, and the beer can with the casing still rested in the overgrown bushes in the backyard. The fact that the murderer's father had passed away in 2009 and his property had since fallen into disrepair and abandonment helped preserve these items. It turned out that the bottle found on the beach had no connection to the crime and was mistakenly considered as evidence. Forensic psychiatric evaluation, Sean Gallin blamed the voices in his head, which he claimed ordered him to commit acts of violence, and asserted that he was not aware of his actions. His defense attorneys also insisted that Sean was mentally ill and unfit to stand trial. It was up to qualified psychiatrists to determine the truth of these claims. The evaluation revealed that the accused did indeed suffer from a range of mental disorders, exacerbated by the effects of alcohol and prohibited substances. Despite his psychological issues, Sean carried out the crime with clear intention, meticulously planning every move. He knew exactly what to do to avoid getting caught. That's why he targeted the young man first, realizing that if anything went wrong, the woman would be unable to defend herself. He also made sure to collect the shell casings and handed the rifle over to his father, asking him to hide it, all in an effort to cover his tracks. Psychiatrists concluded that while Gallin did have certain mental disorders, he was fully competent to stand trial and be held responsible for his actions. One of the most startling aspects of the case was the fact that several people close to him, his parents, brother, and ex-girlfriend, either knew or strongly suspected that he was responsible for the double murder. Yet, none of them reported him to the authorities. Sean Gallin's trial took place in the spring of 2019, nearly 15 years after the brutal murder of the young couple. On June 17th of that year, he was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, along with an additional 94 years for taking the life of his own brother in 2017. Gallin is currently serving his time in a specialized prison unit for inmates considered extremely dangerous and mentally unstable. He continues to claim that he hears voices and displays violent behavior. Because of this, he remains under strict supervision to ensure he doesn't harm himself or others around him. To this day, the motive behind the double murder has never been determined. Sean had simply seen the couple sleeping on the beach and chose to end their lives. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.